To purify flames, a special martial skill of the holy military, contained a part of the power of gods. It was rumored to be able to purify all evil. Ha! With a light exclamation, Fang Heng's figure disappeared like a ghost within the golden embers that burst open. How could this be possible? The arriving members of the Holy Corps looked at each other in disbelief, their faces filled with incredulity. The famous move of the holy military was easily thwarted by the other party. Is it space-time manipulation? Before everyone could fully comprehend, the instructor Keg flew up, quickly following the direction of the spatial fluctuations. The remaining two holy military instructors looked at each other and both saw confusion in each other's eyes. It was very strange. They both sensed a wave of divine power from Fang Heng. As a result, the effect of the purified flames was greatly diminished, only working at less than 30% efficiency on Fang Heng. In theory, the purified flames were supposed to cause multiple times of additional damage against forces of evil. DUT wasn't the other party an undead. This is the power of spacetime. A judicial judge of the Holy Corps, who followed closely after Fang Heng, looked in the direction where Fang Heng disappeared for a moment, then turned to the two remaining holy military instructors and said, "And he also emits a strange wave of divine power. Who is this person? We cannot determine for the time being, but the power emanating from him is indeed very strange. Since Instructor Keg is proficient in spacetime studies, let him handle this. We will first deal with that." Just after a brief exchange, Lifer already had a rough assessment of Fang Heng's strength. Not weak, and very peculiar, but his strength had not yet reached the level of a divine domain. With Keg's strength, he could easily crush Fang Heng. In the midst of speaking, Lifer glanced again at the 7 transmission channels floating not far away in the air. There was still a continuous surge of a few lickers and a large number of zombie creatures emerging from the transmission channels. Suddenly, several divine flames flew out of Lifer's hands towards the transmission channels with a loud bang, dang, dang, bang. Under the bombardment of several purify flames, the blood-red transmission channel trembled violently. Doom. Until the entire blood-colored transmission channel burst apart. Notification. Player under attack. Player's current passive skill. Void body trigger. Player immune to this attack. Notification. Player under attack by the Purify Flames. The current player possesses advanced divine studies. Damage further reduced by 60%. Notification. Player under attack by Purify Flames. Notification. Player enters divine burning state, taking 7% of maximum health damage per second, taking into account all defense and resistances. Damn. Within the secondary space projection, Fang Heng swiftly retreated towards the direction of the underground passage of the amusement park, his heart pounding incessantly. He had indeed hoped to lure a big catch in the end, but he didn't expect it to be this big. He nearly played himself to death. With only 1/10 of his maximum health remaining, and after receiving two high-intensity attacks from the Purify Flames, he was very close to death. Fortunately, he quickly took refuge in the secondary space projection. However, it seemed that the big fish behind him was not willing to let him go, relentlessly following him. Could things take a turn for the worse? Fang Heng's heart sank, his brain spinning rapidly to think of a strategy. He had to find a way to shake them off. Isn't Duncha World supposed to be a mid-tier gaming world? Why are the opponents so ridiculously strong? Fang Heng realized that he had made a wrong judgment about the strength of Duncha World, muttering to himself, and hurriedly ran forward. Whoosh! When the time came, Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary space projection and swiftly ran towards the right side of the passage. The holy military instructor Keg, having some knowledge of spacetime studies, sneered as he saw Fang Heng's figure reappearing, unable to intrude into the secondary space projection where Fang Heng was, but still able to track from the outside. "I knew you would come out. Let's see where you run." Keg firmly locked onto Fang Heng and quickly chased after him to the right. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Wait! Just as he chased around a corner, Keg's heart skipped a beat. What was that? A strong and pungent smell of blood hit him in the face. It was followed by a crimson blood-red light screen that covered his sight. Even his perception was instantly overwhelmed by the burst of blood energy. Retreat. Keg took several steps back. It was doom. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the vast blood screen around him shattered. A divine shield appeared around Keg. The splattered blood from the explosion continued to erode the divine shield around Keg, making a sizzling sound. The shield alternated between brightness and darkness. Kid gazed at the continuously bursting blood-red light in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise. Clearly, there had been a wave of divine power emanating from the opponent before, but in an instant, this divine power transformed into a terrifying essence of blood energy. It was the power of the Blood Clan. Blood contained extremely terrifying power. Such power was only seen in the divine realm. Even though they were in a mid-tier gaming world, someone was able to possess such transcendent power. Who exactly was he? Keg furrowed his brows. I don't know if this kid can withstand the frontal invasion of Yin Vein's aura. Fang Heng's eyes showed a dark red hue, quickly passing through the basement passageway and entering the underground hall. Time is up. Perfect timing. Leaping into the basement, as Fang Heng switched to the Ened form, he swiftly pressed both hands down on the magic array on the ground. Spiritual power was instantly ignited and forcefully poured into the magic array. Almost simultaneously, the magic array inside the teleportation passage was activated and slowly began to operate. Outside the hall, Kij had just broken through the collapsed passage and was rapidly approaching the direction of the perception track. Suddenly, Kij came to a stop under his feet. What? He suddenly felt a strong force gathering and circulating just nearby, where that person was. Not good. Kij had an instant sense of alert. The power contained powerful spatial fluctuations and undead fluctuations. This power was even stronger than the vampire fluctuations just now, more than 100 times stronger. Even he felt extremely shocked. Moreover, the power was rapidly gathering. It's that kid from before. What is he doing? Kij hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to continue chasing to stop the other party or to immediately retreat as far away as possible. No, this power is too strong. Can't run away. Chase. Only chase. Kij immediately turned the corner and chased after Fang Heng. Quickly. Turning the corner, several spikes made of immaculate blood coagulated and attacked head-on. Doom. Boom boom. The purify flames surrounding Kij erupted and clashed in the air with the blood spikes, exploding, swiftly passing through the aftermath of the explosion. When Kij dashed into the hall where Fang Heng was, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. What? Kij saw a huge crack appearing on the ground of the hall, shimmering with a glaring blue light, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's actually a crack of Yin veins. A dazzling blue light burst forth in front of him. Following that, an extremely cold breath swept toward him. Doom. In the next instant, Kij was completely enveloped by the icy blue light. In the Chebo Leia gaming world, the teams gathered at the Holy Core were still unaware that the teleportation channel had already been destroyed and were retreating towards the heartland of the Empire, continuously retreating. Luckily, the Brighton Empire had deep reserves, with enough space to retreat, otherwise a smaller nation would have been pierced through long ago. The zombie horde had already broken through all the towns they encountered along the way. The defenses of all cities were as fragile as paper in front of the zombie horde. One poke and they crumbled. The only difference was the speed at which they collapsed. The zombie horde would encircle the city, then start scratching. The durability of the city walls would rapidly drop, and they wouldn't hold for long before being wiped out completely. Facing the vast number of zombies, the Holy Court team for the first time felt a sense of helplessness. They didn't even know when this nightmare would end. How long would it go on? Fighting to this point, the Holy Court team was extremely fatigued, but the zombie horde in front of them showed no signs of decreasing. Instead, it continued to grow. The Holy Court couldn't spare any attention to the zombie horde moving into the Empire's heartland now. The real trouble was at the front. As a large number of zombie creatures gradually spread, the front line was about to face a dual attack from the undead zombie horde and the forward team of Lady Donnie. When did things take such a sudden turn for the worse? Holy Court's chief frontline commander Joel constantly listened to reports from his subordinates. It was estimated that in a few more hours, the zombie horde in the rear would gradually reach the frontline area. Something needed to be done. The best situation now was actually the front line. Compared to the undead army approaching from the rear, Commander Geoelg felt that dealing with Lady Donnie's forces was more manageable. After several clashes, both sides tacitly withdrew to rest for the time being. No one acted out of turn. Commander, there's news from Dunsha. Inside the tent, a Holy Court guardian hurriedly arrived and quickly relayed the intelligence from the Holy Court. After hearing the report, the entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared at the guardian, with a look of astonishment in their eyes. What's going on? The Dunsha gaming world is being invaded by a large number of undead creatures. Moreover, Dunsha believes that the undead have used a special teleportation channel from the Chabolaya gaming world to invade. Gaming channel? Where did that come from? The Holy Court was at a loss for words for a moment. Meanwhile, inside the Mercurial Temple, Ji Xiaobo and Yuan Jixian had remained by the magic array all along, quietly waiting for the seconds to tick away. It's almost time. The two of them stood up at the same time, all eyes turning to Ji Xiaobo. All right, I'll do it. Ji Xiaobo had been waiting for this moment. Following Fang Heng's instructions, he directly condensed his spiritual power and instantly infused it into the magic array. Thus, the magic array was activated, triggering the energy supply. Gradually, the entire Mercurial Temple began to flicker with blue light. The light gradually filled the grooves on the stone walls. Crackling, the main magic array began to slowly operate. It's done. Once the magic array was activated, it would automatically operate according to Fang Heng's preset path. They just needed to watch. As the magic array was triggered, game notifications began to appear in their retinas. Hint: player triggers Mercurial Magic Array main. Hint: Mercurial Magic Array has completed operation and is undergoing partial spatial channel transfer. Hint: transfer successful. Hint: player completes mission, recreating Mercurial's Great Vision team. When Yuan Jixian saw the completion notification of the mission, his eyes suddenly lit up, shouting, "Run!" Hearing the shout, everyone in the hall changed their expressions and, without looking back, ran out of the Mercurial Temple. Doom! As the people fled the Mercurial Temple, a blue beam of light instantly rose from within the temple, shooting straight up into the sky. The beam pierced through the sky, and the entire gloomy sky was illuminated with a deep blue light. Following that, a deep blue frost surged from within the Mercurial Temple like a tide. The icy breath of the blue frost quickly approached them. Buzz. Yuan Ji's was sizing up the constantly trembling defensive barrier, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. This defensive barrier was set up by him, and he understood it the most. It still seemed to hold up now, but in reality, it was just barely holding on. At most, it could only last for 3 minutes, and that was under ideal conditions. Who knows what might happen? According to the agreement between Fang Heng and them, the magic array had been activated, the task was considered completed, and the reward had been received. But why did he feel so unstable? Could it be about to explode? If it really exploded, not to mention surviving, he would definitely be scolded mercilessly by the mentors when he went back. Ji Xiaobo had no intention of answering, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the blue column of light rising from the Merc Temple. His heart was pounding wildly. Yin Vein Fissure. That's right. That aura was very familiar to him. It was the Yin Vein Fissure located in the Puno's game world. Fang Jie brought it back. Chew. Following that, the blue light in front of everyone suddenly flashed intensely. What? Gone? In the blink of an eye, the source of the chilling air that was raging just now suddenly disappeared. The remaining chill quickly dissipated under the barrier. Yuan Jixian and the others were stunned for a moment, then they all looked towards Ji Xiaobo together. What's going on? Let's go. Ji Xiaobo's expression was excited. Not caring about the remaining chill inside the barrier, he yelled and rushed into the Merc Temple first. Fang Jie did it. Let's go inside and see what's going on. Hearing this, everyone quickly followed, running back into the Merc Temple. Back inside the Merc Temple, the hall, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, almost every place was covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. Under the ice crystals, the main magic array was still running, constantly emitting a blue light. At the same time, the carved disc on the wall above also began to slowly rotate as the magic array operated. It worked. It really worked. According to Fan Ji's plan, the Yin Vein Fissure had been completely teleported to the other side, as planned. Everyone. Ji Xiaobo couldn't contain his joy, his face showing excitement. He said, "Please help protect the operation of the magic array." Dunsha Game World. The amusement park square. Several Saint Court teams who had arrived with the Holy Army were just finishing off the remaining zombie horde in the square. Two Holy Army instructors and several Saint Court judges gathered at the entrance to the underground chamber. Kig, who had been sent to pursue Fang Heng, had not returned yet. This surprised them. With Kig's abilities, he should have been able to crush in a medium-grade world. Was there a problem? The two Holy Army instructors were preparing to go to the underground passage to assist when their eyebrows suddenly raised at the same time. They both sensed a powerful force emanating from deep inside the underground chamber. What was that? In an instant, the St. Court teams around the amusement park all felt the force fluctuations and looked towards the entrance of the underground passage. The spatial and undead fluctuations were still rapidly converging. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as if they were standing on the brink of a volcano ready to erupt. Not good. Sensing the drastic changes in force fluctuations, the two Holy Army instructors' faces changed drastically. Back off. With a shout, the two Holy Army instructors swiftly leapt towards the back. The St. Court teams followed suit, retreating almost for their lives to the outskirts of the amusement park. Doom. 2 minutes later, the earth suddenly let out a deafening roar, as if the whole world was shaking violently. Then, a blue pillar of light shot up into the sky from inside the amusement park. Ripping through the sky, the upper-level building of the underground chamber near the amusement park, like paper, was instantly destroyed by the frosty blue wave. The frigid waves quickly spread outward. Not far away, Legion Commander Mutant had heard the warning from the Holy Army instructors in the first place and led his team to evacuate to the outer area of the amusement park. As they had just left the range of the amusement park, he turned to look back and his face changed drastically. In front of them, a blue frosty mist was swiftly engulfing them. They were the second group to evacuate. Behind them, there were still some members of the Holy Knights team, and even reserve members of the Holy Army. Because they were deeper into the amusement park, their evacuation was slower, leaving them behind and unable to fully escape the amusement park. Legion Commander Mutant and his team watched as the blue frost overwhelmed the remaining Holy Army troops, completely shrouded in the frost. Bang! 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 The Holy Army warriors hastily opened divine shields shatter in an instant under the assault of the frost, and then were completely frozen by the icy breath. Their figures were once again engulfed by the dense blue frost. The surrounding area instantly fell into a cold silence, as if even the air had been frozen. Not a single member of the Holy Army survived. In less than 3 minutes, a line between life and death was drawn. Doom. The chill did not stop, continuing to sweep forward, freezing everything it encountered completely. Seeing the frost nearing, Mutant felt his body involuntarily tremble. Where did this terrifying chill come from? Calculating the speed at which the frost was spreading, they had no chance of escaping. Open the shield. Help me block this wave of chill. In the chaos, the Holy Army officer shouted, bringing everyone's attention back. Two Holy Army members flew to the forefront with other St. Court judges, joining forces to set up a defensive barrier. Everyone poured their mental strength into the barrier, enhancing its resistance. In the face of imminent danger, everyone was fighting for their lives, crazily infusing mental power and divine energy. In an instant, a 3-story height, half-moon shape, dark golden defensive barrier stood in front of everyone. Doom. Half a minute later, the incoming blue frosty after wave struck the defensive barrier head-on. Hoo. The icy breath was blocked by the divine power, flowing along both sides of the half-moon-shaped barrier. Behind the barrier, the players felt the temperature around them dropping by tens of degrees, listening to the crackling sound of frost hitting the protective barrier continuously, their faces growing colder. Nevertheless, they all felt a sense of relief that they narrowly escaped death. It was a close call. Two military instructors from the Divine Realm are struggling to maintain the barrier's operation, already utilizing their elemental powers. Their faces are pale as paper, hearts wrenching in pain. Just a moment ago, they suddenly couldn't sense Kij's presence. Their dear friend was likely pulled into the heart of the icy prison. There is no possibility of survival. Moreover, in just a few minutes, nearly over 1,000 unretreated reserves of the Holy Army also lost their breath under the spread of extreme cold. The reserve forces nurtured for over a decade were destroyed in an instant, but they had no choice. All they could do now was to do their utmost to save the remaining lives and escape from the game field. Look. Suddenly, a player discovered something, pointing towards a blue mist ahead from a distance. It was undead creatures. Within the mist, vague figures slowly emerged. Those were ... As everyone looked carefully at those figures, their faces couldn't help but change drastically. Undead creatures. They turned out to be skeletal undead of frost. Sparse, undead skeletons appeared within the mist, slowly gathering. At the center of the Yin Vein teleportation channel, amidst the ruins of a basement, at this moment, the entire ruin was already covered in frost. Beneath the frost, a large magic array was still operating at high speed. The Yin Vein crack appeared above the magic array. The space seemed torn apart, surrounded by a continuous dark electric current popping. Out of the Yin Vein crack continuously poured cold frost. The frost swirled and converged, eventually forming a meandering blue ice column. From afar, it looked like a blue icy beam. Beside the Yin Vein crack, a coffin lay flat on the ground. Several leaders of undead skeleton zones steadily approached, collectively pushing the coffin away from the Yin Vein crack slowly. The coffin was specially made. It could isolate external ice sealing effects. Immediately after the magic array was activated, Fang Heng promptly darted into the coffin. Inside the coffin, Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. Game prompts flashed rapidly in his retina. Prompt: player attempts to shift the Yin Vein crack teleportation channel. This action will bring a significant change to the Dun Cha game world, due to player accepting partial missions, mission merging in progress. Prompt: Dun Cha officially enters the frontline combat zone. Will simultaneously calculate reputation, contribution points, honor points. Players' current contribution points etc. are currently being calculated. Benefits will be settled every 1 hour until the end of event. Prompt: player kills the commander of the Holy Corps, Holy Military Officer Kij. Player gains for 50W Undead Camp reputation, 50W Undead Camp honor points. Prompt: player kills some of the Holy Army Reserves, Holy Court support teams, Holy Court Paladin team, Holy Knight squad. Player receives a total of 848W Undead Camp reputation, 766W Undead Camp honor points. Great. Fang Heng saw the game prompt refreshing on his retina and couldn't help but clench his fist slightly. Turns out the one chasing him just now was a military officer from the Holy Army, an opponent from the Divine Realm. No wonder it was so tricky. Oh well, that's it. Wasn't he completely obliterated under the stimulation of the Yin Vein aura just now? Directly bagged 50W honor points. Plus, all the support teams from the Holy Court outside were shattered by the Yin Vein aura, which also counted as his personal kills. Such a big profit. In total, he could exchange for 12.6 West Main God points. And it's not over yet. The game calculates the damage caused to the Holy Core every hour and calculates various contribution points. This means that the more destruction he can cause by maintaining the teleportation channel, the higher the subsequent contribution points he will receive. Just as he was thinking, another row of game prompts swiftly refreshed on his retina. Prompt: player team successfully activates Merc's magic array. Current mission: the great idea of Merc reproduction has been completed. Player gains 50W Undead Camp reputation, 10W Undead Camp honor points. Obtains the Book of Imprisonment team. Prompt: the Book of Imprisonment is a legendary class equipment automatically bound upon acquisition. Player is the current team leader, having item distribution permission. It's here. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Mission: reproduction of the great idea of Merc. Another 1W main god points credited. Apart from that, the reward included the advanced version of the Book of the Dead, Book of Imprisonment. Fang Heng kept the Book of Imprisonment for himself. The Yuan brothers had completed the mission, so they were naturally thankful, with no objections to the reward distribution. Prompt: player has distributed rewards. Prompt: player obtained item, Book of Imprisonment, grade, legendary bound. Description: a Book of the Dead that enhances the user's power of imprisonment, strengthening the user's soul-binding ability. Explanation: this item will undoubtedly draw and greatly reduce durability upon death. Explanation: this item replaces the Book of the Dead and possesses all its effects. Additional skill 1, Soul Walker. Skill description: when the player uses the Book of the Dead to attack the soul, they gain an additional 50% final damage bonus. Additional skill 2, Forced Imprisonment. Skill description: when the player uses the Book of the Dead for undead summoning spells, they gain an additional 50% summoning quantity bonus and a 50% increase in summoning duration. Fang Heng quickly scanned through the overall skill description of the Book of Imprisonment. It's decent. After all, it's only at the legendary level of strength, falling far short compared to the Holy Court's artifact, the Vow Book. From the perspective of strength alone, being able to directly increase the damage to the soul by a percentage, with passive effect, succinctly captures the essence. In the past, It was a bit taxing to summon soul chains to attack Holy Court elite souls left behind after death using the Book of the Dead. Now with a 50% increase in damage, it should be quite effective. As for the second skill, it seems somewhat redundant. Summoning undead skeletons does not require the Book of Imprisonment, so the extra enhancement effect cannot be enjoyed. Better than nothing, I guess. Thinking this, Fang Heng immediately switched to using the Book of Imprisonment. Dang. Feeling a violent shake outside the coffin, Fang Heng estimated the time was about right and opened the coffin from the inside. A chill wind flooded the coffin. Even Fang Heng felt a shiver run through his body from the cold breath. Next, there will be more opportunities to profit. The longer the yin vein cracks persist here, the more rewards he can reap. Fang Heng struggled out of the coffin, swiftly surveying the frozen amusement park around him. In the distance, a large dark golden light screen was slowly retreating. It seemed to be the team from the Holy Court. They had not fully left yet. They're lucky, Fang Heng muttered to himself. The Holy Court teams that didn't evacuate in time were forever trapped inside the amusement park, now frozen in ice sculptures. Most creatures couldn't adapt to the yin vein aura, but his cold ice bones were different. Since he had completely transferred the yin vein crack here, the undead bones from the Prunos in the undead world would probably have to find a new resting place. Why not just ... whoosh, Fang Heng thought, quickly conjuring a mark in front of him. Rotating magic arrays rapidly condensed in front of him. Hiss, hiss. With frost, elite undead skeletons kept emerging from the magic arrays. Next up was the introduction of the frost undead skeletons. Fang Heng understood. Undead skeletons couldn't be resurrected. They were meant to be expendable on the battlefield. If he could maximize their use, it would be worth it. With the frost undead skeletons, Fang Heng was confident he could maintain the yin vein crack for a long time. Time to make a big profit again. Fang Heng took a deep breath, drank a spiritual energy recovery potion, extended his hand, and conjured another mark in front of him. Another set of magic arrays appeared in front of him. No time to waste. He would summon them first. Let's stack up the frost skeleton's numbers. ... The erupting cold air within the amusement park gradually spread to the city several kilometers away. Wherever it reached, everything was covered in frost. In just an hour and a half, most of the city was also frozen. What was even more terrifying was that the cold ice aura kept spreading outward. How can the underworld's yin vein aura be like this? Bishop Zilufei felt as though she was suddenly punched in the face by an invisible enemy, feeling bewildered and at a loss, murmuring to herself. Report to the Archbishop. The team that went to support earlier couldn't evade in time, and the casualties were severe. Over 3/4 of the Holy Church reserve teams were affected by the yin vein aura and, unfortunately, perished. The Holy Church military instructor Kij also tragically died in this battle, but fortunately, his soul has returned to the divine realm and is currently being reborn in the Holy Altar. Based on Kij's soul, it can be confirmed that the undead have set up special magic arrays in the underground area of the amusement park, transferring the yin vein aura into our world. The Archbishop Zilufei listened to her subordinate's report, her expression becoming increasingly serious. What is the source of the yin vein aura? Military instructor Kij believes it may be related to Prunos. We have just received confirmation from Prunos that the yin vein crack that was supposed to exist in the Prunos world has suddenly disappeared today. The disappearance coincides with the appearance of the yin vein in the amusement park, and the divine realm has issued a warning, indicating that Merc's magic array has been triggered. The yin vein aura is likely connected to this. Archbishop Zilufei's brow furrowed deeply. It was confirmed now. Merc's magic array was triggered. The yin vein in the Prunos world disappeared, and now they had another yin vein crack. The answer was clear. Someone had transferred the yin vein crack into their world, and that person was most likely Fang Heng. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Archbishop Zilufei's mouth. Indeed, warnings about Merc had already come from the divine realm, but who could have predicted that this disaster would strike their Dushan's head? It must be said, her luck was terrible. The outbreak of the yin vein aura was a significant trouble wherever it occurred. Now, she needed to do everything possible to solve this major problem. Your Excellency, Legion Commander Muchidon and the Holy Church troops are currently ensuring the team's evacuation. The garrison teams from nearby cities have also gone to support. If measures are not taken promptly, the overflowing cold ice aura from the yin vein will completely freeze Dushan. Understood. Issue orders to immediately establish barriers around the perimeter to intercept the spread of the yin vein aura. Yes. Also, arrange personnel to be prepared to investigate the source of the yin vein. Yes, the incident was sudden, and with the eruption of the yin vein aura, the Holy Court evacuated the teams promptly, without further investigation into the yin vein channel. Perhaps for Archbishop Zilufei, the only good news was that the large spatial rift device in the city had prematurely malfunctioned due to overload. The zombie creatures had lost their passage into Dushan, and the attacks temporarily ceased. They had fewer enemies to contend with. A prompt flashed, player transfers through the yin vein crack gateway, causing a major upheaval in the Dushan gaming world. Player killing some Holy Court teams, negatively impacting the Holy Court's missionary work, causing destruction to the Dushan world. Player gains a total of 83,000 undead faction reputation and 96,000 undead faction honor points. Unable to calculate accurately until the event ends, earnings will be settled every hour. Player's current quest, Rescue Kaibolea, progress has increased by 11.2%. Ha ha ha. Exciting. Fang Heng looked at the game notifications, refreshing on the retina once again, feeling secretly pleased. Doing nothing for over 2 hours, just hanging around, earned him over 20,000 main god points and a 23% completion rate increase for the mission. At the moment, the closer he got to the center of the yin vein crack, the lower the temperature became, making it impossible for him to approach. It seemed the Holy Court would need a significant amount of time to resolve the yin vein crack completely. At least, they could hold out for 24 hours, right? That meant he could still make a profit for another 24 hours. Fang Heng pursed his lips slightly. It was a pity that the teleportation channel linked to the Kaibolea game world had already been completely scrapped, or else he could have stirred up a bit more trouble and gained more honor points. Oh well, it was all expected. There were still some follow-up matters to be handled by Chu Yan, so he and Chu Yan agreed to meet after daybreak. Most of Dunsha fell into chaos. The emergency evacuation messages kept looping on the broadcast. Cities expected to be affected by the Dark Vein Rift were organizing full evacuations. Various Sanctum support teams were gathering in the region where the Dark Veins originated to offer support. Players in the game world of Dunsha also received mission prompts to carry out tasks such as escorting evacuations and constructing defense barriers. For Fang Hen, the Dunsha game world was like paradise now. He could easily manipulate undead skeletons to cause destruction and gain contributions, prestige, honor points, and more from the undead faction. With so many options available, it was overwhelming. But Dunsha was the foundation of the Sanctum, and almost everyone had been indoctrinated with the Sanctum's beliefs since birth. Fang Heng thought that the city with the most Sanctum believers should be the best place to go first. With his summoned undead skeletons, Fang Heng headed to the nearest city to cause chaos. However, upon arriving in the city, he was somewhat disappointed. Unlike Puno's, this city had no defense barriers that had been in place for hundreds of years to resist the icy breath of the prison. The icy breath spread much faster than he had anticipated. By the time he reached the city, it was already completely frozen. The citizens had long been evacuated. It was all in vain. But since he was already there, Fang Heng reluctantly continued forward. He hoped to find more Sanctum teams ahead. After walking hesitantly for over half an hour, Fang Heng let out a soft exclamation. There they were, a Sanctum team. What were they doing there? Fang Heng's eyes turned slightly crimson as he carefully observed the Sanctum team constructing a defense network further in the area where the Dark Veins had not yet wreaked havoc. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. It seemed like the Sanctum was preparing to use the same methods as in Puno's to deal with the icy prison's breath by setting up defense networks on the periphery to partially purify and intercept the breath. TSK, all at a cost, Fang Heng scoffed. The icy breath of the prison was extremely strong, and even if the Sanctum managed to complete the defense network, it would only be able to defend against 70 to 80% of the icy breath, like in Puno's. The entire Dunsha world would still be shrouded in ice and snow. The Sanctum would have to pay a heavy price. Wait a minute, Fang Heng thought. How could this be? If they completed the defense barrier, wouldn't he receive fewer contribution points? He had planned to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate some main deity points and save money to enhance his zombie avatar solidification state. He couldn't let them succeed easily. Eliminate them. Attack. Fang Heng immediately commanded his elite Icy and Ned skeletons to charge towards the Sanctum team constructing the defense network in the distance. Meanwhile, players in the outskirts of the city who were building defense networks in preparation for the attack felt bitter. Just last night, they were reveling, preparing to join the Sanctum team to attack Chebalai together for benefits. But before dawn, their dreams were shattered. How could the world of Duncha suddenly be invaded by the undead? Players in the Sanctum camp received compulsory recruitment tasks that they couldn't refuse. They didn't understand how things had turned so unfortunate. Either they had to abandon the task and endure a massive deduction in reputation and contribution, or reluctantly accept the task. The task required them to construct defense barriers within a certain time-manned range. Though failure incurred penalties, it was better than abandoning it outright. The challenge lay in the fluctuating difficulty of the task. No one knew what unexpected events might occur halfway through. As players cooperated diligently to build the defense barriers alongside the Sanctum team, they suddenly saw white, undead skeletons emerging from the blue ice fog in the distance. The players were shocked. Could it be? Were they really this unlucky? The number of Sanctum NPCs was not significant, but upon seeing the enemy, they immediately engaged in battle to halt the advance of the undead creatures. The player team leader cursed inwardly after accepting the mission. The mission description hadn't mentioned battles with undead creatures, but it wasn't too bad since it was only undead skeletons. What they truly fear were not skeletons or higher-level undead, but zombies. Zombies were the most terrifying. At least they weren't facing Fang Heng. The team lead composed themselves and directed their team. Block that. Be cautious. Stay safe. Do not get close. Attack from a distance. Understood. The players, fearful for their lives, began casting ranged holy spells towards the horde of icy undead skeletons in the distance. However, the strength of the undead skeletons had significantly increased in the environment amplified by the icy prison. A small group of Sanctum NPCs charged forward and realized they could not hold the line. As more undead skeletons emerged from the spreading icy breath, the Sanctum Knights NPC team halted and started to retreat. The players naturally hesitated to go all out. The team leader grimaced. Fine, the game was unplayable now. If they couldn't defeat skeletons, let alone zombies, it was time to give up. Retreat. Let's go. The players were already forced into the mission. Facing such adversity, their fighting spirit waned, and they decided that their lives were more precious, quickly retreating. Although the mission would be marked as a failure, resulting in partial deductions in camp reputation and contribution, it was better than outright abandonment. It was just bad luck this time. They could regroup when the elite Sanctum team arrived to support. These players are not acting normally. They flee without even trying to fight. Shouldn't we give it a shot? Hidden among the icy undead skeletons, Fang Heng watched as the players retreated decisively, feeling somewhat puzzled and disappointed. Hint: when players intercept the Sanctum team and build a defense barrier against a Yinmai aura, kill some members of the Sanctum team, players will receive an additional 5W reputation for the undead faction, and to 1W honor for the undead faction. Oh, seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Can this also earn him deity points? And the amount of contribution he can obtain is too much, right? To 1W, converting that, it's 2,000 deity points. And such a good thing exists. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Heng quickly understood. It is mostly the game's internal judgment. The game's judgment believes that by destroying the construction of the defense barrier, hindering the spread of the Sanctum's Yinmai aura, it has had an impact, leading to such a high income of contribution points. In that case, Fang Heng licked his lips, looking towards the distance. It's still a while before dawn. Maybe he could grind a bit more. Relying on his vampire lineage, Fang Heng could sense many clusters of Sanctum aura nearby. There were many possible points of attack for him to choose from. Besides, not far away, several powerful waves of sacred energy were swiftly converging towards this place. It seemed to be reinforcements from the Sanctum on their way. Run. No need to confront the enemy's elite sniper team head-on. Let's move to a different location to continue the fight. Fang Heng left behind a trail of defense barrier debris, controlling the undead skeletons to retreat towards the Yinmai area in the rear. Meanwhile, nearby, players from the Sanctum faction had just retreated to a safe distance and were squatting down, eagerly waiting for the reinforcements from behind the Sanctum. Then, the players felt a sense of bewilderment. What's going on? After finally waiting for the support team to arrive, the undead skeletons started retreating back again. What's this about? Watching their painstakingly built defense barrier being destroyed, each player's mentality exploded. They didn't dare to chase after the undead, only able to curse a few times to vent their frustration. Momentarily, Legion Commander Mutant and his elite team rushed in for support. Mutant saw the ruins left not far away and probably already guessed what had just happened, then looked towards the players behind. "Where are they?" The team captain of the players wore a bitter expression and explained, "They just retreated back into the frost. Should we pursue them?" Commander Mutant raised his head, gazing at the undead gradually entering a blue frosty mist, clenched his fists. The massive Yin-Mai aura obscured their perception abilities. Pursue them? Confronting undead creatures within the Yin-Mai aura, would that not be akin to seeking death? After a moment of contemplation, Mutant shook his head and said solemnly, "Retreat 1 kilometer and continue building defense barriers." Hint: players triggered a mission. Build the defense barrier. Hint: this mission is a compulsory conscription mission. Refusal to accept it will result in substantial additional penalties. Here we go again. Upon seeing this command, the players glanced at each other, their faces showing bitter expressions. They sighed helplessly and replied wearily, "Understood." Fang Heng was still waiting nearby, in the frost-covered Yin-Mai aura, deliberately exposing a part of the slowly retreating undead skeletons, hoping to gain a bit more. What a pity! Seeing that the incoming sanctum reinforcements didn't fall for it, Fang Heng muttered to himself in disappointment, then continued leading the undead skeletons towards the next target. Due to the extensive spread of the Yin-Mai aura, the sanctum had to expand its defensive range to establish effective defense barriers on its periphery. Because the defense range was set to large, the sanctum's defensive strength appeared to be insufficient in such a rush situation. This provided Fang Heng with an opportunity. His chance to gain points had arrived. Fang Heng preemptively predicted the overall sanctum guard situation in various regions through his blood perception ability, then attacked the sanctum's weak points. The main goal was not to deplete the enemy, but to destroy the defense barriers that were only partially built. Usually, these types of defense barrier construction tasks were undertaken by the players, with a sanctum squad providing assistance in defense. The players were constantly harassed by the undead creatures, watching ice skeleton creatures repeatedly emerge from the frost-covered area, repeatedly calling for help, and repeatedly witnessing the destruction of partially built defense barriers. The sanctum was also at a loss. It was completely different from the tactics used against the zombie tide yesterday. The undead skeletons suddenly changed their tactics, leveraging the power of the Yin-Mai aura to engage in guerrilla warfare. With limited manpower now, they could only run and struggle to keep up. But this was their only solution. They could only grit their teeth and endure it. The situation in the Duncha game world was terrible, and the situation in the Quebolea game world was equally grim. A large number of zombie creatures poured out from the teleportation channels, impossible to eliminate in a short time. A large number of zombie avatars gradually spread towards the front lines of the Sanctum team. This directly affected the ongoing war between the front lines of the Sanctum and the Undead. The Sanctum had to juggle both ends. Lord Donnie and various Undead player teams were currently battling fiercely against the Sanctum, causing all the guild leaders and commanders to receive urgent reports from their subordinates outside of the game. Duncha. An Undead invasion incident actually occurred at the Sanctum's main base in the middle-tier game world Duncha. There were also terrifying Yin-Mai rifts. Furthermore, there was concrete information that the Yin-Mai rift originally present in the Puno's game world had disappeared. This series of events inevitably led to various speculations. Upon receiving the news, everyone turned their gaze to Lord Donnie. Evidently, Lord Donnie had long been aware of these events. When setting out for battle today, Lord Donnie had told them beforehand that Fang Heng would be executing a secret plan in the rear. They needed to give 200% of their combat strength today, fight to the death, and strive for a better future. At that time, Fang Heng would give them an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. They had indeed been fighting fiercely, as instructed by Donnie, eagerly anticipating the surprise she had mentioned. But no one had expected that Fang Heng, as a realm lord, could play such a big game. He had used a special method to directly invade the Sanctum's headquarters in Duncha. Not only that, he had transferred the Yin-Mai rift into the Duncha game world, dragging the entire Duncha into a state of war. Duncha was the Sanctum's main base, with numerous teleportation channels connecting it to the outside world. Due to this impact, most of the Sanctum's support teams would rush to save Duncha ahead of everything else. Lady Donnie's expression was grave as she spoke. There is only one chance, whether we can win this round. Please join me. As she spoke, A mark formed in front of Lady Donnie with her hands. At the same time, the tens of thousands of coffins previously arranged in the rear of the battlefield suddenly opened in unison. A powerful wave of soul energy overflowed from the coffins. Talent skill, soul resurrection. Dense spirits poured out from the open coffins. Seeing this, everyone's expressions turned varied. Lady Donnie, once considered the leader in the undead camp, possessing a very powerful talent skill, soul resurrection. However, in recent years, Lady Donnie has been missing from the scene on the path of talent advancement. Until now, players suddenly realized that Lady Donnie's terrifying personal talent skill had undergone a qualitative improvement. The evil spirits howled in the night sky, gathering in midair. After advancing her talent, Lady Donnie had not used this talent skill. This powerful talent skill had strict conditions for use, requiring a large number of prepared soul vessels for reincarnation. She had been waiting for an opportunity. Either she stayed silent or made her move, which would be fatal. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of spirit bodies gather in the air and rush towards the weak point of the sanctuary team below. The frontline team of the sanctuary was for the first time at a huge disadvantage under the attack of the evil spirits. Meanwhile, in Kanmu City, Lee Kingren watched her mission completion steadily increase, reaching 380%. So much. Lee Kingren looked at the game notifications, somewhat doubting if she was dreaming. She could feel her heart pounding rapidly. She had already exceeded the 300% completion for the mission. She could now seek out the rewards from the ancient mentor and gain academic advancement rewards. However, the mission completion did not stop rising. Once it exceeded 500%, could the mission rewards be further enhanced? Right? Lee Kingren suddenly remembered something. There were still 2 spots left in the team mission. If she randomly added 2 people to the team, they could directly receive the academic advancement rewards. This was a great opportunity. The mission had been confirmed to be 100% complete. If she sold her team slots, the price would definitely exceed her imagination. Trading goods for goods. Currently, she couldn't be of help in the battle with Fang Hen. She decided to log off early and find a beer to quickly sell the team slots. It would be best if she could exchange them for the main deity points Fang Heng needed. Lee Kingren thought for a moment and then logged off. Fang Heng controlled the undead skeleton team and fought with the sanctuary team all night until the sky brightened again. Starting from midnight, Fang Heng had been playing hide and seek with the sanctuary team. The sanctuary team had also attempted to enter the region covered by the dark vein multiple times. However, their attempts were fruitless, nearly being wiped out by the undead skeletal creatures controlled by Fang Heng. After experiencing that pain, they dared not pursue further. As the sun gradually rose, a large number of reinforcements from the sanctuary in the Dun Cha game world arrived, significantly boosting their defense strength. Additionally, with the undead skeletons being depleted in the battle over the night, their overall combat power was greatly diminished. Fang Heng could no longer find more opportunities, hence he had to stop and leave the region enveloped by the dark vein aura. Outside the city, Chu Yan's team had been waiting at the gate for most of the night. Watching the live scene broadcasted online, the players of the Devout Guild couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Fang Heng, the Lord of the Realm, was terrifying. The entire city had been completely frozen, becoming a silent wasteland. The frost mist was still slowly spreading, devouring all life. Currently, not only the Dun Cha but the entire sanctuary had been mobilized, with numerous teams from other game worlds rushing to support the sanctuary. Fang Heng leapt onto the jeep that Chu Yan was riding, swiftly driving away into the distance. On the way, Fang Heng obtained some information about the situation at the sanctuary headquarters from Chu Yan. Currently, the sanctuary could only passively resist the invasion of the dark vein aura, far from completely eliminating the trouble. During this period, the internal situation of the sanctuary was very chaotic. However, Fang Heng had a small problem at the moment as well. The teleportation channel he used to come here was destroyed, and he couldn't return temporarily. Fang Heng asked, "How's the situation here?" "Not great. Worse than expected. Chu Yan and his Devout Guild had lost the city of Kanmu and the teleportation channel successively. As a result, the sanctuary's prestige had greatly dropped, and they had lost the qualification to participate in various main tasks. Moreover, the sanctuary Sai had vaguely sensed the issues with him as well. But for now, the sanctuary was busy dealing with the dark vein aura and couldn't spare the resources to cause trouble for him. Chu Yan thought he should leave as soon as possible. After pondering for a moment, Fan Heng asked. What do you suggest next? Well, I have gathered some intelligence, Chuyan nodded. Currently, all the sanctuary's attention is focused on the explosion of the dark veins, with numerous teams converging in that area. I suggest we try to strike at the sanctuary headquarters cathedral. The cathedral? Fan Heng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, glancing at Chuyan. Directly attacking the headquarters? Going big. It had to be said that this kid suited his taste, since he couldn't go back for the moment. Of course, there were many ways to forcibly return, such as dying once and reviving immediately. The vampire royal coffin and the divine tree had been bound and still in effect, which would allow him to resurrect immediately after death. Besides, the mechanical reincarnation device had also been bound, enabling him to resurrect after death. However, doing so would prevent him from using the items dropped upon death from his backpack. Well, there is a monument left by the divine realm in the cathedral area, which is said to possess the power to train the reserve forces of the Holy Army. Chuyan, already planned, nodded. If we can find a way to completely destroy it, it would deal a significant blow to the entire sanctuary. Fan Heng became more satisfied upon hearing this. Striking a blow at the sanctuary would mean a massive influx of honor points, equivalent to a large amount of main deity points income. Moreover, who knew what other treasures might be found in the cathedral? If there was a chance to take them away. At this, Fan Heng's eyes lit up. Good suggestion. Since we're here, let's go take a look together. Great. Chuyan also showed some excitement. I've heard that all the reinforcements from various sanctuary support teams are converging halfway to the Dark Vein outbreak area. But I haven't heard any news about the sanctuary archbishop, suspecting that she is still lingering in the sanctuary headquarters. We must be cautious. Alerting received the latest news from the lower realm. Yin veins have appeared in Duncha. The losses in Duncha and the Holy Court reserve force were heavy. Merc. Alerting whispered softly. It takes a long time to descend from the upper realm to the lower realm. It was originally thought that after applying the tracking, it would be easy to find the trigger of Merc's residual notes. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the magical array left by Merc was triggered, and Fan Heng also caught them off guard, directly using the magical array left by Merc to transfer the Yin Vein's crack, never launching a surprise attack on Duncha. And they did this to start a full-scale war. Now thinking carefully, since the beginning of the Blood Clan incident, the undead had already begun to move. They just didn't realize it at the time. Everything was the undead's layout. It seemed like they had been tolerating all these years, but in fact, the undead had been secretly plotting and planning a counterattack. Alertin had no doubt that the next move of the undead had already begun. Part of the mist has been lifted. All the plans of the undead are closely related to Fan Heng. In addition, this person is connected to the Blood Clan and the demon race. He is the key to everything. He must be brought here. Yes. The realm's holy judge knelt down, nodding. I will immediately lead the team to the lower realm and try to locate Fan Heng. Okay, Annie. Give up your illusions. The war between us and the undead has begun. This time, I need you to be completely focused. Remember, never underestimate Fan Heng. Okni's face froze, silently taking note of Alertin's words and solemnly reply. Yes, I understand. The headquarters cathedral of the Holy Court in Duncha. In the morning, several buses drove into the cathedral grounds and parked at the edge of the parking lot. Fan Heng and Chuyan disembarked from the bus together. The outside of the cathedral was crowded with believers of the Holy Court, kneeling devoutly on the ground holding the Book of Origins, praying. The melodious sound of the bells from the cathedral's bell tower made people feel a sense of awe from within. Every day, the cathedral's headquarters had a large number of believers coming to pray. The local residents of Duncha had already learned of the distant disaster through the news network, so the number of believers coming to pray at the Holy Court today was particularly high. The Holy Court had some suspicions about Chuyan, canceling Chuyan's and the Devout Society's authorization to participate in the war mission. However, the official investigation of Chuyan by the Holy Court had not yet begun, so Chuyan still had the status of the Holy Court faction and could enter the cathedral's area. Mr. Fang, Duncha is already in a state of emergency now. The cold fog is expected to spread to the cathedral area tonight. Many of the guards in the cathedral have been sent out to set up barriers outside the Yin Vein's crack to block the cold fog. Speaking, Chuyan led Fan Heng through the crowded outer square of the cathedral, heading towards the interior of the cathedral. But as far as I know, there is still a part of the cathedral's core strength guarding inside. The central bishop Hai Lufei has always been in the cathedral and has not left. Fang Heng looked up at the highest point of the cathedral's bell tower in front. The ringing of the bells contained the power to influence the mind. TSK. Fang Heng disdainfully sneered. The despicable holy court always played these flashy tricks. He had to admit, this thing was quite useful. Fang Heng thought about finding a chance to remove the big clock from the bell tower. With that in mind, Fang Heng switched to the divine learning form, followed by Chu Yan, and walked with the crowd towards the interior of the cathedral. Perhaps because the world of Dun Cha was too stable, the entire cathedral was in an undefended state. Anyone could enter and exit the cathedral at will. Fang Heng followed a large group of believers into the interior of the cathedral, quietly checking the time on the game interface. It would take about an hour before the previously destroyed zombie clone would resurrect. Mr. Fang, today is a day of prayer. Chuyan led Fang Heng, and the two quietly circled the prayer area of the cathedral. He whispered to Fang Heng, Mr. Fan, that is the prayer hall where believers can pray and feel the grace of God there, and also gain some skill experience on the side. The monument to train the Holy Army is not yet clear. It feels like it might be related to the underground area. Underground? Yes, it is said that there is a secret underground chamber below the cathedral, which has never been opened to the public, and there has never been any information leaked. Fang Heng responded, suddenly thinking of something, and asked, by the way, is there a place to learn skills here? Like the Temple of Zeus, although the divine learning had been upgraded to a high level, there was no record of high-level skills in the Book of Vows. His own zombie doomsday prison had also imitated the construction of the Temple of Zeus, but the temple's level was not high enough to meet the requirements for learning high-level divine learning skills. This time in the cathedral, he was in no hurry to cause trouble, thinking of a way to learn something first. Yes. Chu Yan nodded. Mr. Fang is just in time. This is the highest level Zeus temple in the middle level gaming world. Besides learning, you can also be baptized in the Temple of Zeus. Baptism. Fang Heng's heart moved again when he heard this. After advancing to intermediate divine learning, players could receive baptism in the Holy Court Cathedral. After baptism, players could increase their basic attribute values. Each player had a different maximum value of attributes that they could obtain. Generally speaking, according to online rumors, players could increase their attributes by about 3 points, with some capable of reaching 5 points. In more extreme cases, reaching 7 points was also possible. Every day, the Temple of Zeus opens to believers for learning and baptism, but learning and receiving baptism require reputation and contributions. If Mr. Fang needs it, I still have some contributions left. Fang Heng shrugged, asking, how long can we use what's left? It should last a few hours. Chu Yan shrugged, smiling bitterly. It will soon be reset, so don't waste it. Use it quickly. At this point, Chu Yan had already mentally prepared himself. He could no longer stay with the Holy Court. From now on, he could only follow Mr. Fang's lead. If this had happened 6 months ago, Chu Yan would never have thought he would make such a seemingly crazy choice, choosing Mr. Fang over the powerful Holy Court faction. But now, all the way, Chu Yan had witnessed Mr. Fang's monstrous growth speed. Look at the huge gap in strength between the Holy Court and Mr. Fang. Had the Holy Court ever had an advantage? Boss Fang. There's no such thing as losing out. It's a give-and-take situation. Anyway, I trust you. As he spoke, Chu Yan followed Fang Heng to the entrance of the Zeus Temple. Outside the Zeus Temple, two sacred court guards intercepted the two of them. Chu Yan handed over a dark golden accessory in the shape of a clover leaf and said, this is my friend, a follower from afar. I am bringing him for baptism. This is his entry proof, and I will deduct the points on his behalf. The two guards glanced at Fang Heng, then at Chu Yan, roughly inspected their identification, and stepped aside to let them pass. Chu Yan stood at the entrance, watching Fang Heng enter the hall. The interior of the Zeus temple shone with holy light. Fang Heng looked around. The temple was decorated extravagantly, with walls embedded with dazzling gems that shimmered brightly, the floor paved with smooth marble reflecting a soft golden light. Intricate murals depicting the heroic deeds of the gods adorned the dome. In the center of the hall stood a statue of a heavenly god, towering 6 meters high, adorned in magnificent armor and wielding a thundering spear. As Fang Heng stepped into the temple, chants of sacred hymns filled his ears, stirring his heart with a desire to bow before the central statue in worship. Fang Heng immediately collected his thoughts. The influence of the sacred court on the mind was as formidable as ever. Suddenly, Fang Heng looked at the central stone statue, and in his right eye, a swiftly spinning magical array appeared. His perception abilities informed him that the arrangements within the Zeus temple were not ordinary. Hint: using the all-knowing eye identification function, the player discovers the Zeus statue rare. Hint: using the all-knowing eye identification function, the player discovers the sanctified gem. Indeed, the game prompts verified his speculations. Almost all the decorations within the Zeus temple could enhance its quality, most possessing special effects emitting divine power fluctuations, subtly accelerating the cultivation of divine studies. Fang Heng couldn't help but sigh in his mind. The sacred court was truly wealthy. If he could bring all the items here back home, the Zeus temple in the world of the zombie apocalypse game would likely see an upgrade. At least, another tier of advancement wouldn't be an issue. At that moment, Fang Heng wasn't the only one in the Zeus temple. There were over a dozen individuals surrounding the central statue, undergoing the baptism of the sacred light. Among them were many players. As Fang Heng entered, some individuals subconsciously glanced at him, then closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the ritual. Every minute spent here cost contribution points, leaving no time to mind others' affairs. Fang Heng took a few steps forward, basking in the holy light, and closed his eyes once more. Hint: the player is trying to record advanced sacred spells in the Book of Oaths, consuming 30 main deity points to randomly record a high-level sacred spell. It required spending main deity points. The cost of learning advanced skills had increased again. Looking at the game prompt before him, Fang Heng felt speechless. Fortunately, he had earned quite a bit earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford such a skill. With a significant amount of undead faction honor points on him, he could exchange them for points once he returned. For now, he chose to borrow. Not too much, just 1,000 points to learn a skill. Hint: the player chooses to borrow 1,000 main deity points. Please repay promptly. Hint: the player randomly gains the high-level sacred skill, Sacred Punishment. Skill: Sacred Punishment. Skill description: unleash a beam of sacred punishment energy at the target. The beam inflicts sacred damage and triggers a sacred explosion upon hitting the target, causing sacred damage to the target and creatures within a 100-foot radius. Damage depends on the player's attributes. Skill casting time: 0.5 seconds. Skill cooldown: 20 seconds. An output skill, including a single target attack and an explosion area attack. This skill was acceptable for ordinary players, but Fang Heng found it somewhat lacking. Currently, his attack methods were lacking, not in terms of lower-tier abilities, but rather in higher-end ones. After all, with the advancement to the bloodline of the Lord of Vampires, acquiring the Blood Domain skill had significantly bolstered his attack capabilities. Compared to the Blood Domain, Sacred Punishment felt inadequate. Fang Heng gritted his teeth and continued spending main deity points for extraction. Hint: the player consumes 30 main deity points, forgets the skill, and tries to extract a new skill. Hint: the player extracts the skill, Radiant Fluctuation, another mediocre skill. Hint: the player. Hint: the player extracts the skill, Healing Touch. What are these useless skills? Fang Heng scoffed. Perhaps the skills in the Advanced Sacred Court Library were generally mediocre. Despite trying over 20 times consecutively, he couldn't find one that caught his interest. After nearly depleting the 1,000 main deity points borrow, suddenly, the emergence of a new skill brightened Fang Heng's eyes. Hint: the player acquires the skill, Judgment Thunder. Skill: Judgment Thunder. Type: additional status skill, ineffective against certain attribute creatures. Skill description: after applying the skill to a target unit, there is a 10% chance that whenever the target unit is hit with a physical attack, a Judgment Thunder will be launched at the enemy, possessing an interrupt effect. Damage depends on the player's attributes. Duration of status: 30 minutes. This was a good thing. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. This skill wasn't very useful for himself, given that the Judgment Thunder's attack strength wasn't high. However, it could be cast on teammates. Buffing the Bloodsucker would somewhat compensate for its weak attacks. Most importantly, as zombie creatures lack long-range attack capabilities, having this skill could provide some countermeasure against ranged units. Relying on the counter damage from Judgment Thunder, he could output attacks while being hit, perfectly complementing the undead body effect. A very practical skill. After spending nearly 1,000 main deity points, Finally, something good came out of it. Recording the time spent learning skills is not much. Just draw it. Baptism is obviously not a one-time thing. It takes more time. The players and NPCs gathered around the idol are clearly here to receive baptism. Fang Heng took a step forward again, closed his eyes again, ready to receive the baptism of the holy light. Hint: the player currently has mastered high-order sacred studies. Players can receive baptism by consuming survival points 1 West points per minute and main god points 1 point per minute. It's still good. The main god points consumed in this stage are not many. As for survival points, there is no shortage at all. Even if it's 10 or 100 times more, there is no fear. A gentle sacred light shone from the high crystal chandelier, illuminating Fang Heng. Hint: the player enters the state of baptism. Fang Heng felt a difficult-to-hide sense of calm and tranquility rising in his heart. The warm breath gradually spread throughout his body as the light shone on him. Game prompts began to slowly appear on the retina. Hint: player receives sacred baptism. Player's constitution permanently increases by 0.2. Not bad. For ordinary players, enhancing attributes is not that easy. This form of baptism, in the Holy Core, is quite good. Date in the Holy Light. Every few minutes, game prompts would occasionally pop up to enhance one attribute. Not much, mostly fluctuating between 0.1 to 0.2. Initially, the enhancements were mostly in constitution and strength. As time passed second by second, Fang Heng felt the warm flow entering his body, gradually moving towards his consciousness. Is it time to start enhancing spirit and will? Suddenly, Fang Heng felt a slight change in his heart, sensing something unusual. That was a gentle warm flow gradually entering his consciousness along his body. Unexpectedly, what was once a peaceful consciousness immediately showed signs of abnormalities. The gray mist lurking in the corner of the consciousness reacted. Stimulated by the warm flow, the gray mist immediately became restless, rushing towards the warm sacred flow for a frenzy of strangulation. Trouble. It's contamination. This gray mist is the pollution of the demon race. Jealousy. Hiss hiss hiss. The frenzied gray mist almost instantly strangled the dark golden warm flow entering the consciousness completely, as if declaring sovereignty. At the same time, the dark golden sacred light shining outside Fang Heng's body also refused to be outdone, gradually accelerating and flowing into the body from the outside, continuously absorbed through the body's circulation into the internal, then launched an attack on the pollution lurking in the consciousness. Suddenly, the two forces began to strangle in the consciousness. Oh no! Fang Heng thought to himself that the situation was not good. It seems that the warm flow entering from the outside intended to upgrade the baptism of the consciousness, but encountered contamination lurking in the consciousness of the demon race. The two were opposite in nature, resulting in a fight. The level of pollution was high. Naturally, it won. Damn it, is his head turning into a battlefield? Or more intense fighting might lead to his consciousness being affected. Fang Heng was about to stop when suddenly a game prompt popped up. Hint: player's demonic power is weakened by unknown influence. The remaining time for the player to be dominated by the demon race is expected to increase by an additional 3 hours. What? Seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng had another motion in his mind. The power of the demon race has been weakened. Was it weakened by the sacred power that had just entered his consciousness? Upon a moment's thought, Fang Heng immediately realized the gray mist of the demon race also suffered some damage during the strangulation of the sacred power just now. Although it was just a little bit, he couldn't even perceive it, but the game noticed and gave a hint. Surprise! Fang Heng was pleasantly surprised. Can there be such a good thing? Originally, the pollution lurking in the consciousness was like a time bomb. Now there is a chance to prolong the detonation naturally the best. But still, one must be careful. The consciousness is of utmost importance. Do not mess around. Fang Heng continued to maintain the state of devout baptism, trying to concentrate and guide the sacred power and gray mist entwining into his body. Consume a little more power of black mist. Can do it. Hint: affected by unknown influence, player's demon power is further weakened. The remaining time for demon's domination plus 12 hours. Fang Heng cautiously maintained order in the consciousness, and around the hall, the players who were undergoing baptism one by one opened their eyes, casting their gaze on Fang Heng. Not only them, but also a few NPCs undergoing baptism sensed abnormalities and stared at Fang Heng. What's going on with this person? In the hall, The sacred light that faded from the central crystal ceiling high above seemed to be drawn towards Fang Heng by some invisible force, gathering more and more. Almost half of the light was attracted to Fang Heng alone. Everyone paid to enter. Originally, the sacred energy falling in the hall should have been enough for them, with even plenty left over. But with the addition of Fang Heng, the energy was suddenly not enough. Why should everyone pay the same price, yet you take the lion's share? People felt a bit annoyed, glanced at each other, but no one dared to act first. After all, Fang Heng seemed a bit unfamiliar, and the fact he could even draw the sacred power over indicated possible strong abilities. Since no NPC dared to intervene, the players also did not dare to offend him. Helplessly, if you calculate by the hour here, everyone could only endure this and close their eyes to continue. It's okay to have a little less. Who made him so strong? However, just a few minutes later, the players who had already closed their eyes all opened them again. Their eyes revealed helplessness and unwillingness. The sacred light pouring down from the high altitude gathered around Fang Heng's body, even forming a dark golden film around him. It seemed as if all the sacred energy in the entire hall was being drawn to Fang Heng alone. Isn't this a bit too much? Don't go too far. Don't be so extreme. Even if you want to have a bigger portion, leave some for others, right? Players were feeling frustrated, and even the NPCs were a bit impatient. A holy knight in armor stepped forward, reaching out a large hand, about to press down on Fang Heng's shoulder. Fang Heng was suddenly stimulated by an external force and immediately opened his eyes. Wonderful! Although it was only a very faint sensation, he felt it. The gray mist that lingered in the sea of consciousness was weakened. Fang Heng felt as if he had found a breakthrough. According to the game prompt, after the special baptism just now, he had extended the duration of the envy of the demonic seeds by about 3 days. Upon opening his eyes, Fang Heng noticed that everyone was looking at him, furrowing his brows. Soon, he realized what had happened to himself. What a pity! Fang Heng muttered softly. It was almost time. A player, observing Fang Heng's state, felt that something was amiss, furrowing his brows as he attempted to communicate with Fang Heng. How should I address you, friend? As he spoke, the player suddenly felt a jolt. What? In the next moment, magical alchemical arrays suddenly emerged from Fang Heng's feet. Hiss! Hiss! Ghouls sprang out from the magical arrays. The players were startled. What on earth? Ghouls? Before they could react, numerous ghouls had already emerged from the magical arrays and were charging directly towards them. Be careful! NPC Paladin shouted, awakening the players, and bravely opened a sacred shield to intercept the ghouls' attacks. Dang! The ghouls were knocked away by the NPC Paladin's shield. However, in the next moment, even more ghouls rushed towards him from behind, overwhelming him in an instant. Not far away, Fang Heng slowly raised his head to gaze upwards. A beam of divine light shone through the crystal chandelier in the hall, illuminating him, making him appear unusually holy. However, the players did not see Fang Heng as holy at this moment. Realizing the situation, they abandoned the idea of baptism and ran frantically towards the exit of the Zeus Temple Hall to save their lives. It's ghouls. Oh my god, that person is Fang Heng, the domain lord Fang Heng. The undead have come to harm them. Run. Survival is the priority. Outside the Temple of Zeus, Chu Yan was still sitting on a bench, waiting. Suddenly, he heard a commotion coming from inside the temple and couldn't help but be on alert. What's going on? Dang. In the next moment, the doors of the temple were forcefully pushed open from the inside, and several players ran out quickly from the hall. Be careful. It's Fang Heng. The undead. The undead are attacking. The players shouted as they ran away from the Zeus temple as if their lives depended on it. Seriously. That's Fang Heng. Fang Heng's name was well known among the players of the Holy Court. Just one person could shake the foundation of the Holy Court. Apart from fleeing, they had no intention of fighting. Chu Yan stood up from the bench and looked towards the interior of the Temple of Zeus. In the next moment, a large number of ghouls poured out of the temple. A dozen or so guards at the entrance immediately, and to meet them, but were completely overwhelmed and engulfed by the horde of ghouls in almost an instant. Subsequently, waves of zombies stumbled out of the temple, passing him by, and continued towards the main hall of the cathedral in a daze. Chu Yan cautiously took a few steps forward. Looking towards the interior of the Temple of Zeus, he saw Fang Heng still standing in the center of the hall, gazing at the mural on the ceiling of the temple, with a somewhat puzzled expression. Chu Yan couldn't help but walk up and quietly ask, "Boss Fang, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." Fang Heng turned his head to look at Chuyan, then pointed upwards and continued to observe, asking, "The crystal up there is very strange. Where did it come from? Do you know what it is? Is it a crystal?" Chuyan also followed Fang Heng's gesture and looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly, a ghoul leapt lightly on the wall beside them, flying towards the crystal chandelier in midair. Its sharp claws grazed the chandelier. Dang! The chandelier shattered under the ghoul's attack. Small crystalline shards fell down. A large yellow crystal embedded in the ceiling was revealed behind the chandelier. The crystal was oval-shaped, about 5 to 6 meters long. It was then that Chuyan realized that there was another layer behind the mural on the ceiling. Countless magical arrays were densely depicted above. Obviously, the yellow crystal was the core of the magical array. Through the operation of the magical array on the ceiling, the crystal continuously emitted a radiant sacred power, which, after being converted by the Temple of Zeus, formed the power of baptism. Fang Heng looked at Chuyan and asked, "What about this crystal? Does it remind you of anything?" Chuyan, noticing the crystal for the first time, furrowed his brows and shook his head. "I've never heard of it. Is there anything special about this crystal?" Fang Heng could sense the peculiar divine power contained in the crystal and nodded. "It's invaluable." "Ow." Chuyan hesitated, looking at Fang Heng, and tentatively asked, "Should we take it?" "No. There's no need." Fang Heng looked at the magical array on the ceiling, his right eye's pupils spinning rapidly. The power of the yellow crystal, transformed through the magical array, could influence the seed of the demon within him. Naturally, it was no ordinary object. "Let's see what it is." Hint: players use the Eye of Omniscience to identify unknown items. Hint: through identification, players gain partial item information. Hint: special item found: carefully polished large gemstone material, flowing light lattice stone, imbued with sacred power. Hint: this item has excessive weight and volume, cannot be directly placed in the backpack. Flowing light lattice stone? What is this thing? Fang Heng had never heard of it before. Unfortunately, it couldn't be taken directly. After all, there were no teleportation channels here. Besides, it wasn't even a divine artifact. Such a large piece couldn't be placed in a backpack directly. Chuyan looked at Fang Heng, about to say something, when he suddenly heard a faint cracking sound next to him. Turning his head, he saw a ghoul rapidly forming a cocoon in place. The cocoon quickly expanded, and in a moment, a clone of the tyrant zombie emerged from the giant cocoon. Fang Heng leapt lightly onto the shoulder of the tyrant zombie, taking out an alchemical pen from his pocket. The magic array on the ceiling behind the dome was specifically crafted. Through the array, the power of the crystal could be slowly activated. It could be said that the magical array here was meticulously adjusted by the Holy Court countless times and was the most suitable for the baptism of the Temple of Zeus. Chuyan saw a progress bar appear above Fang Heng's head, nervously swallowed his saliva, and involuntarily stepped back. "Boss Fang, reinforcements from the Holy Court could arrive at any time. Do we have enough time?" You take your people outside first. See if you can find the Steely in the chaos. I will come find you to regroup later. Don't worry about me." "Okay." Chuyan knew staying here wouldn't be of any help, so he might as well try to take advantage of the chaos within the Holy Court and quickly find a way to benefit, such as cultivating the Steely of the Holy Army. Chuyan agreed, turned around, and hurriedly left the Temple of Zeus. Fang Heng continued to concentrate on modifying the magic array. Outside, there were a large number of zombies causing trouble. In addition, this was the headquarters cathedral of the Holy Court, so it was unlikely that the Holy Court would use large-scale destructive weapons. Relying on the zombies for a while was still possible. Who said this big rock couldn't be stuffed into a backpack? It was hard to come by. Why not take advantage of it? Since it couldn't be taken back, just use it on the spot. The Holy Court had already laid the foundation for the magic array on the ceiling, igniting the energy contained within the flowstone lattice. All he had to do now was to enhance the efficiency of the ignition. In simple terms, increase the power output. Just pour it all in at maximum power. Time ticked by second by second. 3 minutes later, the progress bar reached the top. A game prompt followed soon after. Hint: player has completed modification of the magic array. Great. Done. Whiz. A rotating magic array appeared in Fang Heng's right eye pupil. The magic array in his right eye and the one just completed on the ceiling complemented each other. Immediately, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the crystal stone. The entire large magic array began spinning at an astonishing speed, emitting a crackling, rumbling sound, as if even the air was trembling in response. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately leapt down from the shoulder of the fused tyrant. Standing directly below the yellow crystal stone, under the strong stimulation of the sacred light, Fang Heng closed his eyes again to try to enter the baptism status. Success! After the power of the crystal stone was fully ignited, Fang Heng could feel the sudden surge of warm divine power from the outside. Hint: player is currently attempting to enter the baptism status. Waves of warmth quickly fused into his body, entering his consciousness directly. Immediately, the gray mist lingering in his consciousness reacted quickly, swiftly devouring the invading divine power from the outside. Strangle. The power of the jealousy mage strain easily strangled the divine power. Despite this, Fang Heng still sensed that the power of the black mist was slowly being worn away. This time, the degree of erosion was already perceivable by him. This was without a doubt a huge progress. Game prompts began to appear. Hint: player has been affected by unknown factors. Current magical strain power weakened. Remaining time plus 28 hours. Not enough. Keep going. With the divine power being strangled by the magical strain power flowing into his consciousness, more and more external divine power was stimulated, gradually converging into Fang Heng's body. Meanwhile, in the solemn and sacred cathedral of the Holy Court, the devout believers, who were originally praying suddenly, were interrupted by a sudden commotion. The prayers came to a sudden halt, replaced by frantic screams and shouts. There was an unprecedented tense atmosphere in the air. The entire cathedral was instantly plunged into chaos. Lickers seemed to appear out of nowhere, suddenly emerging from every corner of the cathedral. The lickers moved agilely, weaving through the crowd with ease, and each wave of their claws took away the life of a believer. The believers fled in all directions. The majority of the believers themselves lacked the ability to resist, falling victim to the massacre by the lickers. After falling and dying, a fleshy cocoon would immediately form on their bodies. New zombie creatures continued to crawl out from the cocoons. In a short moment, the number of zombies in the cathedral increased rapidly. They gathered into a massive flow, sweeping through the entire prayer hall. Everything happened too quickly. Using the believers' bodies as nutrients and breeding grounds, the licker group rapidly expanded and strength and the first wave of zombie forces. The sacred guards of the Holy Court in the prayer hall of the cathedral quickly responded upon noticing the abnormal situation, assembling personnel to set up defenses and counterattacks. The Holy Court Sacred Guard army was stronger than an ordinary team of holy knights, with more sophisticated equipment. The team immediately secured the entrances and began clearing the zombie creatures starting from the periphery towards the interior. Archbishop Liu Fei, who was originally praying on the second underground level, listening to the latest instructions from the divine realm, frowned when he heard the disturbance at the door. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart, causing him to interrupt the communication with the divine realm and step out to check the situation. "What's the matter?" Liu Fei pushed open the door and looked towards the several adjudicators gathered at the entrance. The adjudicators stopped their half-finished conversation and respectfully reported, "Your Excellency, the cathedral's prayer hall is under attack by a group of zombies and lickers. We suspect it may be related to Fang Heng. We organized a response immediately after the incident, and the situation in the prayer hall is currently under control." Fang Heng? Liu Fei's brows furrowed in concern upon hearing this name. Fang Heng had appeared in the cathedral. Immediately, a hint of anger rose in Liu Fei's heart. According to the information just received from the divine realm, the sudden appearance of the undead in the Duncha Inner Fault was likely related to Fang Heng. It was highly likely that he was the instigator. The divine realm had issued the highest level of a wanted notice for Fang Heng. They had not gone to find Fang Heng yet, but Fang Heng had come to them. Did they really think the Holy Court could be pushed around by anyone? Where is the Red Archbishop? The 3 Red Archbishops are currently attempting to clear out the zombie creatures, and Fang Heng's trace has not been found yet. Liu Fei nodded silently. With 3 Red Archbishops acting, stabilizing the situation would not be an issue. But how did the undead appear in the cathedral? Besides anger, Liu Fei still harbored some doubts. The adjudicators seemed to perceive the doubt in the Archbishop's heart and explained, according to some of the foreign players of the Holy Court, these undead were summoned by Fang Heng, and the source of the zombie creatures is believed to be from the Temple of Zeus. We suspect Fang Heng is still inside the Temple of Zeus. Have someone guard the lower level. We cannot let him escape this time. Due to the powerful self-healing abilities of the undead creatures, even with all the holy guardians of the cathedral rushing over, it was difficult to completely clear them out quickly. It seems to be correct. Everything is in line with the information provided by the divine realm. These creatures were undoubtedly summoned by Fang Heng. He appeared in the Temple of Zeus. What is he planning to do? We'll go to the Temple of Zeus. The rest of you stay here. Understood. 3 red bishops are leading the holy court to resist the undead creatures, and upon hearing what Archbishop Sherifi said, they followed to join forces. Sherifi is more concerned about the situation in the Temple of Zeus now, with no time to deal with the large number of zombies remaining in the cathedral. She waved her staff, summoned a sacred barrier, and led the 3 red bishops and a group of judges towards the passage to the Temple of Zeus. Suddenly, a devourer rushed towards Sherifi. The devourer's sharp claws struck the outer barrier, and sparks of dark gold burst out, sending the devourer flying away. The sacred shield effectively isolated the attacks from the external zombie crowd. The weakness of the zombie crowd's insufficient attacks became apparent, as they couldn't break through Sherifi's defensive shield with their blade attacks. Under the protection of the sacred barrier, Sherifi led the holy court members through the hall of prayers towards the rear passage. However, just as they were about to enter the passage, Sherifi suddenly sensed an unusual presence, her face instantly becoming extremely grave. What is that? Sherifi suddenly looked towards the end of the passage, her eyes filled with disbelief. Doom. Visible black mist surged from the other end of the passage. Oh no. Sherifi's expression changed dramatically, shouting, "Sacred purification barrier." Thus, in the next instant, a golden sacred shield opened in front of everyone. Sherifi and the 3 red bishops, as well as the judges, immediately sensed the danger and quickly infused their energy into the sacred barrier. Hiss. Hiss hiss. The black mist surged like a tide, continuously assaulting the sacred purification shield. The air was filled with a piercing hiss sound. The archbishop and the 3 red bishops looked at each other, seeing a look of astonishment in each other's eyes. This unsettling power. Demon seed. The pollution of the demon seed. Oh no. At this moment, they could only rely on the purification shield to barely block the leaking demon seed aura in one direction. More demon seed aura was leaking out through the windows and other passages. It's Fang Heng. There were unverified rumors before about Fang Heng's connection to the demon seed. Now it seems, it is highly likely to be true. The leakage of the demon seed. This is even more serious than the spread of dark veins. The source of the leaked demon seed aura is the Temple of Zeus. At this moment, Chuyen had just led his devout guild players to evacuate from the cathedral. As for the so-called stone tablet for training the holy army, it had not been found. There were many members of the holy court guarding the underground chamber. They couldn't find an opportunity to invade. However, it wasn't a complete loss. Taking advantage of the recent chaos, Chuyen and others quietly took the soul clock and drum out of the cathedral. Now that the Holy Court defense team had taken over the overall defense of the cathedral and regained control of the situation, Chuyen decided to leave early, trying to arrange an escape route as soon as possible. Arriving at the predetermined gathering point, seeing that Fang Heng had not left yet, Chuyen looked back with some concern. At this sight, Chuyen's expression suddenly changed. What? The rest of the players also sensed something and turned to look towards the direction of the cathedral. They saw a violent black mist billowing from various windows on the second floor of the cathedral. That direction is the position of the Temple of Zeus. What kind of ominous black mist is that? What is Boss Fan up to now? Chuyen stared at the black mist, realizing the danger, and shouted, "Not good. This mist is dangerous. Don't wait. Let's evacuate quickly." Outside the Temple of Zeus, Archbishop Sherifi and the 3 other red bishops nodded at each other. They must capture Fang Heng at all costs. Without any hesitation, everyone activated their divine powers to the fullest. Dazzling golden light burst out instantly. The sacred power completely dispersed the surrounding demon seed aura. Chase. Taking advantage of the brief moment procured by the skills, everyone directly pursued towards the Temple of Zeus. The team quickly passed through the passage and swiftly approached the entrance hall of the Temple of Zeus. They found themselves surrounded by swirling black mist, making it difficult to see clearly. It's him, the source of the black mist. Through the layers of black mist, Archbishop Sherifi saw a figure standing in the center of the hall of the Temple of Zeus. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that figure. Even the 3 red bishops felt a sense of fear from the power emanating from him. The demon seed. The awakened demon seed. In the shrouded black mist, Fan Heng slowly raised his head. At this moment, his eyes were completely covered in deep black. The power of the yellow crystal had been depleted to a significant extent, clearing about 1/3 of the black mist that once enveloped his consciousness. Initially, Fan Heng had thought it was a good thing, buying him some time. However, as the outer layer of envy power was quickly eliminated, Fan Heng realized his mistake. All his previous speculations about the demon seed were wrong. After dispelling a part of the gray mist left by the envy power, he now finally discovered a part of the secret about the demon seed. The secret of the ritual. The ritual left in his body by Xia Shi and the demon seed ritual experienced by Gu Qingzhu were completely different. Gu Qingzhu's experience was about inheriting the demon seed. To be precise, it was about finding the demon seed first, then finding a human or a creature compatible with the demon seed, infusing a part of the demon seed into the body, allowing the body to gradually adapt to the power of the demon seed, making the vessel suitable. Then, absorbing more demon seed through the vessel until fully mastering the power of the demon seed. However, Fan Heng now clearly realized that the demon seed in his body was complete. This kind of prohibition can temporarily seal the power of the demon race, preventing it from spreading. The prohibition is extremely powerful, to the extent that he had never noticed the presence of the demon race before. The power left behind by envy, while absorbing the power of the demon race within him, also continuously erodes the protective prohibition on the outer layer of the demon race. After eliminating some of the protective prohibitions, the power of envy perfectly replaces is part of the protective power, continuously consuming and absorbing the power of the demon race, achieving a relatively perfect balance in his own body. Now, thanks to the power of the flowing lattice stone, a portion of the envy power on the outer layer of the demon race has been destroyed. Without the external influence of envy on the original power of the demon race, it has also lost some of its protective prohibitions, and the power suddenly explodes. This sudden surge of power was too fierce and sudden, causing him to lose control immediately. Black mist continuously surged out from his body, spreading and overflowing incessantly. After losing control, the first to be destroyed was not the enemy, but Fan Heng himself. Fortunately, most of the prohibitions are still protecting his core consciousness, combined with the remaining envy contamination which can weaken the power of the demon race origin. At least for now, his consciousness is not being destroyed by the influence of the demon race. As for his physical body, relying on the strengthening effect of the undying body to continually repair the damaged body is the only way he can persist. Yet, even so, his consciousness is still in extreme turmoil, feeling extremely uncomfortable. For a moment, Fan Heng's consciousness even became a bit blurry. Outside the hall of the Zeus temple, everyone looked vigilantly at Fan Heng shrouded in black mist, this young man emitting strong pollution before their eyes. Attack. The red-robed bishop in the intermediate tier game world acts more as an overseer. Each of them has already reached the level of elite in the high-tier game. The founding books emitting a red light appeared successively in front of the 3 red-robed bishops. Swish, swish. The sharp golden oath of judgment cut through the air like lightning, condensing into dazzling golden crosses that swiftly penetrated the black mist. Hiss, hiss. The black mist emitted intense sizzling sounds as if red-hot iron was plunged into the sea. Immediately, the black mist erupted violently under the impact of the crosses, forming visible vortexes. Fan Heng was trying his best to maintain the stability of his core consciousness. At this moment, he was already feeling dizzy and sensed the imminent danger from the outside world. Instinctively raising his hand to defend himself, doom. Before his fist could reach, the power of the demon race within him surged forward like a flood. Thicker black mist instantly gathered and rushed towards the 3 golden crosses. Bang, bang, dang. The holy crosses rapidly melted away in the dense black mist, completely exploding and creating muffled bangs under the shroud of the black mist. Not good. I need to find a place to flee. Fan Heng realized that the holy core was here to help. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately lunged forward, swiftly passing through the black mist, trying to attack the 3 red-clothed bishops and find an opportunity to escape within the mist. However, just as the attack was halfway through, a sudden intense wave rippled from his consciousness. Fan Heng felt severe dizziness in his head and a sense of disorientation, making it impossible to sustain the attack, and he even stumbled under his feet. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, outside the black mist, more than a dozen sacred beams of light rushed towards Fen Heng's location. Bang, bang, bang. The black mist enveloping Fen Heng continually exploded under the assault of the sacred light beams. Fen Heng was suppressed by a large number of magical attacks and unable to move in the corner. Archbishop Sherifi stared at Fen Heng enveloped in layers of black mist, noticing that Fen Heng's current situation was not normal, and said solemnly, "Immediately send a message to the sanctuary. We've locked on the trail of the demon race." Understood. The three red-robed bishops gathered in front of Archbishop Sherifi. After a brief skirmish, the few of them already realized the thorny problem ahead. The power of the demon race was much stronger than they anticipated. Regular methods were not enough to defeat it completely. Or, the demon race itself was immortal. It was strange that the person in front of them couldn't control the power of the demon race completely, and was even being counteracted and suppressed by it. Archbishop Sherifi looked at Fen Heng and said, in a heavy tone, "Use that. Try to seal him." The three red-robed bishops' faces turned serious, nodding in unison. They had no choice but to use that move. The three of them simultaneously activated the dark red founding books in front of them. Rustle. The founding book slowly opened, and the yellowed pages emitted a faint light as they flipped through until stopping on one page. Swish. The page suddenly turned into a dazzling dark golden beam of light, piercing through the layers of black mist and wrapping around Fen Heng's right wrist with lightning speed. Hiss, hiss. Fen Heng was still struggling to stabilize his consciousness when he suddenly heard a sound. Looking down to see his right wrist firmly bound by a golden halo. The sacred power clung to his wrist like a parasite, continuously eroding the power of the demon race while emitting a significant amount of mist from his wrist. Hint. The player is under an unknown restraint effect. All attributes are reduced by 10%. Other effects of the restraint are unknown. A divine restraint ability. Fen Heng furrowed his brows. How strange. After being restrained, it was actually somewhat satisfying. After being controlled by the sacred power on his wrist for a moment, the power of the demon race in his body was weakened to some extent, and the turbulent consciousness he actually felt better. Before he could think more, his consciousness surged violently once again. Effective. The red-robed bishop saw the reduction of the black mist overflowing from Fen Heng's body after his right hand was controlled by the sealing book, their eyes brightening. The effect of the sealed chapter had taken effect. Swish. The second page of the book once again turned into a stream of light, piercing through the black mist and wrapping around Fen Heng's left hand. Hiss, hiss. The dense black mist once again billowed from his wrist. Taking advantage of the moment when Fen Heng was restrained, several Sanctum judges quickly launched single-target punitive attacks from behind, attempting to further weaken Fen Heng's power. Bang, bang, bang. The power of judgment struck Fen Heng, dispersing the protective black mist surrounding him for the first time, before hitting him. The onlookers showed mixed expressions. Fen Heng's body once again erupted with a large amount of black mist. Doom. The black mist burst out in an instant, rushing towards the group headed to the Holy Court. Bishop Zilufei's face turned solemn, as he forcefully struck the ground with his staff, opening a purify shield in front of everyone to block the attack. Seeing this, the red-robed bishop's expression changed, as he said, in a deep voice, "Not good. The power of the binding chapter needs replenishing. Quick!" The Holy Court arbitrators around the red-robed bishop immediately poured their mental strength into the Book of Origin. Over 20 hastily arriving Holy Court oracles also joined the battle, continuously infusing their mental strength into the Book of Origin. A golden light once again surged from the Book of Origin, providing continuous power to Fen Heng's restrained wrist. Don't attack him. Ordinary attacks cannot destroy the demon species, they will only further provoke them. Take him to the underground sealing chamber. Seal him temporarily. Bishop Zilufei stared at Fen Heng's every move, explaining, "He has lost control." Understood. Most of Fen Heng's consciousness was immersed in the sea of consciousness, maintaining its stability. He could vaguely hear the noisy shouts of the Holy Court group around him. The so-called loss of control was not so severe. With his hands and feet being bound by holy power and the recent burst of demon power, Fen Heng actually felt that a small part of the demon's power in his sea of consciousness dissipated, slightly improving his situation. He could even divert some of his attention to observe the outside world. Trouble was brewing. Fen Heng realized an extremely awkward situation. Once the demon's power surged out of his body, it would be purified and dispersed by the external holy power. He did have the ability to immediately activate his internal power, stimulating the demon's tower and attempting to break free from the holy court's restraint. However, doing so would undoubtedly subject him to a strong backlash from the demon's power again. It even posed a risk to his life. What to do? Fang Heng suddenly felt at a loss, in a dilemma. Meanwhile, the outer circle of the holy court personnel had gathered layer upon layer, tightly controlling Fang Heng, using the power of restraint to confine him securely. Any overflow of the demon's aura from Fang Heng would be instantly cleansed and dispelled. Despite this, everyone remained vigilant. Bishop Zilufei opened a purify shield on the outside and nodded, saying, "Take him to the underground chamber." Understood. 3 red-robed grand bishops glanced at each other and nodded. Despite encountering a major problem like the outbreak of the Yin Pulse crack in the Duncha gaming world, Bishop Zilufei still guarded the cathedral, and even the 3 red-robed grand bishops had never left. Everything had its reasons. Contrary to the rumors outside, the stone tablet for nurturing the Holy Army was not in the cathedral. They were there to guard the sealing chamber. In fact, the cathedral was built on top of a sealing chamber. In the chaotic world of Duncha, the Holy Court had slain countless demons, established their faith, and gained complete control of Duncha. For a long time, the Holy Court encountered many monsters that could not be completely killed. Coincidentally, the Holy Court found a special plant here, using holy power to cultivate the plant, releasing a very special holy power. Unfortunately, this plant could not be transplanted, so the Holy Court established the sealing chamber in Duncha based on it. The Holy Court used the sealing chamber to seal demons, slowly weakening and wearing down their power until they were completely eradicated. Over time, as the world of Duncha gradually achieved peace, the Holy Court built the cathedral on top of the original sealing chamber. The name of the sealing chamber had been used ever since. Each generation of the cathedral bore the heavy responsibility of repressing monsters. Until now, in most mid-level gaming worlds, the Holy Court would find ways to send in monsters they couldn't handle into the sealing chamber for confinement, gradually weakening and purify them until they were completely eradicated. And now, perhaps it was fate. The Holy Court had encountered Fang Heng again. Bishop Zilufei realized that the demon species inside Fang Heng's body was extremely intact. With the current abilities of the Holy Court, they could not completely kill the demon species. Moreover, the current state of the demon species was highly unstable. If they accidentally touched the core power of the demon species, the worst-case scenario could directly trigger all the potential of the demon species, potentially bringing the entire Duncha world down with it. This was an outcome the Holy Court could not accept, so they needed to be extra careful. First, they needed to temporarily seal the demon species, then request the intervention of the Divine Realm to completely seal Fang Heng. Bishop Zilufei and the 3 red-robed bishops escorted the bound Fang Heng to the underground sealing chamber. In the cathedral's prayer hall, after the initial chaos, the Holy Court guards quickly organized an effective defense. Furthermore, with the zombies losing control without Fang Heng, their combat capabilities significantly decreased, allowing the Holy Court to regain control of the situation. The riot was temporarily suppressed. The Holy Court group securely sealed Fang Heng using the power of the binding chapter until they escorted him to the 5th floor of the underground chamber. Moving forward to the end of the corridor, a cold metal door emerged ahead. Over a dozen Holy Court arbitrators guarded outside. The term sealing chamber had long since been used, as after several generations of renovation, it had been transformed into a large underground prison. A dark golden light flowed on the metal door. Open the chamber. Yes, Bishop. The door of the sealing chamber slowly opened. Bishop Zilufei stepped into the chamber first. Fang Heng's condition had improved somewhat compared to before. He was resisting the demon's power in his sea of consciousness, while also observing the outside world attentively. The sealing chamber was a large circular underground prison. The walls were covered with numerous stone cells and dungeons. In the center was a circular spacious area, and in the center of the hall was a flower bed. Before Fang Heng could carefully examine his surroundings, he heard the deep voice order of Grand Bishop Zilufei. Switch to sealing mode. Click, click, click. Next, a huge magic array engraved on the ceiling of the sealing chamber slowly started to operate. In an instant, a dazzling holy light filled the entire underground space. The prisoners imprisoned in the hall cells began to unrest. Hiss, Hiss. Dishat Sheriff closely monitored Fang Heng's condition and sternly said, "It's now. He has been suppressed." Quickly, suddenly, in an instant, the three bishops in red robes flew up and swiftly approached Fang Heng. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and almost instinctively tried to dodge, but then he suddenly realized the special shackles carried by the three bishops in red robes. The divine power fluctuations sensed from the shackles were very similar to the fluctuations of a grand magic array. It seemed like this item could help temporarily suppress the magic within himself. As Fang Heng hesitated for a moment, he lost the best opportunity to counterattack. The three bishops in red robes simultaneously restrained Fang Heng, and the divine shackles were instantly tied around Fang Heng's neck and wrists, firmly binding him. Fang Heng felt a tightness in his chest and couldn't help but lift his head. Roar! A large amount of thick black mist spewed out from his mouth, only to be purified by the holy light enveloping the hall. The interaction between the shackles and the magic array released a divine power fluctuation effect that immediately increased by over 100%. Hint: player is affected by unknown item effects. Hint: player's current attributes are suppressed, with a maximum value not exceeding 65 points. Hint: player is unable to use spells at the moment. Hint: player's offline function and item backpack function are locked. Hint: player is currently within range of the magic array and will receive additional unknown effects. At this moment, Fang Heng felt like he was being immersed in ice. Refreshing. The power of the demonic sea in his sea of consciousness quickly receded after a wave of impact, retreating back to a corner of his consciousness. The sea of consciousness stopped churning. Finally regaining control over his entire sea of consciousness, Fang Heng sighed in relief. Success. After successfully subduing Fang Heng with a single strike, the three bishops in red robes did not dare to linger, pushing Fang Heng into one of the cells in the demon-suppressing dungeon before retreating, maintaining some distance from him. Watching the black mist continuously emanating from Fang Heng's body, the others all turned their gaze towards the head bishop. After the head bishop indicated that everything should be fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Leading Fang Heng here while keeping him sealed had strained the resources of the Holy Court greatly, but they had managed to seal Fang Heng in the end. Let's go. Everyone retreated from the demon-suppressing dungeon, closing the entrance to the underground dungeon completely. Outside the gates of the demon-suppressing dungeon, the head bishop looked at several elite sanctuary diviners who had come to reinforce them, instructing, "You stay outside the gates, cooperate with the guardians and stay here without moving until I return." "Yes, head bishop." "Head bishop, may I ask about the person we just dealt with?" Once again, the crowd turned their attention to Sheriff A. Everyone was curious and eager to know what had just happened. Sheriff A shook her head. She was also unsure of what had precisely occurred and could only make some assumptions based on what she had seen earlier. "If I'm not mistaken, Fang Heng took advantage of the chaos outside Dunsha to try to make a move within our cathedral. He might have unintentionally triggered the crystal raster of holy light in the Temple of Zeus, causing the power of the crystal to explode, which in turn activated the dark seed power within him. The dark seed power within Fang Heng is quite peculiar, and he cannot control such strong power himself. I suspect that his original consciousness is probably already in a deep slumber." Sheriff A paused for a moment, then continued. "Or he might have been completely eradicated by the dark seed, turning into a puppet of the dark seed." The crowd nodded in agreement. This speculation sounded very plausible. "For now, we have temporarily controlled the dark seed, but we must not let our guard down. Aohui, take people to clean up the remaining undead creatures in the cathedral and return here immediately to guard." "Understood, head bishop." Aohui responded and promptly organized the team to support. Sheriff A then turned to the three bishops in red robes. "The matter of the dark sea is of utmost importance, and Fang Heng is also a significant figure sought by the divine realm. Please come with me, and we need to pray immediately to report this matter to the divine realm." "Very well." Behind them, the tightly closed doors of the Holy Court remained. The magic array on the ceiling continued to rotate slowly. The holy light shone through the bars of the cells. Fang Heng at this moment felt extremely comfortable. The external suppression of divine power had constrained the release of the dark seed within him, allowing him to start recovering from the dizziness and confusion he had experienced earlier. Finally, he could organize his thoughts and consider what to do next. Despite the sudden backlash and the exceptionally dire situation he found himself in, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel fortunate, as he had managed to release a small portion of the jealousy seal power in advance. Otherwise, if he had waited a couple more months, unlocking the jealousy power abruptly would have further weakened and the protective restrictions left in his sea of consciousness. The surge of power from the dark seed in the sea of consciousness would have been even stronger, possibly leading to a complete loss of control. However, for now, his situation remained dire, and he needed to come up with a plan. After taking a moment to recover, Fang Heng took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and carefully surveyed his surroundings. He was now trapped in a small cell. Outside the cell was a large circular hall, adorned with the magic array patterns of the holy core on the ceiling and floor. Surrounding the circular outer wall were large cells, almost half of which were occupied by prisoners. The cell he was in was just one of them. The prisoners seemed highly averse to the functioning divine power and were all huddled in the corners. In the center of the hall stood a structure resembling a large flower bed. Instead of ordinary plants, clusters of dark yellow crystals adorned the flower bed. Crystals? Fang Heng's gaze was fixed on those crystals. The crystals bloomed like flowers, emanating a divine wave of power identical to the massive crystal he had encountered at the Temple of Zeus, albeit in a different form. Exposed to the sacred light, the old man's skin was burnt and turned red, obviously feeling very uncomfortable. Foolish human, haven't you noticed yet? The magic array here will automatically trigger when it detects fluctuations in breath. If you don't want to suffer, stop your breath. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng couldn't help but raise his head and look upwards. Swish! A slowly rotating magic array was reflected in his right eye. The large magic array on the ceiling was being deconstructed one by one through the eye of all-knowing. The large magic array set up by the Holy Court. Very interesting. Is this where the sacred power is released from? The special crystal flowers in the central flower bed. Very clever design. The more Fang Heng observed and understood the magic array, the more he felt that the person who set it up was extraordinary. The release of the fluctuating sacred power through the design could automatically adjust and suppress it. The stronger the resistance to triggering the magic array, the stronger the suppressive effect of the released sacred power. Hey, kid, didn't you hear me talking? The old man was clearly angered by Fang Heng's indifference. Ignoring the burning of the sacred light, he crawled up and approached the alloy metal railing of the prison cell, staring intensely at Fang Heng through the bars. You. Stop right now. Fang Heng turned his head, gave the old man a cold glance, and then looked away. Stop. When he didn't want to. The innate magic within his consciousness had never been triggered before, but now it was suddenly erupting uncontrollably. He couldn't stop it at all. Old man, stop your shouting here. Fang Heng's arrival piqued the interest of many prisoners in the prison, who turned their curious gazes towards him. In another cell opposite, a small dwarf was lying on the floor. After scanning Fang Heng for a moment, he looked away, allowing the burning of the sacred light, lazily waving his hand. If you have the guts, rush out and teach him a lesson. If not, shut up and don't disturb my sleep. You little brat. The old man was not pleased with the apparent disrespect from Fang Heng. If I can't sleep, then you can't either. None of us will have peace. Both of you have been locked up here for so many years and are still bickering endlessly. In my opinion, this little friend probably can't even control the magic species within him. Hearing the words magic species, Fang Heng's expression changed slightly, and he looked towards the person who spoke. Even the small dwarf who seemed ready to sleep on the floor suddenly woke up and approached Fang Heng with a keen interest, as if wanting to get a good look at his face. At this moment, Fang Heng also turned to look at the speaker. The guy was not human. He was a lizardman. The old man listened with confusion, not understanding what was being said. Magic species? What is that? The dwarf stared at Fang Heng observantly, and with a smirk reply, Ha, if you had read more, you would know what magic species are. Still have the face to ask. TSK. TSK. The lizardman looked at Fang Heng and asked, Young man, are you the heir of the magic species? But it seems like you have no control over the magic within you at all. Was the magic species forcibly instilled in you? No one taught you how to control it. Where is the person who gave you the ritual? After studying the group for a moment, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the lizardman and asked, Where are we? Tisk. I thought you were mute. The old man, seeing Fang Heng speaking, impatiently answered, "This is the magic suppression keep, the prison where the bastards of the holy court lock us up. Did you see the magic array above? That thing can suppress our power. The stronger the resistance, the stronger the power it releases. Enough with the chatter. Just stop the magic within you first." "Huh? Prison? It might be that to you, but not to me." The dwarf snorted disdainfully. "I'm staying here just to use the power of the holy court for my cultivation." All right. You're amazing. Everyone in the world knows how amazing you are." The old man gave him a sharp look and turned towards Fang Hen. "Just stop now." Ignoring the old man, Fang Hen lowered his head and looked at the heavy shackle on his hand. The shackle was very heavy and continuously released fluctuations of sacred power, indicating that it was part of the seal matching the large magic array in the magic suppression keep. The combination of the two would enhance the suppressive effect of the sacred power. "Kid, what are you waiting for? Stop now. Stop your nagging." The dwarf shot a glare at the old man, then turned to Fang Heng and remarked, "Can't you see he has no control over the magic within him?" The old man glared fiercely at Fang Heng, shouting, "I don't care about your magic. Just stop it now. Idiot. Haven't you realized it yet? Our chance to escape is here." The dwarf's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Young man, don't mind that lunatic. You can't control the magic within you right now, right? It's okay. We can help you. Do you see the cell on your right? Go take a look inside. The person in there can help you deal with your troubles." Over there, Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he looked in the direction indicated by the dwarf's gaze. Coincidentally, next to him on the left was a cell. At first glance, it seemed empty, but upon closer inspection, a gray mist could be seen hovering in a corner of the cell. Was it the aura of an undead? The aura was very faint, requiring focused perception to detect it. Fang Heng felt wary and took a step towards the cell, moving slowly in its direction. The gray mist seemed to sense something and floated a few meters forward, condensing into a shadow not far from Fang Heng. A dark spirit. The appearance of the dark spirit was ethereal, shrouded in a dim mist. His face showed no signs of life, with a deathly paleness like paper, and his disheveled long hair fluttered, emitting a cold breath. Despite the shining light of the external sacred power, a thin mist still lingered around him, unable to be completely dispelled. Dark spirits belong to ancient consciousness entities, undying and immortal. Their combat capabilities are considered low among legendary creatures, but they often possess vast knowledge. The dark spirit opened his eyes, hollow and deep. "Hey, dark spirit." The lizardman shouted to the dark spirit, "The one you've been waiting for is here. This young man is the magic species." "I can't do it." The evil spirit's thought seemed somewhat slow. After a brief pause, it said, "His power cannot be controlled." As it spoke, the evil spirit's body began to gradually become ethereal again. Bang! The dwarf heavily struck the bars of the dungeon with his hand, making a banging sound. "Hey, evil spirit, don't leave. Just try it. At least give it a try. Mad. Evil spirit, come out. I'll give you 2 soul stones. Come out." The fading figure of the evil spirit slowly gathered once more, and its hollow eyes turned towards the dwarf, speaking slowly. "Soul stones. Damn it." The dwarf cursed under his breath and glanced at Fang Hen. "You owe me a favor. If we can get out, you owe me." With that, the dwarf reluctantly pulled out 2 talismans from his pocket and threw them towards the evil spirit in the cell where it was held. Tough. As the soul stones approached the evil spirit, they immediately disappeared into the mist like stones dropped into water. "Soul stones," the evil spirit whispered softly, a hint of contentment appearing on its pale face. The dwarf couldn't help but urge, "Hurry. Grab everything. Get up and work. The power of the demon breed belongs to you. Why can't you control it?" After absorbing the soul stones, evil spirit's figure slowly gathered again. Its hollow eyes stared at Fang Heng for a moment, murmuring to itself as if full of puzzlement. "You're strange." Fang Heng furrowed his brows in confusion. According to the evil spirit, he should be able to control the power of the demon breed. The dwarf grew impatient and urged again, "Evil spirit, don't waste time thinking about why. Quickly think of a way to get us out of this place." The evil spirit looked at Fang Hen, paused for a few seconds, and calmly said, "Can't think of one." "Can't think of one?" The dwarf became agitated. Smashing the bars a few more times, he exclaimed, "Can't you, the all-knowing evil spirit, figure it out now? If you can't, What use are you? You better compensate me for my soul stones. The evil spirit slowly turned its head, gazed at the dwarf, paused for a moment, as if pondering, and then shook its head slowly, saying, "No compensation." Damn it! The dwarf got angry. He continued to bang on the bars, creating a noisy clamor, shouting unclear words in the dialect of the dwarf tribe. Fang Heng turned to the evil spirit and asked, "Do you have any way to control the out-of-control demon breed in my body? The sooner, the better." The evil spirit slowly turned its head to look at Fang Heng again. It was about to speak when Fang Heng interrupted. "Temporary solutions are also acceptable." The evil spirit looked away and changed its words. "One way is to use conflicting powers to consume each other temporarily, releasing the power of the demon breed, such as sacred power." Consume. Fang Heng followed the evil spirit's gaze, turning to look at the flower bed in the center of the hall, and suddenly had some understanding. Using sacred power to consume the power of the demon breed within the body. Through the crystal in front of him, it seemed to make some sense. Although it might only address the symptoms rather than the root cause, it was better than staying here waiting to die. Fang Heng knew that with the demon breed and the secrets of the vampire clan in his body, even the death of the holy maiden Viviana was related to him. The sacred core would definitely not let him go easily. Now, he was probably waiting for instructions from the top of the sacred court. Time was running out for him. He had to act quickly. "Wait a minute. What are you doing? Consuming energy? If we exhaust the energy, how do we get out of here? Are you kidding me?" The dwarf, hearing what the evil spirit had said, immediately became agitated again. Nothing gained, and he even lost to soul stones. What kind of joke was this? "Hey, you there. Stop pretending nothing is happening. Give me back my two soul stones. Hurry up." Fang Heng coldly glanced at the nosy dwarf and then surveyed the confines of the narrow cell once again. The cell wasn't large, about 20 square meters. If they wanted to escape, Fang Heng tried to walk up to the locked bars and grasped them with both hands. Sizzle, sizzle. As soon as his hands gripped the bars, a glaring divine ripple appeared on the bars, and dark golden sparks burst from Fang Heng's hands. Reminder: player receives a counter effect, reducing 1000 points of damage. This damage ignores defense. The damage wasn't too high. The effect of the undead body would quickly recover. Fang Heng frowned, enduring the intense pain in his palms, trying to forcibly break the iron bars. Reminder: player affected by special shackles, player's current strength weakened to 65. Hearing the sizzling sound, the trapped individuals in the hall cell all turned their gazes to Fang Heng. The old man shook his head at the sight. "Young man, stop trying. This won't work. Your shackles and the entire hall's defense are linked. If it were that simple to break them open, we wouldn't have been trapped here for so long." Hearing the old man's words, Fang Heng's mind stirred, immediately releasing his grip on the bars. So, it was related to the shackles on his hands. With the shackles suppressing him, the maximum value of his strength attribute was only 65. Just relying on 65 points wasn't enough to directly force open the door. In that case, what if he found a way to remove the shackles first? Fang Heng looked down at the shackles on his hands. The shackles mainly worked in concert with an external magic array to stimulate, as well as suppressing various attributes, preventing the use of items from the backpack and skills. Under the suppression, trying to force them open was impossible, right? Use that. After a brief thought, Fang Heng immediately had an idea. He raised his hands with the shackles in front of him. Transform. Divine Shape Mode. Instantly, a dark golden tube appeared in front of Fang Heng. Book of Oaths. The book radiated a divine power fluctuation. In an instant, the prisoners in the various cells watched him with astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Special ability: Energy Absorption. Sizzle. Sizzle. Under the illumination of the open oath book, a faint holy light started to overflow from the handcuffs in his hand. The light quickly flew towards the oath book and was absorbed by it. Boss. Fang Heng's retina quickly flashed with a series of game prompts. Prompt: the oath book has absorbed some power, and the energy value of the belonging oath book fragment is accelerating recovery. The holy power on the handcuffs was quickly absorbed by the oath book, gradually becoming dim, until the holy energy on the handcuffs was completely absorbed. Fang Heng exerted force suddenly. Dang! The handcuffs in his hand were instantly torn apart, broken. The people who were imprisoned in the cell stared at Fang Heng and the fallen handcuffs on the ground, suddenly shocked. The handcuffs that had troubled them for so long were easily broken like this. Is the demon race really that miraculous? Next, the people gradually became excited as they thought of something. Without the restriction of the handcuffs, does it mean? All the prisoners breathed quickly, their eyes following Fang Heng's movements, with a touch of excitement in their eyes. Fang Heng took a few steps forward again to the railing, reached out his hands, and grasped both sides of the railing like before. Sizzle, sizzle. Holy sparks appeared on his hands again. Crackle, crackle. Fang Heng exerted force gradually, and the railing made a fragile cracking sound, easily being pried open by Fang Heng to the sides until a gap was formed. Success. Escaped. Watching Fang Heng walk out of the bent iron railing, the other imprisoned creatures in the cells were astonished. Really escaped? It seems so easy, brother. The dwarf, seeing this, immediately shouted excitedly, "Brother, over here. Come and help. I helped you with 2 crystals. Help me out. Remember to repay the favor." A low-level minotaur looked at Fang Heng and said, in a dull voice, "Little brother, let me go. Name your condition." "Little friend, your strength is impressive and I underestimated you. Congratulations on successfully breaking free. But now is not the time to celebrate. Remember, there are protectors of the holy court outside." A lizard man said to Fang Heng calmly, "How about taking us along to leave? We can break out together, and we can look out for each other." Ignoring the chaos around, Fang Heng just walked slowly towards the flower bed in the center of the hall. It's not important whether it's appropriate to escape now, the priority is to deal with the trouble caused by the demon seed inside his body, even if it's just a temporary solution. As he approached, Fang Heng sensed the fluctuation of holy power more and more clearly. He had been interested in the flower bed before. The dark golden crystal clusters, blooming like flowers in the flower bed, emitted energy waves very similar to those in the Zeus temple. Approaching for observation, Fang Heng discovered a dense magic array hidden under the flower bed, matching roughly with what he had observed before. A significant portion of the power source of the whole demon ceiling cave magic array came from these crystals. The magic array emitted some holy energy, which then merged with the crystal's power, nourishing them, and ultimately releasing them through the fused power. "What is this thing?" Fang Heng crouched down to observe, reaching out to touch the crystal clusters. It looked like a stone at first, but upon closer inspection, it felt more like a plant. Rooted at the bottom of the flower bed, it slowly grew under the illumination of holy power in an unknown way. A game prompt appeared. Prompt: player discovered a special item. Sacred flowing light grid stone unknown. Item: sacred flowing light grid stone unknown. Description: a special sacred flowing light grid stone, a product of being nurtured with sacred power. The body presents unique power structure, and the item cannot be triggered directly. Description: the item cannot be transplanted. Description: the player lacks the necessary skills and research information to obtain more details and usage information. Fang Heng withdrew his hand. Flowing light grid stone. Never heard of it. Forget about that for now. It seems that the flowing light grid stone is the center of the magic array. According to the evil spirit's saying, temporarily resolving the trouble of the demon seed with the help of sacred power. Simply put, as long as he releases the aura of the demon seed, the flow of light grid stone and magic array will react. Players in various cells watched Fang Heng's actions, holding their breath and feeling a sense of inexplicable tension. They seemed to sense that something big was about to happen. No way. Boom. Right after that, a strong surge of black energy erupted from Fang Heng. The power of the demon seed inside him surged like a raging beast. Fang Heng no longer suppressed it, but instead drove the power of the demon seed without restraint. Buzz. Triggered by the touch of a large amount of contaminated power, the magic array in the demon ceiling cave quickly activated, and the crystal clusters in the flower bed released a strong wave of holy power under the illumination of the sacred light. A more intense holy light illuminated the entire demon ceiling cave. "Damn!" the old man shouted, quickly retreating backward, curling up in the corner of the cell, wrapping himself tightly with clothes. Sizzle, sizzle. The exposed skin emitted a sizzling sound under the high-intensity holy power, instantly turning bright red. The other prisoners in the cell also felt something was wrong, using various means to resist the erupting holy power. The dazzling holy light showered down from the giant magic array in the sky. Fang Heng bathed in the center of the sacred power. The black mist overflowing from his body dissipated rapidly under the touch of the holy power, and he breathed heavily, feeling the infiltration of power. Effective. The primordial power of the demon seed in his consciousness was continuously activated, with a faint decrease. But it's not enough. It has to continue. Despite that, he is feeling very uncomfortable now. The dwarf glanced at Fang Heng with eyes revealing a hint of fear. The power of the demon race. Truly terrifying. At the same time, at the upper level of the demon sealing cave, in the demon sealing temple, more than 10 holy court judges and oracles responsible for controlling the magic array suddenly turned pale. Not good. There is a disturbance in the demon sealing cave. Everyone immediately poured their mental energy into the magic array, maintaining its stability. The head judge controlling the main magic array said solemnly, "Focus. Fully operate the magic array. Protect the demon sealing cave." The head judge was filled with uncertainty. For centuries, the demon sealing cave had never experienced such a violent reaction. What exactly was happening below? Was it related to the mysterious person that the archbishop had just detained? Never before had they seen one person causing such intense mental energy consumption in the magic array. In less than 2 minutes, the mental energy of the 10 oracles maintaining the magic array was drained. Immediately, the second batch of backup oracles stepped forward to replace the exhausted ones and continued to maintain the suppression of the magic array. Inform the archbishop immediately. There is an anomaly in the demon sealing cave, and let others outside come in to help. If 10 people cannot suppress the demon sealing cave, then 100 people. The oracles all contributed their mental energy to the magic array, pushing the demon sealing magic array to its limit, forcefully suppressing the agitated magic array below. Meanwhile, continuous reinforcements arrived from outside, rotating to replace the overtaxed oracles. Soon, there had been 5 or 6 batches of people maintaining the operation of the magic array in the demon sealing cave. The head judge, who had been tightly closed his eyes the entire time, suddenly opened them, revealing an unprecedented seriousness in his gaze. Head judge, how is the situation? It has been temporarily suppressed. The head judge took a long breath, his robe already soaked with sweat. He turned to his assistant and asked, "What about the archbishop? What does he say?" "The archbishop is in the middle of a praying ceremony to communicate with the divine realm. Man should not be disturbed. We must make our own decisions and ensure the protection of the demon sealing cave." "All right, for now, the demon sealing cave has returned to calm. We should remain vigilant just in case there is another disturbance. Until the archbishop finishes his communication with the divine realm, we need to be prepared for any anomalies in the demon sealing cave." The head judge looked at his assistant and whispered, "Call for another group of people to come." Understood. Inside the demon sealing cave, as the black aura continuously emanating from Fang Heng gradually dimmed under the illumination of holy power, Fang Heng began to feel a sense of exhaustion throughout his body. He couldn't help but kneel in front of the flower bed, sweat streaming down his face. As the original power of the demon seed in his consciousness was expended, the external NB force once again gained the upper hand, firmly locking the demon seed power within him. Finally, it was done. Fang Heng breathed heavily. The magic array in the hall also gradually calmed down. The prisoners in the cells also began to recover. A demon who had been in a meditative state stood up, looked at Fang Heng, and said in a deep voice, "Demon C, you don't look well right now." The lizard tribe also looked at Fang Heng. "Young man, you caused a huge disturbance just now. The people from the holy court outside will soon come to inspect. With your current abilities, it might be difficult to resist. Why not let us out of the prison, and we can help you together?" The dwarf also recovered and shouted, "Yes, yes, we can help you." Fang Heng did not answer. He slowly stood up, using one hand to support himself, and glanced at a spirit entity in one of the cells. The spirit entity had only turned into a wisp of gray smoke, not solidifying, indicating that it had been significantly damaged by the holy light earlier and would take some time to recover. Fang Heng wiped the sweat off his forehead. According to the plan given by the spirit entity earlier, he had succeeded for now. After expending most of the demon seed energy in his consciousness, it had now entered a dormant recovery state. Fang Heng estimated that in just a few days, at the earliest, he might reach a critical point after the demon seed recovered, and he would once again face the risk of losing control. What to do? Would he have to go through this again when the time comes? It's not a game. He had almost lost his life this time. Fang Heng thought for a moment, then his gaze fell back on the crystal flower cluster in front of him. There was another way. Take them all. tack them up and take them away. Perhaps, when the demon seed power lost control again, he could temporarily suppress it using the power of the divine light lattice stone. That's the plan. Fang Heng looked around the people in the cells. Although he was reluctant to expose his secret in front of them, compared to the risk posed by the demon seed, he had no choice now. Regaining some strength, Fang Heng slowly raised his right hand towards the flower bed. His actions immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the cell. All eyes were once again focused on Fang Heng. What is he going to do? Caw. Microscopic nanobots jumped out of Fang Heng's right sleeve and began to build a spatial teleportation hub in front of the flower bed. Glowing dots gradually gathered in front of the nanobots. Seeing this, the prisoners in the cell were even more astonished. Spatial fluctuation. It's a spatial fluctuation. The glowing dots contained faint spatial fluctuations. What is he trying to do? Is he going to create a large-scale spatial portal and escape from here directly? It's useless. The demon ceiling cave has been specially modified, and spatial power cannot work here. An elderly prisoner said halfway, then couldn't help but stop. From the gradual accumulation of spatial fluctuations in the glowing dots, Fang Heng was obviously planning something much more than just a small-scale spatial leap. Damn. Watching the virtual shadow of a spatial teleportation hub gradually taking shape before their eyes, the prisoners were dumbfounded. This guy. Is he crazy? Does he really want to open a large-scale spatial channel and escape from here? The demon ceiling cave was indeed designed to prevent internal prisoners from escaping through spatial abilities, but it would have no effect on such a large-scale spatial portal. At this moment, silence fell upon the demon ceiling cave. Most people were exchanging glances. The upper level of the demon ceiling cave. The chief arbiter responsible for monitoring the magic array had not had a chance to rest when he suddenly noticed something unusual. His brows furrowed. From below the demon ceiling cave came another spatial fluctuation. Fortunately, the sensing of the spatial fluctuation was not very strong. With the Grand Bishop absent, the arbiter of the Celestial Court responsible for maintaining the magic array's operation suddenly felt indecisive. Everyone discussed for a moment. Should they go down to the demon ceiling cave below to observe? No. After a moment of contemplation, the chief arbiter spoke solemnly. This person is very deceitful. Creating a spatial power fluctuation is most likely to disrupt our minds and attract us to open the demon ceiling cave for inspection. The Grand Bishop is currently in communication with the divine realm. Entering the demon ceiling cave hastily may be playing into his hands. If the demon ceiling cave erupts with fluctuations again, and we are not here to control the magic array, it will be difficult to resist. Indeed, it is better to stay outside and guard the demon ceiling cave, and make a decision after the Grand Bishop returns. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. After all, they had exerted a great deal of effort just to suppress the magic array. No one could guarantee that the interior of the demon ceiling cave was safe. What if there were sudden unforeseen circumstances inside? It's safer to stay outside and defend. Soon. Wait until the Grand Bishop returns. Indeed, there is a special defensive barrier below the demon ceiling cave, which can shield the effects of spatial power, and the spatial fluctuation is not very strong. Most likely, this person is just playing tricks inside the demon ceiling cave. That makes sense. With the three bishops in Ray and the central bishop Silufei absent, they had already exhausted themselves suppressing the large magic array. They had to be extra cautious. Let's observe a little more. The group continued to control the main magic array patiently, waiting. However, as time passed, the spatial fluctuations from the demon ceiling cave below remained at the same intensity. The group did not dare to descend and open the seal, only waiting for the Grand Bishop to finish his communication with the divine realm before making a decision. Time ticked by. An hour passed. Central Bishop Silufei, after communicating with the divine realm, returned to the demon ceiling temple along with the three bishops in red. They had successfully made contact with the divine realm. The divine realm was deeply concerned about Fang Heng's imprisonment and, upon learning of it, highly commended Silufei, dispatching personnel from the divine realm immediately to bring Fang Heng to the higher-level gaming world for judgment. 12 hours later, the divine enforcer from the divine realm would arrive in Duncha to assist in transporting Fang Heng back to the divine realm. Just as they had left the prayer hall, the bishop heard that there was trouble with the magic array in the demon ceiling cave and hurried to inspect it. What happened? Shortly after Fang Heng was imprisoned, there was a very strong riot below the demon ceiling cave. We joined forces to suppress it, Luckily Fang Heng was not able to break through. The chief arbiter wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. About an hour ago, there was another continuous spatial fluctuation below. Spatial fluctuation? The Grand Bishop felt uneasy and asked, "Have you checked down there?" "Not yet. The spatial fluctuation is not strong. We are worried it may be a trap set by Fang Heng, so we chose to stay here to watch over the operation of suppressing the magic array." "Good job. You all continue to stay here." Bishop Zilufei was speaking when suddenly, he felt an extremely strong spatial fluctuation erupting from the demon ceiling cave below. Everyone's expression changed. "This is not good. Such a strong spatial power fluctuation. You stay here and control the demon ceiling magic array." "Understood." Meanwhile, deep inside the demon ceiling cave, a super miniaturized spatial teleportation hub gradually materialized in front of the prisoners. The dimensional gate slowly formed. Everyone stared intently at the teleport channel, their eyes filled with disbelief. "It's happening. It's really happening." A spatial teleportation hub. Even the evil spirits, with their vacant eyes, showed a hint of surprise. With a violent spatial fluctuation, the space-staring device quickly pulled a blue spatial wave channel in the center. The blue light flickered at the edge of the channel, emitting a sharp sound. "Let's begin." Fang Heng's eyes focused on the teleport channel, controlling the movements of the zombie minions. Several lickers quickly emerged from the teleport channel, gathering in place into a cocoon. With a sudden space-time fluctuation, the cocoon rapidly expanded by 10 times. Pop! The cocoon burst, and the fused tyrant form crawled out. Watching Fang Heng's series of actions from start to finish, the imprisoned prisoners fell into silence once again. "What is this? A special undead control ability? It doesn't quite seem like it. These details are not important." The prisoners are curious, not knowing what Fang Heng intends to do. The teleport channel is already open. Isn't he going to flee? The fused tyrant took steps forward, arriving at a flower bed, tightly gripping the luminescent cluster stone flowers in the bed. The flowers made a cracking sound in the tyrant's grip. Unconsciously, the prisoners' breaths became rapid as they watched the tyrant's movements. Dang! The cluster stone unexpectedly snapped when the tyrant exerted force, then was lifted up. The spectators watched in shock as the sacred cluster stone broke before their eyes, then was hoisted onto the tyrant's shoulder and carried back into the teleport channel. The prisoners were left puzzled. Why did the spatial channel open just to take away these items? Fang Heng looked up. There were many luminescent clusters in the flower bed. The magic array of the demon ceiling cave did not weaken due to the lack of these sacred cluster stones. Instead, it became stronger. A dazzling light radiated from the broken cluster stone. The tyrant had already entered the divine form, naturally unaffected, continuing to shuttle back and forth to the teleport hub, slowly carrying the luminescent cluster stones to the zombie apocalypse. "Hey, kid!" A demon shouted at Fang Heng. With such a powerful spatial hub fluctuation, the people from the celestial court must have felt it. "They are probably on their way. Release us. We can help you block the celestial court together." Fang Heng, upon hearing this, abruptly turned to look at the demon. The demon's heart skipped, feeling a sense of horror, and did not dare to continue speaking to Fang Heng. Having witnessed the preceding events, the prisoners now regarded Fang Heng with some awe. This awe stemmed from the strength Fang Heng displayed. "Humph!" Fang Heng sneered and looked away once more. He understood that the demon had not been wrong. Suddenly, the magic array engraved on the ceiling was suddenly influenced by the all-knowing eye, and began to rotate uncontrollably at an accelerated speed. Blinding light burst out from the magic array at a rapid pace. Its intensity was even stronger than when it suppressed the magical species before. The divine light shone down. The temperature in the hall even rose by more than 10 degrees. The prisoners in the demon ceiling temple were affected by the dazzling divine light, each emitting painful wails. However, at this point, Fang Heng had already switched to the holy form, completely unaffected. On the upper level, the oracles who were controlling the operation of the demon ceiling array in the temple had faces pale with shock. "Grand Arbitrator." "I know." The Grand Arbitrator broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead as he was the first to notice the anomaly in the array, trying his best to forcefully calm down. But he couldn't do it. The magic array was being manipulated by an unknown force, spinning out of control. He couldn't stop it at all. The speed was accelerating uncontrollably at a rapid pace. A chill ran down the Grand Arbitrator's spine. If this continued, the entire magic array would probably boom. The next moment, the magic array shattered in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, inside the demon ceiling cave below, the magic array on the ceiling, after spinning wildly, reached a certain limit and completely shattered. The prisoners one by one recovered from their suppressed state and looked at Fang Heng with awe. No prisoner dared to look down on him anymore. The magic array that had suppressed them for decades or even centuries was destroyed in such a way. The power of the magical species was terrifying. Fang Heng slowly turned his head, scanning all the prison cells, then walked straight towards the cell where the demons were kept. The demons watched as Fang Heng walked towards them step by step, an inexplicable fear flashing through their hearts, causing them to retreat half a step unconsciously. The demon suddenly remembered something, a surprised expression appearing on his face. Crack! Fang Heng placed both hands on the metal railing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A deep groove was carved into the railing. Remember your words. As he spoke, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retinas. Hint: the player successfully caused chaos in the Great Cathedral of Dunsha, killed some believers and guards, causing heavy losses to the cathedral, gaining 133W reputation, 201W contribution, and for 2W honor for the undead camp. Hint: the player successfully destroyed the demon ceiling magic array in the Great Cathedral, gaining 10W reputation, 10W contribution, and 200W honor for the undead camp. Hint: the player successfully released the demons imprisoned in the demon ceiling temple, causing chaos in the cathedral, gaining 2W reputation, 10W contribution, and 2W honor for the undead camp. What? Helping the prisoners escape could also earn additional contribution points. Isn't that convenient? Fang Heng's face remained expressionless, but he felt secretly pleased. When the prisoners saw the demons being free, they once again became excited, immediately following suit and pleading with Fang Heng for help. Help me open the prison cell. I can help you too. Magical species. And me. I can do it. Let me do it. These people are all useless. I am the best at fighting. Fang Heng indeed needed someone to create chaos to block the pursuit of the cathedral. He simply started unlocking the iron bars of the imprisoned prisoners, releasing them. This way, he could also earn some more honor points. It was a small amount, but better to have it than nothing. The prisoners were all released, and at this moment, no one dared to really go against Fang Heng, not even daring to approach the still operating miniature spatial node at the center. They had been imprisoned here for so long. Who wouldn't want to escape? The cathedral would soon return. There was only one chance to leave. The tyrant had already transported all the divine luminous grid stones, and the channel closed in less than 5 minutes. The only way out was through the main door. The rescued prisoners all gathered around the entrance of the demon ceiling temple, waiting to give the approaching cathedral members a taste of their own medicine. Outside the demon ceiling cave, beyond a heavy alloy door, the cathedral guards looked extremely nervous, not knowing what to do. The demon ceiling cave had been running smoothly for thousands of years. But today, there was a problem. Was it Fang Heng? What exactly happened inside? Could he really disrupt the operation of the magic array? Or had the power of the magical species fully erupted? Archbishop. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the guards saw Archbishop Sherifei coming from the other side of the passage to take charge of the situation. What's going on? Has anyone left? No one has left. There was just a violent fluctuation a moment ago. Archbishop Sherifei frowned. The spatial fluctuation suddenly disappeared half a minute ago. This was not a good sign. Did Fang Heng escape using spatial powers? The spatial fluctuation disappeared. Be careful, it may be a trap. Set up a seal and do not let him escape. Understood. The guards began to retreat. The 3 red-robed bishops immediately joined forces to set up a 3-layer magical defense array around the perimeter of the demon ceiling temple to block any escapees. In just 30 seconds, the 3 defense magic arrays completely sealed off the exit of the demon ceiling temple. They exchanged glances with each other. Archbishop Sherifei said, in a deep voice, "Charge." Doom. The gates of the demon ceiling temple were opened from the outside by the cathedral guards. Almost instantly, the prisoners who had been suppressed in the demon ceiling cave for decades or even hundreds of years rushed out, launching an attack on the people from the outside world. Stop them. Although they had anticipated some trouble, the people from the cathedral still looked extremely grim. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. The demon ceiling magic array was destroyed, directly affecting the seal. The prisoner's power could no longer be suppressed. A prison riot broke out. The three red-robed bishops immediately took action to intercept the fleeing criminals. Archbishop Sherifei had been standing at the back of the crowd, quickly scanning the battlefield, searching for Fang Heng's figure. Where was he? Fang Heng, where are you? Suddenly, Archbishop Sherifei's pupils constricted. Her gaze focused on the interior of the demon ceiling temple, her eyes filled with extreme astonishment. What? The divine luminous grid stones in the central flower bed. What was going on? The flower bed was in utter chaos at this point. I never expected that the sacred light lattice stone would be destroyed. Found him. Hishirofi's eyes stared fixedly at Fang Heng in the corner of the demon seal cave, his eyes almost bursting. That person. Kill him. Immediately, several senses firmly locked onto Fang Heng. Fang Heng slowly turned his head, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, a touch of disdainful smirk on his lips. Oh, are you in a hurry now? The sacred light lattice stone still has a tiny bit of residue left. It's almost impossible to uproot them completely. Oh well. Leave it to you. Seeing several arbiters of the Holy Court rapidly approaching, Fang Heng took a slight step back. Fang Heng's figure flickered as he stepped into a secondary space projection, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. Damn it! Watching Fang Heng completely vanish, Ishirofi gritted her teeth. She had already known in advance that Fang Heng possessed special spatial abilities, which is why she detained him inside the Demon Seal Cave. However, with the magical array in the cave completely destroyed, the spatial defense she had set up was now ineffective. Three red-robed bishops wanted to follow Fang Heng's senses, but were quickly entangled by other prisoners who were desperately fleeing. Fang Heng cleverly blended in with the majority of the prisoners. Soon, amidst the chaos, the three red-robed bishops lost Fang Heng's trail and could not continue the pursuit. Fang Heng was well aware of the power of the Grand Archbishop of the Holy Court. With his current weakened state, and no zombie avatar present, there was no need to confront them head-on. Better to run first. Outside the cathedral, Chuyin noticed that after the black pollution mist disappeared, she returned to the prearranged gathering point to wait for Fang Heng. Boss Fang. Seeing Fang Heng, Chuyin poked her head out of a bus and waved to greet him. Earlier, the black pollution nearly filled the entire cathedral. External reinforcements from the Holy Court were rushing in, but there was still no news from Fang Heng. Chuyin even feared that Fang Heng would run into big trouble this time. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape even in such a situation. Let's go. Fang Heng hurriedly jumped onto the bus, urging everyone to drive immediately. Boss Fang, are you alright? The entire Holy Court has issued a warrant for you. No problem. Perfectly fine. Chuyin nodded and continued. The guard in the Holy Court's basement is tight. I couldn't find an opportunity to go down. But during the chaos, I managed to snatch the soul gong of the Holy Court. Shall we go find a place to rest and work on the gong? Hint. The player successfully caused chaos in the Duncher Cathedral, releasing a large number of high-risk prisoners. Some prisoners have a chance to cause significant damage to the Duncher Game World's Holy Court faction. The player will inherit the damage caused by the prisoners and gain undead faction honor points, etc. Profit calculations will not be accurate until the event ends. The game will settle profits every hour. Hint. The player killed some Holy Court believers and guards, causing significant losses. The player gained 230,000 undead faction reputation, 102,000 undead faction contribution points, and 54,000 undead faction honor points. Hint. The player transferred the teleport passage, Yingvein Rift, adversely affecting the Holy Court's preaching efforts, causing damage to the Duncher world. The player received a total of 383,000 undead faction reputation and 264,000 undead faction honor points. The event isn't over yet. Accurate calculations will be made hourly. Hint. Player's current mission, Rescue Kaibo Li, has a completion rate of 97.2%. Listening to Chuyin and glancing at the continuous game prompts, Fang Heng stroked his chin. Originally, after sniping the Duncher Cathedral once, he was planning to leave, but he earned too much, and he was starting to feel reluctant to go back. No wonder everyone loves being a villain. Constantly wreaking havoc in enemy territory to earn points is quite enjoyable. Seeing that the next batch of zombies would resurrect in half an hour, Fang Heng naturally didn't want to miss out on another opportunity to make a profit. Since he couldn't find a way back for the time being, he decided to temporarily settle in the enemy's home. It's quite interesting to guerrilla around. Thinking this, Fang Heng turned to Chuyin and asked, The gong can wait. Send a group of people to a safe place first. Do you know of any places in Dunshire where believers gather densely? Ones that we can reach within half an hour. Chuyin and a few others looked at each other and said, there seems to be a holy court city where believers are concentrated. We can make it there in time. Let's go. We'll head there. Fang Heng rubbed his hands together. Cause chaos. Earn some points. It's what he's best at. Half an hour later, inside the Dunshire Cathedral, a judge was reporting information to the Grand Archbishop Hishirofi. Archbishop, the count is complete. There are a total of 27 S-level high-risk prisoners detained in the Demon Seal Cave. 8 prisoners escaped during the chaos, but the rest have been suppressed again with the assistance of 3 red-robed bishops. We have initiated a pursuit of the escaped creatures. Some of the Holy Court guards died in the battle, and nearly 2,000 believers died in the first wave of undead attacks and trampling. We have contained the spread of the demonic pollution and are currently testing all believers who were in the cathedral at the time. So far, we have identified 733 believers with mild contamination, and we have started to clean it up. The extent of the contamination spread is not yet clear, and we will continue to monitor. Additionally, we have found out that Fang Heng was brought into the cathedral by Chuyin and others. Taking advantage of the chaos in the cathedral, Chuyin and his team took the soul gong from the cathedral. We have issued an internal warrant for Chuyin and others to track down the missing soul gong. Listening to the report from her subordinates, Central Archbishop Hishirofi clenched her fists, her expression extremely grim. Can't there be any good news at all? The court judge, cautiously glancing at the Archbishop's expression, said with some trepidation, there is also the matter of the sacred light lattice stone. It has suffered extremely severe damage. We are doing our best to repair it, but the success rate is difficult to guarantee. Hearing this, Hishirofi could no longer contain her blazing anger and almost roared through gritted teeth. What about Fang Heng? Have you traced his whereabouts? While they were in the middle of a conversation, a member of the Holy Court hurried over to report. Reporting to the commander, traces of undead creatures have been found in the city of Cookville. It's highly likely that Fang Heng is there. Upon hearing this, Serafi's pupil suddenly constricted. That damn undead. It must be that brat Fang Heng. They had barely cleaned up the mess Fang Heng had left behind, and now he was already causing trouble in the nearby city of Cookville. Serafi was filled with anger, itching to get rid of Fang Heng completely right now, but she knew she didn't have a good way to restrain him before the Holy Court team arrived. After all, not even the demon-suppressing dungeon could hold him back. Not to mention, the entire Duncha gaming world was facing a huge threat from the Dark Veins. Serafi took a deep breath to calm herself down. Immediately send people to support Cookville. Do not confront Fang Heng head-on. Just drive him away. The important thing is to protect the city and its people. Understood. Meanwhile, in Cookville, Fang Heng stood on the rooftop of a tall building. Resurrected zombies and lickers kept leaping from the rooftop, launching attacks towards the bustling city center. The center of the city was immediately engulfed in panic. The fallen people turned into a breeding ground for the zombies. One after another, the zombies came back to life from the fallen bodies. The panic spread rapidly from the city center outward. The protective team set up by the Holy Court arrived promptly within 5 minutes of the outbreak of the zombie crisis, organizing effective resistance. Their actions were indeed swift. However, in a densely populated metropolis, 5 minutes was already enough time for the zombie virus. Enough for the lickers to hatch a wave of mutated, infected beings. Lines of game notifications rapidly flashed in Fang Heng's retinas. Hint: player destroys a large number of Holy Court followers and some Holy Court support teams in the city of Cookville, causing negative impact on the Duncha gaming world, gaining 177W in Ed Faction reputation, 133W in Dead Faction contribution, 60W on Dead Faction honor value. Hint: combining the above, the player's current mission, Rescue Chapolaya, has increased by 22.2%. Hint: current mission, Rescue Chapolaya, has reached 500% completion. Great. The total completion rate of the mission has reached 500%. According to the agreement with Master Hidi, he could now advance to the grandmother level of the undead studies. But well, it was not the time to stop yet. Ever since he clashed with the Holy Court, Fang Heng felt he had been targeted by them miserably. Now that he finally had a chance for revenge, why not make the most of it? Make some extra gains while at it. Behind Fang Heng, Several players from the Devout Guild followed nervously. In just a few minutes, they witnessed how a bustling city turned into a hellish scene. Let's go. Go? The Devout Guild players were a bit stunned when Fang Heng suddenly said they should leave, as they seemed to have the upper hand. Fang Heng calmly explained, "The Holy Court people are coming after us. There's no need to confront them directly. Let's go. Move on to the next city." "Okay." They all nodded in agreement. "Let's continue." Fang Heng understood clearly. As long as the Holy Court couldn't catch him, he could keep going. Although the mission was completed, there was still room to improve the completion rate further. And they could also gain honor values from the faction. Those honor values could be exchanged for points with the main god. Never enough of that. Shoot one place. Move on to the next. Report. The undead creatures in Cookville have been eliminated. Casualties are being tallied. Report. The holy city of Vane is under attack by the undead. Support teams have rushed to provide assistance. Report. Luminola's team has completed the construction of the protective barrier and is now moving to support the western area for barrier construction. Report. The Dark Vein is showing abnormal fluctuations, speeding up towards the south, anticipated to disrupt the unfinished defense barriers ahead of schedule. Legion Commander Muxodon is leading the troops to move, preparing to withdraw 50 kilometers back for reconstructing defenses. Report. A large number of undead creatures have appeared in Luochuan. Local guards have already taken action. In the central cathedral headquarters of the Duncha Holy Corps, High Bishop Serafi and the judges listened to the latest war reports coming from the front lines and felt their heads buzzing. The Dark Veins aura was extremely unstable. They not only had to deal with establishing barriers against the Dark Veins, but also fend off Fang Heng, who was causing trouble everywhere within Duncha. Fang Heng was driving the entire Holy Corps crazy. Fang Heng kept moving on to different places after causing chaos, and he was acting alone, extremely agile, forcing the Holy Court to follow him and clean up the mess he left behind. Originally, Duncha was a modernized game world. The Holy Court held the authority over the entire world, with a protective cathedral in every region. However, with the world's development and population growth, the number of guards in each cathedral was no longer sufficient to protect a densely populated international metropolis. Moreover, due to the Dark Vein leak incident, a significant portion of the original guard forces in the city had been redeployed. When Fang Heng arrived in a city, by the time the mutated, infected beings spread out, the Holy Court guards summoned by the cathedral could only arrive gradually. By then, it was already too late. A large number of zombie minions had already spread through the mutation infection talent, multiplying by hundreds. All the Holy Court could do was to evacuate the people, rely on the team's strength to slowly wear down the zombie horde, and wait for reinforcements to arrive for the final cleanup. On Fang Heng's side, it had been an extremely satisfying afternoon. Outside the game, Li Qingren was initially negotiating prices with the players. After all, a grandmother-level academic task could fetch a very high price. Not to mention the other rewards. In the morning, Li Qingren spent quite some time, and had just agreed on a satisfactory price with two players, ready to complete the transaction in the game. However, upon logging in, Li Qingren was taken aback. She rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit skeptical. In just a morning, her mission completion rate had rapidly soared from the initial 300% to a skyrocketing 800%. It was even still gradually increasing. The other two players were also a bit bewildered. Well, this deal was definitely not going to happen. A smile slowly crept up on Li Qingren's lips as she looked at the two players. She would have to renegotiate the price. Warning. The player's approximate location will be locked down by enemy territory in 30 minutes. Please be cautious. Logging off can avoid being locked down. Here it comes. Looking at the game prompt, Fang Heng's heart sank. The Holy Corps is a very strong faction in the game. Fang Heng does not think he is invincible. As he continues to disrupt the world of Duncha, higher-level enemies will surely come looking for him. He just didn't expect that this time the enemy would come directly from the Divine Realm. The intensity suddenly rose so high, it seems that he can no longer continue here. Chuyen saw a slight change in Fang Heng's expression through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but ask softly, "Boss Fang, what's happening?" "A little trouble." Fang Heng nodded slightly, looked at Chuyen, and asked, "How is the situation with the soul clock on your side?" "It's urgent. We have temporarily found a safe place, blocked our breath, and threw it into the lake, so the Holy Court should not find us for a short time. Okay. Have you found a way to leave here? We are searching, but it may not be possible for the time being. We were just expelled from the Holy Court, suffered some consequences, and currently, we cannot use the Holy Court's teleportation channel. If you want to leave here, you need to figure out another way. Alright, no need to go to the next city. Wait for me to log off first, and you all find a safe place to hide. Try to find a way to leave Dunsha. I will also try to figure out a way offline. Let's keep in touch offline. Got it. Fang Heng opened the car window, transformed into a bat form, and flew away from the jeep gradually. This time, he really messed up the Holy Court. Being fully hunted by the Holy Court was also expected. Enemies from the Divine Realm are known to be tough. Combined with his current precarious physical condition, there is no need to continue fighting. So, better log off. While he still hasn't sensed the Divine Realm enemies, Fang Heng quickly found a city building, landed on the rooftop, and reverted to his human form. On the deserted rooftop, Fang Heng closed his eyes. Log off. Lay low for a while. Back offline. Fang Heng relaxedly took a shower in the washroom, lay back in bed, turned on his personal computer, logged into the website, and checked the latest news. There it is. As soon as he opened the website, Fang Heng's heart jumped. Wow. Almost the entire game page is filled with reports of the war between the Holy Court and the undead. More than a third of the content is related to him. Fang Heng moved the mouse, clicked on a few hot posts, and started browsing. The first one was about Chebaria. The war has been going on since last night and continued until noon today. It ended with the Holy Court retreating in defeat. Lady Danny led the undead team, suppressing the Holy Court's legion and forcing them to retreat step by step. In the end, the Holy Court could only escape in embarrassment back to the heartland of the Bright Empire, a resounding victory. However, there are still various discussions online. Most people find it strange why the undead, despite their abilities, have not completely annihilated the Holy Court and have left them breathing space. Fang Heng also found it strange. Based on Lady Danny's temper, she would not hesitate to strike if given the opportunity. There must be some hidden story behind this. Fang Heng continued to read on. On the other hand, there was also a commotion within the Holy Court. They declared themselves as evil monsters that pose a great threat to humans and listed themselves as a key enemy of the Holy Court, demanding the undead camp to surrender people immediately. Seeing this, Fang Heng found it a bit funny. A list of enemies? Does that even work? Do they think it can pressure him? However, Fang Heng was even more surprised to learn that this time, the usually submissive undead did not retreat, but instead showed some backbone. The undead camp, represented by the Undead Academy, made a public statement. Although lengthy, the core message was clear. Fang Heng belongs to them, and if the Holy Court has any ideas, they can come to the Undead Academy to retrieve him. Really? Seeing the statement from the undead camp, Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. When did the undead become so domineering? Could it be that Mr. Deki is working behind the scenes? With this development, the war has now moved to the forefront. There may be significant changes in the battle between the Holy Court and the undead camp. Just as he was thinking about this, Mo Jiawei hastily called his phone. Fang Heng answered the phone. And on the other end, Mo Jiawei's excited voice came through. Haha, Lao Fang. Well done. This move is absolutely awesome. The Holy Court group was scared witless. You should see the furious looks on their faces. It's hilarious. By the way, are you okay now? I couldn't reach you, and there are rumors saying that people from the Divine Realm have been sent to deal with you. Deki Master is worried about the situation. Let me tell you, if you encounter any trouble, quickly come back to the Undead Research Society. They said we Undead are not afraid. Listening to this, Fang Heng felt a warm feeling in his heart, nodded and said, I'm still fine for now. Please tell Mr. Deki that I've run into a bit of trouble in the game and need to deal with some matters, so I may not be able to come back for now. Alright, I'll hang up now. Fang Heng hung up the phone and continued to browse the online news. After that, there were also reports concerning the Yin Vein Rift. Due to the appearance of the Yin Vein Rift in the game world of Dunsha, a large number of local residents were injured, with many unlucky players also being involved. For reasons of face, the Holy Court did not disclose any news about it on the internet. It was only mentioned that Dunsha was attacked by the undead. The arrival of the Yin Vein in Duncha caused destructive damage. The Holy Court condemned the undead for this destructive act, stating that they would retaliate strongly and make the undead pay the price. As usual, the undead had no response to the Yin Vein rift. Players were instantly excited upon hearing this news. Various leaks from players indicated that the Holy Court, controlling various game worlds, had begun to mobilize and prepare to enter multiple game worlds simultaneously to launch a full-scale war against the undead camp. Currently, the first targets of the Holy Court's attack have not been disclosed, but Duncha and Chebaria are clearly included. Furthermore, there is discussion about him. After all, the appearance of the corpse group in Kibalea and Duncha was very eye-catching yesterday, and from the various information revealed on the forum, players unanimously concluded that Fang Heng and the Yin Ma event are inseparably linked. Even the players can't hide it anymore. Fang Heng muttered to himself. It is said that the Holy Court is already negotiating with the Central Federation, attempting to take him away for investigation under some charge. The Federation has not come knocking yet, probably because the Blood Clan's doomsday is still in his hands, and there has been no action for the time being. Fang Heng sighed in his heart and pondered for a moment. The Holy Court is serious this time. Duncha is very dangerous, and it is best to evacuate as soon as possible. Right now, he is outside the game and unable to operate well. Should he go to the unconventional website that Lao He gave him, post a task? With that in mind, Fang Heng stuck the secret magnetic card on the laptop. Sizzle. After a burst of graphic noise from the computer screen, it returned to normal. Before Fang Heng could log in to check the website, another phone call came in. Fang Heng, Lord Denny. When Fang Heng heard Denny's voice on the phone, he was somewhat surprised and asked, "You didn't deal with the Holy Court in Kibalea?" "No. It seems to be as I guessed. Looks like you don't know what happened in the game." On the other end of the phone, Denny shook her head and roughly recounted what happened on the front lines yesterday. Starting last night, Danny led the undead camp of the Kibalea game world to confront the Holy Court head-on. Due to Fang Heng releasing a large number of zombie groups behind the scenes, posing a great threat to the Holy Court and delaying the arrival of reinforcements at the back, the Holy Court's front line had to divide forces to assist from time to time, directly putting the overall commander, Jiagli, of the Holy Court's front line under tremendous pressure. Danny and the undead team also performed remarkably well, suppressing the Holy Court's frontline team all the way. By the time it was morning, the Holy Court's frontline army was sandwiched by Danny and the incoming zombie group from the rear. Despite their reluctance, the Holy Court's overall commander, Jiagli, chose to make a tough decision, leaving behind a part of the troops to hold the line and breaking through with the remaining main frontline team by force from the side. This was the best opportunity for Lord Danny's team. The morale of the undead camp players soared, and after clearing the remaining Holy Court soldiers, they vigorously pursued. Unexpectedly, at this moment, an accident happened first. The massive zombie group coming from behind the front lines blocked their pursuit path. The densely packed zombie group congested together, completely blocking all paths in front. This delay caused Lord Danny and the undead team to miss the best chance to eliminate the main force of the Holy Court. Even now, Fang Heng's large zombie group is still unmoved over there. Although the zombie avatars will not attack the undead camp players actively, they also won't make way. Gathering in large numbers in the battlefield zone, the zombie creatures have become a protective barrier for the Holy Court. Seeing this situation, the undead camp players had to temporarily halt their attack and gather to discuss. Everyone felt that the zombie movements were likely Fang Heng's special arrangement, so they decided to wait and see. By waiting, they missed the opportunity for pursuit again. Until now, Lord Danny finally managed to contact Makawei and find Fang Heng. Fang Heng couldn't help but open his mouth upon hearing this. Could this really happen? He remembered. In fact, the number of infected zombie avatars gathered in the ant world should total over 10 million, but most of them were unable to come through the teleportation channels. After a rough estimate, he optimistically figured that only about 1/10 of them could enter the front line through the teleportation channels, at best. Despite this, he couldn't precisely control this large number of zombie groups, so he roughly issued an attack order, targeting the attacking zombie groups against the Holy Court's enemies. Later, he went to Duncha, and the zombie group left in the Kibalea game world would mechanically follow the instructions he had left before. Inadvertently, this obstructed Lord Danny and the others' actions. Ahem. Fang Heng knew he had unintentionally caused a small trouble, and couldn't help but clear his throat. Indeed, it was my mistake, but I'm afraid I can't resolve it now. I have encountered a little problem in Duncha and will be stuck there for a while. Danny already had a rough idea, paused, and asked, "Do you need my help? If you can help, that would be best." Fang Heng quickly explained the trouble he was in. "The Divine Realm has sent pursuers to hunt me down, and now there are no available teleportation channels on the Duncha side. I need to find a way back to the zombie doomsday as soon as possible, or to any other place. Just leave Duncha for now." Upon hearing this, Lord Danny also furrowed her brow. The troubles Fang Heng had gotten involved in were getting bigger and bigger. Even the Divine Realm didn't hesitate to dispatch pursuers at great cost. Danny pondered for a moment and felt the issue was tricky. "As far as I know, all the super-large space teleportation channels in the Duncha game world are controlled by the Holy Court. The Holy Court will definitely be extremely vigilant at this time, guarding each teleportation channel to prevent you from leaving." Fang Heng couldn't help but feel distressed. "Indeed, this is troublesome. I will think of a solution. Contact you immediately if there's any news. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, Fang Heng continued to browse the unconventional website provided by Luo He. On the forum website, news about the Holy Court and the undead accounted for most of the content. However, the most discussed topic among players here was the demon race and Yinmai. Some news suggested that it was impossible for players to control the demon race. Therefore, there must be something wrong with the news from the Holy Court. There were also many rumors about the arrival of the demon race, with some saying that the demon race appearing in the real world meant a significant change was coming. In short, most people were discussing whether Fang Heng was a demon or not. Aside from this, it was generally believed on the forum that Yinmai had been a covert layout of the undead for thousands of years. This sudden exposure of Yinmai meant that the undead had completed all the prior preparations. Either they would remain patient or strike fatally, and they did. The undead were about to rise. The unlucky ones next would likely be the Holy Court. Finding it all nonsensical, Fang Heng flipped through and then posted an anonymous task commission, seeking a way to leave Duncha. As for the price, he generously chose to offer 10 cosmic crystals. The Divine Realm's Sacred Executor Okani, along with 5 Divine Realm arbitrators under the Holy Court, arrived in the mortal realm 2 days earlier than expected to track down Fang Heng. The Divine Realm has paid a great price to send them to the mortal realm, and in the following period, the Divine Realm will no longer be able to use the passage to enter the mortal realm. Okani sighed at the sight of the devastation in the Duncha world brought on by the invasion of the demon Kai. The divination has never been wrong. Unfortunately, Fang Heng has escaped once again. The Central Bishop Luffy asked, "Great Sacred Executor, have you sensed Fang Heng's whereabouts?" Okani shook his head lightly. Ever since Fang Heng completed the great reconstruction of Merc task, the tracking left by the Holy Court on Merc's notebook has disappeared. The Holy Court had hoped to find Fang Heng using this trace. Unexpectedly, Fang Heng was able to complete the task so quickly. "We have just used a major divination spell to track Fang Heng's location and are confident that he is in Duncha. But he is now in another protected realm. They call it the Player's World," Okani explained. "Once he logs in, we will be able to sense him, and then we will find him. Please let us know if there is anything we can do." Fang Heng slept until the afternoon of the next day. Upon waking up, Fang Heng first checked the website. There were over 20 replies for potential collaborations to the commissions he had posted. So many, Fang Heng felt a flicker of hope and checked each one. After reading the last reply, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Most of the players wanted to meet within the Duncha game world. Apart from that, there were a few items that could help him leave the Duncha game world, but they all had additional negative effects. In the end, Fang Heng didn't find any of them suitable. Let's wait a little longer. After stretching lazily, Fang Heng washed up quickly and then opened his gaming console to log in and check. Upon logging in, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. He immediately noticed that he was being targeted by a force and messages were flooding his retina. Warning: the player's transfer teleportation channel, Yin Vein Rift, causes negative effects on the Holy Court, damages the Duncha world, and kills some members of the Holy Court. During the player's offline time, a total of 4-6 to 2W in net faction reputation and 3 to 1W in net faction honor value were obtained. Income will be calculated every hour until the event ends. Warning: player's current main mission, Rescue Chiporia, completion rate 329%. Alert! Player is being tracked by forces from the Divine Realm. The player's general location will be locked every 120 seconds. Warning! Leaving the current realm may affect this skill's effectiveness. The Divine Realm will take longer to relock the player. Hint: player's current triggered task, Escape Dungeon. Task description: Dungeon is completely sealed off. Players are required to attempt to escape the game world. Task requirement: leave the Dungeon game world. Task reward: none. Failure penalty: deduction of 1 West Main God points. Trouble: seeing the game prompts that popped up, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel a headache. He was being relentlessly pursued by the Divine Realm even before the tasks could be fully settled. It was quite embarrassing. Fang Heng flipped through the game log again and glanced at a few scattered messages received within the survival radio station. Most of them were from Chu Yan. Currently, Chu Yan had found a safe place in Duncho for rest but was still searching for a way to leave. The Merc Temple guarded by Ji Xiaobo had faced numerous ambushes and reconnaissance by Holy Court player squads, and these encounters were becoming more frequent. Perhaps the Merc Temple wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Fang Heng looked through the messages and then remotely controlled the zombie group in the Chiporia game world to alter their route towards attacking the Holy Court's territory, leaving a path for Lord Danny and others. Done. Sensing the approaching tracking forces, Fang Heng shook his head. There was no way to escape the tracking within the game, so it was better to log out and hide. With that thought, Fang Heng closed his eyes once again. Let's wait a little longer. I will surely find a way to escape Duncha. Back in the real world, Fang Heng found many messages from the Federal North District's University of Lavomidan. Fok tried to contact Fang Heng every once in a while, feeling troubled that he couldn't reach him. The Lavomidan University research team had prepared many problems for Fang Heng to solve. Fok had also specially prepared many beast control books. Fang Heng looked at the messages, thinking Fok was considerate to have even prepared advanced beast control books. Since there were no pressing matters in the real world currently, he decided to help out. Relax and change mindsets. Whoosh! The shadow phantom rat darted onto Fang Heng's shoulder. Fang Heng affectionately rubbed the phantom rat's head and said, "Let's go. Learn some skills." 2 days later, as Fang Heng was sound asleep, he was awakened by a sudden phone call. He picked up his phone from the bedside to check. The call was from Li Qingren. "Fang Heng, are you okay? I heard you were trapped in Duncha." "Yes." Fang Heng looked outside at the night sky, still a little drowsy, and asked, "How about you? Are you okay over there? I've already sent my friends from the Undead faction to help Ji Xiaobo guard the Merc Temple together. The Holy Court's people can't come in for now," Li Qingren said, feeling that the situation at the Merc Temple was not good. She continued, "But I'm afraid it won't last long. The Holy Court has realized the connection between the Yin Vein Rift's transfer and the Merc Temple and has sent troops to investigate the Merc Temple. The main force of the Holy Court will arrive soon." "Okay, we'll do our best." Fang Heng nodded. If the Holy Court destroyed the Merc Temple, there could be 2 outcomes for the Yin Vein Rift. First, it would remain in Duncho forever. Second, it could be summoned back to Pronos. Both results were possible. Even with his magic array setup, he couldn't confirm which one would happen. Before this, she would never have imagined that just because of Fang Heng's appearance, the current battle between the Holy Court and the Undead in the game world of Kibalea had completely changed. Now, the focus of the conflict had once again shifted to the Merc Sanctuary. Fang Heng figured since he was being watched by the Divine Realm and couldn't be of help anyway, he might as well be indifferent and carefree about it. "I can't leave now anyway, so I'll leave it to Lady Danny. I trust her. She's a professional." "Yes, Lady Danny has ample experience dealing with the Holy Court, and trusting this to her won't pose any problems. Besides this, there is another important matter that requires your decision." Li Qingren paused, then continued, "It's regarding the main task we received from Master Gullo. Rescue Kibalea." "Yes." Now, the main task of rescuing Kibalea had exceeded 1,500% completion. The figure was terrifying. When Li Qingren invited Fang Heng to help, she never imagined that Fang Heng could achieve such a level. Li Qingren spoke, her breath gradually growing heavier. She composed herself and continued, "These past few days, I have been practicing. 2 Undead players are hoping to obtain the remaining 2 slots for the mission. As an exchange, they are willing to provide an artifact." "What? An artifact?" When Fang Heng heard these words, he was also surprised. He was unaware that the completion of the task had already reached 1,500%. Considering about a completion of just over 1,000, he was already eligible for the advanced rewards in the master level of undead studies. Furthermore, due to exceeding the task completion, according to Master Gyulo's temperament, he would definitely give additional rewards. Truly valuable. But could these 2 mission slots really be exchanged for an artifact? Was something amiss? Fang Heng shook his head, dispelling the last remnants of drowsiness. What kind of artifact is it? The specific details and screenshots of the artifact have been sent to your email. Please check your email. They are here with me now, and we should respond to them as soon as possible. Alright, give me a moment. I will check now. Hold on. Fang Heng immediately opened his laptop placed beside the bed. When it came to artifacts, he had to take it seriously. He scrolled through the email sent by Li Qingren, clicked, and opened it. An image appeared on the screen. Item. Gem. Illusion God's Jest. Type. Artifact. Description. This item takes effect when stored in the backpack. It will inevitably drop upon death, can be embedded in accessories such as necklaces, rings, etc. to enhance accessory attributes. Description. Forcibly increases the player's charm value by 10 points. Charm value is a hidden attribute. It can additionally increase the player's success rate and initial favorability when interacting. Additional Skill 1. Illusion God's Jest. Skill description. Players can create a special identity that defaults to a new identity. This identity will not be affected by surveillance or reconnaissance skills below the God level. The identity can receive and complete tasks and claim rewards. This identity can last for a maximum of 72 hours. New identity can be created every 72 hours. Players can choose the skills to inherit for the new identity, and the skill level cannot exceed the player's own skills. Additional note. Players can only claim the attribute rewards, experience points, items, etc. by using their original form instead of the identity to complete the tasks, but cannot inherit all points, contributions, favorabilities, etc. acquired after completing the tasks. Additional Skill 2. Illusion God's Protection. Skill description. Players will be immune to all surveillance or reconnaissance skills below the God level. When tracked, the player will increase the tracker's tracking range and reduce the player's tracking duration. Effects depend on both sides' basic attributes, at least weakening by 50%. Additional Skill 3. Another Joke. Skill description. Immediately create a virtual illusion corpse on the spot upon death, lasting 120 seconds. The player will instantly move to a random location within 5,000 to 6,000 range of the death point, gaining a maximum of 10% health, and clearing most negative effects. Remaining usage. 1 time. After reading the entire skill description, Fang Heng fell into a momentary silence. It wasn't a combat-oriented artifact. It had minimal effect on combat enhancement. Still, the last life-saving skill was excellent. No wonder other players were willing to sell it. For ordinary players, this item was indeed very strong, but it had not yet reached a qualitative change. From the perspective of an ordinary player, it was not a loss to exchange it for direct upgrades to the master level of undead studies. However, Fang Heng observed the game prompt carefully, pondering. This item was very useful to him. He was currently being hunted by the Holy Court. The effect of Illusion God's Protection would undoubtedly provide him with more protective capabilities. An extra life from the third skill was also a good thing. Only the first skill seemed a bit peculiar. Creating a new identity. The new identity would only last for 72 hours and would disappear afterward, and the progress and rewards of the completed and claimed tasks using the additional identity would also disappear. What was the use of that? Fang Heng rethought the skill description. The first thing he could think of was using the new identity to claim a mission with significant penalties for failure. If successful, he would switch to his original form to claim the rewards. If he failed, he could simply abandon the new identity and create a new one after 72 hours. After all, the failure penalties would not be applied to his original form. Well, he would set that aside for now. At least the latter two skills would be extremely useful to him. And very urgent. Fang Heng picked up his phone nearby and asked, "Did you find this artifact for me?" "Yes. Due to game restrictions, it's very difficult for players to directly offer a large sum of point trade to you. As for other trade items, I feel you wouldn't be interested in them, except for this one, which I thought you might need." "Yes, indeed. I very much need it. Let them join the group. To avoid trouble, they need to sign a contract before joining. Buyers often use this method in the Divine Realm space under the witness of the Divine Realm to sign high-value trading agreements between players. Lee Kingren nodded. Signing the contract is not a problem, but they have also put forth a condition. What condition? They want you to forcibly settle the mission in advance. Complete the mission immediately to get the reward. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Forcibly settling the mission, loss a little is still a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Heng decided to agree to this condition. He was currently being hunted down, so he needed to obtain the artifact first. A little loss now means there will be a chance to earn it back in the future. Fang Heng nodded and said, "All right, tell them that I agree to the trade, but I am currently trapped in Dunsha. They will have to wait for me to leave Dunsha before." "Wait, Fang Heng," Lee Kingren suddenly interrupted. "Don't forget, the rescue mission for Chapolo Ray is a team task. Only one person from the team needs to meet with Master Guru to submit the task. We are currently at the entrance of the Bone Tower, and if you agree, we can complete the mission at any time." Fang Heng paused. Right? There were too many things going on, and he had forgotten about the benefits of team tasks. "All right, when can they proceed with the trade?" "Anytime. To ensure safety, we will immediately sign the main god notarized contract. Once the Rescue Chapolo Ray mission is completed with a contribution of over 1000%, the agreement will be automatically reached, and the artifact will be directly transferred to the main god space. You can directly enter the main god space to obtain it." Lee Kingren paused and continued, "As long as you agree, we can sign the agreement within 10 minutes. "All right. Wait for me. I will log in immediately." 2 days later, he logged into the game again. Fang Heng opened his eyes and immediately looked in a certain direction. Trouble. The moment he logged in, he sensed being tracked by a distant perceptual force. Pursuers from the god realm. Like a sticky plaster, he couldn't escape. Trouble. Fang Heng frowned and transformed into a bat form, flying towards the sky. Game prompts appeared on the retina immediately. Hint. Player transfer teleportation channel. Yin Vein Rift, negatively affecting the Holy Court, causing damage to the world of Dunsha, killing some members of the Holy Court. Total gains of 52.17 million and dead camp prestige, 54.09 million and dead camp honor points during the player's offline time. Unable to calculate accurately until the event ends, the game will settle gains every hour. Hint. Player's current main task, Rescue Chapolo Ray completion rate increased by 419%. Hint. Team mission. Rescue Chapolo Ray. Your teammate Lee Kingren invites Zakaria and Lars to join the mission team. Do you agree? Agreed. Hint. Player Lee Kingren completed the task in advance with Master Guru. Do you agree? If you agree to settle the task in advance, the system will settle the completion rate that has not been settled yet. The system will deduce the maximum completion rate the player can obtain under the most unfavorable circumstances. Fang Heng frowned. The task was already close to 2000% completion. If the Yin Vein Rift lasted 10 more days, maybe there could be a prospect of 5000% completion. It would be a waste to finish it directly now. However, there was no choice. The Holy Court pursuers were getting closer, and he needed to complete the task in advance. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Agreed. Hint. Player team chooses to end the task in advance. Hint. Simulation in progress. Hint. Player gains main task. Rescue Chapolo Ray completion rate of 1622%. Hint. Player's total task completion rate, 3577%. Shocked. When the game prompts appeared, Lee Kingren, who was in the Prunyo's game world ready to submit the task, and the 2 new players who joined the team, were all stunned. Over 3500% total task completion rate. This was much more than expected, and this was under the circumstance of early task settlement, where all actions were deduced by the game system based on the worst-case scenario. According to players' past experiences, settling the task early was the most disadvantageous. Even if players did nothing, waiting until the last moment of task settlement would likely earn them at least 1/3 more completion than the main god system deduced. Lars and his companions glanced at each other, their eyes showing a pleasant surprise, feeling that this deal was really worth it. In front of the trio, Master Guru nodded with satisfaction. This time, Fang Heng not only solved the big trouble of the Chapolo Ray game world being occupied by the Holy Core, but also actively counterattacked, guiding the Yin Veins into the Dunsha game world, dealing a heavy blow to the Holy Court, turning the lower realm of the Holy Court upside down. The results far exceeded his expectations. He was extremely satisfied. There were successors in the undead camp. In response, Master Guru was also very generous in giving rewards. Master Guru waved his hand, and a dark light fell on everyone. Hint: player's current high-level undead studies advances to master level undead studies. Master level. Everyone's spirits couldn't help but rise, their breathing becoming rapid. The number of players able to have a master level in undead studies didn't exceed 10. For the players, this was almost like reaching the sky in one step. Exchanging a somewhat useless artifact for this was truly a great deal. At this moment, Feng Heng also received a game prompt. Hint: the player's team has wrapped up the task early. Hint: based on the comprehensive completion rate of the player tasks, the player receives an additional reward of 500,000 main god points. Hint: please look for Master Guru to receive the Master Level Undead Studies Advancement and special rewards. Hint: the contract between the player and Lars has been completed, and the related items have been placed in the game's main god space. Please collect them yourself. There is a probability of loss after 24 hours if not collected. Very good. Feng Heng took a deep breath and nodded in satisfaction. Master Guru knew what he was lacking and directly awarded him with 500,000 main god points. As for the advancement to Master Level Undead Studies, he would need to personally see Master Guru to receive the teachings. Let's go. First, get the artifact. Feng Heng quickly landed on top of a tall building in the city, reverted back to his human form, and gradually faded away in the space. He suddenly entered the void of the main god space, reaching out to grab the palm-sized gem floating in the void. The gem was a godly joke. It was extremely light, seeming to blend into the space. Hint: player receives item, godly joke, a good plaything. Feng Heng nodded to himself. Log off first, DAC offline. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, inspecting the artifact gem in his palm. The power encapsulation of the artifact was done extremely well. No energy leakage could be perceived from the gem's exterior. Feng Heng began to contemplate the ability of the artifact's additional godly joke. Upon infusion of mental power, a quasi-person model immediately appeared in the sea of consciousness. Soon, Feng Heng understood this skill. Simply put, it was to simulate a new character. The new character could automatically adjust their appearance, similar to the human skin masks used in the past. However, the artifact's disguising effect was even better. Apart from facial features, it could also disguise height and body shape. In other words, can all the troubles caused by the projection of characters be dismissed with a stroke of the pen? Not bad at all. In addition, all skills projected from characters can be adjusted. Only adjustments can be made lower than the original, not higher. At first glance, it seems very useless. However, Feng Heng discovered a key point. Talent skills. Talent skills also belong to skills. They can be inherited by projected characters or choose not to inherit. In this way, when the resurrection time of the zombie avatar expires, if he is still in the projected character state, the zombie avatar will not immediately resurrect. It is like having a tool that can partially adjust the resurrection of the zombie avatar. Not bad. Not bad. Feng Heng murmured to himself. It can be considered as a hidden function. Overall, artifacts are a good thing that can disguise identities. Perhaps for ordinary players, the role of this item is limited, but he is different. He has a special skill to change his own attributes, and with the projected identity, he can better disguise himself, right? With the assistance of the artifact, maybe like this. Feng Heng's eyes lit up suddenly. Since he posted the commission task on an unofficial website, he has received a lot of feedback in the past few days. Among them, there may be a useful item. Thinking this, Feng Heng immediately logged on to the website given by Laogi to search for the item, opened the mailbox, and casually scrolled through the historical records to find a message sent by an anonymous player. Found it. There was no other information in the message, only an item screenshot explanation. Item: trial symbol of the Holy Army. Type: disposable consumable. Description: by using this item, players can enter a higher level game world, the Eternal Holy City, and trigger a special mission, Trial of the Holy Army. Through the Trial of the Holy Army, players will have the opportunity to become a qualified member of the Holy Army and enter the Divine Realm to receive the inheritance of the Holy Army. Description: this item is for single use only, and after using it, players can stay in the Eternal Holy City for up to 72 hours. An interesting world teleportation symbol. It's a bit like an invitation letter from there and Ned can't. But since he is currently in the Sacred Cant territory, he cannot use the invitation letter from Punozi. The trial symbol teleportation device obviously belongs to the core camp. As for the Eternal Holy City, Fang Heng has heard of it. It is one of the central strongholds of the core camp in the high-level game world. Judging from the mission description, as long as the player passes the various tests of the Holy Army, the player can even enter the Divine Realm and receive the inheritance in the name of the Holy Army. It's a very tempting item. In just 3 days, since he posted the commission, about a dozen people had sent him messages offering this kind of trial teleportation symbol, so the trial symbol is not particularly rare. At that time, Fang Heng didn't dare to use it. After all, he is currently wanted by the court. Would it be inappropriate to directly go to the headquarters of the court's high-level game world? Wouldn't he be targeted as soon as he arrived? The risk of exposure is too high. But now things are different. With the artifact projecting an identity, only divine-level skills will be exposed. Even the innate talent of the zombie avatar can be concealed by this. The probability of the court discovering his identity has greatly decreased. Of course, the risk still exists. Fang Heng estimates that as long as he keeps a low profile, he probably won't be discovered so quickly. The pursuit team sent by the Divine Realm is right behind, and he needs to leave quickly. Taking it one step at a time, staying here is no use. It's better to go see. With determination, Fang Heng promptly canceled the commission on the website, directly called Chuyan, asking him to help find another trial symbol of the Holy Army in the game world. 2 hours later, Fang Heng returned to the game world. As soon as he logged in, Fang Heng immediately sensed the force locking onto him. Reminder: player transfer teleportation channel. Yin vein crack, causing negative impact on the court, causing destruction to the Duncha world, killing some members of the court. During the player's offline time, a total of 520,000 undead camp reputation and 220,000 undead camp honor points will be awarded. Cannot accurately calculate before the event ends. The game will calculate earnings every hour. Reminder: player is being tracked. The effect of tracking is additionally reduced by 72% due to the prank of the Phantom God in the player's backpack. Good. Seeing the prompt, Fang Heng's heart moved. Truly worthy of being an artifact. This effect is worth it. Not wasting any time, he hurried to find Chuyan. Fang Heng immediately transformed into a bat form and flew towards the corner coffee shop in the city. Boss Fang. At the entrance of the coffee shop, Chuyan looked at Fang Heng, who had returned from his bat form to human form, appearing in front of him. The item has been obtained. The route was very safe. You can use it with confidence, Chuyan said, passing a rune-shaped piece of paper to Fang Heng. Thank you for your hard work. I have a tracking technique on me, so I'll leave first. Be careful, and I'll come find you after I've dealt with the trouble on me. Don't worry, Boss Fang. We have already found a place to settle down. The Eternal Holy City is a high-level game world controlled by the court. The court has been managing it diligently for tens of thousands of years, with deep-rooted influence. Boss Fang must be careful. Chuyan also knew about the trial symbol of the Holy Army. Although this item is valuable, it is not rare in the Duncha game world. Players can enter the Eternal Holy City through the trial symbol and undertake some tests of the Holy Army. If they can complete all tasks perfectly, they may even qualify to become members of the Holy Army, entering the Divine Realm to receive divine gifts. Of course, the notion of entering the Divine Realm is only a rumor. Chuyan has never heard of anyone achieving this. A single trial symbol only lasts 72 hours, and most players can only complete a few rounds of tasks in the Eternal Holy City, get some mission rewards, and improve their favorability with various NPCs, and then it's done. If one really wants to become a member of the Holy Army, it would take at least a dozen attempts, not to mention trying to go to the Divine Realm. However, Chuyan never expected that Fang Heng would use this method to escape from Duncha. It feels a bit like being chased by a tiger, and in a panic, running towards a crocodile pit for survival. At least he wouldn't dare to do that. After all, he's also under investigation and pursuit by the court right now. Well, the pursuit from the Divine Realm may arrive soon. You should leave first. Keep in touch. Fang Heng took the trial symbol and, without delay, immediately poured his mental power into it. Thus, in the high sky of the city, several figures swiftly passed by. Fang Heng was chasing after the perception that the domain Saint Judge Okuni was tracking, and his brows furrow in concentration. 3 days later, the great prophecy regarding Fang Heng's location was triggered again. However, this time, their lock on Fang Heng's position suddenly became somewhat blurry. The lock area had expanded by around 80% compared to before. Okuni frowned and uttered a light exclamation, "Hot." Under Okuni's lead, a group of people descended from the sky. "The perception has vanished," Okuni said, looking towards the direction where Fang Heng's perception disappeared, and continued, "It seems he has entered another realm." During this time, all teleportation channels in Dunsha were closely guarded. Theoretically, Fang Heng could not have left through the teleportation channels. Moreover, near the approximate location of Fang Heng locked by the Great Prophecy, there were no teleportation channels. So, what special item did he use? Okuni looked at the judges of the various domains behind him and nodded, saying he may have left Dunsha using another method. "Let's proceed. Continue the pursuit." Yes, everyone nodded in unison and gathered around Okuni in a circle. In the center of the circle, the shadow of a sacred magical array appeared. Under the effect of the Great Prophecy, even if Fang Heng had left the Dunsha realm, his approximate area could still be locked. The magic array slowly activated, and the divine light gradually overflowed from the magical array. After a while, the expressions of the judges of the various domains became somewhat strange, and they all turned their gaze towards Okuni. It was too strange. The Great Prophecy was being interfered with by an unknown force. It couldn't be said to be completely ineffective, but tracking Fang Heng would take longer than before. Why was this happening? The Great Prophecy had already reached the level of divine skill. What kind of power could severely affect it? Okuni also opened his eyes wide, his expression becoming more serious. The warning from the great sage Aladdin was not wrong. Fang Heng was indeed not easy to deal with. Hint: the player uses the Mirage God's prank skill. The player currently uses simulated character information identity. The current character is a non-camp character, not related to any camp. Hint: player enters Eternal Holy City. Hint: player's entity belongs to the undead camp. By default, the player enters this world using a disguised method. Hint: killing the Holy Court camp will have a high probability of revealing the player's hostile camp identity. Please be cautious. Hint: after 72 hours, the player will automatically exit from the Eternal Holy City. Hint: the player has crossed realms. The chasing team dispatched by the domain will relock your position. 9+15 additionally increased due to the influence of artifact skills hours later. Hint: player triggers the initial task, examination of the Holy Army. Task description: go to the Eternal Holy City to find one of the Holy Army examiners to receive a practical test mission. Fang Heng quickly scanned the task description, unconsciously furrowing his brows. Pursuers from the domain ... trouble, only giving him 24 hours. Too tight. This was still under the support of the artifact. In any case, he had to quickly figure out a way to return to the zombie doomsday world quickly. The zombie doomsday world provided a newbie protection. Even the domain could not forcefully enter. Fang Heng had no intention of completing the so-called Holy Army mission from the beginning and was considering finding a way to sneak into the Eternal Holy City and escape. As the dazzling divine light gradually dimmed before his eyes, Fang Heng opened his eyes again. Fang Heng couldn't help but be moved. He was currently inside a large sacred core temple standing within a teleportation magic array at the center of the temple. Surrounding the teleportation magic array outside were over 20 solemn sacred core paladins in armor. Suddenly, a sharp pain ran through his wrist. Fang Heng looked down and saw a faint sacred mark appearing on his wrist. Hint: player currently bears the mark of the Holy Army trial. Explanation: under the operation of the mark, all of the player's trial actions will be recorded, and any actions that violate the teachings of the Holy Army will result in additional deduction of Holy Army experience points and points. Being monitored. A thought flashed through Fang Heng's mind as he heard a voice in his ear. Are you the inheritor of the Holy Army? Fang Heng turned his head to look at the sacred court paladin guard beside him. Inheritor? It seems this is your first time here. The paladin extended his hand and pointed to the entrance of the hall on the right side of the passage. The Holy Army instructor is waiting for you there. After passing through the passage, continue straight ahead. Please note, this is the Eternal Holy City. Do not move around freely until you complete the trial for the first time. So this is the headquarters of the Sacred Court, Fang Heng thought to himself, feeling troubled. Earlier, when using the Nose World invitation letter, the first entry into Nose was in a random location. However, the Eternal Holy City teleportation scroll seemed to be fixed. It directly teleported him to the headquarters of the Sacred Court. Fang Heng was somewhat relieved at this moment. Fortunately, he had the protection of the artifact. Otherwise, the chances of his identity being exposed would have significantly increased. Seeing Fang Heng standing still, the Sacred Court Paladin guard urged, "Inheritor, please hurry." "All right. Let's take it one step at a time." Fang Heng stopped overthinking, pushed aside his random thoughts, and continued walking forward. After he left the teleportation magic array, the array behind him started operating again. Players kept stepping out of the magic array. Without the reminder of the Sacred Court Paladin guards, the players all headed straight towards the right side passage. Fang Heng deliberately slowed his pace. Walking through the long passage, most of his attention was focused on the Sacred Court guards on both sides. These were the guards in the high-level game world. From their fluctuations in vitality alone, their strength was clearly much higher than those in the mid-level game world. Following the stream of people by his side, Fang Heng entered the rear temple hall. A solemn atmosphere enveloped him as he stepped in. Inside the hall, the high dome was painted with a myriad of stars, as if the whole universe was encompassed within. At the end of the hall, a giant Zeus statue embedded in the wall stood towering. The expression of Zeus looked stern as he gazed downwards. Directly below the statue of Zeus, more than 10 Holy Army instructors stood solemnly. Standing there, with a profound feeling, Fang Heng looked up at the massive Zeus statue behind the Holy Army instructors. He instinctively felt a sense of crisis. This was big trouble. Hint: player perceives the existence of a sacred purify area ahead. There is a high probability of player's identity being exposed when entering the area. Please be cautious. Divine level. Seeing the game hint, Fang Heng was stirred. Obviously, the domain was triggered by the massive Zeus statue ahead. Many players who followed behind entered the Great Hall one by one, passing by Fang Heng. Most of these players were not here for the first time, as they directly walked towards a certain Holy Army instructor under the statue, received their tasks from the instructor, and then headed towards the teleportation magic array on the right side of the hall. A teleportation passage. Fang Heng's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing this. Fortunately, the teleportation passage was not within the territorial range. Forget about completing any stupid advancement tasks for the Holy Army. Just find a way to escape. Fang Heng immediately stepped towards the teleportation passage. Wait. Stop. In front of him, a Holy Court guard blocked Fang Heng's path towards the teleportation area. Gesturing towards over 10 Holy Army instructors inside the Great Hall, "Please receive your tasks first before using the teleportation passage to enter the trial ground." Fang Heng shook his head and said, "I don't want to undergo the trial, I want to leave here." "Shut up." The Holy Court guard's expression turned grave, softly warning, "What do you think this place is? To become a Holy Army member, one needs firm beliefs. How can a momentary difficulty scare you away? Since you are here, don't think about running away. Even in failure, don't let it crush the firm belief of the Holy Army." The Holy Court guard's admonition attracted the attention of many players around. Fearful of drawing more attention and being exposed, Fang Heng quickly nodded and admitted his mistake before stepping back. It seemed like running away directly might not work. Not too worrying. At least, no one was pressuring him to complete the task immediately by standing here. Surveying the entire Great Hall once again, Fang Heng realized that the area on the right side of the hall seemed to be a resting area. There were about a dozen players gathered there briefly, but their expressions were serious, and they were not even talking quietly. Fang Heng pursed his lips and walked towards the rest area, observing the situation of the over 10 Holy Court, Holy Army instructors in front of him, pondering quickly. Should he take the risk? The instructor standing in the center seemed to be the most experienced and likely the strongest. Several players were already in line waiting to speak with him and receive tasks. No, he shouldn't choose him. Let's start with the instructors on the left and right. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the Holy Army instructor on the far right. He looked very young, but judging from his aura and strength fluctuations, his power was not to be underestimated. Coupled with the unknown skill effects of the central statue, the probability of his identity being exposed was too high. Damn it! Fang Heng stood hesitating in place for more than 10 minutes, during which the players around him left one after another an were replaced by a new group. Should he give it a shot? But he knew very little about the current environment. Even if he ran away, it would be like a headless fly, as he had no idea where to escape to. Just as Fang Heng was hesitating, he suddenly sensed a player approaching him from behind. "Hello, friend. I see you've been waiting here for a while. Are you waiting for someone, or is this your first time in the Eternal Holy City?" Fang Heng turned to look at the young man who had come to strike up a conversation with him, and nodded lightly. "Indeed, I occasionally received an invitation to the Holy Army's trial, but came over without doing any homework." "I see, just as I thought. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lindoro Perez. Unfortunately, a friend from our group had an accident and couldn't make it. If you don't mind, shall we form a temporary team together?" A team invitation. Fang Heng's eyes lit up at the sound of this. Of course. Teaming up. Teaming up was great. Through the identity created by the artifact gem, he could receive the tasks, but being exposed under the Holy Court's domain and directly facing the high-level NPC to get the tasks was too risky. But with a team, it would be different. Let other players help him get the tasks. He wouldn't have to interact with the NPC directly, but could join the task as a team member. You can rest assured, my friends and I are all quite powerful. Lindoro smiled and looked at Fang Heng. Think about it. Choosing team members was not a casual decision. In fact, there was a player in Lindoro's team who was proficient in reconnaissance skills. It was strange that when he tried to use reconnaissance skills on Fang Heng earlier, the skill completely failed. Such a situation was rare, even with NPCs. After discussing within the small team, they believed that Fang Heng's strength was probably not low and decided to take a chance. "By the way, how should I address you, brother?" "Fang Heng." Fang Heng? A familiar name. Lindoro's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he carefully looked at Fang Heng again. Same name as that person. Recently, the name Fang Heng had been frequently heard in the Holy Court. Not him. The two individuals were vastly different in physique and facial features. Lindoro couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could Fang Heng just show up so boldly in the Eternal Holy City? In these recent days, he had been scared by the news about Fang Heng. What was he thinking? The Eternal Holy City was an important stronghold for the Holy Court in the high-level game. Currently, the Holy Court had identified Fang Heng as their primary target enemy. Rumors had it that Fang Heng was being hunted down by a team sent out by the Divine Realm. It was estimated that Fang Heng didn't even have time to escape for his life, so how could he dare to come here? "Brother, your name sure is intimidating, being the same as that person." Lindoro chuckled, thinking it was just a coincidence of the same sounding name. "Oh right, I almost forgot it's your first time here. Let me introduce the relevant trial tasks to you." The trial tasks provided by the Holy Army instructors are classified into different levels of difficulty, ranging from F to SSS, with completing the trials granting corresponding trial points and trial level experience. Initially, a player's Holy Army trial level is low, so even completing tasks of low difficulty can earn experience points. However, later on, only tasks of SSS level can provide enough experience points for leveling up. Of course, failing tasks will deduct some experience points too. Lindoro continued. Furthermore, completing tasks can also earn some points, which can be exchanged for consumables and special equipment after the trial. These equipment and consumables are quite special, most of which can only be used during the trial. Fang Heng nodded in understanding and looked at Lindoro, asking, "What is the difficulty level of the task your group is planning to select?" "A level. According to the normal situation, if all 5 members of their team are present, the success rate of challenging an S-level mission is approximately 60%. This time, an unexpected situation occurred, as one team member couldn't make it on time. Normally, with one person missing, the success rate of forcibly challenging an S-level mission is almost 0%. Simply adding an unknown person, whose strength is unclear and without prior coordination, would also make it difficult to guarantee success rate. It's safer to choose an A-level mission. Even if they accidentally picked a subpar teammate, they would still have around a 60% success rate by relying on themselves. Alright, let's cooperate happily. Fang Heng just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Leveraging the team's strength, they first entered the so-called trial to see if there was any way to leave after entering the trial. Even if they couldn't leave halfway through the trial, they should be able to leave the temple area after completing it. At least they would have more room for activities. Ha ha. Brother, let's go. Let me introduce our teammates to you. Lin Deluo warmly escorted Fang Heng to join the team. Including Fang Heng, Lin Deluo's team consisted of 5 people in total. One was a specialist in healing and reconnaissance, another specialized in defense, a holy knight, and the other 2 were flexible, mostly responsible for output and able to fill in during emergencies. In fact, the higher the level of the game world, the closer the players in the team are to being all-rounders. The division of labor in the team is not always so clear-cut. While there are specialists, every player can switch roles anytime. A healer specialist can also engage in combat output, just not as proficient. So, when they first saw Fang Heng, Lin Deluo didn't even ask him about his preferred position. Hint: player Lin Deluo invites you to join the team. Hint: player has joined a regular team. Current permission. Member, let's go receive the task from the instructor. I'll stay here. Fang Heng stopped and waved his hand. Seeing the gazes from everyone, Fang Heng explained, I have a special item bound to me that deducts 5 charm points. It's better not to affect the task reception. Everyone immediately understood. Charm points are a hidden setting in the game affecting the initial and subsequent favorability of NPCs towards you. Based on years of players' exploration, the initial charm points of each player fluctuate between -3 and 3. About 90% of players start with 0 points. Being deducted 5 points is obviously a huge loss. At this cost, the other attributes of the item shouldn't be too bad. Alright, we'll go get the task. Fang Heng, wait here for a bit. We'll be back soon. Okay. Fang Heng watched as Lin Deluo led a few members of the team towards the center of the main hall to the paladin instructor. Lin Deluo talked with the instructor for a moment. Soon, a game prompt appeared in Fang Heng's field of vision. Hint: team has received a random Holy Crusade trial task. Rank A. Hint: this task poses high danger. Please be cautious. Done. Lin Deluo and the others walked back towards Fang Heng, nodding. Task received. Had a chat with the instructor. No issues. Let's go. Following behind Lin Deluo, Fang Heng entered the teleportation area on the right side of the hall with the team. Flash, 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 a sacred light enveloped Fang Heng and the others. Suddenly, they all disappeared within the teleportation channel. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Heng opened his eyes again. In the hazy morning light, the entrance of a mountain covered in snow appeared before him. The path ahead was almost completely covered in thick snow, with only a faintly visible trail leading up the mountain. Snowflakes slightly fell on his shoulders from the mountaintop. A game prompt appeared. Hint: player has entered an unknown game world. Player needs to gather more information to find world coordinates. Hint: player's current Holy Crusade trial mark is in effect. Under the mark, all trial actions will be recorded. Actions against the teachings of the Holy Crusade will result in additional deduction of Holy Crusade experience points and points. In special cases, players will be forcibly teleported back to the Eternal Holy City. Hint: team has triggered the trial task. Slay the Three-Eyed Snake. Task name: Slay the Three-Eyed Snake. Task description: awakened by some unexpected stimulus, the Three-Eyed Snake slumbers in the snowy mountains. The snake has taken over the entire mountain range, even invading the towns below, damaging the sanctum churches within the towns. The devout believers of the sanctum pray fervently, seeking divine guidance, to kill the Three-Eyed Snake. Task requirement: kill the Three-Eyed Snake. Time limit: 3 hours. If time expires, the player defaults to task failure and will be automatically teleported back to the Eternal Holy City. A boss killing task. Fang Heng observed the task prompt, silently analyzing. Without concrete information about the boss's strength from the task description, and with the short 3-hour time limit, finding an alternative method to complete the task during battle would be challenging. Lin Deluo and another paladin in the team were at the front of the group. Fang Heng stood in the middle output position. While the other players were vigilant of the potential dangers in the surrounding environment, Fang Heng focused on how to overcome the game. Are all trial missions time limited to 3 hours? Not necessarily, it depends. Some missions take longer while others are shorter. The duration is not related to the mission level, but most missions usually do not exceed 8 hours. Lin Deluo answered Fang Heng's question, while also staying alert to threats from the surrounding environment. The group slowly advanced up the snowy mountain path. A few minutes later, Lin Deluo, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, focused, and looked ahead, gesturing for the team to stop. In the distance, two tall white figures gradually emerge from the falling ice and snow. Snow monsters, elite creatures, low fire resistance, skilled in close combat, very high strength attribute, attacks with advanced heavy stun skills. Beware of interrupting their special skill earthquake. Don't engage head-on. Attack from the sides. Zack, responsible for healing and reconnaissance at the back of the team, provided information promptly. Dare in sight. Let's go. Lindello and another paladin rushed in, each engaging one snow monster. The first wave of elite creatures encountered in the trial, their strength was moderate. Lindello's team could easily handle them according to their usual procedure. At this moment, everyone's focus was on Fang Heng. The strength of the new team member was crucial for them. It would affect the specific arrangements for the upcoming boss battle. If Fang Heng was strong enough, it would be better, and they could complete the mission effortlessly. If they had misjudged him, and he turned out to be useless, the final boss battle would meet a different plan. Fang Heng stood in the middle of the team, flipping his wrist. Suddenly, a scepter shimmering with a holy aura appeared in his hand. The scepter of holy blessings. Seeing the scepter in Fang Heng's hand, everyone's eyes lit up. The scepter. It was obviously not an ordinary item. This wave was under control. So, is he a long-range mage? Fang Heng, with the newly formed character from the artifact, stood at a height of 2 meters, with a sturdy physique, giving the impression of a melee player. Moments later, he wielded the scepter, causing a slight contrast in the players' minds. But the next moment, Fang Heng dashed forward. What's this? A melee mage? Zack, who was standing at the rear of the team, was astonished. Seeing Fang Heng charging towards the snow monster, he quickly prepared his healing skills, shouting, "Be careful! The snow monster has high strength and can easily overpower you. Don't engage directly." The next moment, Fang Heng was close to the snow monster. The snow monster, with keen perception, swung a massive fist towards Fang Heng's face. "Hey!" Fang Heng let out a disdainful snort, swinging the scepter with one hand towards the monster. Doom! A dull thud rang in everyone's ears. Seeing Fang Heng's actions, everyone's expression changed. In a one-on-one confrontation, under a simple power clash, Fang Heng stood still without moving an inch, while the snow monster, like a drunkard hitting a telephone pole, staggered back in pain and dizziness. Tower crush! Witnessing this, Zack was astonished, halting his healing spell midway due to the incredible scene. The snow monster was an elite-level creature known for its strength. Usually, it used strength to overpower others, but today it was being overpowered by a player. Phew! Zack looked up to see Fang Heng relentless, swinging the scepter and hammering the retreating snow monster continuously. After gaining the upper hand, the snow monster was forced into a retreat by Fang Heng. It couldn't find any opportunity to counterattack and seemed like a drunkard being pushed back. Lindello and the paladin player beside him exchanged a glance, their expressions becoming somewhat strange. Wow! Not only was Fang Heng overpowering in strength, but he also dominated in agility and perception. Only when fully overpowering an opponent could Fang Heng completely suppress the snow monster, preventing it from releasing any skills. Help! Seeing this, Lindello and the others adjusted their positions for output. Fang Heng continued to strike at the snow monster multiple times, along with the team's backline output led by Lindello. In less than a minute, the 2 elite snow monsters were wiped out by the group. Well done, brother. The group looked at Fang Heng with silent joy. What a treasure they had found. With the strength Fang Heng displayed now, it seemed like he was much stronger than their previous teammates. And it was clear that this was not his full strength. Brother, you're amazing. With you here, things are much easier for us. We'll focus on clearing the mission bosses now. Lindello approached, patting Fang Heng's shoulder and admiring. Time is limited. Let's continue with the mission bosses. All right. Fang Heng nodded and put away the holy scepter. They resumed their exploration up the snow-covered mountain path, becoming more aware of Fang Heng's displayed strength as they advanced. One person controlling 5 elite snow monsters was no problem at all. This mission felt particularly easy for the players. They even thought that facing only 5 snow monsters was far from Fang Heng's limit. The team reached the mountaintop in just 20 minutes, continuing their path covered in snow. At the end of the snowy mountain path, at the mountaintop, a cold gust of wind blew past. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the location indicated by the game task prompt. An old dilapidated temple, largely covered by snow and neglected for a long time, stood ahead. The group exchanged glances, focusing on the temple, raising their guards. Fang Heng retracted his gaze, slowly shifting his focus to the ground covered in white snow ahead. With his keen bloodline perception, he detected a fluctuation of bloodline power. It was from the Yao clan. Compared to humans, Yao clan's bloodline was much stronger. Fang Heng glanced at the game timer when he had a moment. It had been 23 minutes since he entered the game. He quickly decided to deal with the boss. The more time left, the more time to find an exit. He estimated that the boss's strength wasn't high compared to the sinister aura. The frosty breath leaking from the crack was too weak. Action! Swiftly, before the three-eyed snake demon fully emerged from the underground crack, Fang Heng had already taken the initiative and swiftly flew forward towards it. Dang! With a loud bang, a huge figure sprang out of the crack. The dense rubble scattered in all directions. A large amount of flying rubble came crashing towards Fang Heng. Frowning, Fang Heng directly confronted it, accelerating towards the three-eyed snake demon. Smack! Smack! The dense rubble hit Fang Heng, and damage numbers appeared, mostly in the 10s or 20s, which was insufficient. The minor injuries caused by the rubble quickly healed under the effect of the undead body. At this moment, the three-eyed snake demon finally revealed itself in full to everyone. A large snake-like creature grew wings near its head. Facing Fang Heng, who was approaching, the three-eyed snake demon swayed its body, and a small crack suddenly opened at its brow, revealing a dark purple pupil. Illusory eyes. Fang Heng's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the illusory eyes. A touch of confusion flashed in his eyes. Following that, a magic array was reflected in Fang Heng's right eye's pupil and rapidly rotated. Both eyes instantly cleared up. Hint. Player subjected to the three-eyed snake demon special effect. Hint. Player's talent. Eye of Omniscience activated. Player immune to this mental spell attack. The three-eyed snake demon's movements paused for a moment, seemingly puzzled that Fang Heng did not fall into confusion as it expected. As it paused, Fang Heng took the opportunity to close the gap and swung his sacred staff. Suddenly, the tail of the three-eyed snake demon whipped out like a steel whip, aiming directly at Fang Heng. Dang! A heavy thud. Hiss. The three-eyed snake demon let out a hiss as it was struck on its tail, sending it flying backward. A hit. As they watched the enormous creature being knocked away by Fang Heng, Lindro's team behind him was a bit stunned. So powerful, the monster had just respawned, and it was already knocked away like this. Quick, help! Lindro immediately reacted, calling on the team to assist Fang Heng using long-range magic. Sak stood at the back of the team, hesitating. He was stunned. He hadn't even had a chance to use his detection abilities to assess the boss's weaknesses and attacks. By the time he realized it, Fang Heng was already chasing after the three-eyed snake demon, relentlessly hammering away. Why did it feel like the three-eyed snake boss was weaker than the elite snow monster they encountered earlier? No need for healing, Sak immediately switched to holy equipment and joined Lindro's team in attacking the boss together. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes before the three-eyed snake demon's health was depleted. Fang Heng finally put away his staff and stepped back. Everyone couldn't help but look at Fang Heng, then at the corpse left behind by the three-eyed snake demon. Finished. Over. Just like that. Hint. Player successfully defeated the three-eyed snake demon. Player completed the trial of the Holy Army. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt. Good. Confirmed the kill. Along the way, all the creatures killed did not drop any treasures or materials. It seemed to be a game setting. No items could be obtained through killing in the trial. Fang Heng thought to himself, with less than 2.5 hours left, he could try to explore this world and find other exits. Fang Heng. This. Everyone's gaze turned to Fang Heng. The fact that the task was completed so quickly and easily was not due to the difficulty of the task, but because of Fang Heng. Fang Heng's overall strength even allowed him to crush the boss, the three-eyed snake demon. Thinking back, even without them, Fang Heng alone could have defeated the boss solo. It would have just taken a bit more time. Seeing the gazes of everyone, Fang Heng realized that his performance was a bit too outstanding. Nodded, and explained, "My special ability allows me to be immune to illusions, so I countered it." Everyone nodded upon hearing this. That's why. One of the most difficult abilities of the three-eyed snake demon is illusion and mental manipulation, which Fang Heng completely counter, effectively restraining it. However, even so, it was still extremely difficult for Fang Heng to surpass the boss in all aspects. Next, Fang Heng was about to say something when a game prompt refreshed in front of everyone. Hint. The player team's current trial has been completed. Reverse teleportation is in progress, and upon returning to the Eternal Holy City, the performance of this task will be automatically settled. Fang Heng was taken aback. It seemed a bit different from what he had expected. Without waiting for him to think more, the next moment, a rotating alchemy magic array appeared under the feet of all the players in the team. Divine power flowed within the magic array. The next moment, everyone disappeared simultaneously into the magic array. Congratulations on successfully completing the trial of the Holy Army. You can enter the rest area behind or continue the next trial. Before the rune effect of the Holy Army expires, you can freely move within the Eternal Holy City. When Fang Heng opened his eyes again, he found himself in another grand hall. Obviously, the atmosphere in this hall was much more relaxed than before, with players gathered in small groups talking quietly. It seemed like everyone here had completed the tasks. Fang Heng noticed that he was in a large teleportation magic array. Beside him, Lindro and his teammates gradually appear. Hint: the player has transcended realms, and the pursuit team dispatched by the Divine Realm will reattempt to locate your position in 8 plus 14.5 hours additional due to the impact of artifact skills. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly shrank. This isn't good. The A-level task was completed in just half an hour. It felt so easy, even easier than facing elite monsters. I never expected Brother Fang Heng's strength to be so strong. Thanks to you this time, we can challenge more difficult tasks next time, Lindora said with a smile. He knew that this ease was all thanks to Fang Heng, and he immediately thought about making friends with him, considering forming a fixed team together. But he worried that Fang Heng might not want to, thinking they were not skilled enough. With such strength, it's no wonder he could bravely enter the Eternal Holy City alone. Okay. As they exchanged contact information, their friend list was completely virtualized. Fang Heng and Lindoro swapped survival radio contact information. I almost forgot. Is this your first time in the Eternal Holy City? Let me show you around. The Eternal Holy City may look like a high-level game world, but the area where we, to challengers, can operate is very small inside the city, Lindoro said, leading Fang Heng away from the teleportation magic array towards the central area of the main hall. In general, the lower level of our Eternal Holy City is roughly divided into 4 areas: East, West, South, North, and Central Courtyard. The area we are in now is the Central Courtyard, Lindoro explained, pointing towards the right. The East is the resting area, where you can quickly heal and rest after battles. The West is the library, where you can find some information related to the Holy Court. It's not very big, and the information is not complete, but many players read and rest there to gain some academic experience points. The South area is the Temple of Zeus and the training room, where you can advance your skills and learn some simple techniques from NPCs. Finally, the North is the main hall of tasks that we just completed earlier. Most player teams have already completed their teams before entering the task hall. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Where is the exit? Can we leave here? Leave? Lindoro found it strange and asked, why do you want to leave? It seemed like Fang Heng was not in a hurry at all, even wanting to go outside for a stroll. Nothing. I just want to go out and explore, see this world, and see if I can find any special NPCs. That's probably not possible, the team healer, Sak, who was listening to their conversation, interjected. The Eternal Holy City is a training base built by the Divine Domain to cultivate the Holy Crusaders in high-level game worlds. I've never heard of anyone leaving here before. Fang Heng thought it was troublesome. He had thought the Eternal Holy City was similar to the Pruno's world, but now he realized the difference was significant. While in the Pruno's world, players could freely move around, it was different in the Eternal Holy City, where players were restricted to a small activity range. It seemed he would have to think of another way to leave. You could only start from the trials. Doing a solo task would lead to entering the sacred domain created by the idols, risking being exposed. So it was better to consider team trials. He had thought that after quickly completing the task, he would have enough time to search the entire trial world, but after completing the task, he was immediately forced to return. So this time, he might try to change his strategy. After quickly analyzing the current situation, Fang Heng turned to Lindoro and asked, how much longer will you stay in the Eternal Sanctuary? Shall we continue? Continue? Lindoro looked at Fang Heng in surprise. Continue what? I mean, shall we do another task? Lindoro's team quickly caught on. Generally, Doing a trial task was a significant consumption for players, requiring time to recover and replenish potions, equipment, skills, and concentration. But this time, with Fang Eng's participation, the team's consumption wasn't that high, or practically none at all. Of course, we can continue. We can start now. The team healer, Sak, responded to Fang Eng's proposition. Finding a strong player was not easy. They needed to seize the opportunity, hugging tight. Then, what about the difficulty of the trial we accept? Lindoro looked at Fang Hen, wondering if he should increase the difficulty. Let's stick with a level. I want to get more familiar with the trials, Fang Hen suggested. Okay, everyone nodded. The experience points obtained after completing S-level tasks differed 4 to 8 times. However, the success rate of the latter was lower and consumed more. Since Fang Hen could clear them quickly, doing more level tasks was feasible. Moreover, everyone was curious to know if Fang Eng's strength, as shown before, was just a coincidence. Tips: the player enters an unknown game world, then needs to obtain more information to find the position of this game world. Tips: the player is currently under the surveillance status of the Holy Crusaders mark, and all actions will be monitored and recorded. Tips: the player has crossed realms, and a tracking team sent out by the Divine Domain will attempt to relock your position after 9 plus 15 hours extra time added due to the influence of divine artifact skills. Fang Hen had been carefully monitoring the remaining tracking time mentioned in the game tips, and when he saw the tracking time revert back to 24 hours, he pondered. It seemed the tracking by the Holy Court might be related to the realm. If he repeatedly jumped between several realms, the time the court took to find him would shorten significantly. He needed to pick up the pace. Tips: the player team has triggered the trial task. Demon Cavern Trial. Task name: Demon Cavern Trial. Task description: half a month ago, a large number of demons emerged from the Demon Cavern in the Maple Leaf Forest, causing havoc in the human world. The devout believers pray to the Divine Domain to save the faithful from danger. Players must find a way to kill the demons in the Demon Cavern. Task requirements: kill common demons 0.50,000ths, elite demons 0.100ths. Current task remaining time: 6 hours. This trial was different from the previous ones. They were given a full 6 hours to complete the task. This task seemed promising. After carefully reading the task details, Fang Hen silently praised its simplicity. The task only required the killing of a set number of demons. Simply put. In the midst of contemplation, his vision gradually returned. Fang Hen found himself in a forest of maple leaves. The autumn wind gently brushed past. The maple leaves rustled as they fell, like a brilliant red curtain of rain, dyeing the earth with a colorful tapestry. Not far ahead, the entrance to a deep cave could be vaguely seen. Lindro and the rest of the team gradually teleported to his side. Lindro raised his head and looked towards the cave entrance. Let's begin. The mission target is inside the cave. You may encounter large-scale demons in this mission, so be careful. Got it. Everyone responded, on guard. This mission was simpler than the previous one. At least they wouldn't have to deal with boss creatures. Lindro and another paladin from the team walked at the forefront, entering the cave first. After exploring the cave for a while, they soon encountered a sloping path going downwards ahead. It wasn't steep. The team cautiously continued to move forward. Soon, rustling sounds echoed from the darkness. The team immediately assumed battle formation. Whoosh! Over a dozen dark figures suddenly surged out from the darkness. Mole demons. Through his reconnaissance skill to identify the specific attributes of the shadows, Zoc immediately shouted from the back of the team. Holy Light Book. A divine light shone from the Book of Genesis. The dazzling light instantly dissipated the darkness around. Fang Hen could now see the appearance of the mole demons. They were mammalian creatures, with a dark brown appearance and large bodies. Their sharp incisors were exposed, and their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint. Go. Lindro softly beckoned, and together with the paladin beside him, they faced the incoming swarm of moles. 2 other team members in the back began long-range attacks. After all, these were just ordinary creatures. Dealing with them as a team was not troublesome as long as they were careful, and the overall margin of error was actually quite high. Fang Hen sensed the hidden fluctuations of blood power in the surrounding environment, and he flipped his wrist, summoning the holy scepter into his palm. This efficiency was too slow. He had to speed it up. Go. Lindro, along with the paladin beside him, was busy dealing with the mole demons constantly emerging from the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a shadow swiftly passing by their side. It was Fang Heng. Fang Heng, alone, charged forward directly. Was he being reckless? Lindro furrowed his brows slightly. More demons emerged from the shadows surrounding the cave, rushing towards Fang Heng, who. Fang Heng swung the sacred guardian scepter again, creating a sharp sound, heavily striking the black demons charging towards him. Dang! The demon was sent flying by Fang Heng's strike. Fang Heng landed a few hundred meters in front of Lindro and the others before coming to a stop. Swish! The Book of Vows floated in front of him. Skill. Thunder of Judgment. Fang Heng quickly applied a buff to himself with lightning speed, then infused his spiritual power into the holy scepter in his hand. The holy power, transmitted through the scepter, instantly burst forth. A wave of divine energy spread outwards. The power wasn't great, but stimulated by the divine power, masses of mole demons hidden in the darkness rushed towards Fang Heng. In a blink of an eye, Fang Heng, positioned in the center, was about to be overwhelmed by the demons. Was he really going all out like this? Faced with this sudden situation, Lindro furrowed his brows, hesitating to act recklessly, afraid that he would be surrounded by the mole demons once he went in. However, the next moment, Lindro's eyes widened in surprise. Despite being surrounded by the mole group, Fang Heng seemed unfazed, standing in the center allowing the mole demons to attack him, while continuously emanating fine damage numbers above his head. Occasionally, he would swing the scepter to knock away the approaching moles. Z. Electric sparks kept flashing among the swarm of monsters. Passive buff. Thunder of Judgment. Continuously attacked by the surrounding mole group, the passive thunder strikes frequently triggered, inflicting large amounts of damage on the mole demons. In the distance, Lindro's players watched Fang Heng from afar, exchanging a glance, all falling silent. Sak even stopped his healing skill halfway. It seemed Fang Heng didn't need his healing at all. Even under siege, Fang Heng's injuries could heal rapidly within a short period of time. Sak took a few steps forward and looked at the guardian paladin in the team, whispering, "Brother, that skill of his seems quite formidable. More than just formidable, that's a talent skill." The paladin looked at Fang Heng, standing in the center and boldly bearing the relentless attacks of the demons, with eyes full of envy, stating firmly, "It's definitely at the S-rank level." The effect of Thunder of Judgment kept triggering. The mole demons, lacking self-recovery ability, were quickly dismantled. Hint: player team kills mole demons. Hint: player team kills mole demon elites. Half a minute later, a series of game prompts began to speed up. Keys flying them away. The paladin murmured as he watched the game prompts constantly appearing on the retina. They only needed Fang Heng to handle this battle. They had no need to intervene. In fact, they might even adversely affect the situation if they went to help. After some consideration, they decided not to interfere but instead stayed close to Fang Heng to guard the entrance and exit of the cave. They stood by and watched as the completion percentage of the mission reached 98%. Just when success was within reach, Fang Heng suddenly stopped, swiftly sweeping away the numerous monsters in front of him, then quickly retreated back towards where the rest of the team stood, shouting, "Retreat!" Lindro furrowed his brows, thinking that Fang Heng might have discovered something unusual during the battle. He immediately gestured for the team to protect Fang Heng and withdrew temporarily. After a while, the team surrounded Fang Heng in the center and together exited the cave. Once outside the cave, they all turned to look at Fang Heng. Lindro asked, "Brother Fang Heng, did you discover something?" The team's healer, Sak, also felt a sense of urgency and asked, "Could it be that you found a clue related to a hidden mission in the game?" Even in trials, there were some hidden missions to be discovered. If players could find and complete them, the final rewards were no less than completing a trial of SSS difficulty. Although the chances of finding such hidden tasks were minimal, within a few hours, Fang Heng's demonstrated strength had completely conquered Lindro's team of players. They all felt that Fang Heng was a master, and if he was a master, then it was very likely that he had discovered some hidden tasks during the battle in the cave. The Lindro team had no doubts, immediately nodded in agreement, and asked, "All right, do you need our help?" "No need. I have special skills. It's easier for me to act alone," Fang Heng said, glancing at the entrance of the demon's lair again, continuing, "There are 5 hours and 35 minutes left until the trial mission ends. Estimate the time. If I can make it back by then, you guys go ahead and complete the remaining tasks." "All right. Leave it to us." Lindro agreed with a nod. Fang Heng had already completed 99% of the task, and the final bit they could definitely handle. Good, Fang Heng said, and immediately headed towards the maple forest at the back. He disappeared completely from the sight of Lindro's group of players. Due to the trial environment, he was still being monitored by the Eternal Holy City, so he didn't dare to risk using the bat form of the Blood Clan. He could only rely on his legs to run, significantly reducing his speed. It took him over an hour to leave the maple forest area and enter a village near the forest. Upon entering the village, Fang Heng's heart sank halfway. Not good. It looked like a medieval-style village. The world's technology was not advanced, which meant transportation was not convenient, and the hope of finding a teleportation array suddenly seemed bleak. Too bad. Over 5 hours later, receiving the game notification that the trial was completed, Fang Heng sighed lightly. A slowly rotating sacred magic array appeared at his feet. Fang Heng's figure gradually disappeared in the center of the magic array. When he opened his eyes again, Fang Heng returned to the Eternal Holy City. The player had crossed the border, and a tracking team sent by the Divine Realm would attempt to lock onto his location again in 7+14 extra due to Divine Artifact skill hours. The player's team has completed the trial of the Holy Army, gaining 5,000 points of Holy Army experience and 500 Holy Army points. Despite the effort spent, the outcome was not fruitful. Furthermore, the time to be hunted by the Divine Realm was shortened by another 1.5 hours. No problem. Lind Luo's figure emerged from the magic array. Seeing Fang Heng's expression, he thought Fang Heng was blaming himself for not finding clues to the hidden task. He walked up and lightly patted Fang Heng's shoulder in consolation. Hidden tasks are always difficult. It's normal not to find them. You're right. If hidden tasks were easy to find, they wouldn't be hidden, right? Sak also came forward to encourage. Next time will be better. Yet, Fang Heng also felt the same way, regaining his spirit. Indeed, it was just a failure, due to bad luck. It had nothing to do with his abilities or judgment of the situation. Thinking about it, Fang Heng looked at the others. If you still have time. Lindro's group already knew what Fang Heng wanted to say and immediately nodded. All right. Let's try again. They had rested for over 5 hours in the game, feeling completely refreshed now that the task was nearing its end. Fang Heng, what level should we choose this time? Let's go with the level. Fang Heng nodded. S-level difficulty can't be guaranteed. Besides, I want us to have more practice and teamwork. The team members looked at each other at Fang Heng's words. Did they really need more teamwork? Cough. Lind Luo felt that Fang Heng had been cautious in his actions all along, so he cleared his throat and refocused their attention. Nodding, Fang Heng's suggestion makes sense. Let's go with his plan and take on another level trial. The players of the Lindro team completed the mission again and exited the game world. Fang Heng's expression was a bit bitter, as usual. Lindro and the others looked at each other, feeling speechless. Completing 4 missions in over 20 hours consecutively was top-notch efficiency, but they couldn't understand Fang Heng's approach. He always found peculiar reasons to choose level missions and seemed to uncover clues to hidden tasks each time. Unfortunately, each attempt ended in failure. However, they couldn't voice any objections. After all, Fang Heng was exceptionally skilled in battle, leaving no room for criticism. There was one moment when Fang Heng managed to bring the trial boss to only a sliver of health, then temporarily restrained the boss, waiting until 10 minutes before the trial task ended to defeat it. With such operations in play, Lindro's team just followed along. Feeling a bit bitter inside, Fang Heng tried twice more but couldn't find a breakthrough to lead the game world. Just tested it, returned to the same domain repeatedly, and each time the tracking time will be shortened by 1.5 hours on top of 24 hours. In the worst case scenario, if not resolved within 72 hours, will be forcibly sent back to investigate. After hiding offline, when a solution is found, trouble Chuyin to acquire a Holy Army training card and continue to Eternal Holy City. The only trouble is the demon seed within the body. As time passes, the power of the demon seed is gradually awakening, and it is estimated that it will soon start causing trouble in the body again. It is necessary to find a way to return to the zombie doomsday as soon as possible. After a day of brushing, although the actual combat time is not much, Lindro and others also feel a bit tired, and after consulting with Fang Heng, they agreed to take a temporary break. Fang Heng also felt that luck might not be good today, thinking of taking a nap first, and it might turn around tomorrow. So the group agreed to gather again and receive the trial mission 8 hours later, before returning together to the rest area of the Eternal Holy City. Just as Fang Hen was preparing to find a place to rest and sleep, a game prompt suddenly popped up. Prompt: the Holy Army instructor is issuing an emergency mission. Players can form a 5-person team and go to the mission hall to find the Holy Army instructor to receive relevant tasks. Prompt: the difficulty level of the emergency mission is variable. There is great danger. Please players be cautious in accepting. Just as everyone greeted each other and walked towards the rest area, before even having a chance to part ways, the mission prompt appeared, and Zack was the first to whisper in surprise, "It's a special emergency mission." Fang Heng, confused, looked at Zack, asking, "What?" Zack quickly explained in a hurry, "Special emergency mission. In simple terms, the Eternal Holy City will issue some emergency missions from time to time. All player teams can accept the emergency missions, and rewards will be given based on contribution and completion degree. The difficulty of each triggered emergency mission varies, with minimal penalties for failure. If the completion degree is on the leaderboard, additional rewards can be obtained." Fang Heng listened and couldn't help but scoff, indicating little interest. Even the identity formed by the artifact couldn't get much benefit from completing tasks. However, Lindro and the others did not think the same. The chances of special emergency missions appearing were relatively low, and the rewards were quite good. Although they were a bit tired from continuously completing tasks for so long, they did not want to give up the opportunity that had finally come their way. Lindro looked at Fang Heng and asked, "Brother Fang Hen, the emergency mission is a rare opportunity. Are you interested in participating?" Fang Heng shrugged and asked, "Is the duration of the emergency mission very long?" "Well, most of the time it is quite long. There have even been precedents of missions lasting over 48 hours in the past." Hearing this answer, Fang Heng's eyes immediately lit up. Over 48 hours. That was worth considering. The previous tasks had only lasted up to 9 hours, which was too tight. 48 hours would be different. The chances of finding another exit in the trials would greatly increase. "All right, I'll participate." The group reached a consensus and immediately headed back towards the mission hall. Back in the mission hall, a large number of players had already gathered. Obviously, everyone had also received the notification of the emergency mission and had come over. It seemed there were quite a few competitors for the mission. "Not bad," Fang Heng muttered to himself as he saw the situation. The more people there were, the better chance he had to slack off. Prompt: players enter an unknown gaming world. Players need to gather more information and search for the coordinates of that world. Prompt: players are currently in a state of inspection by the Holy Army's mark. All actions will be monitored and recorded. Prompt: players have crossed into another realm. A tracking team dispatched by the Divine Realm will try to relock your position. 9 + 15 hours later, additional increase due to the influence of artifact skills. Prompt: players have entered an unknown area. All player attributes significantly reduced. Detected that the player has relevant skills. The player is no longer affected by negative effects. Fang Heng opened his eyes again. Hot. The first feeling was a wave of heat. The air around seemed to have been baked by the scorching sun. The scorching heat in the air made the vision slightly distorted, with a blurry heat wave appearing. It was a hot cave environment. Prompt: the player has triggered the Holy Army assessment mission. Gather Hell Evil Eyes. Mission name: the Holy Core has found a special passage occupied by a large number of Hell Evil Eyes. Hell Evil Eyes possess partial hallucinatory and long-range attack abilities, and are also a very precious material. Mission requirements: kill 3,000 Hell Evil Eyes, kill 100 Elite Hell Evil Eyes, gather 500 Hell Evil Eyes standard quality or above. Mission time limit: 48 hours. Explanation: after 48 hours, players will be automatically summoned back to enter the Eternal Holy City. If players have reached the 72-hour limit of the trial symbol, they will directly exit the Eternal Holy City after this task is completed. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game prompt, then began to assess the surrounding environment. Lava cave. Today's luck is really not that great. In such a terrible environment, if he wanted to find a teleportation passage, he had to first leave the lava cave. Thinking about it, Fang Heng looked back. In the direction of the exit of the lava cave, a large number of Holy Court Knights had occupied the entire entrance. Several teleportation magic arrays were even built at the exit location. Obviously, the magic arrays were built by the Holy Court faction, and even 3 Holy Army instructors were personally guarding in front of the magic arrays. Fang Heng squinted his eyes, secretly calculating, if he were to use his ultimate move, what was the chance of successfully wiping out these 3 Holy Army instructors, as well as the group of Holy Court guards around? He might even have to deal with the surrounding players. At the same time, he had to ensure the stable operation of the teleportation channel. After some calculations, Fang Heng felt that the success rate was less than 10%. Lindro and the others appeared and paused for a moment, their expression somewhat serious. Sak muttered softly, "Special scenarios have appeared before. Why are we suppressed so miserably this time?" Suppressed. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he looked at the team. Yes, it is highly likely a highly special environment of the Hell faction. Properties have been greatly suppressed. Only then did Fang Heng realize that his attributes had not changed at all. In some world domains, upon entry, players would experience rejection based on the world and their own attributes, resulting in a weakening of player attributes. Due to the effect of the demon mark on him, he was completely immune to negative effects. In that case, Fang Heng once again turned his gaze to the 3 Holy Army officers. Whether a player or an NPC, both would be affected by environmental suppression effects. His success rate in dealing with the 3 Holy Army instructors might be slightly improved. Lindell didn't know that Fang Heng was already pondering how to deal with the 3 Holy Crusader instructors. He turned to Fang Heng and briefly explained the task process. Then he glanced around the environment. Currently, everyone's attributes are greatly suppressed, and their strengths cannot be fully utilized. Be cautious and act quickly. Inside the lava cave, players from various groups emerged one after another from the teleportation circle. They were all given the same urgent trial task. In a way, everyone was a competitor. Let's go. The lava cave area was quite large and looked interconnected. The task route was already marked with a red clue on the retina. Lindell identified a direction and began to move forward. Fang Heng thought for a moment and decided to abandon the plan of a direct attack, choosing to follow along for now, hoping that the lava cave had more than one exit. At least they had 48 hours for the trial. They had 24 hours left before the pursuit by the Holy Court. It was enough time for exploration. They were not at the final step yet. The main team explored forward and soon encountered molten fire elements emerging from the side flame area to intercept them. These were creatures entirely made of flame. Upon seeing the molten fire elements, Lindell and his group furrowed their brows. The players referred to the molten fire elements as close combat nightmares. Once melee players approached them, they would suffer from close-range flame burns, decreased physical damage, and flame counterattack effects. It was troublesome. The best way to deal with them was through ranged attacks. However, being creatures of the elemental type, many negative effects had short durations or were immune. If unable to control the elemental creatures, ranged attacks were not as effective as imagined. What made it even more challenging was that there was not just one molten fire demon, but several of them lurking along the path ahead. This was tricky. Lindell and another player from the team exchanged glances, feeling the situation was thorny and pondering how to deal with it when they suddenly saw someone rushing ahead. Looking closely, it was Fang Heng. Fang Heng had already charged towards the molten fire demons. He was wielding a sacred scepter in one hand, covered with a layer of divine light, swinging it at the molten fire elements, who. The scepter made a sharp sound as it swept across the flames. With the power of divine attributes, a damage number appeared above the molten fire element's head. Simultaneously, flames wrapped around Fang Heng. Hiss! The flames left a black mark on him, but in a short moment, the burn marks vanished as if they were never there. The attack was ineffective. Lindell's team players were delighted to see this. They had it under control. Fang Heng was as reliable as ever. The molten fire demons could not cause substantial damage to him. Having roughly assessed the output strength of the molten fire demons, Fang Heng felt confident. In terms of attack output, the molten fire demons were relatively weak creatures. They were completely in his control. Fang Heng quickly surveyed the front passage. Let's speed up and deal with them, one wave at a time. Fang Heng raised his hand, releasing a thundering judgment buff on himself and rushed towards the front of the passage. The molten fire demons along the way were immediately drawn to Fang Heng and started attacking him. Thundering judgments struck down one after another. In fact, when the thundering judgments struck, they caused a small area of damage. Only those in close proximity were affected. After Fang Heng eliminated all the molten fire demons blocking the front passage, the thundering judgments continued to strike down. Let's go. Hurry up. Lindell knew that Fang Heng was buying time for them, so he immediately urged his teammates to follow and escape the area where the molten fire demons were respawning. There was no need to confront them, they just had to pass through the area. Soon, they successfully evaded the pursuing molten fire demons from behind and reunited with Fang Heng, who had dealt with the initial group of molten fire demons. Fang Heng, brother, thank you. Without your help, we wouldn't know how long it would take to deal with these molten fire demons outside. No problem, it's easy. I happen to counter them. Zack rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself, how come you can counter everyone so easily? Do you counter to many monsters? Fang Heng didn't dwell on it. Instead, he looked ahead once again. In front of them was a long rocky cave passage. The mission objective is still ahead. Let's continue. Okay. The group maintained formation and spent some time crossing the passage. Afterward, the path opened up to a vast flat area. At the front of the flat area, about 100 meters away, was a cliff. Looking ahead, the cliff was covered with peculiar eyeball-shaped organisms. Most of the creatures' bodies were occupied by giant eyeballs, each with a diameter of half a meter, embedded densely on the cliff. In comparison, the creatures' bodies seemed extremely weak, leaving concerns about whether they could support those huge eyeballs. The eyeball organisms appeared as if they were lifeforms parasitizing the cliff, giving a feeling of physiological discomfort. Lindell cautiously approached, trying to get a clearer view. Whoosh! Suddenly, one of the eyeballs opened, and a purple beam shot towards Lindell. He immediately leapt back. The beam had no effect after hitting the ground, seemingly absorbed by it. When Lindell retreated, their attack stopped. Quietly, he said, it seems like their attack detection range is 100 meters. Did you detect any attributes? Zack shook his head. They are special creatures with passive skills that hinder reconnaissance. We can't gather detailed information. Be careful. Aside from the beam attack, they likely possess other special abilities. Strange creatures, Fang Heng muttered to himself, once again gazing at the black eyeball organisms on the cliff. Brother Fang Heng. Hint. The player is attacked by the illusion of the evil eyes of hell. Due to the player's talent, the special effect of the all-knowing eye, the player is immune to this illusion attack. The game prompt refreshes immediately on the retina. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, when truly entering the attack range of the evil eyes of hell, several dark purple light beams immediately come straight towards Fang Heng. This time, Fang Heng did not dodge. Tough. With a light sound, the purple light beam landed on him, exploding in an instant, creating a blood hole on his body. Hint. The player is attacked by the hell evil eyes. The hell light beam, receiving 1000 points of damage, ignores resistance. Hint. The player is affected by the hell evil eyes, the petrification gaze effect, but due to the player's constitution being higher than the judgment, the effect does not take effect. SSS's, SES. The injured blood hole healed in an instant. An attack that ignores defense resistance. Fang Heng furrowed his brows, looking up again, only to see numerous eyeballs on the rock wall staring at him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately after, a dense mass of dark purple light beams relentlessly bombarded towards him. Damn. At this moment, Fang Heng didn't dare to be careless either, quickly leaping back and returning to the group led by Lindro. Brother Fang Heng, are you alright? Lindro and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that Fang Heng had accidentally met his end here. It's nothing major, Fang Heng said, moving his body slightly and looking back at the numerous eyeball creatures on the rock wall. Sokka suggested, close combat is not effective against this thing, but since it's attached to the rock wall and can move, shall we try long-range attacks? Long-range attacks might work, Fang Heng nodded lightly. The evil eyes of hell. To say it's challenging, indeed it's not simple. The densely packed eyeball creatures gathered on the cliff are not easy to handle. Once you get close, the concentrated fire attack is overwhelming, not to mention the added hallucinatory effects. However, one can try to take them down one by one. As Sokka described, the evil eyes of hell grow on rocks, limiting their mobility, making it difficult to avoid attacks from ranged enemies. As they were speaking, another player in the group tried standing outside the attack range of the Hell Evil Eyes and cast a holy retribution randomly towards a section of the rock wall. Whoosh! The holy light flew forward, hitting one of the Hell Evil Eyes on the rock wall, bursting into a radiant glow. How was that? Effective. The player glanced at the game prompt, nodded, and continued. The damage received while the eye is closed is greatly reduced, but it still causes some damage. Understood. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured. So the simplest method is to directly launch long-range attacks and bombard them. When the other teams in the Saint Court gather later on, they can slowly clear out the evil eyes by pooling their strength. It seems that this is the initial intention of the Saint Court's trial task, to utilize the power of the trial participants to clean up this area infested with the Eyes of Hell. It doesn't seem like the group of Hell Evil Eyes can be dealt with quickly. Fang Heng lowered his head in thought, then looked up at a section of the rock wall ahead. On the towering rock wall, one can see various caves of different sizes. There might even be passages behind the caves. The retreat behind is blocked by the officers of the Saint Army, so if they want to explore other exits, they can only continue forward. Shall we go further into the caves? But first, the evil eyes outside must be dealt with. It seems we have no choice. Let's not delay any longer. Let's get started with the elite creatures. Knowing the weakness of the Hell Evil Eyes, Lindro quickly devised a corresponding tactic. They had entered the trial mission ahead of the other player teams outside, giving them a slight advantage, so they could focus on attacking the elite monsters first and then methodically clear out the trial. Alright. The team began setting up divine defensive shields, preparing their combat plan. Proceed cautiously and steadily. If they were more aggressive, they could try to test the attack range of the Hell Evil Eyes, luring them to open their eyes to attack, while launching their own attacks for additional damage. At this moment, Fang Heng suddenly looked up and interrupted. I'm sorry, but I can't help much with long-range attacks against the Hell Evil Eyes attached to the rock wall. Lindro waved his hand, saying, Brother Fang Heng, you came with us in the first place, and we relied on your help to get here. Let us handle the monster spawning tasks. Thank you, Fang Heng replied, looking up at the high point on the opposite rock wall and said, There are many scattered small caves above the rock wall. I want to go up and take a look. There might be discoveries inside that could assist with the mission. Go up. The others couldn't help but be startled when they heard Fang Heng's words. They followed his gaze and looked up at the rock wall. Indeed, amidst the densely packed black Hell Evil Eyes, there were scattered small entrance holes as Fang Heng described. Sokka couldn't help but look at Fang Heng, hesitating. Isn't this a bit too dangerous? Entering the upper caves would surely attract the concentrated fire attacks from the large groups of Hell Evil Eyes on the rock wall. Will he even make it out alive? It's okay, I can try. There might be danger inside, though. If I don't return, just continue with the rest of the mission. The group glanced at each other. The big shot wanted to challenge a higher level of difficulty. What else could they say? Advise against it. It's futile, so they remained silent. Well then, Brother Fang Heng, be careful. Fang Heng nodded, and with a light leap, he swiftly flew towards the rock wall ahead. Once within the attack range of the Hell Evil Eyes, a large number of them moved their eyeballs to gaze at Fang Heng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense group of purple light beams struck directly towards Fang Heng. Whoosh. Lindro and the player group were watching Fang Heng's every move, and suddenly uttered a light exclamation. They saw Fang Heng's figure gradually fading in the air, as if about to merge with the space. Its spatial manipulation ability. Inside the rock walls were densely covered with evil eyes of hell. Suddenly, the evil eyes of hell all opened at once, continuously releasing beams of purple light and hallucinatory effects towards Fang Heng. Phew. Fang Heng immediately drew out the sacred scepter to counterattack. Inside the narrow cave passage, the number of evil eyes of hell was significantly reduced compared to outside. Fang Heng was simultaneously subjected to a greatly reduced density of beam attacks. With the undying effect reducing damage, the issue of resisting damage was not major. Fang Heng endured the dense eye attacks while wielding the sacred scepter to strike at the open evil eyes of hell. Dang. Melee attacks had additional killing effects on the opened eyes. With a strike of the scepter, a burst of foul liquid erupted from the eye. Hint. Players can target the weak points of the evil eyes of hell to cause critical damage. Hint. Upon killing the evil eyes of hell, players can collect the creature's corpse for eye collection to complete related tasks. Trouble. Fang Heng glanced at the task prompt and muttered trouble. Anyway, he was too lazy to complete the urgent trial task, so he didn't bother wasting time collecting the corpses of the evil eyes of hell. While weakening the number of the evil eyes of hell by waving the sacred scepter, he continued walking towards the depths of the passage. As he slowly moved forward along the passage, Fang Heng realized that the number of the evil eye creatures attached to the walls was decreasing. After twisting and turning for over 200 meters, evil eyes of hell in the passage had completely disappeared. The trial task prompt given by the game remained at the stage of clearing the evil eyes of hell on the previous level without any changes. So, this place was. Fang Heng surveyed the surrounding environment with a furrowed brow. His perception told him that he was gradually descending underground as he progressed. The probability of finding a surface teleportation portal was getting smaller. Should he just break open a pathway to go up? Considering the presence of zombie clones, this approach could be considered. However, he couldn't currently use the zombie clones. It seemed like it wouldn't work out either. With the mark of the Holy Army still active on him, Fang Heng didn't want to risk exposing himself recklessly. Thus, he chose to continue exploring forward. Fluctuation in energy. Following the passage forward, Fang Heng suddenly realized a faint energy fluctuation lingering in the front area of the passage. He couldn't accurately perceive what form the fluctuation belonged to, but it was clearly familiar to him. Most likely he had encountered it before. Puzzled, he was pondering when his brow raised. Someone. His perception told him that someone was secretly watching him, and it was not just one person. Although they concealed their aura well, the fluctuations in their vitality were completely exposed. Were they players? There were subtle differences in the vitality fluctuations between players and NPCs, and Fang Heng could only roughly sense it without being able to be certain. The vibe was very much like that of a player. Strange. Why were there players here? Were they spying on him? Could it be? A thought crossed Fang Heng's mind. Could they be players from hostile factions? Intentionally acting as if he hadn't noticed the players spying on him, Fang Heng continued walking forward. Not far ahead, at a bend in the passage, a team of players concealed their figures using the rugged rock walls. They were observing Fang Heng in secret. One player whispered, "He's from the Holy Court." The outside is full of hellish evil eyes. How did this person get in? I don't know, but his vibe isn't very strong. What should we do? The task requires us to ensure the safety of the altar, and if he continues to explore forward after killing more Holy Army soldiers, he might disrupt our plans. The team leader Moan thought for a moment and nodded. We can't let him get any closer. Set up an ambush. Take him out first, and try not to make too much noise. Got it. Everyone nodded and immediately took up positions around. The 5-player team led by Moan had accepted the relevant task over half a month ago, and they had been preparing for it. They were waiting for the arrival of the Holy Court today. However, they had not expected to encounter Fang Heng breaking through the blockade of the hellish evil eyes below alone. Each member of the team was ambushed in one of the 5 corners, awaiting Fang Heng's entry into the encirclement. Clack. Seeing Fang Heng walking into the encirclement without any suspicion, Moan raised an eyebrow and shouted, "Now's the time. Attack." Suddenly, 5 figures simultaneously shot out from the shadows and pounced towards Fang Heng. Midway through, Moan's heart skipped a beat. Typically, when someone faced a surprise attack from the shadows, they would either panic for a moment or respond directly, either escaping or fighting back. But the person in front of his eyes showed no signs of panic, just standing there. And there was even a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, as if he had known about their ambush. Bad news. Something's wrong. Phew. The next moment, a golden sacred scepter came straight at him. What the heck? Moan was startled and quickly raised the sword in his hand to block. Doom. After the collision between the power of the sacred and the power of hell, there was an explosion. With a bang, Moan was directly blasted away by a huge force. The other 4 companions' attacks hit Fang Heng in succession, and their faces changed color. What's going on? He's just letting them attack. Long swords left several wounds on Fang Heng's body, flames leaving explosions and burns. Soon, they witnessed Fang Heng's terrifying self-healing ability. The wounds opened on his body and the burn marks were rapidly healing at a visible speed. Not good. This is not good. Retreat. Moan, who was blasted away, shouted, as he hit a large rock in the back with a thud, quickly got up and retreated towards the shadows to the rear. The other players also immediately withdrew after their attacks. Fang Heng looked at the direction in which they were escaping, his brows furrowed. In the short engagement, he judged that the strength of the several people was quite good. They were likely at the level of peak players in the middle-tier gaming world. Judging from their basic attributes, they might even be a bit more formidable than the Lindero team of players. Retreating after a single strike, they fled decisively, and Fang Heng couldn't pursue them. However, the Blood Clan's vitality perception had firmly locked onto their positions. Mon and the others hadn't fled far and were still hidden in the nearby shadows. Still shaken from being hit head-on with the scepter, Mon massaged his wrist that was still tingling. The rest of the team also wore somber expressions. The crowd looked at each other. Indeed, it was a difficult task worthy of an SSS level. It was troublesome for sure. Just dealing with a miscellaneous soldier from the unknown origins of the Holy Court faction was giving them a headache. What should we do? Forcing a fight definitely won't work. We need to outsmart them, find a way to lure him over. Meng Si took a deep breath, glanced at the passage on the right, and continued, "That area over there is set up as an ambush for the Holy Court. Lure him to the other altar and use the lure of the glutton against him." Several nodded. "Good. His attributes aren't very strong, right? Let's drain him using the lure of the glutton." Not far away, Fang Heng continued moving forward. What now? Fang Heng sensed that the hidden threat was advancing towards him and swiftly swung his staff in defense. Just as Meng Si emerged from the shadows with a raised sword, Fang Heng's staff met his head on. Doom. Hit twice by Fang Heng's staff, Meng Si felt every organ in his body vibrate fiercely, causing him to uncontrollably fly backward once again. Swiftly, at the next moment, several dark needles flew at Fang Heng from the shadows. Fang Heng dodged to the side and looked towards the attackers. Signs suggested that this group was most likely players. Was it necessary to push so hard? Fang Heng realized something was amiss. They knew they couldn't win, yet still came to challenge him. It seemed like they were deliberately trying to lure him in a certain direction. Something was off. Fang Heng hesitated whether to continue forward when suddenly a game prompt appeared. "Hint. Your Holy Crusader's trial mark has been affected by an unknown force. Please be cautious. Hint. The current player is approaching a dangerous area. Should the player proceed deeper, the mark may become ineffective, and the player may not be able to activate the Holy Crusader's trial mark to return to the Eternal Holy City." Fang Heng's mind raced and he glanced down at the Holy Crusader's trial mark on his wrist. The mark had noticeably dimmed. Could this be a good thing? Fang Heng wondered. Previously, entering and exiting the trial game world was done through the back of the hand with the Holy Crusader's trial mark. Besides teleporting, the mark also served as a form of surveillance. If the mark were to fail, it meant he could stay in this world for a longer period without being detected by the Holy Court, thus allowing him more freedom of action. Fang Heng felt secretly delighted, pretended not to notice the players trying to lure him, and continued to follow them. As the passage gradually deepened, Fang Heng noticed a change in the surrounding environment. It was unclear when, but a faint red mist began to appear gradually. Mist. Fang Heng concentrated and realized the power of this mist was very familiar. Weird. It felt strangely familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The red mist seemed to be drawn towards him, gathering around him in a thin layer. Game prompts followed suit. Hint. The player's Holy Crusader's trial mark has been affected. Hint. In the current environment, the player's Holy Crusader's trial mark has been rendered completely ineffective, and the player cannot use it for teleportation. Warning. The current environment is extremely dangerous. The player should evacuate immediately. Fang Heng's pupils shrank. Completely ineffective. The divine shield around his body was being eroded by the red mist, emitting a hissing sound. It seemed the power of the red mist partially countered the divine power and even limited the effectiveness of the Holy Crusader's mark. Excellent. This was just perfect. He had been waiting for this moment. Fang Heng rejoiced inwardly, then sensed the 5 players hidden in the shadows. They were still lurking, continuing to retreat, and launching occasional long-range attacks to disturb him. "Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves." Fang Heng immediately pursued them. Swift. Facing a dark shadow attacking from the shadows, Fang Heng swung his staff forward fiercely. Doom. A heavy impact. The player bursting out of the shadows was sent flying by the staff, falling into a cave ahead in the passage. Fang Heng frowned. He sensed that all 5 players had entered that cave entrance, one of the origins of the dispersed faint red mist. If he was correct, Were they deliberately luring him here? Was this an ambush? Hang on. As the red mist density increased around him, Fang Heng finally perceived it. The source of the mist's power. It was a demon seed. No doubt about it. A demon seed. Its power was very similar to the one within him, the envy-type demon seed's power. But strangely, the power fluctuations he felt were different from the envy-type demon seed lurking in his consciousness. These differences had delayed his recognition. What's going on? Fang Heng's heart raced as he gazed into the cave. What lay inside? Interesting, Fang Heng muttered to himself. With the disappearance of the Holy Crusader's trial runes, he had evaded the surveillance of the Holy Core and could freely switch forms and use all his trump cards. How strong could the trap set by mere players be? Fang Heng believed his strength was more than enough to handle them. With firm steps, he entered the cave. An altar. The dimly lit stone walls seemed cold. In the middle of the sealed cave stood a half-person high stone altar, crudely built from stacked stones, appearing somewhat disordered. A faint red mist was slowly seeping out from the altar. Fang Heng cautiously approached the altar, observing it, then raised an eyebrow suddenly. A faint light emanated from within the stone altar. It illuminated the intricate patterns engraved within. Wait, something wasn't right. The inscriptions on the altar. Instantly, memories of the partial information Fang Heng had obtained from a demon cultist regarding demon seeds flashed through his mind. Each demon seed had its corresponding demon mark. Via the demon mark altar, demon seeds could absorb power from afar, even across countless realms. It was somewhat similar to the faith power of the Holy Court. At present, the demon mark on this stone altar did not belong to envy. So, is it jealousy that has taken over the altar that originally belonged to gluttony, absorbing the power that originally belonged to gluttony? It's now. Go. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the corner of the cave. Fang Heng raised his head to look towards the high corner of the cave. He saw Mengxi standing on a raised platform at the upper right corner of the cave, hands creating a rune mark in front of him. And then an aura belonging to the demonic aura burst out of him. Control. At the same time, four other players standing in different corners of the cave also conjured a mark in front of them. Power surged out rapidly from all 5 corners, spreading outwards. In the blink of an eye, a red seal condensed and completely sealed Fang Heng and the stone altar in the center of the cave. Seal? Fang Heng raised his head, looking at the dark red seal barrier enveloping him. His brow furrowed. It seemed to be a ceiling without offensive capabilities. They wanted to trap him. So, what should he do next? How should he deal with himself? Hiss. Hiss. Fang Heng raised his head. 3 crimson chains shot out from the palm imprints of the individuals and swiftly pierced through the seal, attacking him from 3 different directions. Fang Heng immediately dodged to the side. They want to restrict me with just these attacks. Click. Click. The next moment, Fang Heng heard strange cracking sounds coming from the stone altar. What's that? Fang Heng turned his head. He saw dark red worm-like creatures squirming out of the cracks in the stone altar. They were about the size of fingers. Worms. And again. Before Fang Heng could further investigate, hiss. 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 The stone altar suddenly burst out hissing sounds, spraying out a dense gas towards him. Fang Heng realized the danger and held his breath, but the gas was effective simply through skin contact. Fang Heng immediately felt a sense of weakness creeping over him. Hint. Player affected by unknown power. Hint. Player's current attributes are partially reduced, and the player is currently in a state of imprisonment. Duration 240 to 210.7 to due to base attributes and unknown effects equals 29.28 seconds. The imprisonment effect was extremely strong. Fang Heng was immobilized by the gas, unable to move at all. Even the undead effect of the mage class could not fully resist it. Hiss. 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 The worm-like creatures that emerged from the cracks in the altar had strong jumping abilities. They landed on the ground and leapt towards Fang Heng. Hiss. When the creatures landed on his body, their sharp mouthparts pierced his skin, attaching themselves to him. Fang Heng was surprised by the turn of events. What kind of creature was this? The next moment, a game prompt appeared on his field of vision. Hint. Player affected by special power. Glutton's Touch. During the duration of the effect, the player's abilities will continue to be drained by Glutton's Touch. The drained attributes will slowly recover within 24 hours after the death of Glutton's Touch. Fang Heng frowned. Could it continually drain his strength? It seemed to inherit the special power of gluttony from the demonic aura. Fang Heng could feel his strength slowly slipping away. He was being drained by the creatures. Ha! He fell for it. Seeing Glutton's touch attached to Fang Heng, one of the players maintaining the seal was immediately excited. Continue. Drain him dry. Menzi saw that Fang Heng had been affected by Glutton's touch, but seemed to be preparing to fight back. His heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "Stay alert. Quickly, entangle him." Swiftly, 3 crimson chains immediately entwined around Fang Heng, immobilizing his hands and feet. Fang Heng slowly closed his eyes while being trapped. More and more worm-like creatures crawled over to him, sticking to his body. Menzi's group watched Fang Heng closely, their eyes reflecting a sense of surprise. What was happening? Glutton's touch was meant for sacrifice rituals and altar protection. Once a regular demon was tainted by the worms, even just a touch would quickly drain them to death in a matter of seconds. How was this man covered in so many worms not drained dry yet? Swiftly, as the half-minute imprisonment time elapsed, Fang Heng immediately regained his freedom, forcefully opening his eyes. Dang, bang, bang. The red chains wrapped around Fang Heng's body shattered. Several players controlling the chains experienced backlash effects, their faces turning pale as they let go of the chains and focused on maintaining the external seal. Fang Heng glanced at Menzi and the others outside the seal, then slowly raised his hand, tearing off the creatures attached to his body. Hiss! The sharp mouth parts of the creatures clung to his skin, piercing deep into the muscles. As Fang Heng ripped them off, a large piece of bloody flesh was torn off along with the creatures. This gruesome scene wrinkled the brows of Menzi's group. Smack! Fang Heng tore off the Glutton's touch clinging to him, dropping them on the ground. Suddenly, Fang Heng let out a soft grunt. He looked down. The detached creature, covered in a large chunk of bloody flesh, twitched violently on the ground, rapidly expanding and forming into a giant worm creature over 2 meters long. The worm opened its huge mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and swiftly lunged towards Fang Heng. Menzi shouted, "Maintain the seal. Hold it. Control it." The special ability of Glutton's touch. In the first stage, it crazily drains the enemy's strength when attached to them, often ending in the enemy being drained to death in this stage alone. If the enemy manages to survive the draining, Glutton's touch will consume the absorbed strength to amplify its own power 100-fold, transforming into a gigantic monster in the second stage. Roar! The worm creature let out a roar and charged towards Fang Heng. Seeing this, Fang Heng glanced at the players maintaining the seal on the raised platforms around the cave. There was a moment of eye contact, causing Menzi and his group to feel a sense of unease. What was he planning to do? Swiftly, Fang Heng didn't look back. Instead, he raised his hand towards the giant worm creature charging towards him. Dang! A team of 5 players from Menzi immediately changed their expressions upon seeing the situation. What? How could this be? Several people fixed their gazes tightly on Fang Heng's every move, a hint of fear even showing in their eyes. How could the second stage Glutton's touch become so vulnerable? How did he do it in the end? Who is he really? Hint. Players kill the Glutton's touch. Hint. Players kill the Glutton's touch elite. Game prompts frequently flashed on Fang Heng's retina. Slowly retracting his gaze from the people from Menzi, Fang Heng looked at the mess on the ground. The Glutton's touch. Inheriting some abilities of the Glutton demons. Truly amusing. When the Glutton's touch was extracting power from his body just now, it's also ended up drawing a large amount of his blood power. Through his vampire lineage, controlling this blood, originally his own power, was too convenient. Fang Heng effortlessly controlled the blood to make the second stage Glutton's touch worm explode. It's over, just like that. Boring. Anything else? Fang Heng swept a slightly provocative glance at the people from Menzi still sealing the seal above, then continued to lower his head, focusing his gaze on the sealing stone ahead. Continue observing. It seems that the altar originally belonged to the Glutton demons. However, it was taken over by the subsequent envy demons, with envy demon patterns drawn on the Glutton demon patterns. Fang Heng squinted, scrutinizing the stone altar. He sensed a special power hidden within the stone altar. Not much, quite weak. Suddenly, a purely instinctual feeling rose in Fang Heng's heart. Could it be that this power can be absorbed by him? Thinking this, Fang Heng slowly reached out toward the stone altar. In the corner of the cave, the 5 people from Menzi kept a close eye on Fang Heng, maintaining the external seal, not daring to make any movement. What does that guy really want to do? Only to see Fang Heng slowly approach the central altar, observing closely, then reaching out his hand to lightly press on the altar. Could it be he wants to destroy the altar? The people from Monsi felt a slight joy inside. If the altar were to be destroyed, it would trigger the core power of the Anbi demons. The core power of the demons. This power is absolutely irresistible. The people even hoped that Fang Heng would quickly destroy the stone altar. However, the next scene once again brought astonishment to their eyes. What? Hiss, hiss, hiss. With Fang Heng's single touch, a large amount of black mist instantly overflowed from the cracks in the altar. Fang Heng felt a rough texture on his fingertips. A cold power gradually absorbed into his body along his fingers. More accurately, it was like an abstraction. It seemed like a purely instinctual act to draw out the cold power from the altar. The power slowly flowed into his body, rapidly entering his consciousness. Passing through the black mist dominated by the power of the Anbi demons, it overflowed into his core, gradually merging with his own demon core power. Suddenly, Fang Heng felt a kind of sublimation akin to his soul. There was an unprecedented coolness and comfort within his consciousness. Game prompts appeared on his retina. Hint: player detected to have a similar power. Greedy demon. Hint: player possesses the greedy demon. Player can directly absorb chaos power and convert it into demon bloodline skill experience points. Hint: player currently absorbs and converts chaos power. Initial demon bloodline skill experience points plus 28. Hint: player currently absorbs and converts chaos power. Player's initial demon bloodline skill experience points plus 27. Hint: what the hell? On the high ground, the people from Monsi tightly stared at Fang Heng, their eyes filled with incredulous expressions. What happened to that person? He touched the altar, yet did not receive any effects. Instead, the power contained in the altar was gradually weakened under his influence until it could no longer be sensed. Not good. In the next moment, Monsi's heart thumped heavily. The aura emanating from Fang Heng suddenly changed. What kind of change is this? They couldn't help but look at each other, all seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. Whatever that power was, from the leaked aura alone, it was definitely not the attribute of the Holy Court. Instead, it seemed more like the demonic attribute they possessed. As the remaining chaos power in the altar was completely absorbed, Fang Heng opened his eyes once again. The demon bloodline accidentally trigger in the advanced game world of VAS. Fang Heng lowered his head, looked at his fists, gently clenched them, and muttered to himself, the power of chaos. So that's how it is. He had already guessed the general idea. The altar could gradually condense the power of chaos. Demons could use a special method to remotely draw the chaos power from the altar over long distances, as long as they could cross boundaries. Of course, the chaos power within this stone altar was originally meant for the glutton demons. The envy demons forcibly occupied this altar. Fang Heng once again sensed the core of the demon in his consciousness. At present, after absorbing a small part of the chaos power, the initial level of the demon bloodline increased from LV6 to LV9. He felt a slight increase in control over the power of the demon core within his body. Moreover, the power of the demon core, which was originally languishing, accelerated its recovery because it absorbed the chaos power. It wouldn't be long before the demon core regained its vitality and began to act up in his consciousness. It's worth mentioning that initially, in the world of the VAS game, even spreading panic could earn experience points of the demon bloodline. But since returning from VAS, even after turning the world upside down, he had not seen any prompts for gaining experience points. This had made him very puzzled. However, he had now found another way to gain experience points for the demon bloodline. Pondering, Fang Heng slowly raised his head and shifted his gaze to the players at the top of the cave. He had figured out the altar, and now it was time to deal with them. In any case, he decided to first confirm the intelligence information. Not good. In the moment when Fang Heng locked his gaze on the Monsi players, there was an immediate sense of impending doom. Retreat. Monsi felt an extreme sense of danger rising in their hearts, shouting out, immediately backing away into the darkness, feeling deceived. No more playing. No more playing. If even the altar of the envy demons couldn't trap that person, what more is there to play for? They better run. Surprisingly ineffective. More than 10 condensed fireballs crashed onto the man and exploded. The condensed fireballs were actually held off by that man's physical strength. What kind of monster is this? Seeing this, Mengzi felt even more timid and wanted to escape again. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, feeling as if his blood had frozen, causing him to momentarily freeze. What? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Meng Xi's forehead. Swish! The next moment, a figure behind him directly pierced through the layers of exploding flames. A hand emerged from the flames, firmly grabbing his neck. Meng Xi stared at the person in front of him, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Who are you exactly? Fang Heng. Upon hearing this name, Meng Xi's pupils shook violently. Fang Heng? That person? Swish! The next moment, Meng Xi felt a dizzying sensation. He was lifted high by Fang Heng and ruthlessly thrown towards the nearby rock wall. Dang! He heavily collided with the wall, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted, his body heavily injured and unable to move. Raising his head, Meng Xi once again watched as other fleeing companions were grabbed one by one from the shadows by Fang Heng and violently slammed against the wall, losing their ability to move. 5. All accounted for. Fang Heng calmly counted the number of people, then approached Meng Xi step by step. Now it's my turn to start questioning. What is this place? Looking at Fang Heng, Meng Xi felt as if he was being targeted by a demon, shivering involuntarily. Hell. This is the outer entrance of hell. I see. So it's hell. Fang Heng nodded lightly. Hell, a high-level gaming world. As far as Fang Heng knew, hell was different from other gaming worlds. Although classified as a high-level gaming world, it was actually a sum of multiple regions. More precisely, there were entrances to hell in multiple high-level gaming worlds. Compared to other worlds, hell had a completely different characteristic: expandability. Hell constantly expanded outward, or contracted inward. As fear spread, hell would gradually expand, and with the pressure from the Holy Court and other factions, the fear would be alleviated, causing hell to slowly shrink. Historically, hell was almost always in an antagonistic relationship with all factions. It seemed as if hell inherently possessed a destructive nature, aiming to spread fear throughout the world then destroy it entirely. Fang Heng continued. What about the altar? What exactly happened with the altar just now? We are followers of the demon race. We received a mission from the demon race to guard the safety of several nearby altars. Fang Heng looked at the few people with interest and asked, Go on. Tell me more. Share everything you know. Meng Xi and the others glanced at each other. They thought Fang Heng was too peculiar. Clearly a member of the Holy Court faction, but somehow able to absorb the power of altars. What kind of person was he exactly? A long time ago, there were many altars built here, but recently, as the Holy Court gradually invaded, the altars near the periphery were gradually destroyed, and we had to retreat deeper into hell. Some time ago, we found the Holy Court appearing at the outer entrance of hell, and they even established spatial teleportation magic arrays at the entrance. Afterwards, we received a mission that required us to protect the altars, as well as intercept the Holy Court teams, delaying or directly defeating them. Through our previous attempts, we found that the Holy Court's strength was too strong, and we alone couldn't deal with them. Meng Xi took a look at his teammates and continued. So we thought about it and finally unanimously decided to abandon the altars, then utilize the power of the altars to set a trap for the Holy Court. Oh. Fang Heng's eyes lit up as he listened, asking, What kind of trap? Explain it further. At this point, Meng Xi realized he couldn't hide anything and spilled everything. There are many similar altars surrounding the outer layer of hell. The altars are mostly linked to the Seven Sins demon race. We heard that over a decade ago. Followers of the NB demon race launched a sweep here, and now most altars belong to the NB demon race. Fang Heng rubbed his chin as he listened. If he could find more altars to draw power from, he could upgrade his demonic bloodline level, making it easier to control the demon sea in his body. With each absorption of altar power, the demonic power within him would gradually recover. However, it didn't matter. Just now, he had found a good solution. The touch of the glutton. This thing could absorb physical strength, including some difficult to recover primal powers, such as the demon seed origin. Earlier, Fang Heng had sensed that after the glutton's touch absorbed strength, not only his attributes, but also the primal powers of the demon seed within his consciousness were being drawn. Meng Xi listened cautiously and swallowed nervously. The more he thought about it, the more peculiar it seemed. Rest assured, I have no interest in your plans. I am only interested in the altar. Follow my instructions, and I will naturally provide you with a way out when the time comes, Fang Heng said. Meng Xi and the others exchanged glances. They weren't sure if Fang Heng's words were true or false, but at least he had pointed them in a direction to survive. Taking it step by step, they decided to follow Fang Heng's guidance for now. Oh, right. Fang Heng remembered something and nodded, asking, "The touch of the glutton is intriguing. Are there any others? Lead me to have a look." Intriguing. Mengzi couldn't help but shiver. How could it be intriguing? Hurry up and lead the way. Remember, my patience is limited, so don't try anything funny. The group dared not make any further moves and immediately led Fang Heng to the next altar. 2 hours later, players from the Holy Court gradually broke through the area occupied by the demonic entity of molten fire, entering the hellish evil eye rock wall area that had trapped Lindro's team. Looking at the hellish evil eyes shaking on the rock wall layer by layer, the players immediately felt their scalps tingle. After some thought, they realized there weren't many good solutions, so they decided to just go for it. Long-range attacks and brute force it. Players adjusted their team formations one after another, slowly clearing the hellish evil eyes clinging to the rock wall. Lindro's team quickly merged into the bulk of the player group, having arrived earliest and already completed the majority of the elite monster kills. They just needed to keep up with the team to slay the regular monsters and collect materials. Completing the mission was only a matter of time. After 2 hours with no message from Fang Heng and no sight of him returning, another team might have been slightly worried. But Lindro's team knew Fang Heng's usual ways and paid it no mind. In the past, whenever Fang Heng left the team by himself to explore hidden tasks, he never returned to the team. Soon, Fang Heng once again arrived with Mengzi and the others at a new altar cave. Mengzi and the others stood nervously at the cave entrance, watching as Fang Heng took out a stone box and carefully squatted in front of the stone altar. They exchanged nervous glances as they couldn't help but feel anxious. The glutton's touch was sensitive to flesh and blood. In the first year stay without feeding, its attack capabilities were very limited, yet even an ordinary stone box could completely lock it down. But would it be too risky for Fang Heng to directly grab it with his hands? Squeak, squeak. The glutton's touch had just emerged from the crevice in the stone. Fang Heng, who had been waiting outside, swiftly darted his hand and firmly grasped the glutton's touch creature, quickly putting them into the stone box. Click! Fang Heng closed the lid of the stone box and continued searching for the next target. Mengzi and the others watched Fang Heng's actions and exchanged anxious looks. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. The horrifying glutton's touch, that made people's faces pale, was easily grasped by Fang Heng using his hands. Fang Heng looked at the box filled with over 20 glutton's touch forms and nodded in satisfaction. It was almost done. After a few previous attempts, he found that the glutton's touch creatures were actually easy to deal with. For safety, he only needed to envelop the outer layer of the stone box with a layer of sacred shield. The glutton's touch could not only escape but even stop struggling, entering a kind of false death state. In fact, it was his first encounter with the glutton's touch that triggered the gas imprisonment. With the experience, he used bloodline sensing directly and located the general position and remaining quantity of the glutton's touch in the altar. All that was left was to be a little bold and catch them one by one. Quickly, the glutton's touch within the altar was completely captured. Fang Heng once again placed his hand on the altar and began extracting the chaotic power within. It was already the 7th altar. Hint: player currently absorbing and converting chaotic power. Player's initial level demon bloodline skill experience plus 28. Hint: player's initial level demon bloodline has been upgraded to maximum level. Hint: player detected to possess a similar power. Seed of Greed. Hint: player possesses Seed of Greed. Player can directly advance bloodline mid-level demon bloodline. Hint: player's bloodline initial level demon bloodline has been removed. Player has obtained mid-level demon bloodline skill. Bloodline. Mid-level demon bloodline note: players can possess multiple bloodlines simultaneously, but some bloodlines cannot be held at the same time. Note: zombie avatar and vampire bloodline conflict, only inheriting a small portion of the bloodline benefits. Skill tier S+. Tier limitation: this skill can be upgraded to a maximum level of LV 20. The current maximum level of the skill cannot exceed the player's current level. Players can find ways to upgrade the bloodline. Description: creatures living in hell, having chaos attribute, players can increase bloodline skill experience points by spreading chaos. Derive Skill 1. Demon Bloodline. Skill description: upon learning this skill, immediately gain an additional 250% maximum health, strength plus 17, agility plus 7, constitution plus 17. Gain strength equal to skill level *2, agility equal to skill level *1, and constitution equal to 2. Derive skill 2, flame survival. Description: fire resistance increases by 20%, ignoring negative effects of the hell environment. Derive skill 3, demon's gaze. Description: there is a chance that the demon's gaze can pierce through illusions, dispel spells directly, dispel spells, use the demon's gaze to stare at the opponent, have a chance to contaminate the opponent, and quickly induce a corruption state related to both parties' attributes. Promoted. Suddenly, Fang Heng opened his eyes. What surprised him most wasn't the increased attributes after leveling up, but the changes brought by the Seed of Greed. Because of the Seed of Greed, could bloodline skills advance as long as the experience points were full? This was amazing. It meant that as bloodlines and academics progressed to the later stages, the advancement became more difficult and troublesome. Just upgrading a skill would keep him busy for quite a while. The innate source of the Seed of Greed seemed to be able to help him avoid these troubles. He wondered how far it could elevate the bloodline tier levels. Similarly, with the increasing power being drawn, the power of the original demonic race enveloped within the Sea of Consciousness has once again accelerated its revival. Fang Heng had a premonition. It is estimated that the power belonging to the demonic race is about to erupt soon. Relying on the slight control provided by the current mid-level demon bloodline, it is impossible to suppress the rioting demonic race smoothly. It seems that it is necessary to rely on the power of the Devourer's touch to suppress the imminent eruption of the original demonic race. Thinking this, Fang Heng raised his head. "Let's continue," he said. Monsi shrank his neck, dared not say much, and continued to lead Fang Heng out of the cave towards the next altar. Different from previous times, just after leaving the cave and walking along the corridor for a few minutes, Fang Heng suddenly sensed something, furrowing his brows. He couldn't help but stop, looking towards a deep direction at the intersection on the right side. A strong blood and energy fluctuation was looming in the distance. It looked like a big guy, strong. Seeing Fang Heng stop, Monsi and the others in front couldn't help but stop as well, turning to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng asked, "Are you ready to lure that guy over to deal with the Holy Court?" That guy. Hearing Fang Heng's words, Monsi and the others suddenly realized who Fang Heng was referring to, their faces changing suddenly. "No." Fang Heng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Oh." Monsi shook his head and explained, "The Abyss Tribe guard station, and there is not part of our demonic race camp. They emerged from deep within the Hell Abyss several years ago, previously occupying an altar belonging to the Jealousy demonic race. Over a decade ago, they chose to surrender during the cleaning, and have been guarding that altar since then. Their territorial consciousness is very strong, and once you enter, you will be attacked by them." The Abyss Tribe. Fang Heng furrowed his brow, once again showing a puzzled expression. The demonic race is the origin of demons, but the Hell Abyss is not just made up of demonic race branches. Demon legions and derivative tribes still occupy most of Hell's power. There are also conflicts among the various demon legions in Hell, and the constant wars have never stopped. Perhaps the creatures of Hell are inherently chaotic. Monsi continued to explain, the power of chaos collected by the altars can also provide them with some power, so they also need to guard the altars. The demonic race also needs someone to guard the altars, so both sides take what they need. The demonic race leaving a small part of the chaos tower in the altar for them to guard. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are they strong?" "Yes, they are the Hell Minotaur family, once under the command of the Wrath demonic race. Since the Wrath demonic race disappeared, the Hell Minotaur family has started acting on their own." Monsi swallowed nervously. Looking cautiously at Fang Heng, "The power you sensed is likely the leader of the Hell Minotaur. I suggest you better not provoke them." "Ha ha." Fang Heng uttered a disdainful laugh. "Let's go. Take me there for a look." Having absorbed several altars in a row before, Fang Heng found that the experience he could gain was actually very little. It was just enough for him to upgrade from a low-level demon bloodline to a mid-level one. No wonder there were hardly any guards at the altars, only these few rookie players to look after them. It seems that in order to absorb more chaos power in a short time, other means will be needed, such as dealing with the Hell Minotaur tribe. Soon, Fang Heng followed Monsi and the others along the side passage to the other side. Coming to the end of the cave tunnel, his eyes widened, revealing a vast area of lava land. The terrain of the lava cave was peculiar, with uneven ground and patches of bubbling magma lakes. The fiery glow of the lava illuminated every corner of the cave. In the distance, a large number of demon minotaurs were stationed in the lava region. The bodies of the hell minotaurs were larger and more burly than ordinary humans, with coarse muscular lines, resembling bull-like creatures, using their strong limbs to walk and sporting a special long horn on their heads, able to stand half their body upright to attack using their forelimbs. At this moment, the entire cave was shrouded in a layer of red mist. The red mist was noticeably deeper than the previous outer regions. Monsi stood at the entrance of the lava cave and did not dare to proceed further, just pointing with his finger at a distant area, saying, "This is the gathering place of the Hell Minotaurs." Near the entrance to the depths of the cave, there is an advanced altar that has been occupied by the Hell Minotaur tribe for a long time. Fang Heng observed the gathering of the Hell Minotaurs from a distance and then turned to look at Monsi and the others, nodding, "Yes, stay here for now and don't wander off." Swish! With that, Fang Heng leapt alone towards the lower lava terrain. Monsi and the others were stunned. What is he doing? Has he gone mad? Does he really intend to confront the entire Hell Minotaur tribe in the lava cave alone? As he leapt down, Fang Heng's figure and appearance rapidly changed, returning to his original form in an instant. Avatar transformation. In the environment of the lava region, a large number of scattered Hell Minotaurs sensed the intrusion of an outside enemy, raising their heads to look at Fang Heng falling from a high position into the cave. A Hell Minotaur stood up, swinging its right hand to launch a condensed fireball towards Fang Heng. At the same time, a rapidly rotating magic array appeared around Fang Heng's body. After switching his main form, the passive skill Undead Ascendance immediately took effect. The dense magic arrays appeared one after another around Fang Heng's body. Then, red shadows shot out from the magic arrays. Lickers. A large number of lickers rushed out from the magic array, pouncing directly towards a Hell Minotaur tribe below. At the same time, there were layers of loosening ground around, with a large number of undead creatures emerging from the ground. Realizing that their territory was being invaded by an outside group, the Hell Minotaur tribe immediately launched a counterattack. Dense fireballs were launched towards the approaching undead group. Meanwhile, the undead horde stumbled forward. The Hell Minotaur tribe and the undead horde clashed like two surging torrents. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the numerous game prompts that appeared one after another. In the rear, the group of players from Mengxi looked at Fang Heng. They could clearly see that Fang Heng's body shape and appearance had changed significantly, with his face seemingly peeling off like glue to reveal his true face. Upon seeing Fang Heng's true appearance, the group from Mengxi was dumbfounded. Fang Heng. It was like seeing a ghost. They initially thought it was just someone with the same name, but they didn't expect it to be the real Fang Heng. Seeing the large number of lickers and zombies appearing on the battlefield, they no longer had any doubts about Fang Heng's identity. But why was Fang Heng here? Weren't there rumors that he was being hunted by the Holy Court Divine Realm? It seemed like he was not, and maybe even joined the Holy Court. That didn't seem right at all. Several players from Mengxi felt their heads spinning at this moment, glancing at each other once again. Now might be a good opportunity to escape. Should they run? They hesitated for a moment, unsure. Fang Heng observed the battlefield situation. It was becoming increasingly clear that the output capability of the zombie horde was insufficient when dealing with higher-level hellish creatures. Ordinary zombies found it difficult to cause armor-piercing damage to the outer armor of the Hellfire Duke. Only the Licker Horde could inflict some damage. So, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Fang Heng immediately transformed into his sacred magic form, leapt forward, and joined the battle. With a flip of his wrist, the artifact giant sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The giant sword was swung forward suddenly, unleashing a dark golden sword aura. Doom! The two Hellfire Dukes rushing towards him were instantly sent flying. At the next moment, the secondary area of effect damage from the sacred giant sword spread outwards. Instantly, under the influence of the sacred energies, patches of sacred damage numbers appeared on the Hellfire Dukes around him. While the players from Mengxi in the rear were still hesitating about whether to run and were watching in shock, they were once again startled by the scene. What kind of damage was this? That giant sword. The outburst of sacred energy made them feel a sense of fear from the depths of their hearts. Was this a tool from the Holy Court? Why did it seem so effortless for Fang Heng to use it? Was he truly from the undead faction? With his sacred giant sword in hand, Fang Heng charged into the horde of Hellfire Dukes, continuously swinging his sword, unleashing waves of sacred power that inflicted massive damage on the Hellfire Duke horde. He also applied the Judgment of Thunder buff to himself and over a dozen lickers. In an instant, the battlefield lit up with sparks and lightning. The situation on the battlefield suddenly tilted as Fang Heng and his zombie horde team slowly pushed forward. The Hellfire Duke group was momentarily unable to stop them. As they advanced with the zombie horde, Fang Heng suddenly sensed something, frowned, and looked ahead. They had arrived. A powerful life force started to fluctuate. Doom. The Hellfire Three-Headed Duke. The massive figure of the Hellfire Three-Headed Duke appeared in their sight. Besides its terrifying attributes, the Hellfire Three-Headed Duke also possessed a special summoning ability, capable of summoning a large number of Hellfire Dukes for battle. Without hesitation, a large group of lickers rushed past Fang Heng, heading straight for the Hellfire Three-Headed Duke. Concentrated Hellfire balls rapidly converged around the Hellfire Three-Headed Duke, launching precise attacks that hit the approaching licker group. Doom. Boom boom. The concentrated Hellfire balls could cause instant high damage. Any zombie or licker caught by them was instantly obliterated. Seeing this, Fang Heng furrowed his brows, quickly assessing the power difference between the two sides. He could fight, but it was very dangerous and unnecessary. Fang Heng decided to leave behind a large group of zombies, swiftly made his way back and rejoined Meng Xi's team, appearing beside them. Upon seeing the appearance of the boss Hellfire Three-Headed Duke, Meng Xi's team wanted to flee. The pressure brought by a boss-level creature was overwhelming. Seeing Fang Heng return, Meng Xi quickly said, "Realm Master Fang Heng, the Hellfire Three-Headed Duke has been provoked, and it's best to retreat while the Hellfire Duke has not gone into its second stage frenzy yet. Otherwise, it will be even harder to deal with." Meng Xi thought Fang Heng might not know about the Madness Blood. She quickly explained, "Madness Blood is a powerful bloodline force, and many territorial boss-level creatures have the ability to enter this state, which can increase their strength several times." Interrupting her, Fang Heng said, "Hold on. You mentioned diverting the hellish creatures to the Holy Court area earlier, right? Let's show them a little bit of color, right?" Meng Xi was halfway through her explanation, but upon hearing Fang Heng's words, she stopped. Fang Heng stared at Meng Xi and asked, "Tell me, how do you plan to divert them?" Meng Xi hesitated for a moment, looked at Fang Heng, and said, "We will rely on some special powder, specially crafted to simulate part of the aura of an altar. It can influence and stimulate the surrounding hellish creatures, attracting their hatred. We will also find a way to get the powder on the Holy Core players, luring the Guardians over there." She continued, "Also, after touching the guard altar, the Guardian creatures will exhibit extreme hatred and detection lock-on towards the intruders. We will try to utilize this to have the players touch the altar." Fang Heng turned his head and looked towards a large stone altar gradually emerging in the distance. Meng Xi saw Fang Heng's expression and actions and was taken aback. She wanted to say that this was how they dealt with normal altars, not with the high-level altar guarded by the Hellfire Three-Headed Duke boss. "What about the potion powder?" Meng Xi sensed Fang Heng's intentions, paused, and quickly pulled out two bottles of potion filled with white powder from her backpack, handing them to Fang Heng. Fang Heng held the bottle in his hand, nodded and said, "All right, I will keep my promise. You are free now. Remember, don't interfere with my affairs again." With that, Fang Heng turned and charged back towards the area where the Hellfire Dukes and Zombie Horde were fighting. Meng Xi's group stood still, not fleeing immediately, still watching Fang Heng's direction. At the same time, Fang Heng's gaze swiftly swept over the altar. The patterns on the altar revealed. In the instant Fang Heng saw the patterns, his brain immediately made a reflex judgment. It was the fire of anger, originally belonged to the angry demonkind altar. At this moment, outside the demonkind pattern on the altar, there was also a layer of patterns belonging to the jealous demonkind. Suddenly, the next moment, Fang Heng's fingers touched the altar, feeling a slight chill coming from his fingertips. The power of chaos. His body reacted automatically. A huge power of chaos was quickly absorbed into his body through his fingertips. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. The power of chaos, stronger by several times than all the hell altars he had touched before. Hint. Player currently absorbing and converting the power of chaos. Player's current intermediate demon bloodline skill experience plus 162. Before he could absorb more of the power of chaos, Fang Heng immediately felt a strong sense of being targeted. The perception came from the Hell Three-Headed Horned Demon leader not far away. The Hell Three-Headed Horned Demon, suddenly turned around, its 3 terrifying heads glaring at Fang Heng, revealing extreme anger and rage in its pupils. Roar! The hell 3-headed horned demon let out a deafening roar, the sound waves echoing in the cave, causing pain in everyone's eardrums. The one who dared to destroy the altar. Swish! The hell 3-headed horned demon sprinted with all its strength, rushing towards Fang Heng like a raging hurricane. Hint: player triggered. Unknown hell altar. Hint: player currently locked onto by the altar guardian. Leader level creature. Please be careful. Fang Heng's heart sank when he saw this, immediately stopping the absorption of energy from the altar, leaving the altar and swiftly darting towards the right position. Swish! 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 The hell 3-headed horned demon opened its mouth, and dozens of hell-condensed fireballs flew towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng once again entered the secondary spatial projection to dodge, fleeing forward. Almost simultaneously, in the hall, white light spots appeared, filled with spatial power. The group watched as a large number of zombie mobs that had gathered in the cave disappeared in a few seconds. Not good. Munsi saw this and was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, shouting, "Run! Run quickly!" Fang Heng emerged from another location, rushing towards the exit of the passage a step ahead, swiftly changing into the identity of the artifact simulation, and racing towards the outer courtyard assembly point. The hell 3-headed horned demon leader immediately chased after Fang Heng. Meanwhile, in the lava space, a large group of hell horned demons gathered into a torrent, chasing after Fang Heng all the way. Far away, watching the terrifying scene ahead, Munsi, who had just taken refuge at a high point in the cave, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead involuntarily. Terrifying, almost lost his life. Until now, they still didn't understand what had happened. But one thing was certain. The situation at the courtyard was probably going to turn for the worse. The entrance to hell. From entering the trial to now, it was less than 3 hours. The team of players, after regrouping, had already started fighting against the dense group of evil eyes on the cliff. Evil eyes with their health depleted fell from the sky continuously, and players began looting the corpses. The number of evil eyes remained extremely high, densely covering a large area on the rock wall. Due to the suppression of the hell environment, the players' output intensity was greatly weakened compared to the outside. At this rate, it was estimated that it would take a whole day to clean up. At this moment, a player suddenly noticed something, looking up in a certain direction on the cliff. What's that? Suddenly, a shadow swept across from high up on the cliff. Hot, a person? Without waiting to see clearly, the figure disappeared into the sky in an instant. Did I see wrong? The player frowned, feeling a bit self-doubtful, and rubbed his eyes to see more clearly. The next moment, Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary spatial projection and appeared behind the Holy Court team, looking down at the back of his hand. Leaving the area covered by the red mist, the mark of the Holy Crusader on his body was once again activated. Fang Heng, you're back so soon? Is everything okay? Lindro noticed Fang Heng's current state, looking somewhat miserable, and couldn't help but ask, did you run into some big trouble? The other players in the team were also somewhat puzzled. In the past, even when facing boss creatures, Fang Heng hadn't been as miserable as he was now. And it was even more strange. According to past experience, once Fang Heng disappeared during the trial, he usually wouldn't come back. This time, he unexpectedly returned. Fang Heng didn't answer, just shifted his gaze to the entrance to the rock wall area on the other side. Holy Crusade officers. Fang Heng was originally thinking of leading the group of hell-horned demons to the area of the teleportation point, but to his surprise, the Holy Crusade instructors had already appeared in the rock wall area. This was even better. Fang Heng immediately nodded and said, I'm fine, but I found that the situation inside the cliff isn't good. There might be danger soon. I suggest everyone retreat to a safer location. Danger? Retreat? Hearing these 2 words from Fang Heng, Munsi and the others felt somewhat puzzled. Zack thought that only boss creatures would make Fang Heng feel a little dangerous. With a hint of doubt on his face, he asked, could it be that you encountered a boss inside the cliff? Almost. It's complicated to explain. It's too late. Let's go. Lindro's heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, he waved, let's go. Retreat first. Everyone immediately retreated along the passage they came from. Not long after they had left, before completely leaving the rock wall area, shouts from 2 Holy Court instructors came from behind, The situation has changed. Quick, everyone! Retreat immediately. Lindro and the others subconsciously turned to look back, their faces immediately changing. They saw a large number of hell-horned demons pouring out of various openings on the cliff behind them. The players' trial team had already arranged their positions, but they never expected to suddenly encounter so many hell creatures coming out. The instant chaos caused the players to be unable to maintain stable operations, and a small part of them were wiped out by the hell-horned demons. Roar! A roar! The sound wave spread out, making the players' eardrums throb. Players panicked upon seeing the situation. Those who had been preparing to resist immediately lost their will to fight back and hastily retreated towards the rear. Hell triple-horned demon. A boss-level creature. What a load of crap. Fall back. Retreat to the teleportation area. Two Holy Army drill sergeants, frowning, immediately shouted as they flew forward to try and block the Hell triple-horned demon leader, protecting the players as they retreated. The Lindro team saw that the rear had fallen into chaos, with the Holy Court team still barely holding their ground, feeling fortunate. If Fang Heng hadn't warned them to escape early, they would have likely been in trouble too. But how did Fang Heng know there would be trouble? All eyes involuntarily turned towards Fang Heng. Go. Let's retreat back to the teleportation passage over there. Following the crowd fleeing for their lives, Fang Heng and the others returned to the cave where the external teleportation magic array was located. By now, the Holy Court team responsible for guarding the magic array from behind had learned of the sudden crisis ahead and immediately dispatched a team to support. At the same time, rows of game prompts appeared on the players' retinas. Prompt: players triggered an emergency trial task. A new test. Task name: a new test. Task description: during the task execution, the Hell-horned demon tribe in the abyss has become unnaturally restless and is attacking the Holy Court team. Players are requested to assist the Holy Court in clearing the restless Hell-horned demon group. Task requirement: defeat the Hell-horned demon. Task rewards: points, Holy Army experience points. Failure penalty: none. Prompt: if players are unable to continue fighting, they can directly return to the Eternal Holy City through the teleportation passage. This action will result in deduction of some Holy Army points and experience points. Fang Heng saw the game prompts appear and his heart skipped a beat. The mission was triggered, and it also unlocked the option to exit the trial early. Thinking quickly, Fang Heng immediately dashed towards the direction of retreat to the teleportation passage. At the magic array of the teleportation passage, the last remaining Holy Court drill sergeant and his companions loped grave, staring intently at the Hell triple-horned demon charging towards them. Surprisingly, the Hell triple-horned demon seemed to be out of control. Both Holy Court drill sergeants couldn't stop it. Due to the environmental effects of being in Hell's entrance, the strength of the Holy Army officers was largely suppressed. Regardless, they couldn't let it destroy the teleportation passage established by the Holy Court with great effort. Together, stop it, the Holy Court drill sergeant said, conjuring a dark golden sacred energy sphere in front of him. Behind him, dozens of Holy Court priests lent their mental strength into the sacred energy sphere. The sphere quickly gathered and expanded. Attack! The energy sphere exploded in front of the oncoming Hell triple-horned demon. Doom! The scorching holy light burst out. The Hell triple-horned demon was sent flying back 5 or 6 meters by the sphere, landing heavily on the ground. Black mist pouring out from him being partly dispersed. The place hit by the sacred energy sphere was a gory mess with remnants of burning sacred flames. At least they had temporarily stopped it. The Holy Army drill sergeant breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, exchanging glances with the remaining 2 sergeants, who rushed up behind him. Continue. Keep it under control. Players saw the 3 drill sergeants holding down the Hell triple-horned demon boss and finally recovered from the earlier chaos, beginning to regroup and deal with the following waves of Hell-horned demon creatures chasing them. The Lindro player team gathered together to figure out how to deal with the boss. Sak felt puzzled. Where was Fang Heng? How come he suddenly disappeared again? He was running with them just a moment ago. At that moment, Fang Heng was hiding not far from the teleportation passage. Very good, Fang Heng whispered softly to himself. Seeing the Hell triple-horned demon being engaged by 3 Holy Army drill sergeants at once, he immediately turned back and quickly made his way towards the location of the high-level altar. Since he was there, he might as well take down the altar first. In the lava terrain area guarded by the Hell-horned demon tribe, there still existed a large number of hell-horned demons that had not been lured away by Fang Heng and were still lurking around the altar. The Monty team players circled the area after some consideration and decided to go back. After sizing up the large altar in the distance, they thought it might be a golden opportunity. The Hell Triple-Horned Demon leader had already been distracted by Fang Heng, and if they could find a way to occupy the altar. As they were preparing to take action, suddenly they felt a shift in the atmosphere. What? The Hell-Horned Demon group lurking in the lava area suddenly became restless again, looking uneasy and fixating on the entrance ahead, as though provoked. The Monty players immediately followed their gaze to see a figure appearing at the entrance. It was Fang Heng. What on earth? He's back again. When Fang Heng saw the Monty team, he was also somewhat surprised, tapping his foot on the ground and swiftly appearing in front of them. Are we not leaving yet? Monty's heart jumped at Fang Heng's gaze, quickly lowering their head and saying, "No, we're leaving right away. Let's leave now." Monty turned to escape but felt a hand on their shoulder, holding them back. Wait. Monty turned back to look at Fang Heng, showing a bitter smile. Lord Fang Heng, do you have any other orders? Do me a favor, wait here for a while, and then help me leave from here. Bring me back to the Holy Court as soon as possible. Got it? Monty was still puzzled by Fang Heng's words, asking, "What did you say?" Then, Fang Heng tossed a magic scroll towards them. Monty raised their head in surprise. A spatial magic scroll? Looking up again, they saw Fang Heng had already dashed towards the vast group of hell-horned demons. He's going back again? The team's heart skipped a beat, quickly moving forward to see what Fang Heng was up to. As soon as Fang Heng stepped into the lava terrain, hundreds of blazing concentrated hellfire balls came smashing towards him. In the next moment, Fang Heng disappeared in the air again, avoiding all the incoming attacks. Spatial ability. The effect of spatial abilities in combat was truly amazing. Monty watched with envy, but alas, not everyone could learn spatial abilities. It required natural talent. Absorb. Absorb with all your might. Chew. Spiritual force activated. Within the altar, the power of chaos accumulated over many years is being absorbed and transformed, flowing into Fang Heng's body. Dense game prompts rapidly appear. Hint. Player currently absorbing and transforming the power of chaos. Player's intermediate demon bloodline skill experience plus 162. Hint. Player's intermediate demon bloodline has been upgraded to LV. 4. Hint. Player currently absorbing and transforming the power of chaos. Player's intermediate demon bloodline skill experience plus 161. At the same time, when Fang Heng touches the altar again, a large number of hell-horned demons are instantly provoked and rush towards Fang Heng. Suddenly, dense fireballs fly towards Fang Heng. Doom. However, at the next moment, just before the fireballs are about to hit Fang Heng, a dense black mist suddenly envelops him. That is, the demonic seed. Absolutely the demonic seed without a doubt. How is this possible? He is actually a demonic seed. No wonder he can absorb the power of the altar. Several people are incredibly shocked. Fang Heng, he is actually a demonic seed. A few days ago, discussions about Fang Heng being a demonic seed were still ongoing on the internet. However, for the believers of hell, they scoffed at such claims. How could a player become a demonic seed? This claim is simply ridiculous. Do they even understand what a demonic seed is? But now, what they thought was a joke is happening right before their eyes. Someone who seemed completely clueless has turned into one of them. Doom. Boom boom boom. Intense condensed fireballs hit the black mist surrounding Fang Heng, exploding like hitting a solid wall, with no effect on Fang Heng under the black mist. Meanwhile, under the cover of the black mist, game hints on Fang Heng's retinas continue to flash like crazy. Hint. Player currently absorbing and transforming the power of chaos. Player's intermediate demon bloodline skill experience plus 168. Hint. Player's intermediate demon bloodline has been upgraded to maximum level. Hint. Player detected to possess the same origin power, the Seed of Greed. Hint. Player possesses the Seed of Greed. Player can directly promote bloodline, high-level demon bloodline. Hint. Player's current bloodline, intermediate demon bloodline has been replaced. Player gains skill, high-level demon bloodline. Bloodline, high-level demon bloodline. Explanation. Players can have multiple bloodlines at the same time, but some bloodlines cannot be possessed simultaneously. The bloodline split body and the blood family have conflicts, and can only inherit a very small part of the bloodline enhancement. Skill grade S+. Grade limit. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 25. The current maximum skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Players can find ways to upgrade the bloodline. Derive Skill 1. Demon Bloodline. Skill description. After learning the skill, immediately gain an additional 450% maximum health. Strength plus 27, Agility plus 17, Physique plus 27, and gain Strength by the skill level *4, Agility by the skill level *1.5, and Physique by the skill level *4. Derive Skill 2. Flame Survival. Derive Skill 3. Demon's Eye. With the help of the demonic seed, the demon bloodline directly advances again. If the previous times only drew bit by bit from the altar, this time, it's like opening a tap and collecting a bucket full of water, absorbing crazily. Similarly, as he absorbs a large amount of chaos power and completes the upgrade of the skill, Fang Heng realizes that the original source of the demonic sea, in his sea of consciousness, is rapidly nourished. The previously weakened demonic sea has become lively again. Even after absorbing the power of chaos, it becomes stronger than before. Enhancing the strength of the demonic bloodline is equivalent to enhancing the control of this demonic seed power in the sea of consciousness. But obviously, it's still far from enough. The slight increase in control is not even 1/10 of the expansion of the demonic seed power. Immediately, the power of the demonic seed overflows uncontrollably from his body once again, to dense black mist spreading out from his body. At this moment, several people, including Muncie, stare in amazement at Fang Heng, exchanging glances. The power of the demonic seed, just the leakage of breath, makes them feel a chilling sensation deep in their souls. Moreover, it seems that Fang Heng's situation is somewhat precarious. It seems that Fang Heng is unable to fully control this power. Within the enveloping black mist, Fang Heng exerts all his strength to suppress the restlessness of his sea of consciousness until he absorbs the last trace of chaos power from the altar. By this time, there are signs of a slight collapse in his sea of consciousness. It can't go on anymore. He must stop immediately. Fang Heng turns his wrist, using the last bit of strength to break open the stone box he has been carrying on his body. Doom. A loud sound. The stone box shatters. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The dozen or so entropic feeders hidden in the porcelain jar immediately sense the smell of blood and attach themselves to his shoulders and arms. The sharp mouth parts of the entropic feeders puncture the skin, deeply piercing the muscles and sucking in his core strength. Hint. Player is influenced by a special force. The entropic feeders touch. During the duration of the influence, the player's abilities will continue to be continuously drained by the entropic feeders' touch. Fang Heng watches as game hints flash on his retinas again, letting the entropic feeder suck the power from his body. The entropic feeders are delighted, feeling a satisfaction they have never experienced before, greedily sucking the power from Fang Heng. Very good. The restlessness of the demonic sea is gradually diminishing. Fang Heng perceives that the power of the original source, his sea of consciousness, is gradually decreasing due to the absorption by the entropic feeders. Therefore, he can gradually regain control of his sea of consciousness. That the problem is, as the power belonging to the demonic sea in his sea of consciousness is gradually devoured, his various attributes are also slowly being consumed, experiencing deterioration. Obviously, the entropic feeders don't care about what kind of power you have, they just suck everything up. During the gradual recovery of his sea of consciousness, Fang Heng grits his teeth and distractedly checks the situation outside, preparing to crush the teleportation scroll in his hand to escape the dangerous area. Wait. What's this now? Just as some of his perception had just left his sea of consciousness, Fang Heng suddenly caught sight of something in the altar from the corner of his eye, and his heart skipped a beat. At the bottom of the altar, something that looked like a runestone. It's obvious. The jealous demons dream of nothing but causing their own demise. Fang Heng's pupils constricted, and in an instant he thought of something. Perhaps he could use it to perform some actions, but it's still a bit unstable. While contemplating, Fang Heng felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness again, immediately feeling a splitting headache and unable to continue deep thinking. No more thinking. Act on instinct. Greed again. Swish. Fang Heng flipped his wrist and directly stuffed the sacrificial rune into his backpack. At the same time, another teleportation scroll appeared in his right hand. Dang. The teleportation scroll was crushed in his hand. Munsi and the others were staring at Fang Heng's condition in the distance, suddenly realizing that the magic scroll in their hands was flashing a faint white light. It was a sign that something was about to be triggered. What the hell? Munsi was startled, immediately throwing the magic scroll into the air. Swish! The spatial scroll radiated a white light in the air. The next moment, Fang Heng stepped out from the white light, witnessing Fang Heng, shrouded in black mist, stepping suddenly out of the magic array. Munsi and the others were shocked and quickly backed away, not daring to approach. At the same time, a large number of hellish dreadhorn demons in the lava area cast their gazes in this direction, flocking over. Munsi didn't know what Fang Heng was up to, but didn't dare to flee and just watch Fang Heng. At this moment, Fang Heng's face turned pale, sweating profusely, emitting a strange black aura continuously. Munsi trembled a bit and asked, "Lord Fang Heng, are you?" Fang Heng forcefully controlled the stability of his sea of consciousness, shouting, "Carry me, leave. Head towards the holy court." Quickly, Munsi and the others were startled by Fang Heng's sudden outburst and immediately reacted, lifting Fang Heng and swiftly escaping towards the distant cave entrance under the pursuit of a large number of hellish dreadhorn demons. Fang Heng watched as the scenery in front of him rapidly receded. Dozens of gluttonous tendrils entwined around him were still absorbing his body's strength. He could sense his body weakening gradually. All his attributes were slowly diminishing. At the same time, his control over his sea of consciousness was gradually recovering. Almost there. Swish! Soon, as Fang Heng entered a narrow passageway ahead, the power of the demon seed origin in his sea of consciousness was greatly absorbed by the gluttonous tendrils. The demon seed origin wilted again, coiled into a small group, firmly restrained by the seal and the power of jealousy. Fang Heng once again regained partial control over his sea of consciousness. His body was abnormally weak, not suitable for fighting, but at least able to maintain some mobility. "Set me down." Munsi and the others heard Fang Heng speak, immediately stopping their steps and releasing Fang Heng. "Let's go. You can leave now. Don't let me see you again." As he spoke, Fang Heng's face quickly changed in front of Munsi and the others, reverting to his initial appearance when they first saw him. Without waiting for Munsi and the others to respond, Fang Heng immediately hurried towards the passage ahead. After being drained by the gluttonous tendrils for a while, he had realized the extraction speed of the gluttonous tendrils was related to the ratio of the power within his body. If the power of the demon seed was entirely drained, it would accelerate the extraction of attribute power. So, he had to endure a little longer. Fang Heng once again squeezed out the power of the demon seed origin in his sea of consciousness. "Consider yourselves lucky to encounter me. I'll let you absorb to your heart's content in one go." Using this opportunity again, he forcefully suppressed the demon seed origin in his sea of consciousness. Fang Heng stumbled back to the teleportation passageway below. At this moment, the three hellish dreadhorn demons had entered a second stage of frenzy, still engaging in battle with three holy church instructors and a large number of holy court priests. Obviously, the hellish three-headed dreadhorn demon boss was being jointly suppressed by the instructors. Fang Heng's current condition deteriorated further under the absorption of the gluttonous tendrils. Even now, he couldn't handle a normal dreadhorn demon one-on-one. However, due to the recent contact with the altar, most of the hellish dreadhorn demon's hatred was still focused on him. Fortunately, the holy court player teams were strong enough, and now within the cave, they had the upper hand in the battle against the hellish dreadhorn demons. Dang! A dreadhorn demon rushed towards Fang Heng, and with a bang, he was sent flying back like a cannonball, landing further back near the teleportation magic array area. Immediately, over a dozen hellish dreadhorn demons abandoned their original opponents and swarmed towards a fallen Fang Heng. "Quick! Help him!" Seeing someone severely injured and surrounded by enemies, a holy church guard shouted, calling teammates to assist Fang Heng and help pull the dreadhorn demons away from him. Though constantly being hit, Fang Heng's situation wasn't yet too dire. The gluttonous tendrils couldn't absorb the effects of his talents, so his undying effect remained. It was partly because of this that Fang Heng could endure the relentless beating and forced his way back to the teleportation area under the siege of numerous dreadhorn demons. At this moment, Fang Heng felt that his physical attributes were almost drained. All the power had been sucked dry. Even the power of the demon seed origin in his sea of consciousness had been exhausted, unable to be squeezed out any longer. Swish! The hellish three-headed dreadhorn demon boss sensed Fang Heng nearby and quickly redirected its hatred towards him. Several Holy Church instructors suddenly noticed something and turned their gaze towards Fang Heng. That person seems a bit unusual. The hellish three-headed dreadhorn demon boss seemed quite interested in him. However, in the current emergency situation, the Holy Church instructors only briefly glanced at Fang Heng, not noticing anything unusual about him. Lindro and the others also noticed Fang Heng, seeing him in such a pitiful state for the first time, immediately casting multiple healing spells on Fang Heng and rushing over to support, but were waved off by Fang Heng. Don't come over, The others were puzzled, unsure of what Fang Heng was up to. Continue. Don't mind me. Fang Heng gritted his teeth. It was safe now that they had arrived here. Just one last step. Supporting his body, Fang Heng stood up and slowly moved towards the teleportation array ahead, taking unsteady steps. Every step forward was shaky, until he reached the teleportation magic array. It was done. Mission complete. Return to the Eternal Holy City. Hint: player's current mission. Emergency trial does not meet the minimum requirements. Player fails the trial, deducts 100 points from the Holy Order score, and deducts 1000 experience points from the Holy Order. Hint: detected player affiliated with the envious sacrifice rune of the demon clan leading the lock area, triggering the sensing of envy, may lead to unknown consequences. Please be cautious. Game prompt appears. Fang Heng opened his eyes and realized he was back in the Eternal Holy City courtyard. Many players who had quit the trial early were still gathered in the courtyard area, discussing what had just happened in pairs. Those who stayed here were unlucky, suffered heavy injuries in the first wave of chaos, and couldn't continue fighting. Fang Heng gritted his teeth, sweat constantly pouring down from his forehead on both sides of his face. Are you alright? A holy court guard saw Fang Heng's pale face, even staggering as he walked, couldn't help but frown, turned his head to two players beside him, commanding, "His condition is very bad, you two. Take him to the resting area for treatment." Understood. The two players who were called approached, one on the left and one on the right, lifted Fang Heng up, and dragged him towards the resting area next to the hall. Players saw Fang Heng's strange expression and couldn't help but be curious, asking, "Brother, what's going on with you? Did you just participate in the trial? How did it go afterwards? It wasn't so tragic, was it?" The next moment, a sudden change occurred. Fang Heng's upper body clothing was torn open by something. Upon closer inspection, red centipedes over half a meter long were attached to Fang Heng's body, constantly sucking his blood. Perhaps due to excessive feeding, the centipedes' bodies were dyed a dark red. What the hell? The two players were immediately startled, exclaiming and retreating to the side, afraid of being touched by these terrifying centipedes. This scream attracted the attention of others. The players and NPCs in the courtyard area all turned their gaze towards Fang Heng. A circle of players surrounded him, pointing and whispering, "Make way. Let me through. What's wrong with him?" Several Holy Court guards also noticed that the situation was not good and gathered around Fang Heng. Fang Heng gritted his teeth, knelt down on one knee, propping himself up with one hand to avoid falling, while tightly gripping one of the gluttonous touches attached to his body with the other hand. Suddenly, he pulled hard. Hiss! With a large piece of bloody, fleshly skin torn fiercely from his body, the gluttonous touch was thrown to the ground, its huge mouthpart still chewing on the remaining skin and flesh. Everyone watching felt a chill, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at Fang Heng. What on earth was that thing? Hiss! Hiss! However, the attention of the onlookers was immediately drawn to the gluttonous touch writhing on the ground, emitting a hissing sound continuously. The gluttonous touch rolled violently on the ground, emitting black mist sporadically. People could sense a dangerous power rapidly condensing within the centipede's body. The arriving Holy Court guards' faces changed instantly. Be careful. The gluttonous touch absorbed most of Fang Heng's power and the power of the demon clan inside him. This made the overall strength of the gluttonous touch reach an extremely high level. Doom! In the blink of an eye, the gluttonous touch's size increased nearly tenfold in front of the crowd. It transformed into a giant centipede almost 6 to 7 meters long. The body of the centipede was covered with hard black armor plates, with sharp needles in between the cracks, its head full of sharp teeth, looking even more eerie and ferocious. A large amount of black mist oozed from its body. Then the second, the third one. The gluttonous touches that had been dropped by Fang Heng one after another underwent transformation. The Holy Court guards realized the force contained within the black mist and shouted in alarm, "Careful! It's contamination! Quick! Step back! Quickly! Evacuate the courtyard area immediately! Don't go near the black mist!" Many players had no idea what the contamination was, but seeing the Holy Court guard NTCs acting as if facing a formidable enemy, they dared not approach, quickly backing away to keep a safe distance. Sacred shields were raised one after another. The arriving priests began purify the contamination in the courtyard area that had not spread completely. Doom. Excited by the divine power, the gluttonous touch revealed its bloodthirsty nature and, after being stimulated by the sacred power, became even more frantic, twisting its body and launching fierce attacks in the middle of the courtyard. A military instructor from the Holy Order's task delegation area heard the commotion outside and went to check the situation. Seeing a large number of berserk gluttonous touches in the courtyard, his expression changed slightly, immediately joining forces with the Holy Court team to control them. The military instructor from the Holy Order looked at the captain of the courtyard guards sharply and asked, "What's going on?" It was a trial participant just now. This strange worm just attached itself to his body. And then, was it dropped from the participant? Was it because he came into contact with it when he entered the abyss and inadvertently brought it back here? Why did these worm organisms emit the spreading aura of the demon clan? Abnormal. The military instructor from the Holy Order frowned and asked, "Where is that trial participant?" "He's," the guard squad leader said, looking towards Fang Heng's previous location, taken aback. "Gone." At this moment, taking advantage of the previous chaos, Fang Heng had already arrived in the rear teleportation hall area of the Eternal Holy City. Under the astonished gazes of the players, Fang Heng tore off each gluttonous touch attached to his body one by one. The gluttonous touches that fell to the ground swiftly entered the second stage, rapidly growing, entering a berserk mode. They rampaged and attacked within the Eternal Holy City. The entrance to the rear teleportation hall immediately descended into chaos. Until he tore off all the centipedes, Fang Heng glanced at his body attributes. All attributes had been suppressed to below 20 points. The power of the demon clan's origin in his consciousness was no longer perceptible. Almost there, Fang Heng focused on considering his next steps. The second stage gluttonous seeds had undergone a qualitative change in strength after absorbing a large amount of demon clan power. But for the current situation, it was not enough. Their body movement speed was too slow, and their bodies were too heavy. Causing some chaos within the Eternal Holy City was already the limit, so the most crucial aspect had to depend on that. Fang Heng's spiritual power suddenly poured into the runestone. He lifted the altar stone and smashed it fiercely on the ground. Bang! The stone shattered upon impact. At the same time, in the vast universe, a pair of dark purple eyes opened. A provocation. The seed of jealousy immediately locked onto Fang Heng's location. Eternal Holy City. As the runestone completely shattered on the ground, Fang Heng immediately felt a force locking onto him. Then, a power of covert surveillance followed. Hint: you are under surveillance by an unknown power. Hint: protected by artifact power. The effectiveness of the surveillance on you is partially reduced. Here it comes. Fang Heng knew very well that he had already been targeted by the Seed of Envy. He just didn't know if this action could actually attract the Seed of Envy. Anyway, he had done everything he could. Time to gamble. Next step: try to escape from here. Hint: the player is causing chaos in the Eternal Holy City, which has a negative impact on the Holy Court, earning 120,000 reputation for the Undead Camp, 100,000 honor points for the Undead Camp. Income will be settled every hour until the event ends. Fang Heng was surprised to see the sudden game prompt. Could this also be considered part of the Undead and Holy Court battle task? Great. In the chaos of the crowd, Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game prompt, then looked at the teleportation portal again. Although the Eternal Holy City was in chaos, the Holy Court guards around the teleportation portal still stood firm. Fang Heng felt discouraged, unable to find a way out. Turning back to the central courtyard area, the military instructor's strength was formidable, and under the environment of the Eternal Holy City, their power would not diminish. They had already suppressed more than a dozen stage to gluttonous fiends. The Holy Knights had begun to gather players and gradually restore order. Seeing the crisis about to pass, boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through everyone's ears. Everyone's hearts tightened instantly, a strange fear rising from the depths of their hearts. At the same time, A game prompt appeared on Fang Hen's retina. Hint: you have destroyed the runestone, Envy Sacrificial Rune, and the Seed of Envy is now aware of you. You are about to be subjected to the highest level of attack from the Seed of Envy. Please be careful. Hint: under the current circumstances, players are affected by unknown effects. Please be careful. As the thunder faded, at some unknown time, a gray mist pervaded the entire area of the Eternal Holy City. The military instructors, who were battling the gluttonous fiends in the main hall and the teleportation hall, furrowed their brows, quickly realizing something was wrong. Something's not right. They exchanged glances. It was the contamination of the Seed of Envy. With their abilities, suppressing a dozen or so gluttonous fiends was not difficult. However, the contamination lingering in the hall did not come from the gluttonous fiends, but from a more powerful force. Who is it? Where did they come from? Doom. Suddenly, another thunderous sound reverberated throughout the Eternal Holy City. Dark clouds descended over the city, and a pair of dark purple eyes faintly appeared in the clouds. The entire city's lights flickered with it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of electrical energy continuously rang out in the main hall. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the operational teleportation magic arrays in the Eternal Holy City exploded at once. This is bad. It's the Seed of Envy. The expressions of the members of the Holy Church changed drastically. It's the domain of the Seed of Envy. Why would the domain of the Seed of Envy suddenly appear in the Eternal Holy City? Why? Undoubtedly, under the protection of the divine might of the Eternal Holy City. Launching an attack on this place would be a futile effort for the Seed of Envy, and the effects of its domain would be greatly weakened. Yet, the Seed of Envy did it anyway. No matter what, more than a dozen Holy Church officers couldn't understand this point. It wasn't time to think about that now. Ordinary people gather under such a high concentration of the Seed of Envies, or it would almost instantly turn into puppets of the Seed of Envy. Even players belonging to the Holy Court camp would be affected by the contamination if exposed for a long time. Quick, evacuate the crowd. Evacuate immediately. All Holy Knights below Divine Bestowal rank immediately escort the initiates to evacuate the area enveloped by the Seed of Envy. They could no longer continue fighting the gluttonous fiends. Evacuating the personnel and ensuring their safety was the first priority. Additionally, under the high concentration of the Seed of Envy's aura, the abilities of the gluttonous fiends would greatly increase. They would become even harder to deal with. They couldn't stay here any longer. The idols rely on the power of the Zeus Isle to fight against it. As for the others, immediately get them to disperse and leave. Becoming puppets of the Seed of Envy will only make things worse. Just like that, more than 10 officers of the Holy Church immediately made a decision. 2 instructors took the Holy Knights to escort the players to escape the area shrouded by the Seed of Envy, while the other 10 stayed behind to protect the Eternal Holy City and tried to lure the remaining gluttonous fiends to the area of the Zeus Idol. On the other hand, the sudden outbreak of chaos made the players gathered in the teleportation area feel like they were going crazy. What's going on? The players didn't know what had happened, but suddenly the whole Eternal Holy City seemed to have become extremely chaotic, as if doomsday was approaching. Should they stay or run? Running seemed like it might be a loss. Should they stay? It was evident that the Eternal Holy City was in trouble, and maybe a special task would be triggered soon. Who knew? Staying might even earn them some mission rewards. However, can they handle the intensity of this task? Lacking key information, most players hadn't figured out the situation at once. Many of the more timid players had already decided to run. They attempted to use the Holy Church trial mark to escape. Why isn't it working? The players' faces changed suddenly, realizing that there was a problem. Looking down carefully, they saw that a faint gray mist had somehow attached itself to the dark gold Holy Church trial mark on their wrists. What the heck is this? The players were startled, trying to wipe it off, but the mist seemed to be stuck to the trial mark, and they couldn't get rid of it. For a moment, the players were uncertain. They were doomed. The ability to exit the Eternal Holy City's trial mark had been sealed. Even if they wanted to run now, it was too late. The next moment, a game prompt appeared on the retinas of every player in the Eternal Holy City. Hint: players trigger a special mission. Evacuate the Eternal Holy City. Wow, our own sacred courtyard has been breached by someone. Regardless of the cause, the fact is that this mission is no longer something they can handle right now. The requirement to join the task of guarding the Eternal Holy City is Master-level sacred studies. Moreover, in the current situation, it's not a matter of whether the mission can be completed or not. It's a matter of saving our lives. Quickly find the guards of the sacred courtyard and flee together. Fang Heng also saw the game prompt and couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Just as expected, there are other evacuation passages in the Eternal Holy City. Regular Holy Knights cannot withstand the high-intensity pollution of the NBC, so they are highly likely to choose to evacuate. Under the special pollution effect of the NBC, all teleportation channels will also fail. This is his chance. Amidst the chaos, Fang Heng quickly found one of the military instructors leading the retreat and followed the instructor as they withdrew from the Eternal Holy City. The gate leading to the exit of the Eternal Holy City urgently opened. For the first time, Fang Heng saw the situation outside the Eternal Holy City. At this moment, the entire sky had already been covered by a thick layer of clouds. The power of the NBC was surging and gathering within the clouds. From the outside, the entire Eternal Holy City was actually a giant enclosed castle built in the center of the city. Under the influence of the NBC, including the Eternal Holy City fortress, the entire outer city was rapidly mutating. The residents living in the outer city of the Eternal Holy City are all devout followers of the sacred courtyard faith, so they can still maintain stability for a short period of time. However, soon, as the pollution rapidly expanded, the people began to be gradually corroded by the power of the pollution, the corruption of the demon. Gradually, the sacred courtyard believers were corrupted into demons and began to gather towards Fang Heng. Follow me. The exit is not far ahead. The support team is already outside. Let's evacuate the contaminated area together. The military instructor did not know that the targets of the corrupt creatures surging towards them were only Fang Heng, and seeing the situation, without any hesitation, they immediately led the rear team to charge outside. The military instructor and several senior guards in the team were very clear that they were facing the corruption of the NBC. There was no retreating. The more they retreated, the more corrupt creatures emerged around them. They would sink deeper into the mire. With the passage of time, even their teammates would gradually be affected by the power of the NBC and become puppets of the corrupt creatures. So the only way was to charge forward, dash out in the shortest time, escape the range covered by contamination, and seek a glimmer of hope. Seeing the sacred army fighting desperately, the players also realized the urgency of the situation. Their eyes turning red, using high-level items they were reluctant to use before without regard for their lives, swallowing high-level potions without any care. It's really strange. Just a moment ago, the Eternal Holy City still looked calm and peaceful, but not even 5 minutes later, everyone was running for their lives. The players couldn't understand and didn't have time to think deeply about it. Fang Heng stayed towards the back of the team, mostly blending in, occasionally using a few skills forward, silently praying for more support from his teammates. In this situation, if he stood out, he might be noticed as abnormal by other players, causing trouble instead. Additionally, he had just been partially drained by the gourmand's touch, and his current state was terrible. His basic attributes had plummeted to single digits, with little combat power left. Almost there. The support team is right in front. I will create space for you to escape. Hurry out. Upon hearing the shout from the front, Fang Heng immediately looked ahead, his heart stirring. The Eternal Holy City is the headquarters of the sacred courtyard in the high-level game world. The good news is that when anomalies appear in the Eternal Holy City fortress, a large number of support teams inside and outside the city were immediately mobilized and arrived in a few minutes to provide rescue. The rescue teams cleared the corrupt creatures in the outer areas of the city, gradually advancing to assist the trapped sacred courtyard teams. In fact, the teams that escaped from the Eternal Holy City fortress were divided into several groups. Many other groups encountered far fewer corrupt creatures and had managed to escape. Unfortunately, Fang Heng encountered the largest attacks from the corrupt creatures. In the chaos, even though the support team saw the evacuation team Fang Heng was in, they still couldn't rush over immediately to provide assistance. Both sides could clearly see each other, yet they were separated by a dense crowd of corrupt creatures. Action! The military officer Miller roared and led the team of Holy Knights to charge towards a large group of corrupt creatures in the front. In an instant, Miller and a dozen elite sacred courtyard guards plunged deep into the group of corrupt creatures, all releasing wide-range area of effect skills at once. Dark golden light continuously exploded among the corrupt creatures. Miller's plan was simple. Use wide-range attack skills to draw the hatred of the surrounding corrupt creatures so that the players behind could escape. However, the results surprised them. Indeed, a small portion of corrupt creatures were attracted to them, but the majority still rushed towards the players at the rear. The players' team panicked. This was bad. Without the protection of the Sacred Army officer, their strength suddenly diminished, and the situation became extremely precarious. Fang Heng blended into the crowd. His eyes narrowed. The situation was not good. Everyone, we can only rely on ourselves now. Let's charge together. There's hope if we break through. At this critical moment, a player shouted in the crowd, "Go! Charge ahead!" Everyone knew this was their last chance. The reinforcements were right behind. As long as they could merge with them. Charge! The players all shouted, concentrating their attacks in one direction, and exerted all their efforts to break through together. Countless corrupt creatures gathered in front, and it seemed they couldn't kill them all. Soon, the momentum of the team's charge was halted. Their mental strength was about to deplete, and all their skills had been used up. Under continuous bombardment, a congested horde of corrupted monsters in front were unexpectedly blasted open a gap alive. The crowd looked at Fang Heng, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. They had misjudged him, thinking he was just slacking off in the team, but never expected him to possess such strength. Now's the chance. Let's go. The players immediately snapped out of it and rushed towards the gap blasted open by the Book of Oaths. Fang Heng glanced at the remaining energy of the Book of Oaths, continuing to control it while following the team in their escape. Most of the time, they continued to struggle and rely heavily on the Book of Oaths to force open a path when they couldn't proceed. Stumbling along the way, the team managed to reunite with the Holy Core support team that arrived just in time before the energy of the Book of Oaths ran out, narrowly avoiding danger. Move. Keep up. I'll escort you out. With the support team guiding them, the group quickly evacuated the area enveloped by the jealousy-spawning demonic creatures. Just as they left the region shrouded in dark clouds, Fang Heng felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He looked up at the sky once more. Concealed in the clouds, those purple eyes that had been staring at him gradually disappeared into the clouds. Soon, the heavy shadowy cloud cover in the sky also began to slowly converge towards the center, dispersing gradually. Having just experienced a life and death battle, almost losing their lives, the players all plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. The decrease in their attributes had also taken a toll on their physical stamina. However, it wasn't time to rest yet. They needed to find a way to leave this place now. As the jealousy-spawning creature's domain dissipated completely and the chaos within the eternal holy city ended, the Holy Core would surely conduct a detailed investigation into the incident. They needed to make a quick exit before drawing any unwanted attention. "Brother, thanks for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, we would have been done for." Fang Heng turned to see the leader of a player team walking over, nodding in gratitude. "No problem. Helping each other out, my own strength wouldn't have been enough to get us out." Fang Heng responded with a nod, mustering strength in his weary body and surveying the surrounding environment swiftly. Even though they had left the eternal holy city, his saintly military trials mark on his hand was still unusable, preventing him from leaving the city directly. At that moment, the external factions of the Holy Core were already taking the next steps. The Core's commander left a portion of personnel to tend to the wounded, prevent any further corruption, and organized an elite team to explore the areas where the demonic creatures had not dispersed, attempting to make contact with the teams remaining inside the eternal holy city. With many players watching, Fang Heng approached a Saint Knight, responsible for maintaining order nearby. "Captain Jace," Fang Heng addressed the Saint Knight, asking, "My saintly military trials mark is inactive, but I wish to leave the eternal holy city immediately. Is there any way you can help me?" Captain Jace, the Saint Knight team leader, raised an eyebrow in surprise, giving Fang Heng a thorough look. "Right now? Is it that urgent?" Fang Heng furrowed his brows, then his expression turned serious as he nodded. "I'm sorry, sir. I have a very uneasy feeling, so I want to evacuate quickly, to leave here immediately. I'm sorry for the inconvenience." The Saint Knight team leader looked at Fang Heng with a furrowed brow and asked, "Uneasy? I have a natural ability to sense impending danger. There might be danger here, so I want to leave as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the players around them immediately reacted, their faces showing a slight change, some even standing up directly. A sense of uneasiness? A natural ability. This was almost a clear warning. a gifted ability, a premonition of danger through innate abilities. It indicated that the danger had not passed yet. Who knew that the contamination or some similar malevolence might resurface? Coupled with Fang Heng's timely use of the Book of Oaths to shatter the monsters, the players inexplicably felt a sense of trust in him. Soon, other players followed suit, raising their hands and saying, "Sir, sorry, I also have urgent matters and need to leave the Eternal Holy City quickly." As more and more players demanded to leave urgently, the atmosphere of unease gradually spread within the team. The remaining players, though oblivious to the situation, felt something amiss seeing so many others wanting to flee. They sensed that staying there was not right and started to show signs of wanting to leave as well. Initially hesitant, the Saint Knight team leader, seeing the unrest among the players, nodded. "All right, I need to report to the Corps commander." After reporting to the Corps commander, the team leader returned. "If you all need to leave immediately, you'll need to undergo a sacred purification rite first to confirm you're not contaminated by the demonic creatures. After that, we'll lead you to the teleportation area." Additionally, the Eternal Holy City can reach a large part of the world through the teleportation passages, but certain worlds not under the influence of the Holy Court cannot be accessed via teleportation for now. Fang Heng was relieved upon hearing this. The so-called purification was just a basic test to confirm absence of contamination, having no effect on him. Finally, he could leave this eerie place, the Eternal Holy City shrouded by the jealousy-spawning demonic creatures. Relying on the sacred domain emanating from the central statue, over a dozen saintly military instructors resisted the continuous invasion of the demon creatures from the outside. Light and darkness intertwined within the temple. The second stage of the ravenous ones, in their manic state, mutated their bodies, surrounded by a black mist, repeatedly charging towards the sacred domain, only to be blasted out each time. Finally, as the external demonic domain gradually receded, the intensity of the ravenous one's attacks noticeably weakened. The group of saintly military instructors exchanged glances and then all acted together, instantly crushing the remaining ravenous ones. Subsequently, everyone felt a profound exhaustion. Under the onslaught of the jealousy-spawning demonic creatures, the entire Eternal Holy City was severely damaged, and a large number of Holy Court believers were contaminated and corrupted by the demonic creatures. "Okay." Everyone nodded in agreement. A Holy Crusade instructor suddenly thought of something and continued, "Right, I remember there was a stranger earlier. He showed signs of demonic influence on his body. This matter may be related to him." "All right, let's immediately find him," Man asked. At this moment, Fang Heng had already entered the intermediate-level game world, Dream City, a modern city where various beliefs converge. Among all intermediate-level game worlds, Dream City is considered to be on the lower end. What? You need to use a channel for teleportation? To Dunzo. That's not a good place, you know. The Holy Court and the undead are at war there. Of course, the customer is God. So it's not impossible, but you might need to add a bit more. Of course, we will provide the best service for exclusive customers. After Fang Heng placed 10 cosmic crystals on the table, the teller immediately showed a mild expression, even a hint of flattery. "Please follow me. You are a VIP Black Pearl card top guest of our Starfish company. You can enjoy the best service here. The teleportation will be ready in 30 minutes. By the way, do you need a cola?" An hour later, after some twists and turns, Fang Heng returned to Punyuos. Feeling temporarily safe, Fang Heng thought of first going to Master Gullo to claim the mission reward, and then to make a trip to the undead camp to exchange rewards. After working so hard for so long, it's time to relax a bit and take stock. With all the back and forth, Fang Heng earned quite a bit of God points, not only paying off the previous debts, but also having a surplus. The zombie clone enhancement plan can finally be accelerated. The Tower of White Bones. Guided by 2 undead servants, Fang Heng ascended to the upper level of the Tower of White Bones. "Fang Heng, you're here." In the room, Master Gullo looked at Fang Heng with a smile. He had been waiting for Fang Heng. Just now, he received another piece of great news. The Eternal Holy City of the Holy Court was heavily damaged by unknown enemies. Because of the mission issuer's connection, he knew that all this was the work of Fang Heng to strike back at the Holy Court under the chase of the Holy Court deity. What could be more wonderful than this? This made Master Gullo extremely happy all morning. The undead studies will continue. In fact, because of Fang Heng, Master Gullo's mood has been good during this time. Fang Heng's performance has been outstanding, far beyond his imagination. Fang Heng, you've done very well. You've made me very satisfied. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm dreaming, Master Gullo said, as he patted Fang Heng's shoulder. Well, now it's time for me to fulfill my reward. As he spoke, Master Gullo gently pressed his hand on Fang Heng's forehead. The game prompt then appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: player receives Master Gullo's reward. Prompt: player's high-level undead studies advance to Master level LV. 1. Skill: Master level undead studies. Skill description: with this skill, the player can use most undead-related items and gain additional enhancement effects, receiving a 30% amplification in undead study skill effects. Skill description: each level up will grant the player an additional 7 points of basic willpower attribute, extend the player's lifespan, and enhance the player's soul strength. Skill description: this skill can be upgraded to LV 50. Note: followers of death, you are gradually advancing on the path of exploring soul and death. Unconsciously, you have obtained the qualifications to teach disciples, but you know this is far from the end. Players can consume skill experience points to teach basic undead studies to any character. Fang Heng gently closed his eyes, feeling the changes brought by the master-level undead studies. Willpower: unlike other skills, undead studies only increase one willpower attribute after leveling up. From the information currently grasped by the players, willpower is related to the player's resistance and also to self-recovery after mental attacks. Master Gullo nodded. I heard from Gu Chengju that you've been lacking in God points lately, so I've given you additional rewards in God points as far as I can support. Prompt: player mission: support Kibalea total mission completion 3,577%. Prompt: due to the player's extra completion of mission objectives, the player receives an extra 257.7 West God points. So many? Fang Heng looked surprised. Unexpectedly, just by completing the task, he received an extra 257 W God points from Master Gullo. Master Gullo is really kind. He gives as much reward as the work done. Without any hesitation, Fang Heng immediately nodded in thanks. Thank you, Master. Don't mention it, you deserve it. Master Gullo looked more approvingly at Fang Heng, but let me remind you, the pursuit from the God Realm won't stop. Be prepared to keep clashing with the Holy Court in the coming time. I understand, Master. Be careful, and remember, we undead are not to be trifled with. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, come to our undead camp, we will cover for you, Master Gullo said with a sneer. Don't be afraid of causing trouble. If you really run into any unsolvable big trouble, come to our undead camp, we will have your back. Fang Heng's spirit lifted. He nodded. I understand, Master. Well, then, what are your plans next? Fang Heng paused and shook his head. I don't have any plans for now. Indeed, he didn't have any plans yet. If he had to say, it would probably be to figure out a way to evade the pursuit of the Holy Court and the trouble caused by the demonic influence. Master Gullo thought Fang Heng would say he will continue to advance in undead studies. Hearing Fang Heng say he had no plans, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. All right, no rush, we have more time than ordinary people to seek the way, and you are already far beyond ordinary people. Master Gullo continued to nod. The advancement to the sub-god level undead studies is extremely difficult. It will take quite some time to find an opportunity. Breaking through with external forces will also require some time. Whenever you are ready, feel free to come to me for a chat. Okay. Master, I understand. Fang Heng nodded in response. For now, busy dealing with the Holy Court, the need to upgrade in undead studies is not urgent. Reminder: the player has crossed boundaries, and the tracking team dispatched by the Divine Realm will attempt to lock onto your location again in 8.5 plus 14 hours additional time due to the influence of artifact skills. Reminder: the current game world belongs to a protected game world, and external realms cannot invade this realm until players are granted permission. Returning to the zombie apocalypse once again, Fang Heng looked at the game prompts flashing on his retina, letting out a sigh of relief. The zombie apocalypse is still good. During the beginner protection period, there will be no external attacks. It's not in vain that he put in so much effort to obtain this. Finally, he doesn't have to worry about being hunted down by the Saints' Corps and can take a breather. Let's go see Qiu-Ya-Khan. Fang Heng arrived at the prison underground research lab. Qiu-Ya-Khan was still conducting research. Seeing Fang Heng entering the research facility again, Without lifting his head, he asked, "What now? Did you go somewhere to scavenge again? Have you gathered enough points for zombie modification?" "Don't make it sound like scavenging. There had been some gains, but still far from enough." Feng Heng sighed inwardly. Despite the variety of transformations available to the zombie avatar, all the modifications would still require a large sum of points. The 2 million points just acquired are simply not enough. "Did you really get them?" Qiu Yaokong paused his research, adjusting his glasses as he looked at Feng Heng, asking, "How many do you have?" Feng Heng made a rough estimate. "Just received 2.7 million points from Professor Guro, and considering the honor values exchangeable for main god points from the undead camp, he might have a total of over 5 million points. Probably, I might have around 4 to 5 million. The war tasks between the undead camp and the Saints' Court are still ongoing. The Dark Veins continue to have a lasting impact. As long as the war persists, he can continue causing trouble for the Saints' Court and earn honor values points." Feng Heng suddenly realized that the fastest way to accumulate points at the moment was to make things difficult for the Saints' Court. By weakening the Saints' Court's strength, he could also earn honor points to exchange for main god points to enhance the zombie avatar. A win-win situation. "It's still too little." Qiu Yaokong shook his head and continued, "With the points you have, we can already complete the modifications for the Eater and Vine entities permanently, as well as a large portion of the Berserker Fusion entity. However, the higher-level Crystalline entity and Original Devourer entity modifications, the costs for these two are higher." "Got it." Feng Heng nodded. The Eater and Vine entities' permanent solidified modifications would enhance the combat capabilities of the Zombie Legion as a whole. The Berserker Fusion entity is also very practical. Next, it's about targeted modifications. The Crystalline entity and Original Devourer are the two most outstanding among all modifications. The Crystalline entity could partially crystallize the organism, enhancing its attack power. Additionally, various parts of the body could explode in a crystalline manner, causing high-range damage in conjunction with the regenerative effects of the undead body. This combination is very effective. As for the Original Devourer, it's a higher-level modification compared to the Crystalline entity. The Black Original Devourer virus attached to the body's surface can significantly increase attack and defense capabilities, and even possess the terrifying ability of resurrection from ashes after death. It becomes an entity that cannot be killed. Simply op. Alright, let's get ready to start. Are there any technical difficulties? The technologies for the Eater and Vine entities modifications are already mature. No problems there. We have also been testing the Berserker Fusion entity for some time now. The success rate is about 80%. However, for the Crystalline entity and Original Devourer entity modifications, the energy, points, and time consumption are a bit longer. The success rate initially might be low, but it will gradually adjust and improve during subsequent modifications. Then let's start with the Eater and Vine zombies first. We also need to finish the majority of the Berserker Fusion entity modifications. Try to work on a small part of the Crystalline entity and Original Devourer as soon as possible. Sure, I will arrange for that. Qiu Yaokong called over an assistant to prepare the modification laboratory. By the way, I heard that you opened the portal of the Bloodline clan last time, and Dr. Ding Minbo issued a combat report that I have the opportunity to pass on to you, optimizing your zombie creature's combat style. Also, after obtaining a small number of beam weapons last time, the research and development of related weapons have been handed over to Dr. Ding Minbo. Qiu Yaokong spread his hands. In terms of weapon research alone, Dr. Ding Minbo's research strength is not inferior to mine. Since I can't spare much time right now, I have temporarily delegated this to her. That's impressive. Feng Heng took the thick report handed to him by Qiu Yaokong. It's quite heavy. The modification laboratory is ready. Let's go take a look. After discussing and planning the next modifications with Qiu Yaokong, Feng Heng followed him back to the secret laboratory on the 3rd floor of the prison. Inside the laboratory, rows of large cultivation instruments were arranged along the walls. Qiu Yaokong glanced at the indicator data on the control panel, nodded, and said, "If the points are ready, we will start the first batch of modifications now and enter the solidification mode immediately after completion." "Let's do it. I'm ready." Reminder: the player enters the game world of Kaibalea. Reminder: the player has crossed boundaries and the tracking team dispatched by the Divine Realm will attempt to lock onto your location again in 8.5 plus 14 hours additional time due to the influence of artifact skills. Through the teleportation channel set up in the zombie apocalypse, Fang Heng once again returned to the game world of Kaibolea. Brother Fang. Inside the Merc Temple, Ji Xiaobo saw Fang Heng emerging from the teleportation channel, a look of pleasant surprise in his eyes. He quickly walked up. I've heard about it. The eternal holy city of the Saints' Court has encountered an unknown attack again. And it must be Brother Fang's doing, right? Fang Heng thought. You even noticed this. Clearly, he didn't use any necromancy abilities during the event. He even concealed his identity with artifacts. Heh. I knew it. Only Brother Fang could make the Saints' Court look so embarrassed. Ji Xiaobo grinned. Okay. Ji Xiaobo's expression turned somewhat serious at the words, nodding as he explained. The Holy Court has likely discovered the connection between the cracks in the dark veins at the Merc Temple and Duncha. They have already started to make their move against us. With Lady Donnie and Sister Kingren helping, we can still hold our ground for now. Ji Xiaobo briefly explained the situation. Currently, a new full-scale war has erupted between the Holy Court and the Undead. Lady Donnie has led the Undead camp to press into the last supersized main city controlled by the Holy Court, in the heart of the Breton Empire. Both Undead reinforcements and Holy Court support have been gradually arriving at the outskirts of the main city. However, they have encountered significant trouble in the final assault, struggling to breach the main city. The battles in Kaibolea have intensified once again, perhaps due to the Holy Court still dealing with the troubles in the Duncha game world's dark veins. They have been unable to divert much power to support Kaibolea, causing the balance of victory to tilt towards the Undead. Faced with the disadvantage, the Holy Court has resorted to alternative tactics. While holding on to the last city as a defensive shell, they have also sent out elite teams to repeatedly flank and launch direct assaults on the Merc Temple, using various methods to try and resolve the issue with the dark vein cracks. Lady Donnie and Li Kingren have realized the critical importance of the Merc Temple to the overall situation, and have dispatched additional personnel to protect it. The two sides are engaged in a battle of wits and bravery. Fan, it's good you're back. Lady Donnie already has a significant advantage on the front line. They've reportedly begun besieging the Holy Court's last main city. Ji Xiaobo was excited, waving his fists in the air with enthusiasm. Now we're just waiting for you to come back, and then we can continue to push forward, drive the Holy Court out of the Kaibolea game world and secure victory in this small-scale battle. Push forward together? Is that really feasible? It seems. It might actually work. Listening to Ji Xiaobo's description, Fang Heng felt a bit stirred. Unfortunately, he was already targeted by pursuers from the God Realm. Otherwise, he would have stayed longer to gain more achievements and points from the main god. Wait a minute. Maybe it's still possible? After all, there's still some time before the God Realm pursuers catch up. Another round of gains. After that, make a final push. If all else fails, activate the Eternal Moon move and escape. Of course, this approach comes with great risks. Once discovered by the Holy Court, the pursuers from the God Realm may arrive earlier. In any case, risks and rewards coexist. At least there's nothing to lose. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Heng nodded, saying, "All right, let's do it. Push forward together. Please contact Lady Donnie for me. I need to discuss with her. Also, keep this matter confidential. Do not leak any information prematurely." Okay, I understand. Ji Xiaobo was extremely excited, thumping his chest firmly. It's on me. Okay. As he pondered, Fang Heng decided to mobilize the vast army of zombie doppelgangers still lurking in the Kaibolea game world to start gathering and slowly spreading towards the depths of the Breton Empire. At the same time, he transformed into baddie form and swiftly flew towards the frontline positions of the Undead camp. The ordinary infected zombie doppelgangers were too slow in their movements, so he began approaching the war zone gradually. As for what to do next, he would decide after meeting Lady Donnie. 3 hours later, Fang Heng finally reached the frontline camp. Due to Lady Donnie's relentless pressure on the Holy Court, the frontline camp has been pushed to the furthest depths of the Breton Empire, taking more time than usual to reach. Fang Heng first found the camp's quartermaster and exchanged all his main god points. The quartermaster scrutinized Fang Heng for a moment and showed a respectful look in his eyes. "Thank you for your contributions to the Undead camp. May death be eternal." Reminder: the player currently has remaining honor points, the player has acquired a total of 177, 8 West Main God points. Not bad. Fang Heng glanced at the numbers in his gaming panel, nodding in satisfaction. He had harvested 177 West Main God points, much higher than anticipated. With Lady Donnie now leading the Undead Camp in battles against the Holy Court, the number of players within the camp was currently low, and no one had noticed Fang Heng's return. Fang Heng remained calm, staying at the quartermaster's side to check the available tasks. There was a multitude of hostile tasks issued by the camp, some even at the SSS level. The rewards were decent. Perhaps he should take on a couple? Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Fang Heng chose to accept one of the high-level tasks. The quartermaster looked deeply at Fang Heng and nodded. Follower of Death, you have accepted a very difficult task. I have a feeling that perhaps only you can complete this task. Good luck. Fang Heng waved his hand. Thank you. Reminder. Player has accepted the task. Break the Holy Court. Task name. Break the Holy Court. Task difficulty, SSS. Task description. After suffering a major defeat in the Kibalea game world, the Holy Court has retreated to the last main city of the Breton Empire. However, they have not given up, deploying a large number of troops within the main city and establishing teleportation channels. Once the Holy Court resolves the issues encountered in Duncha, they will undoubtedly launch a full-scale counterattack in the Kibalea game world. Now is the best time to deal with the Holy Court decisively. Task requirement. Cause a devastating blow to the Holy Court camp in the Kibalea game world within 7 days. Task reward. Large amounts of contribution points, honor points, and prestige for the Undead camp. Failure penalty. If the task completion rate does not reach 50%, additional task penalties will be imposed. 2 days later, Holy Court frontline. After several consecutive battles, coupled with the harassment from a large number of undead creatures and Lady Donnie's relentless pursuit, the Holy Court team has shrunk back to the deep rear of the Breton Empire. Of course, although the overarching direction of the plan is like this, the harassment and raids against the Merc Temple have never stopped secretly, just in case. Similarly, the Undead camp has also encountered troubles. The player team has been blocked outside the outskirts of the Chinoya swamp area, unable to effectively launch an attack on the final large main city occupied by the Holy Court. High in the sky, a bat slowly landed and entered the Misty Forest area. The Misty Forest is covered by a thin layer of mist all year round, hence the name. The mist is not thick, but it is slightly poisonous. Venturing deep into the Misty Forest will lead to a swamp area, the Chinoya Swamp. The Breton Empire capital city. Wanrong City was built in the central area surrounded by the Chinoya Swamp area. It is said that the Breton Empire accidentally arrived here after their defeat and established a home to escape external conflicts, only leaving the swamp area to explore outward after the end of the war. With the strength preserved during the chaos, the Breton Empire gradually harvested various weak small countries and slowly expanded to its current size. In the past, all passages to Wanrong City were accessed through teleportation magic arrays. Currently, due to the war, the external magic arrays have been completely closed, all passages to Wanrong City have been blocked, and the entire Breton Empire has completely shrunk. At this time, a large number of Undead camp players gathered at the entrance area of the forest. After several days of continuous battles, the players were starting to feel fatigued. The key is that they have not been able to find a breakthrough point. However, today seems different. The Undead camp team suddenly gathered on a large scale, preparing to launch a final attack with a decisive momentum. Hopefully, it will be effective. As the players looked at the swamp area ahead, they couldn't help but sigh internally. Previously, the player team tried many methods to cross the swamp, such as draining water, changing the terrain with field spales, and so on. Unfortunately, the effects were relatively mediocre. In addition to the extremely difficult to deal with swamp mud monsters in the swamp, the Holy Court is also not easy to deal with. They have set up layers of defense in another part of the swamped area and even send out teams to actively harass when they observe the Undead camp wanting to cross the swamp. These days, their numerous attempts have all ended in failure. However, the players occasionally glance towards the rear Undead camp headquarters. Lady Danny looks very confident. What method is she planning to use to cross the swamp area? Just as the players were puzzled, instructions came from the rear team. Switch to defense mode in place and be cautious of the Holy Court abandoning the attack. Defense? What does that mean? The players were a bit puzzled for a moment. The Holy Court has already been forced to retreat to the other end of the swamp, so why would they still have the strength to attack them proactively? Are they joking? They would rather the Holy Court come out on their own. The team's mission has been issued, and the undead camp NPCs are all on high alert. The players temporarily settled down, prepared to see the ensuing developments. In the rear team command center, everyone looked towards Lady Danny. They knew an action was imminent today. Lady Danny would lead them to attempt to break through the swamp area again, but they were not clear about the specific details of the operation. Lady Danny remained calm at this time, lifted her head, and looked at the swamp area in the distance. The undead camp had failed multiple times in the swamp before, but this time, she was fully confident Fang Heng would lend a hand to help them break through the swamp area together. The Holy Court is currently pursuing Fang Heng, so the news of Fang Heng coming to assist has not been disclosed. Only she knows. A player guild leader lightly coughed and asked, "Lady Danny, may I inquire about when the plan can begin? I don't mean to rush, but those people in the team can't hold up much longer if we continue waiting like this." The guild leaders present could still wait, but the players couldn't. Most players' patience is not great. When there is clearly no danger, remaining on high alert in place for a long time makes it difficult to maintain focus. Engaging in some small talk for a few moments might be okay, but who knows, they might start organizing a small auction right there eventually. Just then, a player hurried in and reported, "Report. A large number of undead creatures have been detected in the right area, gathering towards the swamp area." Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. A horde of zombies. When Fang Heng launched a general attack on the Kiluo realm game world, he left behind a large number of ordinary horror-infected zombie creatures here. These creatures had not been taken care of and were roaming nearby. No one had dared to approach them in recent days, and now, the zombies were on the move. Could it be that person has returned? Isn't the divine domain currently pursuing him? Everyone's expression turned serious at once, thinking about the same thing, and they all turned to Lady Danny. Lady Danny raised her head, looked up at the sky, and nodded, saying, "It seems he has arrived." People's hearts trembled once again, unable to help but look up at the high ground. "Who is he? Fang Heng?" Another player hurried in and reported, "The horde of zombies has entered the swamp area." "Good. Each legion maintains their current alert and do not act." "Understood." The players heard this and couldn't help but discuss quietly. "So, has Lord Fang Heng really joined this battle? Is he planning to rely on the power of the horde of zombies to cross the swamp?" Probably 2 days ago, there was already a group of zombies staggering into the swamp area, but the effect was limited. The group of zombies would stagger in and soon be attacked by the lurking swamp mud monsters and ultimately swallowed by the swamp. It had almost no effect. It would only be through coordination with the players that some swamp mud monsters could be dealt with and eliminated. Crossing the swamp was simply impossible. What was happening today? Are they planning to just send the undead horde in there alone again? As everyone whispered to each other, the vice guild leader of the Eternal Spirit Guild walked in from outside and nodded to Lady Danny, saying, "Lady Danny, the supplies and trebuchets have been escorted and are already stacked at the designated assembly point." Supplies? The players looked at each other upon hearing this. Indeed, 2 days ago, the undead camp team had been secretly planning to transport a batch of special supplies. It was said to be prepared for today's final attack. Among them, the most eye-catching was the trebuchet. This simple mechanical structure could cause considerable damage. At this moment, high above the marsh area, Fang Heng in the form of a bat was still circling in the sky. From the high vantage point, the oversized sacred defense barrier deployed by the sanctum was like a giant hood, completely enveloping a large part of the marsh area and the deeper regions. 2 days ago, Fang Heng had attempted to launch an attack on the defense barrier from high altitude with very limited effectiveness. Seeing the signal given not far below by Lady Danny, Fang Heng withdrew his gaze and slowly flew downwards, focusing his eyes on the area to the right where players were gathering in the forest region. There, massive boxes and numerous modified catapults were stacked. It seemed Lady Danny had already made all the arrangements. "Next, let's begin." Fang Heng slowly landed on a withered tree branch, transformed back into human form, and closed his eyes. The skin on his face melted like wax, reverting to its original appearance. The artifact effect, the ability brought by the simulation of characters, allowed Fang Heng to actively control, when his talent skills would automatically trigger. As the simulation of character's skill was cancelled, the player talent skills immediately came into effect. In an instant, magical arrays materialized around Fang Heng. They spun rapidly. Shoo shoo shoo. Swarms of lickers sprang out from the magical arrays. Landing, the pack of lickers trod through the forest, making rustling sounds, heading straight towards the vast area of boxes ahead. Upon reaching the boxes, the lickers quickly gathered into cocoon-like masses on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the masses expanded rapidly. They spread out, forming massive cocoons over 2 meters tall. Hiss! Hiss hiss! The cocoons burst open one by one. Tall figures emerged from the cocoons, fusing into the tyrant form. The tyrants stood upright, slowly walking towards the large box area ahead. Dang! One of the tyrants approached a large box, swung a fist down, smashing the wooden box open, revealing the weapon hidden inside. An ultra-heavy beam weapon. Dr. Ding Min's improved version. Although in the current game world, the effect of the high-tech ultra-heavy beam weapon was limited by game restrictions, reducing the final damage by 50%, it still didn't hinder it from becoming a powerful weapon in the hands of the tyrant. The tyrant lifted the ultra-heavy energy beam weapon from the box, hoisted it on the shoulder, and then took steps towards the main battlefield in the marsh area. At the main battlefield, the Undead faction players' team assembled on the left side, on alert. Most of their attention was focused on the zombie horde. The first batch of mutated, infected zombie bodies had already entered the misty forest area. Stepping into the marsh, the previously calm marsh suddenly stirred. Stimulated by the disturbance, the mud monsters lurking in the marsh began emerging from the swamp. The grotesque and twisted forms of the marsh mud monsters almost blended with the swamp, resembling a pile of mud. Their appearance was extremely hard to distinguish with the naked eye. The marsh mud monsters possessed a unique corrosion skill, lurking in the swamp and launching surprise attacks without warning, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth. Green corrosive liquid spurted out from the marsh mud monsters' mouths. The corrosive liquid splattered on the zombies, emitting a hissing sound. As soon as the liquid touched the zombies' bodies, it began bubbling and emitting a stenchy, acid odor. Countless zombie creatures were dragged into the swamp by the marsh mud monsters and disappeared. The players looked at each other. The marsh mud monsters had a strong resistance to necromancy spells and controlled the advantageous terrain, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Normally, they would release long-range skills at this moment to reduce the number of mud monsters. But today was different. They were still waiting for the attack orders from the team. What were they waiting for? The players were still instructed to stay in place and remain vigilant. Were they just going to watch the zombies slowly get worn out? The players began murmuring softly amongst themselves. What was happening today? Why were the zombies being sent in that way? Was it necessary? Even with the dense horde, it would take a long time before they were taken out completely. Suddenly, a commotion came from behind the players. What's going on? They turned to look behind them. Instantly, their faces showed expressions of surprise. It was veiled by the mist. A group of massive figures emerged slowly from the woods. These figures were several meters tall, robust in stature. Each step they took caused the ground to tremble slightly. They were the powerful biological weapons of the zombie apocalypse world. The tyrants. Numerous tyrants emerged from the mist, shouldering large high-energy beam weapons, heading towards the marsh area step by step. After a brief commotion, the players immediately quieted down. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the tyrants. The destructive power of the ultra-heavy energy beam weapon was astonishing. Were the tyrants also equipped with it? Under the players' watchful eyes, the tyrants advanced to the edge of the marsh, lining out in rows. Doom. Boom boom boom. The tyrants aimed at the marsh area ahead, targeting the marsh mud monsters, and unleashed a relentless barrage. Concentrated beams of light blasted into the marsh, exploding and creating high splashes of mud. The marsh mud monsters themselves didn't have strong defensive attributes, and under the concentrated firepower of the tyrants, their numbers quickly diminished. Dense game prompts began flashing on Fang Heng's retinas. Prompt: player zombie avatar tyrant killed marsh mud monsters. Player gained 20 points of Undead faction reputation. Prompt: player zombie avatar tyrant killed marsh mud monsters. After a few minutes of bombardment, the number of marsh mud monsters visible on the marsh surface significantly decreased. Fang Heng looked towards the large sacred shield at the center of the marsh in the distance. Now's the time. Blast them. The tyrants changed their targets, aimed at the sacred shield, pulled the triggers, and the beam weapons unleashed a fierce onslaught on the shield. Countless beams poured down like a storm of bullets. The beams struck the sacred barrier, causing explosions and secondary damage. The entire sacred barrier trembled weakly. In the rear area of the marsh, the forces of the sanctum were set in formation, waiting vigilantly. Some players also participated in the team. Originally, the players were prepared to, as usual, wait for the undead faction players to start crossing the marsh and coordinating attacks against the marsh mud monsters. Fang Heng. He actually dares to come here. Does he really ignore the pursuit of the divine realm? Let's see how arrogant he can be. Legion Commander. A solemn voice came from the accompanying Holy Knight. The energy consumption of the sacred defense shield is extremely fast. At this rate, it may not last 10 minutes before the energy is completely depleted. GRG furrowed his brow and raised his hand. Temporarily stop the effect of the sacred defense. Wait for my command. Understood. GRG had already made a decision in his mind. Since the sacred defense shield cannot stop the beam attacks of the fusion tyrant body, there's no point in wasting it, so he decided to stop it. The marsh area has been able to protect the Brighton Empire for thousands of years, so it naturally has extraordinary capabilities. Anyone trying to pass through the marsh area will pay a great price. They just need to wait here, and when the undead cross the marsh halfway, give them a fatal blow. Stay behind in the marsh area, do not move around. Be ready to attack at any time. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side of the swamp, Fang Heng saw a game prompt flashing on the retinal display. Hint. Due to the player's impact on the Chibolia game world, the Holy See has currently locked the player's trail. The Divine Realm Pursuit team is expected to arrive in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Please be cautious. TSK, they are coming so fast. Fang Heng lowered his head, scanning the marsh area ahead. The marsh creatures were cleared out by artillery fire in a large area. The sacred shield also began to gradually dissipate. It seems that the Holy See has given up. Quite thrifty. Knowing they couldn't hold on, they simply did not waste any resources. So, the next step can be taken. Fang Heng divided his attention to continue controlling the undead avatars. On the edge of the marsh, players saw the disappearance of the sacred shield shrouding the central swamp, and immediately became excited. It is obvious that the Holy See cannot hold on. What is that? Soon, more players noticed something. A catapult. What does this mean? Can this thing be useful? In the rear, the fusion tyrant body pushed carts of catapults into the right battle area. Players turned their heads towards that direction. After a brief loading process, the voracious eaters that surged from the forest quickly climbed up to the weapon loading area of the catapults. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the catapults were activated. Dark shadows cut through the night sky, swiftly heading towards the depths of the swamp, passing over a large area of the marsh and disappearing into the mist. Oh damn, so powerful? Players couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. What catapult is this? In the Chibolia game world, some high-tech technologies will receive additional penalties. After careful consideration, Fang Heng decided to use the most basic catapult. However, Dr. Dingman made some special modifications to it. The catapult uses the latest electromagnetic rail acceleration specifically designed to transport the mob of undead, named the Corpse Catapult. On the other side of the marsh, the players of the Holy See faction were on high alert, waiting for the undead players to cross the swamp area so they could ambush them halfway. They then saw black dots flying from the sky. What is that ghostly thing? The black dots flew directly over their heads and fell towards the rear area, where the Holy See team was ambushed. Sout, thud thud thud. The voracious eaters landed on the ground, creating numerous depressions in the muddy swamp, falling in disarray. Afterwards, the eaters quickly turned over a few times on the ground, immediately resuming combat readiness and charging towards a Holy See Paladin team. Voracious eaters. The Holy See team also fell into chaos, rushing forward to fight against the group of undead. At this point, players were stunned at the scene. What the hell? They're undead. Get them down. Don't just stand there. Attack quickly. What happened to crossing the river? How did the undead fly over from the sky? It was only now that players finally realized what the black dots in the sky were, and immediately gathered spells to bombard the eaters, aiming to knock them down from the sky. The high-flying eaters were attacked by positioning spells, falling from a height, crashing onto the ground, some even turning into a pile of mush on the ground. Soon after, the dark mush on the ground visibly reassembled at an alarming speed. The upgraded form of the voracious eater, infused with the original Scourge virus, it gained a terrifying resurrection ability. As they watched the eaters resurrect from a pile of sticky black substance, the players once again showed astonishment on their faces. The eaters seemed somewhat different from before. Covered in a thin layer of black substance that appeared to be a formidable defense. Swish, swish, swish. The group of eaters that were halfway knocked down immediately lunged towards the players. "Stop them!" the commanding player shouted, charging forward with the team to confront the incoming eaters. At this stage, everyone was ready to fight. The paladin players immediately engaged the enemies. Dang! The sacred sword swung against the body of the eaters, emitting a slight metallic collision sound. The paladin player furrowed his brows deeply. What's going on? They had fought against Fang Heng's eater group before, and every time their attacks caused significant damage, the most the enemies could do was boast their formidable self-recovery ability. Why is it different now? The reinforced black defensive material on the eaters' bodies is what exactly? Under the combined attributes of strength and weapon sharpness, the paladin was still able to break through part of the eater's defense, but the damage he could inflict was incomparable to before. Swish, swish. After a large number of eaters rushed towards the paladins. Be careful. Dang. The claws of the eater swept across the divine shield, sparking a holy flame. The sudden outbreak of intensity from the Lick Eaters caught the entire paladin team off guard, leaving them unable to adapt momentarily, only able to defend passively, and some even struggling to hold on. The entire Holy Court team began to slowly retreat towards the rear. Not good. Seeing this, the Holy Court Legion commander, Jiolki, furrowed his brows and couldn't help but whisper softly, Fang Heng. He had to admit that he now held an extreme fear towards Fang Heng in his heart. Initially, when he first heard of Fang Heng, he was somewhat skeptical that every time they encountered Fang Heng, his abilities would undergo a huge breakthrough. This terrifying growth ability made him extremely fearful. Now, these Lick Eater creatures made him feel helpless. When did the undead become so terrifying? Jiolki even had a terrifying thought. If given Fang Heng a little more time, he might even pose a threat to the god realm. At this moment, most of the Holy Court team was concentrated in the frontline area, leaving only the last main city left by the Holy Court and the Brighton Empire at the rear. The defense was extremely weak. They absolutely could not allow them to break through this line of defense. Jiolki raised his knight's lanceur. Follow me, move forward and support. Make sure to stop them. Understood. The elite knights of the Holy Court and the priest team immediately adjusted their formation. The rear priest team released high-intensity blessing spells, and the elite holy knights in the front line accelerated towards the location of the Lick Eaters. Charge. The war horses neighed. Attack. Under the charge of the paladin team, the entire team was enveloped in a divine light, like a sharp arrow, heading straight towards the Lick Eaters. Doom. The long spears pierced the bodies of the Lick Eaters, completely penetrating them. The high crit damage brought by the charge skill, combined with the divine blessing effect of the elite priest team, resulted in accumulating dozens of times of additional damage. Under the divine light penetrating, the Lick Eaters shattered on the spot one by one. As the legion charged forward, Jiolki breathed a sigh of relief with his team at the rear. However, what happened next caused the faces of the paladin team to change slightly. They saw that after the Lick Eaters fell, a thick black substance was left on the ground where they died. This strange black substance was slowly flowing and condensing. In a short moment, the Lick Eaters were recovering from the black unknown substance. Resurrected, the Lick Eaters revived again and rushed towards the paladin team enthusiastically. What's going on? Why can't they be killed? Even the elite paladin team, with their high will, had some difficulty accepting this situation temporarily. These Lick Eaters simply couldn't be killed. The players of the Holy Court side also noticed this horrifying scene. Mutation. They are mutated Lick Eaters. Soon, a player shouted out. Some of the Lick Eaters in the group had been specially modified, with a layer of black substance attached to their bodies, giving them stronger attack and defense capabilities, and normal Lick Eaters. Even after being killed, they could resurrect on the spot. This was the first encounter with the original Devour-modified Lick Eaters, and the Holy Court team had no idea how to deal with them. For a moment, the morale of the Holy Court side plummeted. The players suddenly lost their desire to fight. You stab me, and I stab you back. Now that you can't be killed... What's the point of fighting? They quickly started to retreat. In the rear, on the other side of the swamp separating them, the players of the undead camp were unaware of what had happened ahead, only seeing the holy court camp seeming to be in chaos. Was it because of those catapults? In the rear camp, Lord Donnie and the others used their vision spells to see the situation ahead, causing them to fall silent. Who would have thought that in just a short 2 days, the fighting capabilities of the Lick-Eater group had greatly improved once more? With his personal power alone, Fang Hen, the Lord of the Realm, could completely suppress the Holy Court to such an extent. Fortunately, Fang Heng stood on their side. Within the undead camp, everyone couldn't help but wonder, if these Lick-Eaters were enemies, could they resist? Perhaps the situation wouldn't be much better than the Holy Court's. It's time. Lord Donnie stood up and looked at the leaders of the Legion players in the undead camp. Chaos has already erupted within the Holy Court. They will soon find a way to deal with the mutated Lick-Eaters. Launch a total offensive now. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement, issuing orders to their respective teams to launch a total attack on the Holy Court. When the undead camp players received the news of the total attack, they immediately began laying special wooden boards on the swamp, heading towards the other side of the swamp. Seeing that the time was about right, Fang Heng also immediately took action, transforming into a bat form to fly over the swamp, landing on a large tree to observe the situation below. The Lick-Eaters in their original Devour modified form are very effective. Unfortunately, the transformation required a significant amount of main god points, and currently, he had only transformed 120 of them. It was these 120 original Devour modified creatures that played a huge role in the battle, firmly holding back the elite Holy Court team, crushing the players' morale, and buying plenty of time for the regular Lick-Eaters in the rear. However, the Holy Court soon realized the weakness of the original Devour modified form. Purify those with issues. They need to be purified immediately, a high priest exclaimed. Everyone reacted to this. After killing the mutated Lick-Eaters, a dark sticky substance was left on the ground. Once the divine purification spell was used to cleanse the sticky substance, the Lick-Eaters wouldn't easily resurrect again. But achieving this wasn't that simple. Regular purification spells could only temporarily cleanse, delaying the speed of the Lick-Eaters' resurrection. Only by consecutively using several high-level purification spells could the sticky substance be completely cleansed. What a pity, Fang Heng whispered softly. There were still too few of the original Devour modified creatures, making them vulnerable to attacks. When they accumulated enough main god points in the future and the numbers increased, facing thousands of original Devour modified Lick-Eaters, the Holy Court wouldn't have time to cast purification spells. It was time to take action. Stop them from purify the original Devour modified Lick-Eaters. Fang Heng's eyes narrow, leaping down from the withered tree, entering the secondary space projection, and swiftly approaching the priest team on the right side of the Holy Court. Who goes there? The priest team on the right side of the Holy Court, concentrating on dispelling and purify the black sticky substance left behind by the original Devour modified Lick-Eaters, suddenly sensed spatial fluctuations nearby and were startled. The next moment, they saw a figure stepping out from the faint space. Thick blood gushed out from the scabbard of the sword, rising rapidly into the air, forming sharp blood spikes in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood spikes, carrying substantial killing intent, instantly pierced towards the area of the sacred ritual team below. Such a terrifying blood power fluctuation, the elite sacred ritualists' faces changed dramatically. Quick, deploy the protective shield. The elite sacred ritualists quickly formed hand seals, while other ritualists behind them silently chanted sacred prayers. In an instant, a faint holy light emerged from the ritualists, creating a sturdy dark golden defensive barrier in front of them. The blood spikes continuously struck the holy light barrier, bursting open one after another with muffled sounds. Fang Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The sacred shield. Just like this. Come on. Fang Heng reached out his hand and formed a solid blood-colored giant sword in his palm. Fang Heng tightly gripped the giant sword and flew towards the sacred shield. The elite sacred ritualists stared at Fang Heng, their expressions growing increasingly serious, as they exerted all their power to strengthen the defense barrier with their holy powers. The majestic blood power of the sword fell on the defensive shield. Crack! A subtle crack suddenly appeared on the holy light shield, then rapidly spread. Bang! The entire shield made a bursting sound and shattered like broken glass, dissolving into countless points of light in the air. The elite sacred ritualist groaned, staggered back, looked at Fang Heng, her eyes filled with disbelief, and a blood stain gradually appeared on her chest. A deep sword scar was strikingly visible. Blood gushed out from the wound, dyeing the swamp beneath her feet red. Behind the elite sacred ritualist, many elite ritualists who had cooperated to cast the shield were sent flying like kites with broken strings, falling to the ground one by one. Whoosh, whoosh. The burst blood gathered back into Fang Heng's hand, forming a giant sword once again. However, compared to before, the giant sword was noticeably dimmer. What? The elite sacred ritualist's pupils suddenly shrank. On the blood-stained swamp, drops of blood uncontrollably floated up into the air, and even the blood overflowing from her chest floated upward uncontrollably. The blood from the fallen ritual team members also condensed into tiny blood beads, all rapidly converging towards Fang Heng's giant sword. The elite sacred ritualist looked at Fang Heng, a hint of fear apparent in her eyes. After absorbing the gathered blood beads from all around, the blood-colored giant sword's power began to slowly recover. With a final touch of fear and reluctance, the light in the sacred ritualist's eyes gradually faded. Hint: player kills elite sacred ritualist Betio Tingo. Player gains undead faction reputation of 120,000, contribution of 60,000, honor value of 60,000. Hint: player inflicts heavy damage on the sacred ritualist team. Player gains undead faction reputation of 200,000, contribution of 200,000, honor value of 120,000. Hint: player's current mission: break the holy ground. Progress increases to 22%. Fang Heng. Suddenly, a roar sounded from beside Fang Heng. Feeling a tremendous holy pressure approaching him, Fang Heng furrowed his brows and, turning around, swung the blood-colored giant sword backward. Doom. The rich blood red and holy powers collided once more. Fang Heng took several steps back, looking at the newcomer, Commander George of the Holy Court. George's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Fang Heng, filled with anger deep within. He had already noticed the anomaly in the ritual team behind him and rushed to support as soon as possible. However, he was a step too late. The entire ritual team suffered heavy casualties. Fang Heng. The current situation in Kaibolea had come to this point because of this young man in front of him. George glared at Fang Heng, his fighting spirit rising, as a faint holy light enveloped his body. Fang Heng slowly raised his head, gazing at George with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Oh, what's wrong? Do you have any advice? You seem very angry. How about a fair duel with me? Do you dare?" "Of course I dare. In the name of the Holy Court, you will pay the price for your actions," George roared, stepping forward, his holy long sword emitting intense waves of power as he slashed forward. Whoosh! A slender sword aura overflowed from the long sword. Ha! George was taken aback. Fang Heng's figure quickly faded in midair and completely disappeared before the sword aura arrived. George paused in place for half a second before realizing what had happened, angrily shouting, "Fang Heng, come out!" Within a secondary spatial projection, Fang Heng quickly evacuated the area where the ghouls gathered. One-on-one fight? Ridiculous. There was no need at all. He had boldly penetrated the enemy lines just now, only to eliminate the sacred ritual team. After all, the threat they posed to the ghouls behind was too great. With most of the sacred ritual team dead already, there was no need to engage in a one-on-one battle with the big boss. The blood-colored longsword's power had significantly diminished due to continuous combat. Although it had absorbed a wave of blood from the sacred ritualists, it couldn't fully compensate for the massive loss. This made Fang Heng heartbroken. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Fang Heng immediately ran. As for the Holy Court Commander George, he could easily be worn down by the zombie clones later. Fang Heng quickly retreated to the rear of the battlefield. At this moment, the undead players had just crossed the swamp area and saw the ghouls engaged in battle, even gaining the upper hand. They immediately rushed in to help and earn merit points. It was time for the players to shine in their element, beat the person while they're down. The Holy Court faction lost its most effective means of dealing with the original devouring ghouls. Led by George, the team was entangled by the original devouring ghouls, while the players in the rear directly cooperated with numerous ordinary ghouls and zombie clones to attack the Holy Court Holy Knights, eliminating the living forces of the Holy Court. In a matter of moments, the situation swiftly tilted in favor of the undead faction. The Sanctum is the last city held in the Chebolea game world. It has completely fallen. In the process of entanglement with the Sanctum team, Fang Heng has already controlled a group of lickers to bypass the team and attack the rear main city. The defense capability of the main city was weak to begin with. Coupled with the lickers' strong climbing and self-recovery abilities, they almost overturned the main city in an instant. Now, the Sanctum side only has their lone army left. Commander George only felt a chill in his hands and feet. He suddenly realized that the vast muddy area shrouded in front had actually become the biggest obstacle affecting their escape. Even if they wanted to fight their way out, they couldn't do it. All they could do was futilely continue to resist the lickers constantly emerging around them. Undead camp players gradually consumed the Sanctum team's miscellaneous soldiers on the periphery, leaving only Commander George and his elite Holy Knight team. Seeing the blood-red name of Commander George, players naturally knew he was the big boss, so they didn't dare to act rashly or approach, just slowly chipping away on the periphery. By engaging the boss with the licker group, they were solely using their skills on the periphery. Fang Heng didn't want to waste his energy, so he continued to hide and observe from the shadows. In a moment, a game prompt appeared on the retina. Hint: player and Undead doppelgangers are causing damage to the main city. Player gains 520,000 Undead camp reputation, 170,000 contribution points, 260,000 honor points. Hint: Undead camp has seized control of the city of Kino. Player gains 200,000 Undead camp honor points. Hint: player's current mission, completion rate of breaking the Sanctum mission, 92%. Fang Heng saw the game prompt and then looked up towards the rear city. According to the pre-planned strategy with Lady Donnie, after crossing the swamp, Lady Donnie would immediately lead an elite team to head straight to the city of Kinoa. It seemed that Lady Donnie had succeeded. For now, it would take some time to grind down Commander George. It was estimated that they would have to wait for George's team to be completely wiped out before his mission completion rate could reach 100%. From the beginning until now, the entire battle had already consumed over an hour. As for what comes next, Fang Heng squinted his eyes. The pursuers from the Divine Realm would arrive in just over an hour. Running away constantly was not a viable option. During this time, Fang Heng had been thinking about how to counterattack. The Sanctum side probably still didn't know that Chebolea had been completely destroyed. Perhaps this could be taken advantage of to make some deployments. At the very least, they needed to test the strength of the Divine Realm pursuers. After thinking about it, Fang Heng made a decision and immediately transformed into bat form, quickly heading towards the city of Kino, in the central fortress of the city. At this moment, the battle had just ended. Lady Donnie led the elite team formed by the Undead camp straight through the fortress and captured the city of Kino. The original plan was to use Kino as a stronghold to corner the Sanctum team outside. The faster they took the city, the greater the help it would be to Fang Heng on the front lines. However, Lady Donnie and the others didn't expect that when they took the city and tried to contact the team outside, they found out that the outside team had already coordinated with Fang Heng's zombie team to decimate the main Sanctum forces. Now, they had no need to return, they just needed to firmly hold the city and wait to merge with the outside team. The elite team players couldn't help but sigh at how effortlessly they had completed the mission this time. With Fang Heng's assistance, they hadn't encountered any major obstacles along the way and had coasted through. As they were discussing, the window of the castle hall shattered with a loud bang. A bat flew in from outside and stopped in front of everyone, transforming back into human form. Domain Lord Fang. Everyone turned their gaze towards Fang Heng with a hint of respect. Many of them were seeing Fang Heng face to face for the first time. Fang Heng nodded at everyone and then turned to Lady Donnie, saying sternly, "The Divine Realm people will arrive soon. I need your help." The atmosphere of joy and relaxation among the group instantly dissipated, leaving behind a tense air. Divine Realm. The Sanctifier Okani was leading several Sanctum Inquisitors to descend through the Divine Realm channel into the lower realm. This special method of transport could avoid the use of regular teleportation channels, but also had significant limitations, such as transmission time and energy consumption. Recently, Okami's tracking of Fang Heng had been greatly affected. Although they had confirmed Fang Heng's location, a special force enveloped that world, and they couldn't penetrate it. From what they gathered from the players, that world was called the Zombie Apocalypse, under special protection by the game, and it was the territory Fang Heng occupied. To avoid excessive energy consumption during transportation, Okani and his team returned to the Divine Realm to await further orders. In their minds, Fang Heng had likely retreated to the zombie apocalypse out of fear. This way, the Divine Realm would have successfully restricted Fang Heng's movements. Unexpectedly, today they suddenly received news about Fang Heng. Fang Heng's audacity led him to return to the Chebolea game world. The Divine Realm immediately activated the descent mode and transported Okeani and his team into the Chebolea game world. As the light gradually shone, everyone entered a dilapidated large central cathedral. Okeani slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Okeani realized the situation was not good. A strong black undead aura pervaded the surroundings. In the instant his eyes opened, the dense black undead aura, accompanied by howling spirits, rushed into the interior of the cathedral hall. Dark, surging like a tide, filled the entire hall in an instant. The black fog lingered, almost engulfing Okeani and his group of Divine Realm Inquisitors in a moment. Their vision was completely covered by an endless darkness. In the darkness, there came a rustling sound. Apart from the spirits, large numbers of creatures seemed to be rapidly approaching them. Okeani's brow slightly furrowed, then raised the sacred longsword in his hand. Swish! The sword beam slashed forward. The entire hall's black mist seemed to be cut open by a huge dark golden sword beam, forming a split curtain of darkness. As the black mist and explosive divine tower dissipated, the hall was once again filled with light. Okeani raised his head, looked around, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The cathedral had undergone a complete transformation. The once neat and spacious hall was now littered with broken tables and chairs, disheveled decorations, and heavy undead aura, with a faint smell of blood in the air. Okeani exclaimed softly in surprise. Most of the devourers were obliterated in place with a single strike, but some of them left behind a black viscous fluid upon death. The viscous fluid began to slowly ride and congeal on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a large number of devourers were revived from the viscous fluid. Evil spirits. Okeani observed the revived devourers with a murmur, raising his divine longsword in his right hand once again. Purify them. As he spoke, the judges behind Okeani extended their hands to form a seal in front of them. Faint divine energy emanated from the judges. Just as the devourers who had been revived and were about to attack Okeani were suddenly immobilized and covered in dark golden chains that emerged from their bodies, black mist began to pour out uncontrollably from them. Nearby, Fang Heng had been watching from the shadows all along. Rows of game prompts kept refreshing on his retina. Beads of sweat formed on Fang Heng's forehead involuntarily. It was tricky. They had made special preparations in advance for the shattered cathedral, infusing it with a strong undead aura, attempting to showcase the devourers, undead aura, and the vengeful spirits summoned by Lady Donnie to the pursuers from the Divine Realm. Unexpectedly, the strength of the powerful beings from the Divine Realm far surpassed their expectations. Just one attack was enough to completely disperse the vengeful spirits, undead creatures, and the devourers. Only a few hundred devourers, who had undergone the original devourer transformation, remained alive. And judging by the current situation, the enhanced devourers were not proving effective. Could they win this? The power gap seemed overwhelmingly large. Fang Heng was silently startled. The opponent's strength had exceeded expectations. He strongly suspected that the Divine Realm was on a higher level than even the high-grade gaming world. Although he had initially planned to take advantage of the situation and test his skills, he quickly dismissed the idea. Retreat. Just as Fang Heng was about to leave, he heard Okeani's voice in his ear. Fang Heng. Fang Heng turned to look behind him. Okeani gazed at Fang Heng, shook his head, and issued a warning, saying, "The demon seed should not exist in this world. Return to your hell." Fang Heng's pupils constricted. Suddenly, Okeani swung his holy sword with both hands. A divine sword energy shot out from the blade towards Fang Heng. Dang! The blood-red giant sword on Fang Heng's back exploded instantly, forming a massive blood-red curtain. The curtain quickly shielded Fang Heng. Sizzling, sizzling. The divine sword energy struck the blood-red curtain, causing a fierce collision in the air, where two powerful forces tore and crushed each other. The entire blood-red curtain kept steaming under the purify effect of divine power. Okeani's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He actually could withstand it. Doom. The blood-red and divine energies exploded simultaneously. In the next moment, Fang Heng, who had been behind the blood curtain, had vanished. Okeani let out a disdainful snort. Indeed, Fang Heng's power had reached the pinnacle level in the lower realm, but that was all. Okeani sensed Fang Heng's location and was about to pursue further when suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Not good. Doom. Boom boom boom. The next moment, a violent explosion resounded nearby. The entire shattered cathedral collapsed. Outside the cathedral, Fang Heng's figure slowly materialized through a teleportation scroll. Lady Donnie and the undead team players glanced at Fang Heng, then turned to look at the direction of the cathedral from afar. Doom! A massive mushroom cloud rose up from the shattered cathedral. The violent explosion had devastated almost half of the city, shrouding it in dust and smoke. Over half an hour ago, the undead team had hidden all the high-energy explosives they could gather beneath the cathedral, planning to detonate it all at a specified time to give the pursuers from the divine realm a taste of their own medicine. However, they had not expected that. Lady Donnie and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions. The lingering smoke gradually dissipated. A wave of divine power fluctuations emanated from the fallen buildings. They couldn't even be killed by that explosion. Additional game prompts appeared. Players inflict more than 0.5% damage on the pursuers from the divine realm. Current mission, escape from the pursuit of the divine realm, has been changed. Current mission cancelled. Current triggered mission, counterattack of the desperation. Mission title, Counterattack of the Desperation. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, you, who have been continuously chased by the divine realm, are fed up. Perhaps only through slaughter can you completely end this. It is time to teach the divine realm a profound lesson. Mission requirements, eliminate the divine adjudicator, Orkney. Mission reward, unknown. Fang Heng's face paled as he saw the game prompts on his retina, feeling a chill down his spine. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The game's mission system was more daring than he had imagined. The carefully planned ambush this time only depleted 0.5% of the Divine Realm pursuer's overall health. Even if he used his ultimate move Eternal Moon Rapture to deal a further 10% of damage to the team, it would still be a long shot. Completely defeating them was a dream. However, the ambush had not been in vain. At least they had learned the strength of the Divine Realm pursuers. Several leaders of the undead team saw Fang Heng silence and exchange glances. Wasn't it already quite mad to take on the Divine Realm's pursuers? This act alone would be worth boasting about. It seemed Fang Heng was not satisfied. Was he really going to take on all of the Divine Realm's pursuers? Kuo Lionhai couldn't help but advise. Lord Fang Heng, are you alright? The strength of the Divine Realm's enemies far exceeds ours by many levels. Being crushed was within our expectations. You should. I'm fine. Fang Heng waved his hand and interjected. Thank you. I understand. Since direct confrontation was futile, the only option was to continue fleeing for his life. Perhaps this is what the Holy Court hopes for as well, to confine their activities within a certain range. Fang Heng couldn't help but ponder. Under the pursuit of the Divine Realm, what other ways are there to continue causing trouble for the Holy Court? Or, what other ways are there to deal with the pursuers from the Divine Realm? Trouble. Amidst his contemplation, sensing the fluctuations of the sacred power from the distant collapsing shattered church once again coming towards him, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Everyone, the power of the explosion is not enough to severely injure the pursuers from the Divine Realm. It's not safe here anymore. Let's split up and retreat. Lord Donnie nodded lightly towards Fang Heng, leading the undead camp members to swiftly evacuate. Fang Heng also took out a teleportation scroll from his backpack, opened it, and prepared to return to the Lost Forest teleportation point, hurrying to hide back in the zombie doomsday. It feels a bit pathetic when he thinks about it. The pursuers from the Divine Realm are relentless, leaving him no time even to complete the tasks at the undead frontline quartermaster. He can only run for now and then return to the Quebrea game world to submit the tasks after some time. 2 hours later. Multiverse Library. After freshening up, Fang Heng lay down on the bed to rest. His phone rang. A call from Lord Donnie. Fang Heng, I just received news that the pursuers from the Divine Realm have retreated. It seems they have encountered some restrictions and can only chase after you, not interfere with other events. Lord Donnie pursed her lips, pondered for a moment, and continued. It could also be an agreement between the undead camp and the Holy Court. The battles between the high levels of both sides will not affect the lower realms. Fang Heng nodded. Yes, that's in line with my analysis. The Divine Realm mentoring the lower realms comes with a heavy price, and the Holy Court cannot stay for long. Otherwise, with their abilities, temporarily blocking the Dueling Chai in Mali Ravine would be easy for them. Lord Donnie continued. Next, we will regain control of Quebrea, completely eliminate the residual power of the Holy Court in Quebrea. But even so, the Holy Court will still find ways to infiltrate Quebrea and destroy the Merc Temple. Alright, I'm currently occupied, so I'll trouble you with managing the Merc Temple situation. Understood. I will take care of it. Fang Heng hung up the phone and tossed it heavily onto the bed. The more he thinks, the more troublesome it gets. With the pursuers from the Divine Realm, he feels completely restrained in everything he does. What can he do to temporarily shake off these pursuers? Maybe he should just hide at the Undead Research Society. Fang Heng pondered secretly. The related tasks in necromancy are probably about advancing to master level in necromancy. The task locations are likely related to areas associated with necromancy. He can try asking around. Once he reaches the divine level in necromancy, will his strength undergo a qualitative change? Another consideration is time. For ordinary players, even just advancing to the master level in skills would take at least a year. How long would he need? A month seems a bit long. This route doesn't seem feasible. Apart from that, there is Black Fortress. A few days ago, he received news from Black Fortress about some clues regarding a teleportation portal to the alien Kin's world, and they seem to be preparing to explore the Kin's world. At that time, he was busy dealing with the Holy Court and couldn't spare the time. Black Fortress is formidable. For instance, that Charlene is even more terrifying. He still can't gauge her true strength. Alone, he can't defeat the Holy Court, but with the assistance of Black Fortress, if he can devise a plan to lure the Holy Court in, there's a good chance. However, it also entails significant risks. The Kin's game world is already challenging, and with the addition of the hostile Holy Court, the situation will only get more complex. He wouldn't want to do it unless necessary. Also, whether Black Fortress is willing to cooperate in dealing with the Holy Court is uncertain. This move is quite challenging. Oh, suddenly, Fang Heng thought of something and sat up on the bed, eyes gleaming. There's another place. Besides the zombie doomsday and a few major bases of necromancy, there's another place where he won't be discovered by the Holy Court. In fact, he always carried a triggerable task with him. Origin of the Blood Clan. World of Million Forests. A hidden world found through the Blood Clan Worldline task. The hidden world's difficulty is rated as high level. Remember, whether it's the bloodline of the Blood Clan, the Divine Tree of Echikaya, or even the Holy Court, all have intricate connections to that world. When the task was triggered, he was still in a low-level game world and recognized that his power was insufficient, so he didn't rashly enter the world of Million Forests for exploration. But now seems like a great opportunity. Initially, the bloodline progenitor endured the curse of the Divine Realm, thinking he would die, but ended up inadvertently entering the world of Million Forests and not only surviving but becoming the founder of the Blood Clan. This means he may find a way to deal with the Holy Court in the world of Million Forests. Moreover, there's one crucial point: special rewards. When he completed the main task perfectly during the prequel, he chose to receive two special rewards. One of them allows him to directly obtain the main task upon entering the world of Million Forests and receive related task hints. As for the second, after opening the entrance to the world of Million Forests, he has an additional 15 days of exploration time. This means that during these 15 days, no other player or force can access the world of Million Forests. Coupled with an additional 15 days he gained during the early task process, he has a total of 30 days. He can evade the Holy Court's pursuit for 30 days. A month. Enough time to complete the task line. Yes, he'll go to that place. Fang Heng's eyes sparkled with determination. After resting for 2 days, Fang Heng returned to the prison laboratory. According to the contribution points of the tasks, by completely shattering the Holy Court's influence in the Quebrea game world, he amassed over 800,000 main god points. This batch of main god points was directly invested in the reconstruction of the liquor. Aside from the original devouring body transformation, some zombie avatars were also permanently crystallized into crystallized body zombie transformations. The next stage of transformation will require more main god point support. The good news is that with the complete defeat of the Holy Court in Quebrea, the pressure faced at the Merc Temple greatly decreased. The Yinmoi continues to cause continuous destruction. New camp Ponner points are received every hour. In the central area of the cold storage laboratory, there are several large glass experimental chambers arranged. Due to Qiu Yaokang's special preferences, the design of the experimental chamber bodies resembles coffins. Right here, I have conducted tests on these fused tyrant bodies and found that after injecting drugs containing a mixture of Abeshia secretions, they can remain quiet under extremely low temperature conditions, Qiu Yaokang said. Looking up at the fused tyrant bodies inside the glass coffins, nodding thoughtfully, it's related to the cursed bloodline of the vampire clan. Fang Heng also raised his head, looking towards the few high-pressure glass coffins ahead. Fused tyrant bodies. Unlike ordinary fused tyrant bodies, these individuals have fused partial remnants of the bloodline king progenitor of the vampire clan. Initially, the power of these remnants was uncontrollable, so for safety, Fang Heng handed them over to Qiu Yaokang. After the initial research, Qiu Yaokang has kept them stored here. Due to the uncontrollable nature of these remnants, the subsequent experiments were stopped halfway through. However, there were some discoveries. Although the will of the vampire king has been erased, their biological activity remains, constituting a very terrifying fusion of energy. Qiu Yaokang said, glancing at Fang Heng, it's different from the effects of the special genes in your body. It's another type of powerful force, very peculiar, combining a destructive force with a self-absorbing recovery force. These two forces interact and entangle with each other until they are completely exhausted. With that, Qiu Yaokang clapped his hands. An assistant researcher walked over and placed a box filled with syringes on the nearby experimental table. What is this? It's a product of recent research, a drug that can temporarily inhibit this special power. It's quite costly to produce, and we only have this much left. If you need it, feel free to take it. If we have enough resources in the future, we can mass produce it. Qiu Yaokang shrugged. I mentioned this to you before, but perhaps you didn't pay much attention. This drug specifically targets this particular life force and has a short duration, so be careful when using it. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. This can work. Qiu Yaokang glanced at Fang Heng. It's all science, so why not? Fang Heng was momentarily speechless, reaching out to pick up the box placed on the table. Hint. Player obtained item. Experimental antigenetic drug GFI 221 targeted special drug, effective against certain energy entities *24. Item. Experimental antigenetic drug GFI 221. Description. Advanced laboratory product, effective against specific target groups, causes the target to lose 98% biological activity within 30 minutes after injection, with a sharp decrease in effect after 30 minutes. This thing, Fang Heng muttered softly, placing the vial box directly into his backpack. Maybe it will be effective. Outside the prison, amidst the chirping of birds and fragrant flowers, a tranquil and harmonious scene unfolded. The divine tree Abeshia exuded vigor under the sunlight. The demi-human clans taken by the Federal Research Institute had not left yet. Most demi-humans did not like staying inside the prison and had set up tents in the forest. Fang Heng looked up at the divine tree Abeshia. Apart from the bloodline power within him, the zombie clones, and the powerful eternal moon, the divine tree Abeshia could be considered his strongest ace in the whole currently at his disposal. Fang Heng compared the power he felt from the pursuing troops in the divine realm. It seemed that Abeshia was still slightly lacking. Perhaps this time, after entering the realm of 10,000 wods, the divine tree Abeshia could further enhance its power. Upon hearing about the imminent channel teleportation, Abeshia showed signs of excitement, with layers of foliage shrouding the area ahead, gradually coalescing in front of Fang Heng. Hint. Does the player choose to open the passage to the realm of 10,000 wods? Once the passage is open, the player must enter within 12 hours. After the teleportation is completed, game time will commence. Open it. The vines of Abeshia blocking the way gradually dissipated, revealing a faint green spatial teleportation channel at the center. Hint. The player has now obtained the passage to the realm of 10,000 wods, allowing teammates to join this world through the passage. Hint. The teleportation channel has 10 tenths remaining energy, regaining 1 point of energy every 24 hours. Each use of the teleportation consumes 1 point of energy. Fang Heng checked the game tips. The quest allowed for multiple people to complete it, without restrictions between players or NPCs. In that case, he could bring a few enforcers to help. Fang Heng turned to look at a segment of Abeshia's trunk on his right. Claire peeked her head out from behind the large tree. Claire, I need your help. Sure. Claire obediently walked out from behind the tree. She had heard some news about the realm of 10,000 woods these past few days and stood behind Fang Heng. Will Sister Qingju come with us? Fang Heng looked to his right. Yes, I'll go too. Gu Qingju approached. Dan nodded. The situation with the clans has stabilized. We will rest here for a while. We have been troubling you all this time. If I can help this time, I'd like to join. All right. Fang Heng agreed immediately. Gu Qingju was strong, and her special status as a demi-human could be an asset in communicating with game characters. Additionally, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the right. Chirp, chirp. The layered vines shrouding Abeshia began to spread out, revealing a passage behind Fang Heng and me. Sandy ran over shouting, I heard you're heading to another world for battle, right? You must take me with you. It's the crystallization of foreign civilizations. Oh, gods. I won't allow them to be stranded outside. It's a desecration of culture. Fang Heng suddenly felt a headache and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Fine. He didn't know where Sandy got this information from, but he had been insisting since yesterday on going to the realm of 10,000 woods together. Let's take him along. If it weren't for Ji Xiaobo still dealing with the Holy See over in the Mercurer's temple, he would probably be clamoring to come along as well. Besides them, one more person had to go along. Mo Jiawei had a distressed look on his face, appearing somewhat unwilling. In reality, he hadn't been on any gaming adventures for quite a long time. Most of the time, he stayed in the zombie apocalypse scenario, responsible for collecting and consolidating resources from various worlds, building prisons, contacting major forces to gather intelligence, and even maintaining normal communication with the Federation. He seemed more like the chief warden in charge of the prison's daily affairs, a task that was quite draining. After all, many things couldn't be entrusted to others, and Fang Heng also couldn't fully trust anyone else. Of course, Mo Jiawei's progress didn't lag behind either. With the surplus resources, when Fang Heng leveled up, it was enough for Mo Jiawei to reach level 40. Currently, Mo Jiawei was stuck at the stage of the second upgrade for talent skills. According to him, the scouting talent skill was quite good in the initial stages, but felt lacking in the later stages. The second stage talent upgrade was a great opportunity for a qualitative change. If there was no opportunity, then waiting slowly was the only option. Either strive for the best or settle for mediocrity. After all, in terms of actual gaming time, he had barely spent a year. Compared to regular players, Mo Jiawei's strength was definitely ahead by several versions, but compared to Fang Heng, he was already far behind. Mo Jiawei felt it was too dangerous to run around with Fang Heng and that he couldn't be of much help, so he decided to stay at the zombie apocalypse base. This time, he was forcibly dragged away by Sandy. Sandy excitedly raised Mo Jiawei's hand high. Let's go, Fang Heng. Let's set off. Embark on the journey. Collect the treasures of different civilizations. We are the great protectors of historical relics. Amidst the commotion, Fang Heng stepped into the teleportation channel. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Okuni let out a soft sound of surprise. Previously, they had been ambushed by Fang Heng. Although they hadn't suffered severe setbacks, they were left in an embarrassing state. Subsequently, Fang Heng evaded into the zombie apocalypse. Due to the game's special restrictions, even the Divine Realm couldn't continue to pursue. Okuni received the latest instructions from the Great Sage to remain in the Divine Realm on standby, ready to chase after Fang Heng as soon as any abnormal movements were detected. The Divine Realm's stance was clear. Fang Heng, aren't you powerful? Do you like running around causing chaos? Then we'll send a team to tail you and keep you in check. However, the Holy See never imagined that Fang Heng had ended up in a place they had never anticipated, the Forest of 10,000 Spirits. It's the Forest of 10,000 Spirits. Okuni raised his head, his eyes showing some seriousness. The Forest of 10,000 Spirits had a significant connection to the origin of the blood race. Once, the Holy See had been investigating the Forest of 10,000 Spirits and the blood race. They knew about the connection between the blood race and Fang Heng, but back then, they didn't have concrete evidence, and they didn't pay much attention to Fang Heng. Unexpectedly, Fang Heng had ended up in that place. The judges of the Divine Realm all looked at Okuni. Although they could track down the exact location of the Forest of 10,000 Spirits through the Great Prophecy spell, the Forest of 10,000 Spirits was currently enveloped by a special force, preventing them from entering. Fang Heng, is this also part of your plan? Okuni closed his eyes, shaking his head lightly. He had been extremely cautious when undertaking this mission. Unexpectedly, they still hadn't been able to locate Fang Heng. This time, Fang Heng had ended up in the Forest of 10,000 Spirits. Was it a hasty decision out of desperation? Or were there new pitfalls waiting for them? Regardless, the relationship between the Forest of 10,000 Spirits and the Blood Race was profound, even involving the prophecy spells of the Divine Realm. Once they had information, they couldn't afford to ignore it. You all stay behind and continue tracking news about Fang Heng. I will immediately report this to the Great Sage. Understood. Game prompts quickly flashed on Fang Heng's retinas. Reminder: player enters the Forest of 10,000 Spirits through Abesakia. Abesakia's remaining energy 5/10. Reminder: player is the first to enter the hidden special world Forest of 10,000 Spirits. Due to the early task's influence, the player receives an additional 30 days of protection time. During this protection time, other players or forces cannot enter the Forest of 10,000 Spirits. Reminder: due to the player's early stage choice rewards, the player will receive additional task reminders and task selection suggestions throughout the game. Upon successfully completing all main tasks, the player will gain control permission over the hidden high-level game world, the Forest of 10,000 Spirits. Reminder: player triggers the optimized first stage main task tree speaker, Alliance, the secret of the ancient divine tree. Reminder: in the current environment, the player cannot construct high-level spatial teleportation channels. Reminder: player has a random spawn point and randomly acquires local world identity. Reminder: detected the player entering the world in a team. The player's random spawn point will remain consistent. Mission name: Tree Speaker, Alliance, the secret of the ancient divine tree. Mission difficulty: see mission description. In the Forest of 10,000 Spirits, there exists an organization that worships nature and life called the Tree Speaker Alliance. Please find the Tree Speaker Alliance and inquire about the news regarding the ancient divine tree. As the game prompt slowly dimmed before his eyes, there was a nosy chatter around him. Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes. A treehouse-style bar. The decor seemed medieval. Fang Heng quickly surveyed his surroundings to confirm his location. Indeed, a bar. The five of them were sitting around a bar table. When Fang Heng realized this, his gaze shifted to ManhwaRecap. He used to say you weren't lucky enough. In the past, random teleportations could lead to being thrown into the wilderness or even a deep abyss for those unlucky ones. In most cases, players would spend half the day just finding a city. Yet, here they were, born directly into a tavern. It was much easier to gather information inside a tavern than outside. Sandy looked around, seemingly influenced by the lively atmosphere, and laughed heartily, raising the beer bottle placed on the table high. Let's do this, brothers, and wish success on our mission. Under the bar's lighting, Claire's face turned red. She raised the oversized glass in her hand, clinking it with the others and downing it in one go. Their surprise was evident when Claire showed her drinking capacity. Fang Heng took a big sip of beer. Wait, something's strange. Fang Heng suddenly noticed that the taste of this beer seemed very normal, and there was a DJ booth and lights. The realm of Wonsan. Fang Heng murmured the name of this world again. It always felt different from what he had envisioned. After gulping down a large beer, Sandy burped and turned to look at Fang Heng. By the way, Fang Heng, where are we heading next? Since NPCs couldn't accept game prompts, Sandy also didn't know the specific objectives of the mission and could only follow along with the player. Let's first try to find the Tree Speaker League. Alright, the Tree Speaker League. I got it. Leave it to me. I'll show you my abilities. Bringing you here will not disappoint you. Sandy raised his glass, stood up, and loudly exclaimed, "Everyone, I have good news to share. Today is our young Master Mo's 18th birthday. He will cover all the players' expenses." "Oh, we are newcomers. Does anyone know where we can find someone from the Tree Speaker League? If anyone can help, young Master Mo will reward you handsomely. Cheers. Happy birthday, young Master Mo. Need a warm bed?" The bar suddenly erupted with cheers, as everyone raised their glasses to show their gratitude. ManhwaRecap rolled his eyes helplessly. He had always been low-key. When did things become so exaggerated? Claire had rarely encountered such scenes and was afraid of being the center of attention, immediately burying her head in her arms. Soon, a hot lady in short sleeves walked over to Fang Heng's table. She seemed very enthusiastic, reaching out to touch Sandy's face. "Hey, friends, I'm Irigabini. I heard you guys are looking for the Tree Speaker League." Fang Heng looked up at Irigabini. You know, of course, and I can take you there. But, Irigabini blinked at Fang Heng. I need to confirm that you are trustworthy. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Sandy asked, how do we confirm? Irigabini sat down at a table. I know you are not from this town. Like many outsiders, you are here to look for the Tree Speaker League, for the so-called Fountain of Youth. However, the Tree Speaker League does not want to be disturbed. Fang Heng listened to Irigabini's words, narrowing his eyes. Finding the Tree Speaker League would likely involve some sort of task or challenge. Hopefully not too troublesome. 30 days may seem long or short, but they could not afford to waste time. Clap. While Irigabini was speaking, Sandy put down his glass on the table. I understand. So, how much? Ha. Not much. This much. Irigabini gestured with 5 fingers toward Sandy. No problem. Wow. You're really handsome. Irigabini gave Sandy a hot kiss. Sandy warned. Just talking nicely won't do. Remember, if I don't see anyone, I'll make you regret it. Fang Heng opened his mouth, glancing at Mo Jiawei beside him. Mo Jiawei also had a perplexed expression. What kind of task completion was this? But how much did 5 fingers represent in terms of money? Fang Heng felt it wasn't that simple. Quietly asking, do we have enough money? Mo Jiawei nodded. There are gold bars in the backpack. Enough to cover it. Problems that could be solved with money were generally not major issues. Under the watchful and suspicious gaze of the bar owner, Mo Jiawei directly settled a bill with gold bars, then threw 5 gold bars to Irigabini. Irigabini immediately came closer, as if wanting to devour Mo Jiawei in one gulp. Outside the bar, they followed Irigabini and each got into 2 cars. Where are we going? My home. Your home. Shh. Let me tell you a secret. My younger brother is a member of the Tree Speaker League, and he is at home now. I'll take you to meet him. Whether you can get what you want from him depends on your own skills. Soon, the car stopped in front of a villa. Claire got off the car and stood outside the villa, sensing something. Standing nearby, Gu Qingju asked softly, Claire, how is it? Claire shook her head gently, responding, I didn't sense any natural power. Let's go. Let's go in and see first. Fang Heng glanced at Mo Jiawei, then followed Irigabini into the room. It was time to test Mo Jiawei's luck ability. Inside the villa, Glen Non looked alertly at Fang Heng and the unexpected guests, immediately adopting a hostile stance. How did you find me? It must be Irigabini who told you. That stupid sister. Glen Non's tone carried a hint of anger. Looking at Fang Heng's group with hostility, you can leave. I don't know anything about the Tree Speaker League. You've been deceived. Go find her and get back what was taken. Hold on, young man. We are the followers of nature and have important matters with the Tree Speaker League. Seeing the somewhat excited Glen Non, Sandy stepped forward calmly, waving his hand to start deceiving. The guidance of the God of Nature brought us here. How? What God of Nature? Do you think I'll believe what you're saying? Don't think I don't know. You've all come for the Fountain of Youth. Forget about it. I haven't seen that thing. And I suggest you don't think too much. The Fountain of Youth is just a legend. It doesn't exist at all. All right, I've said my piece. You can leave now. Seeing the deception fail, Sandy helplessly shrugged. Follower of nature, you are very alert. Well, forget it. Let me show you a divine skill. With that, Sandy gestured towards Fang Heng beside him. Fang Heng understood immediately, reaching out his hand towards Glen Non, slowly opening his palm. His mental power slowly gathered at the center of his palm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What? Under Glen Non's astonished gaze, a faint blue light condensed in Fang Heng's palm. The blue light gradually undulated. A very small sapling emerged from Fang Heng's palm. A sapling. The power of life. How was this possible? Glen Non was surprised and looked at Fang Heng incredulously, shouting, How did you do this? Tree Spirit Clan? Are you perhaps from the Tree Spirit Clan? I actually saw a tree spirit. Which sect are you from? The Root Clan? Or the Leaf Clan? The Soul Clan? Neither. Fang Heng withdrew his hand, shook his head, and looked at Glen Non. We are followers of the God of Nature. We have come here on a mission given by the God of Nature. Now, can we have a good talk? Speaking, Fang Heng and Claire exchanged a glance. There were definitely issues in this world. When he used natural magic, he noticed it. In the ordinary world, with his high-level natural magic skills and a talent score of tens of thousands, summoning a small sapling in his palm was simply effortless. Glennon was still somewhat excited and unable to restrain himself. He propped up a ladder from the top of the bookshelf and flipped out a precious collection of illustrations that had been treasured for a long time. The outside world knows that the Tree Spirit clan mostly depends on the story of the Water of Life. Probably a few decades ago, a famous tycoon at that time was afflicted with an incurable disease. With the help of the Water of Life, the condition miraculously recovered. Even after that, the tycoon never suffered from illness again and lived happily to the age of 200. But the truth is not like that. The Water of Life is just the tip of the iceberg for the Tree Spirit clan. Do you know? This world was not always as we see it. Tens of thousands of years ago, our homeland was originally a forest of trees, a world covered by giant trees. The Tree Spirit clan is the master of this world. Glennon was a bit excited, his hands trembling slightly. He carefully opened a yellow book. In the records, the Tree Spirit clan is divided into several special races: leaf, wood, root, and soul, each race possessing different powers. At that time, the Tree Spirit clan controlled over 80% of the world's territories, while humans only survived in a corner, facing various threats from nature. At that time, neither humans nor the Tree Spirit clan had developed technology. Humans learned the ability of language only under the guidance of the Tree Spirit clan. The whole world relied on nature and the Tree Spirit clan to function. At that time, humans made a covenant with the Tree Spirit clan, receiving the clan's protection and swearing eternal loyalty. Glennon sighed. However, one day suddenly, something happened, and the Tree Spirit clan underwent a drastic change, gradually disappearing from the world. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Disappeared? And a drastic change. It sounded troublesome. Fang Heng also furrowed his brow, suddenly having a somewhat ominous feeling. The exact time of the disappearance of the Tree Spirit clan is uncertain, but upon careful consideration, the time when the Blood Ancestor entered the Forest of 10,000 Trees is very likely the same time the Tree Spirit clan suddenly disappeared. There might be a connection between the two. If it turns out to be true, there might be even bigger trouble. Fang Heng tried to steer the conversation towards the mission and asked, "Do you know about the Ancient God Tree?" The Ancient God Tree. Hearing this, Glennon stood up from his chair, staring fixedly at Fang Heng, his eyes shining with a strange light. "I knew it. I knew the Ancient God Tree truly existed." Fang Heng gazed at Glennon, signaling with his eyes to remain calm for the time being. "Tell us what you know." Glennon took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then sat back in his seat, opened one of the pages of the illustrated book, and continued, "In legend, what supported the entire world was the Ancient God Tree, the source of power that kept the world running. But..." Glennon's expression gradually dimmed. With the disappearance of the Tree Spirit clan, the Ancient God Tree was never found again. There are rumors that the Ancient God Tree dissipated along with the disappearing Tree Spirit clan. Fang Heng lightly hummed and glanced at the game log. Unfortunately, the game did not provide any new clues. It seemed that they still needed to gather more information. "Can I ask you a question?" Glennon looked at Fang Heng cautiously and whispered, "Who are you really?" "Ahem." Sandy cleared his throat lightly and continued to deceive. "We are believers in the God of nature. Do you know more about the disappearance of the Ancient God Tree? Or do you have any information we can access for reference?" Upon hearing this, Glennon immediately jumped up from his chair. "Yes. There are many materials at the headquarters of the Union of Tree Communicators. Let's go. I'll take you there now." At night, Fang Heng and his group followed Glennon in a car and arrived at a community center. Although it was late at night, the community center was still brightly lit. The group headed towards the center. Glennon continued, "The purpose of establishing the Union of Tree Communicators is to protect the Tree Spirit clan. This was actually a covenant between humans and the Tree Spirit clan in ancient times. If one day humans break the original promise, the entire human race will suffer great punishment and disaster." Listening to what Glennon said, Fang Heng couldn't help but smirk. This statement sounded somewhat unreal, with a hint of the teachings of the Holy Court's followers. Arriving at the entrance of the community center, Glennon pushed the door open. Fang Heng followed him into the hall. Suddenly, a dozen pairs of eyes turned towards them. The gazes were filled with excitement, suspicion, and curiosity. Fang Heng looked at Glennon beside him. Glennon scratched the back of his head awkwardly, with a faint apologetic smile on his face. Sorry. Only Steina has the key to the community center. You are Fang Heng, right?" Before the sentence even finished, a burly middle-aged man with a fierce face suddenly interjected. His sharp gaze pierced Fang Han, a hint of hostility in his tone. "You are that Fang Han, the believer of nature?" Fang Han shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man, nodding slightly towards him. "We have heard about you already. Glennon is still young, and we don't want him to be deceived." The middle-aged man paused, seeming to give Fang Han some time to think, then said coldly, "I don't know what trick you are playing. If you leave now and promise not to return, we can overlook everything, as if nothing happened. Okay, it seems you still have doubts about us. If you must witness it with your own eyes." Saying that, Fang Han turned his head to look at Cleve beside him, and nodded lightly. Cleve clasped her hands together. TSK. In the next moment, a green book covered in thorns appeared in front of Cleve. This skillful move caused the expressions of everyone in the community center to change slightly. Thus, a faint green light emanated from the book of nature. Under the light, the climbing vines outside the window began to grow rapidly. TSK, TSK, TSK. In a short moment, the climbing vines gradually spread into the room through the window, completely occupying most of the room with green vines. Phew. Before, they were still a bit skeptical of Glennon's words, thinking Glennon was too young, and had been deceived by outsiders with just a few words. They didn't expect what they were seeing now far exceeded their imagination. The power of nature really could manifest. Ahem. Sandy cleared his throat and looked at the crowd, saying, "How about it? Do any of you still have doubts now? Please believe, as followers of nature, we always adhere to the laws of nature. In our view, questioning us as deception is an insult to us." The crowd made way, and an elderly elder walked out from a small door in the back. He bowed slightly to Fang Han and the others apologetically. "I am Yuer, the head of the Town Tree Speakers Union. Please forgive our rudeness earlier. We have been under a lot of pressure recently, so please sit down, and we can talk slowly." The crowd sat around the table. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat heavy, and for a moment, no one spoke. Sandy broke the silence. "As we mentioned earlier, we came to follow the guidance of nature. We want to know more about the world tree. The more, the better. We heard there are some related materials here, so we followed along." Yuer pondered for a moment before saying, "Since the establishment of the Tree Speakers Union, we have been dedicated to protecting nature and continuing its heritage. As for the mysteries of the world tree, to be honest, we know very little about it, and the materials you can find here are probably scarce." Fang Han frowned as he listened. However, Yuer shifted the conversation and continued, "In fact, there is some connection between our Tree Speakers Union and the Tree Spirit Clan." "What?" Upon hearing this, Glennon couldn't help but exclaim. He sat up abruptly from his chair, his eyes shining as he looked straight at Mr. Yuer. Many others also cast surprised glances at Yuer. The Tree Speakers Union actually had a connection with the Tree Spirit Clan. Most of them were hearing this news for the first time. Fang Han nodded and asked, "Can you introduce us to the Tree Spirit Clan?" Yuer shook his head and refused. "I'm sorry, it's not convenient, and in the past, only the Tree Spirit Clan has contacted us. We never had their contact information." Fang Han wanted to say more to try to persuade him, but the game prompt suddenly refreshed. Hint: player's current quest tree. The secret of the ancient tree of the Tree Speakers Union is completed, triggering the next stage quest. Seek the Tree Spirit Clan. Quest name: Seek the Tree Spirit Clan. Quest difficulty: S. Quest description: in the process of contact with the Tree Speakers Union, you have learned information about the Tree Spirit Clan. Please try to contact the Tree Spirit Clan. Quest requirements: meet the Tree Spirit Clan. Quest reward: trigger subsequent stage quests. Hint: due to early player rewards, the player receives additional quest guidance. Hint: upon reaching a good relationship level of 500 with the Tree Speakers Union, the player can be introduced by Mr. Yuer to seek the Tree Spirit Clan and gain additional favor with the Tree Spirit Clan. Hint: players can also find other ways to complete related quests. Fang Han quickly glanced over the game prompt and nodded at Mo Jiawei beside him. The quest prompt was very clear. The old man in front of them still had doubts about their identities, so he was not willing to introduce them to the Tree Spirit Clan so rashly. It was understandable. So the next task was likely to be completed within the Tree Speakers Union through completing some tasks, trying to build up some goodwill. Once the goodwill was enough, the task of finding the Tree Spirit Clan would naturally fall into place. Sandy, as an NPC, did not receive the quest reminder, but he persisted in asking, "So how long would it usually take for the Tree Spirit Clan to contact us on their own?" Ur pondered for a moment and furrowed his brow slightly. "It's hard to say. Sometimes we can feel their messages within just a week, but other times, there might be no movement for several years." Fang Heng looked at the others and interrupted Sandy's questioning. "Mr. Ur, if possible, we would like to stay here for a while and borrow some of the books here." Sandy saw the signal Fang Heng gave him and nodded immediately, saying, "Yes, we received an oracle from the god of nature, predicting that this world may face an unprecedented disaster. If you need anything, please let us know." Ur's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "All right, the community center has many vacant rooms. If you don't mind, you can stay here. No need to trouble you. There is a hotel nearby. We will book a few rooms there. It's still late today. We'll come back to disturb you tomorrow." Fang Heng stood up to bid farewell. When the crowd left the community center, Mo Jiawei and the others turned their gaze back to Fang Heng. Fang Heng shrugged. "Let's stay here for a while first. The next stage of the task is probably related to the Tree Speakers Union. Besides the quest prompts, we should also look for clues in other aspects to understand this world better." Okay. In the early evening of the next day, Sandy was almost occupying the entire reading room of the community center alone. All the books related to the Tree Spirit Clan in the community center had been moved by him for borrowing. He had roughly gone through all the relevant information. "Fang Heng, this world is probably much more dangerous than it appears on the surface. What they said earlier about the Tree Spirit Clan once occupying the entire world is likely true." Fang Heng asked, "Any discoveries related to the task?" "Well, from the relics pictures discovered around the world, it seems that the Tree Spirit Clan truly existed and had unknown abilities. However, starting hundreds of years ago, the Federation has been consciously covering up the traces of the Tree Spirit Clan's existence. Also, I looked through some old newspapers and judged from some details, it seems that there have been conflicts between the Federation and the Tree Spirit Clan. I think the Federation probably has more information." Just as they were talking, Cleve entered along with Gu Qingju and returned to the room. "What's the situation?" Gu Qingju shook her head softly. Cleve whispered, "We just checked outside. A special force is affecting the natural power of this world. When using natural abilities, it will be greatly weakened. This force shrouds overhead, and for now, we can't make any further judgments." Fang Heng rubbed his chin. They hadn't found any valuable clues. It seemed they needed to find a breakthrough point within the Tree Speakers Union. Unconsciously, everyone's gaze turned to Mo Jiawei. "Lal Mo, do you have any inspiration?" Mo Jiawei said with a bitter face. "Enough. What inspiration could I possibly have?" Sandy came over. "Boss Mo, you don't need to be modest. How about just casually share some thoughts? Give us a direction." Mo Jiawei scratched his head and casually said, "The game gave a hint, right? Maybe we can't trigger the mission because the goodwill isn't high enough." Sandy listened thoughtfully. "Are you saying that because the initial goodwill is not enough, it's preventing us from triggering follow-up missions?" "Yes, exactly." Mo Jiawei quickly nodded in agreement. "Let me check for nearby gift shops. We can send gifts one by one. You say something nice on the side, and we'll surely find a breakthrough." Mo Jiawei said casually, then continued to focus on his phone. "Huh." Suddenly, Mo Jiawei noticed something, couldn't help but exclaim softly, furrowing his brow and staring at the phone screen. "What's wrong?" Fang Heng also walked over, looking at Mo Jiawei's phone screen. "A protest march. A short video about an environmental protest march." Fang Heng looked puzzled. Some of the people in the video participating in the protest march seemed familiar. A few of them he had seen last night. Fang Heng nodded. "Play it again." Mo Jiawei nodded and played the short video again. The video recorded an environmental organization in a small town protesting against the actions of the Spirit Technology Company, which was destroying forests, unilaterally occupying the excavation site of ruins, causing massive damage to the ruins. Fang Heng lightly stroked his chin and nodded. "Spirit Technology Company." Gu Qingju frowned and asked, "Are there any ruins nearby here?" "Oh, it's related to the Tree Spirit's ruins." Sandy appeared behind the group at some point. After watching the entire video, he stretched and said, "Online claims say that 80% of the discovered ruins are fake, fabricated. As for whether there are ruins near the town, it's unclear." "Interesting. Let's go and ask around." Just as he opened the door, Mo Jiawei saw Glenn passing by the doorway. Mo Jiawei waved. "Hey, young man, I need to talk to you. Me. Glenn's eyes lit up, turned back and hurry over to the group. I'm here. Come, take a look at this video. After watching the whole video, Glenn fell silent for a moment. The tree spirit's ruins were probably discovered by the outside world more than half a year ago, just outside our town in the forest. Shortly after that, Spirit Technology Company took full control of the ruins. Control? Fang Heng was puzzled and asked, didn't the federal department intervene? Don't mention it. Spirit Technology Company is backed by 90% federal funding and shares. Everyone knows that Spirit Technology Company is controlled by the Federation behind the scenes. Glenn was full of dissatisfaction and continued, Spirit Technology Company does not have the actual qualifications to enter the ruins, that through some special means, they bought the development rights to the entire forest, obtained authorization from the federal department so they could occupy the entire forest area. The forest originally belonged to the town, and after the mayor signed the sale agreement, he fell into a coma and never woke up. There must be something fishy about this matter. Glenn closed the door to the room behind him and whispered to the group, do you also sense something strange about the ruins over there? I do too. I have always suspected the ruins were related to the Tree Spirit Clan, and Spirit Technology Company is very interested in the Tree Spirit Clan. They must have found something. Fang Heng pondered and asked, what does Mr. Yule say? Mr. Yule has always wanted to protect the ruins, but Spirit Technology Company is very aggressive. There was a conflict during the protest march last time, and a few of our Tree Speakers Alliance members were taken to the police station. Mr. Yule is trying to figure out how to get them released. Glenn looked at Fang Heng and asked, Mr. Yule doesn't allow us to continue causing trouble, but I still have some concerns. Can you take me to the ruins to see what's going on? I want to confirm the situation over there and, if possible, I want to issue a warning to Spirit Technology Company to evacuate the area. Hint. Player team triggered mission. Glenn's request. Mission name. Glenn's request. Mission difficulty. SS. Mission description. Spirit Technology Company controls the Tree Spirit Clan ruins outside the town, and Glenn wants to invite players to investigate, if possible, to give Spirit Technology Company a warning to stay away from the ruins area. Mission rewards. Tree Speaker Alliance goodwill. Possible follow-up missions. Mission explanation. This mission is highly dangerous, with a completion rate of 20% to finish the mission. Special mission note. This mission may cause changes in the goodwill of some game forces towards you, so choose carefully. Hint. This mission is an optimized branch of mission rewards. Finally, after messing around all morning, the key mission is finally triggered. Fang Heng and the others exchanged glances and nodded. Okay, let's go take a look together after dark. Over an hour later, as the sky had darkened completely, Glenn led Fang Heng and the others to the edge of a forest outside the town. The ruins area is inside the forest. In fact, the matter of the ruins is not a secret in the town. Many people in town know about it, and I even played there when I was a child. Some time ago, a scientific research team came here for research exploration, and the ruins area was only discovered by the outside world then. The Federation believes is a relic left from ancient times. Glenn introduced the general situation to Fang Heng and the others, looking up at several hidden cameras hanging on branches high above. After Spirit Technology Company bought this place, they surrounded the entire forest area, installed monitoring cameras at the entrance. Once they detect outsiders entering, they are expelled. Fang Heng scanned the cameras set up high on the branches, then squatted down to pick up a stone. Swish! The stone flew out from Fang Heng's fingers, making a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Dang! Don't be afraid, little one. The god of nature will punish those who dare to offend the remnants, Sandy said, patting Glennon's shoulder. Lead the way. Let's go. The group crouched down and followed Glennon into the forest area, walking along a narrow path ahead. Soon, the light from flashlights appeared in the distance. Glennon stopped immediately upon seeing this, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Someone's coming. It must be people from Omnitech. What should we do? Step back. I'll handle this. Saying that, Fang Heng took out a demon mask from his backpack, put it on, and walked forward alone. Not far away, several Omnitech security guards were on patrol. Suddenly, more than a dozen surveillance cameras malfunctioned, clearly indicating something was amiss. A team of 5 security guards with flashlights began to cautiously approach the passage, discussing the situation in low voices. It must be those people from the Forest Protection Organization. It's really annoying to deal with this at night. Tomorrow we'll have to fill out maintenance forms to handle these problems. Damaging company property. Once we catch them, they'll be in for a few years of quiet. The group held guns, whispering along the way. Suddenly, one guard noticed something darting in the darkness and was startled. Who's there? Who goes there? A figure quickly emerged from the darkness ahead. The person was wearing a strange demon mask on their face. Hold it. The guards raised their guns, aiming at Fang Heng. Don't move. Raise your hands. This is private property of Omnitech. You are suspected of damaging company property and trespassing illegally. Raise your hands immediately. Otherwise, we will take necessary actions. Fang Heng paid no attention, continuing to walk towards them. The captain of the guard team frowned and shouted, "I told you to stop." Swish. The next instant, the team captain's vision blurred. Bang. Bang. Two sounds of impact rang out. The two in front of Fang Heng were knocked aside, one to the left and one to the right. In just a moment, the team was reduced to only one person. No. No. The guard was panicked, pointing their gun at Fang Heng and pulling the trigger. Click. No response. Looking down, the guard noticed the gun in their hand had been completely crushed by Fang Heng. Fang Heng lifted the guard captain with one hand, coldly saying, "I want to know about the situation inside the remnants. I truly don't know. We're only responsible for external security patrol. We've never been allowed to enter the remnants area. We have no idea what's inside." "That's a pity." Fang Heng swung his hand. The guard only felt the world spin before being flung heavily into a nearby tree trunk, knocking them out. Mo Jiawei and the others followed from behind. Glennon watched the scene unfold before him, speechless at the violent way the god of nature had chosen to deal with the situation. He looked at Fang Heng. "Brother Fang, it's all right. I know my limits. They'll wake up tomorrow," Fang Heng said. Stepping over the unconscious guards, let's continue. Following the forest path ahead, a recently erected campsite gradually came into view for the group. The tents at the campsite had the logo of Omnitech. The group hid in the shadows. Mo Jiawei carefully observed the count and quietly asked, "How long have they been here?" "Since they took over the forest area officially, it's been about a month," Fang Heng nodded, gesturing to the group. "I'll go in and see. You all wait here for now." With that, Fang Heng headed towards the campsite alone. The rest of the group remained hidden in the forest, watching Fang Heng's movements. As Fang Heng advanced, his body gradually became translucent, blending seamlessly with the surrounding space. Glennon rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Where did he go? 5 minutes later, using his secondary spatial projection ability, Fang Heng infiltrated the campsite, carefully observed the surroundings, and confidently walked out from the campsite having taken care of the guards. Sandy asked, "Boss Fang, how was it inside?" "Didn't find anything remarkable. This seems to be the external campsite, with only some basic communication and monitoring equipment, and just over 10 guards, all of whom I've already dealt with." Fang Heng looked at Glennon. "Let's go. Lead us to check out the remnants area." Seeing Fang Heng easily handle the entire campsite, Glennon gained some confidence, nodding. "Sure. I'll take you there." The group followed Glennon's lead, crossing through the campsite and continuing forward until they reached a secluded cave entrance in the forest. "This is it." Glennon pointed to the cave entrance ahead, explaining in a low voice, "This cave used to be quite hidden, known only to some people in the town. It was later discovered by the scientific expedition team and made public. There were no guards at the cave entrance." Fang Heng stood at the entrance, focusing his senses. He could detect a significant fluctuation in vital energy inside the cave. There seemed to be quite a few people inside, but their strength was limited. Fang Heng nodded. "Let's sneak in and take a look, but be cautious." "Got it." Glennon led the group into the cave along a tunnel. Inside the cave, they soon reached a sunken area with bright lights emanating from below. Ahead is a cliff over 6 meters high. Glennon crawled forward to observe before whispering an explanation to Fang Heng and the others. Below the cliff is the remnants we mentioned. As Glennon cautiously peered over the cliff, he was taken aback by what he saw below. The entire interior of the cave had been extensively modified, filled with large sophisticated instruments. Many workers in white research suits were bustling around. Fang Heng, after taking in the scene below the cliff, turned to Glennon. Glenn took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and pointed towards a certain spot deep inside the cave. There used to be a withered, ancient tree there. Mr. Ure told us that this withered tree was a branch of the sacred tree that once guarded the Spirit Tree clan, and it was also evidence of the existence of the Spirit Tree clan. The sacred tree once protected this land, but now the branch of the ancient tree has completely withered, becoming what it is now. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked towards the direction Glenn was pointing at deep inside the cave. There, a withered tree over 3 meters tall stood. The leaves had long withered, leaving only bare branches and a few dry twigs. It had completely lost its vitality. At this moment, various colored wires were entwined like tendrils around the branches of the withered tree. Fang Heng frowned, feeling suspicious. It seemed like the Wanling Technology Company was conducting some kind of special detection on the ancient tree. Game prompts appeared on the retina. Prompt: player's current task completion rate increased to 45%. Prompt triggered by special reward. Player has reached the minimum completion limit for current tasks. Due to the high difficulty level of this task, it is recommended to choose immediate withdrawal. Fang Heng glanced at the advice given by the game. They recommended ending it at only 45% completion. Not acceptable. Fang Heng continued to observe the situation below. It seemed that the researchers from the Wanling Technology Company were very interested in the withered tree, and various experimental equipment was set up around the ancient tree. So what were they trying to do? While contemplating this, Fang Heng noticed a group of people walking towards the entrance of the cave high on the cliff in the distance. The middle-aged man at the front stopped. Everyone looked towards the entrance where they were. Over 10 guards who followed him also stopped in their tracks, standing around him in a defensive position. Heh, invaders. Just received a report of suspected intrusion. A bit unexpected. Didn't expect that there would really be people invading the Wanling Technology Company. It's been a long time since I've seen interesting people. It seems like you are not from the Spirit Tree clan, right? Are you from the Tree Speakers Alliance? I knew you might come, just didn't expect it to be in this way. The middle-aged man looked up at the cliff with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. Let me introduce myself first. I am Ji Hating, the Executive Director of Wanling Technology Company. I haven't had the chance to have a proper conversation with all of you. I think there may be a big misunderstanding between us. In fact, Wanling Technology Company is very willing to cooperate with all of you. After all, we all live in the same world, don't we? Fang Heng and the others hidden high up on the cliff glanced at each other. Mo Jiawei asked, Fang Heng, it seems like we've been discovered. What should we do? I'll go talk to him. You guys stay here to prevent any accidents. Claire whispered, Brother Fang Heng, I also want to go down and take a look. I sense some natural energy fluctuations on that withered tree. All right, follow me, but be careful. Fang Heng glanced at Claire and then stood up directly from the cliff, revealing himself, and leapt down towards the lower cliff. Claire floated down slowly behind Fang Heng. The moment Fang Heng landed, the guards behind Ji Hating cast alert looks towards him. The guards were on high alert, raising their weapons at Fang Heng, while the surrounding researchers quickly moved aside. Unlike the external security personnel, the group of guards gathered around Ji Hating were dressed in a unified uniform, but they did not have any weapons. Fang Heng glanced at the group of guards. Their attire was peculiar. They wore one-piece outfits, with streamlined lines and a diamond-shaped crystal-like pattern slightly above their lower abdomen. It looked very strange. It didn't seem like a popular style, and it didn't match the typical security outfit either. Don't be nervous. We just want to have a conversation. Ji Hating raised his hand gently, signaling the guards behind to lower their weapons. He continued to look at Fang Heng and said, Thank you for your trust. We will also show our sincerity. Prompt: player's charm value takes effect. Player gains additional initial friendliness from Ji Hating. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and couldn't help but comment internally. Instead of gaining friendliness from the Tree Speakers Alliance, he received goodwill from the enemy. What is going on? Fang Heng stared at Ji Hating and asked, Wanling Technology Company? What are you doing here? As you can see, we are conducting some basic scientific research. In recent years, our Wanling Technology Company has been studying the Spirit Tree clan to some extent and have made some insignificant breakthroughs. Currently, we are analyzing and simulating the seeds of the power source we found, trying to locate an area with similar powers. After that, it's much simpler. We hired scientific teams and expedition teams to search near the designated area, and we quickly found this relic. Ji Hating spread his hands as he continued. Well, according to your words, we are all here to find the Spirit Tree clan, to find the ancient divine tree. Fang Heng was intrigued as he looked towards the withered ancient tree deep inside the cave behind Ji Hating. The ancient divine tree. Is that it? No. Not at all. Ji Hating shook his head. It pales in comparison to the ancient divine tree, and it has long withered. However, we have confirmed that it does have some slight connection to the ancient divine tree. Fang Heng puckered his lips and asked, since it has already withered, what are you doing with it? Testing. Ji Hating calmly explained. We are testing the vitality of the withered ancient tree. We want to try to completely revive the ancient tree. How about it? Interested? Perhaps we can cooperate. Consider it. Prompt. Player triggers assigned mission. Cooperation invitation. Mission name. Cooperation invitation. Mission difficulty. D decision-making mission. Mission description. Wanling Technology Company has invited you to cooperate in exploring the secrets of the ancient divine tree. If the player accepts the invitation, they will interrupt the Tree Speaker's Alliance task line and reset all contributions points, reputation, etc., and influence the friendliness level of certain characters. Prompt triggered by early special rewards. It is recommended that the player choose to cooperate with the Tree Speaker's Alliance. Choosing this mission line will significantly shorten the process and overall task difficulty. Fang Heng did not directly refuse, but instead raised his head and asked, is that so? Then I need to consider it carefully. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate? Of course, our cooperation is to find the so-called ancient god tree together. As for the methods, there are many, such as first finding a way to locate the Tree Spirit clan and obtaining some information from them, or searching for clues from other places. Ji Hating paused, gestured behind him, or searching for clues from other places. Fang Heng looked at Ji Hating. Is it that simple? Well, I'll be frank. We obtained some information from ancient texts the Tree Spirit clan used to be the rulers of this world, possessing extremely powerful forces. But even they, as strong as they were, completely disappeared due to some external crisis. To be honest, if I were to speak from a personal perspective, we do indeed desire that kind of power. We at Wanling Technology Company want to wield that power for ourselves. Ji Haifeng continued. But more importantly, it is also a preventative measure in the face of crisis. You see, the power of the Tree Spirit clan was so strong, yet they suddenly disappeared due to some external factor. This makes me anxious. I am always worried that the same history will repeat itself, and it is very likely that in the next crisis, it will be us humans who face the threat of extinction. So seeking the power of the Tree Spirit clan is also a preparation to deal with the crisis in advance, and also a consideration for the continuation of our race. Hearing this, Fang Heng smirked and said, it sounds pretty good, but ultimately it's still about power. Right? Ha ha. You speak a lot. But aren't we all the same? Only with power can we have a say. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. We can't always rely on the kindness of others. Ji Hating laughed heartily. If you are willing to cooperate, after obtaining the power of the Tree Spirit clan, we are willing to share that power with you all. What do you think? Forget it. I prefer to act on my own. After all, I don't know much about you. Ji Hating frowned upon hearing this, shook his head and said, it is unfortunate to hear that from you, but I am willing to give you some time. If you change your mind. On a cliff not far away, Glennon heard the conversation of a few people and couldn't help but shout from above, get out, you bastards. Stop talking nonsense. You are all just after the treasures of the Tree Spirit clan. You are all after the water of life. I won't let you succeed. Ji Hating gave a cold glance at Glennon from above. By the way, can I take a look at that over there? It's my first time here, and I haven't seen it yet. Fang Heng seemed to ignore Glennon and looked at Ji Hating, pointing to a withered tree not far away. Of course, go ahead, Ji Hating said. Then turned to explain, we have installed some activation devices on the ruins, partly for testing and also to monitor the condition of the withered tree. We have been trying to awaken it, but progress has been mediocre. Honestly, among all the ruins we have searched, this withered tree is the best preserved. Fang Heng and Claire walked past several researchers from Wanling Technology Company until they reached the withered tree. Ji Hating followed. With everyone's eyes on them, Fang Heng slowly reached out his hand and placed it on the withered tree relic. He could not sense any natural energy fluctuations from the tree. The tree was completely devoid of life, or it was already dead. Fang Heng turned to look at Claire beside him. Claire slowly reached out her hand towards the trunk of the withered tree, gently closing her eyes. This action lasted for a full minute. Just as the guards began to grow impatient, an excited voice suddenly came from the back. Director G. Abnormal life detection from the withered tree. What? Ji Hating's heart jumped as he turned and stared intently at Claire. Upon Claire's touch, the completely withered tree trunk faintly emitted a weak blue light. What power was this? A look of astonishment flashed in Ji Hating's eyes. Everyone remained silent, waiting for Claire. 2 more minutes passed. Claire withdrew her hand, exhaled deeply, looking somewhat exhausted. Ji Hating couldn't help but ask, "Did you find anything?" Claire shook her head, took a step back behind Fang Heng. "It seems there's nothing special to find. Thank you. I think it's time for us to leave." Ji Hating stood in place, blocking Fang Heng and Claire, looking at them, not moving his feet. "What? You don't want us to leave? I don't know what the Tree Spirit Clan and you have discussed, but our Wanling Technology Company has always followed the rules. Everything we do is for the continuation of humanity. I hope you can reconsider my proposal." "No need to consider. I don't like being forced." "Well then, sorry, but according to company regulations, I can't let you leave just like that. I really hope we can cooperate with you." But Ji Hating sighed disappointedly, slowly turned around, and waved for his men to take Fang Heng and Claire away. Over a dozen guards who had been following Ji Hating stared at Fang Heng and the others, their eyes showing a serious expression. "Brother Fang Heng, Claire was about to say something, but suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Her body softened and she collapsed onto Fang Heng. At the same time, Fang Heng felt a sudden sharp pain in his brain and saw a series of game tips flashing on his retina. Hint: player subjected to a known mental penetration attack. Hint: player's mental power passed the check. Immune to stun. Player receipts 234 points of mental damage. Hint: player subjected to a known mental penetration attack. Hint: player's mental power passed the check. Fang Heng's heart stirred, immediately reached out to hold Claire, who was fainting beside him, and looked towards the dozen or so guards ahead, his brows furrow. A special mental attack. He had seen a similar attack on Sharon before. These people in front of him were all mind element powers. Crack, crack, crack. The space around him made cracking sounds. Enduring the waves of stabbing pain coming to his brain, Fang Heng dragged a long stick forward and swung it heavily. Dang! The metal stick struck the air with a dull thud. Cracks instantly appeared in the barrier where it was struck. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the enemy wasn't strong. Brawn could break through. "Come on!" A flash of determination passed through Fang Heng's eyes as he once again swung the metal staff forcefully forward. Dang! Another heavy impact. The invisible psychic barrier shattered before his eyes. The 3 Spirit Company guards spurted blood from their mouths, and the diamond-shaped gem patterns at the center of their clothing burst instantaneously. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. When he first saw the guards' uniforms, he thought those gems were just normal patterns, but it turned out they were a thin layer of gem crystal. It seemed that this clothing was related to their special psychic powers. Ji Hating was about to leave, but upon hearing the commotion, he turned around and saw Fang Heng breaking through the psychic barrier. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he stared at Fang Heng intently. What's going on? Who is this person? What kind of terrifying strength can shatter the psychic wall directly? The 3 guards who had conjured the psychic barrier instead ended up getting disoriented by the backlash. Holding the metal staff in his hand, Fang Heng lifted the unconscious Claire and strode forward towards Ji Hating. The guards shouted, "Stop him!" At the same time, Gu Qingju also acted, leaping down from the cliff above to join the battle. "Be careful! Enemy attack!" The guards immediately raised their guns to counterattack. Gunshots echoed throughout the cave, and researchers quickly ducked for cover, seeking refuge amidst the chaos. The remaining guards from the Spirit Technology Company continuously used remote psychic attacks on Fang Heng. However, it was futile. Several guards looked at Fang Heng with a gaze as if he was a monster approaching them step by step. It seemed that he was completely immune to psychic attacks. Fang Heng gradually approached Ji Hating, tilting his head and saying, "Director Ji, it seems you can't detain me." Ji Hating's eyes flickered with appreciation as he chuckled. "Fang Heng, I must say, I admire you more now. Unfortunately, you and our paths of pursuit are not the same. It's a pity that you chose to be our enemy. I look forward to our next meeting. Goodbye. As he spoke, Ji Hating's figure slowly dissipated before everyone's eyes. Spatial lead. Seeing the blue light spots flickering around Ji Hating, Fang Heng's pupils contracted suddenly, a realization hitting him. It was the power of the alien clan. In the next moment, teleportation light spots appeared around Ji Hating and his guards. Hint. Player's current mission, cooperation invitation failed. Player's current mission, completion rate of Glennon's request increased to 120%. Hint. Player's current friendly level with the Tree Speaker Alliance increased significantly, while significantly reduced with the Spirit Technology Company. Hint. Player automatically joins the Tree Speaker Alliance faction, entering into a hostile state with the Spirit Technology Company. Player beware. Stop them. Fang Heng yelled, wielding the metal staff and smashing it towards Ji Hating. Dang. The staff struck the teleportation light points around Ji Hating's body. The entire teleportation barrier trembled fiercely, and the transfer paused for half a second. Oops. Unable to break through teleportation, Fang Heng thought. At this point, it was too late for everyone to stop Ji Hating and his group from escaping. Everyone in the cave, including the researchers, disappeared one by one through spatial teleportation. Even the researchers knocked unconscious by Gu Qingzhu's punches or also transported away by the effect of teleportation. In a brief moment, only Fang Heng and his group were left in the cave. Hint. Player repelled the Spirit Technology Company, affecting their research and development. Player gained 2,000 favor points with the Tree Speaker Alliance. Player earned 1,000 contribution points for the Tree Speaker Alliance faction. The others quickly gathered around Fang Heng. Mo Jiawei approached. Fang Heng, we can't stay here long. Spirit Technology Company will catch up soon. Psychic abilities are generally only encountered in higher-level game worlds, and they are relatively advanced abilities, not easy to deal with. Understood. How's Claire? Just then, Claire woke up from her daze. Her head still felt heavy, and she looked around grudgingly. Big brother Fang Heng, I just passed out. Fang Heng nodded gently. Looking at Claire, he asked, did you find anything while inspecting the branch of the sacred tree? Yes. Claire quickly recalled what happened before she passed out, her face showing some seriousness as she nodded and said, I used my natural abilities to explore and found a special residual natural magic array in the center of the branch. The magic array can help the branch of the sacred tree with transmissions and energy transfers. Transmission. Hearing this, Fang Heng's brow furrowed tightly. So the tree spirits use the branch of the sacred tree for transmissions in this world. Claire shook her head slightly, sighed, and said, unfortunately, it has been without energy supply for a long time now. As the power fades, the branch of the sacred tree has completely lost its strength, and has withered completely. Is it possible to restore it? It has been dead for too long. My abilities are not enough to revive it. However, there are some remnants of the teleportation magic array left in the tree. I can try to restore some of it. As they spoke, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retinas. Hint. Player triggered a main branch task. Residual unknown magic text images. Task name. Residual unknown magic text images. Task difficulty. Task description. During your exploration of the Tree Spirit Tribe ruins, you discovered the withered branch of the sacred tree. In the branch, Claire found a certain unknown magic array. If you can try to restore the magic array, you might find clues related to the Tree Spirit Tribe. Task requirements. Restore the unknown magic array. Task rewards. Significant progress in the main task. Significant progress? This is great. Fang Heng carefully reviewed the newly triggered task and his eyes lit up, nodding to Claire. Claire, try to repair the magic array. Okay. I'll give it a try. It's still doable, but it will take a lot of time. Great. Fang Heng lightly snapped his fingers. That meant he could figure it out. He had probably found a way to complete the task. Cleve could obtain a small part of the incomplete magic array from a dead branch of a divine tree. If she could gather a few more dead branches from divine trees, she would only need to gather more than 90% of the magic array. With her alchemy skills and omniscient eye, completely replenishing the magic array would be challenging but theoretically feasible. However, when searching for more divine tree branches, they might come into direct conflict with the Spirit Technology Company guarding the ruins. As they were talking, Glenn followed Sandy down from the cliff entrance. The Spirit Technology Company does indeed have intentions towards the Tree Spirit Clan. Fang Heng, we need to go back immediately and inform Mr. Yule about this. Glenn was quite angry, showing signs of agitation. They are destroying the ruins. They claim it's for the greater good of humanity, but in reality, it's for their own selfish desires. They only seek to obtain the power of the Tree Spirit Clan. They are only after the water of life. I understand, Glenn. Don't rush ahead. By the way, I want to know, are there many other Tree Spirit Clan ruins in this world? And are there many instances of these divine tree branches in the ruins? Glenn looked puzzled for a moment, then furrowed his brows, carefully recollecting, and nodded. Yes, I've heard before that there were other ruins in different parts of the world, but there were reports recently claiming that the ruins were fake. We don't know if it's true or not. I see. Fang Heng nodded towards Gu Qingju and the others. Let's split up then. Old Mo, you and Gu Qingju take him back first, check with the Tree Speaker Union, and also figure out a way to take this dead tree with us. Mo Jiawei asked. Okay, but what about you? Aren't you coming back with us? No. I want to go check out the Spirit Technology Company. The Spirit Technology Company? Glenn was taken aback by Fang Heng's words. They were actually going straight to the Spirit Technology Company. The Spirit Technology Company is well prepared for researching the ruins and divine tree branches. It's evident this is not their first operation. I think their company database should have more comprehensive information. It's better to directly go inside their company to see if we can find information about other Tree Spirit Clan ruins and divine tree branches, rather than aimlessly searching outside. That the Spirit Technology Company has so many branches, no problem. I've just left a tracking mark on Ji Hating. We can directly track him. Bloodline mark. A special skill attach after ascending to the Bloodline King bloodline, capable of tracking targets. Fang Heng pondered that the quickest way to complete the mission was to directly visit the Spirit Technology Company. Moreover, from the recent circumstances, causing harm to the Spirit Technology Company could also gain additional favorability from the Tree Speaker Union. At least it wouldn't be in vain. Additionally, Fang Heng believed that Ji Hating was no ordinary NPC and should know more information. Without concerning themselves with other side tasks, a direct and forceful approach was needed. Launch a strong attack on the Spirit Technology Company. Figure out a way to capture Ji Hating. Quickly gain a lot of favorability and contribution points. After all, there were pursuers from the Holy Court outside of the game, so the sooner the mission was completed, the better. Okay. Brother Fang Heng. Glenn was amazed that the group had quickly decided to go to the Spirit Technology Company. He grabbed Fang Heng and said, I heard that the Spirit Technology Company has collected a lot of information related to the Tree Spirit Clan, which could be very useful for us. If you go there, can you find a way to get that information for us? Hint. Player successfully completed Glenn's request. Significant increase in goodwill between player and Glenn. Player gains 2.5 W Tree Speaker Union goodwill, and a partial increase in goodwill with some Tree Speaker Union members. Hint. Triggered task. Steal information. Task name. Steal information. Task difficulty. Task description. You found out that the Spirit Technology Company is also conducting research on the Tree Spirit Clan, which involves many confidential events. The Tree Speaker Union really needs this information. Please find this information. Task requirements. Collect relevant information. Task rewards. Tree Speaker Union contribution points. Goodwill rewards. Current task completion, 0%. Fang Heng saw the game prompt and suddenly felt happy. See? The task was right at hand. It was much more convenient than returning and going back and forth to complete the task. By the way, do you have a map with you? I have a phone. Mo Jiawei took out his newly bought phone and switched to the online map. Fang Heng closed his eyes to sense the bloodline tracking mark he left on Ji Hating, then opened them and started searching on the map. Since Ji Hating had teleported to a very distant area, the range he needed to search was quite large. Fang Heng roughly circled an area on the map and asked, Is there the Spirit Technology Company in that area? Glenn leaned closer to take a look and his eyes lit up as he pointed to one of the locations circled. That's the branch park of the Spirit Technology Company in the Western District Federation, and the company branch's Research Institute is also in the park. Great. It seems that's the place. Let's start. We split up and act. Due to the distance to the Spirit Technology Company's headquarters in the North District being too far, this time Fang Heng did not choose to act with the Gu Qingju team, but transformed into a bat form and rushed there alone. The purpose of this trip was to gather information and capture Ji Hating by surprise. Along the way, Fang Heng roughly investigated the background information of the Spirit Technology Company. The company was a national technology company involved in various aspects of life, controlled by federal government departments. Reflecting on the various events that had occurred before and inside the cave, there were still some doubts lingering in his mind. The special powers used by the guards of the Spirit Technology Company belonged to psychic powers. Space teleportation technology is the biggest research breakthrough of the Wanling Technology Company in the past decade. However, there are significant side effects of forcibly using space teleportation without completing 30% mechanization of the body and without prior preparation. After returning to the research institute in the park, Ji Hating immediately ordered an investigation into Fang Heng and the Tree Speakers Alliance, and dispatched elite company personnel to capture Fang Heng and members related to the Tree Speakers Alliance. After arranging all the tasks, Ji Hating lay down in the repair pod to recover. He never expected that Fang Heng would personally come knocking at his door. And so quickly. In bat form, just 2 hours later, Fang Heng had already tracked down the Wanling Technology Company branch in the park. Fang Heng circled high above the park for 2 rounds, observed the area roughly, and then flew directly from the sky into the park. Landing, Fang Heng shifted back to human form, used the Blood Clan marking skill to sense Ji Hating's position. So it's in that direction, Fang Heng muttered to himself and walked towards a research building on the right. Late at night, the Wanling Technology Company research building was brightly lit. At the entrance of the building, 4 guards stood vigilantly. The guards are quite strict, Fang Heng muttered softly, glanced at the game prompt for the time, and continued walking towards the research building. Halt! Outside the research building, the guards saw Fang Heng and immediately became alert, placing their hands on their weapons at their waists and staring at Fang Heng closely. Who are you? This is a private area of Wanling Technology Company. Report your identity immediately. Fang Heng glanced at the entrance of the research building behind the guards, without saying a word. The guards looked at each other, and one of them took out a walkie-talkie. Reporting to the command center, we have found a suspicious individual here, suspected to be an unknown intruder. Please advise. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. What the heck? The guards' faces showed astonishment. Fang Heng's skin seemed to melt like wax on his face. Everyone was shocked by this scene, feeling a cold chill in their spines. Following that, a series of dense magic arrays spiraled around Fang Heng. Liquors emerged from the magic arrays. What are those things? The guards turned tail in shock, immediately pulled the trigger and started shooting at the grotesque creatures that suddenly emerged from the magic arrays. Dang, dang, bang. Tail blue beams burst out from the gun barrels, piercing through the liquor that was flying towards them in midair instantly. Fang Heng was surprised at the scene. The guards equipped with high-level light beam weapons? However, the guards were much more shocked than Fang Heng. The pale blue beams completely penetrated the liquor's body, causing blood holes to appear one after another on the liquor's body. Despite this, the liquor still found a way to retaliate. The injured liquor was blown out, rolled on the ground, the blood holes on its body healed rapidly, and it lunged towards them again. Report. Danger spotted. Unknown creatures attacking in zone. Report. Activate S-level alert immediately. Report. We need backup. As soon as the words fell, several guards were surrounded and overwhelmed by the liquors coming from all directions. Although the guards had upgraded their attack capabilities with the light beam weapons, their defense capabilities were still very low. Once the liquors got close, they completely lost their ability to resist. Hiss, hiss. After the liquors devoured the guards, a quick cocoon formed on the bodies. Infected zombies emerged from the cocoons, walked awkwardly forward, and joined the battle. It seems that the physical strength of the guards in this world is not very good. Fang Heng couldn't help but sneer. Each human body only gave birth to 2 infected zombie puppets. That seemed a bit lacking. Dang, dang, bang. The liquor group continued to rush towards the research building, crazily hitting the hardened glass at the entrance of the building. Hint. Your zombie puppet liquor form caused -3,312 damage to the tempered glass. Hint. Your zombie puppet. Rows of game prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Fang Heng looked up and saw the health bar of the tempered glass lowering rapidly. Dang. After attacking continuously for just a minute, the hardened glass on the outer layer of the research building shattered under the assault of numerous liquors. The liquors rushed into the lobby, heading inward. Instantly, the entire research institute was filled with piercing alarm sounds. Fang Heng ordered the zombie group to search the entire area and followed the liquor group into the hall, Quick battle. Find Ji-Hating first. Fang Heng closed his eyes again, commanding his senses. Ji-Hating's location was. Suddenly, Fang Heng's eyes widened. In the basement, go. Over 30 zombies rushed towards the hallway on the right side of the lobby, fiercely attacking the locked iron gate at the end of the corridor. Doom. The iron gate shattered with a blast. Behind the corridor gate, more than 10 armed guards were already waiting, swiftly pulling the triggers in their hands. Dang, dang, bang, bang, bang. Intense beams gushed out. The liquors pouring in from the outside of the hallway were instantly blasted back. Before the guard team inside the hallway could catch their breath, another wave of liquors surged forward. The guard team felt a tingling sensation. What kind of monsters were these? They couldn't be stopped even with the light beam weapons. The firepower suppression lasted for more than a minute, and the guns in the hands of the guards were overheated, requiring a pause to switch to energy clips. Next, a large group of liquors rushed towards them from the front. The guard team was instantly surrounded by liquors and devoured. From the dead bodies of the guard team, cocoons quickly formed, turning the deceased into zombie puppets, joining the fight. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the underground passage, Ji-Hating, who was in a dormant state, was forcibly awakened by external forces. Crack! The dormant chamber opened. The feeling of weakness in his body irritated Ji-Hating. He knew something significant must have happened. Otherwise, his subordinates would not have forcibly interrupted his sleep. What's going on? Report, Director G. Our research institute has been invaded by unknown individuals. What? Ji-Hating was greatly surprised to hear this. An invasion? Surprisingly, it really was a literal invasion. At first, he thought it was some short-sighted intruder breaching their research institute's external network. At this moment, through monitoring information, Ji-Hating realized that the entire research institute had fallen into extreme chaos. Those creatures. Ji-Hating stared intently at the screen, lost in thought. The rampant crawling creatures inside the research institute were like nothing he had ever seen before. These creatures moved at incredible speeds and were extremely agile, but the most terrifying aspect was their exaggerated self-healing abilities. Even if pierced by a light beam weapon, they could fully recover in just 1 second, and even rejoin the battle. Ji-Hating said, in a deep voice, "Has the special abilities team been deployed?" "Not yet, they are still guarding at the entrance, and we have already reported to the higher authorities that there is an S-level emergency at the institute. The federal emergency team is on their way." Hearing this, Ji-Hating's expression showed a hint of interest. Nodding, "The regular federal emergency team cannot stop them. Have Polis bring his semi-mechanical modified team over. Also, awaken the reserve members of Project Y. All research specimens immediately enter combat mode." The subordinates listened in confusion. "Director, do we not need to submit a report first? In an emergency, I have emergency disposal authority. Initiate immediately." "Understood. Also, ensure the testing of the experimental data subjects." "Yes." Meanwhile, Fang Heng was slowly advancing towards the lower levels of the research institute, clearing out all surveillance videos along the way. It had to be said that after all the zombie avatars were transformed into feeders, the overall abilities of the zombie horde had greatly improved, mainly in speed. The movement speed of the feeders was drastically different from that of regular zombies. The speed of clearing out the small fries and exploring had increased by more than tenfold. At the same time, Fang Heng began to control the newly created mutated infection body zombie avatars to search the entire research institute area for relevant research data. It seems that guy can't sit still. Through perception, Fang Heng realized that Ji-Hating's marked position had moved. Muttering to himself, he quickened his pace. Ahead, the zombie horde had already broken through the first underground level and was heading towards the second underground level. That was. Fang Heng stood at the corner, witnessing the scene of battle behind him, his face showing a serious expression. He saw it again. A psychic barrier. Over 10 psychic ability users wearing blue striped clothing were blocking the passage, completely sealing it off with their psychic barriers. At the same time, their special psychic piercing attack skill was able to penetrate the barrier directly, causing continuous damage to the feeders on the other side. Feeders were constantly being controlled by psychic powers, slowly lifted into the air, with torn wounds appearing on their bodies. These wounds could not heal on their own, blood flowing continuously. Hint: your zombie avatar feeder modified form is under psychic control, entering out of control state. Hint: Your zombie avatar feeder modified form is in bleeding state, receiving 102 points of damage. Hint: your zombie avatar feeder modified form is damaged by the psychic slicing skill, receiving 335 points of damage. Trouble. Fang Heng glanced at the game hints, inwardly cursing trouble. Although the enemy's attack capabilities were lacking, relying solely on psychic powers, they were unable to kill the feeders in a short amount of time, but it did hinder the feeders' attack progress. The passage was too narrow. One misstep, and it was blocked off. While Fang Heng thought it was troublesome, the team of over 20 psyche abilities modified by Lingling Technology Company also found it quite a headache. This was the first time they had seen such terrifying creatures. Their movements were extremely quick, their attack strength was extremely powerful, and they even had a terrifying infection ability. However, what made them most troublesome was the feeders' strong vitality. They continuously used psychic powers to suspend the feeders in midair, constantly launching psychic attacks, and had to control the feeders' wounds to prevent self-healing. It took 2 to 3 people working together more than 4 to 5 minutes to truly kill a feeder. It was extremely difficult, and there were still many feeders outside blocking the entrance. What should they do? For a moment, everyone in the Psyche team felt a sense of despair. Hold on. Suddenly, the Psyche modification team captain was stunned. He suddenly saw a figure appear at the passage entrance. That person. His figure was very similar to the person in the photo he had just seen. Upon closer inspection, the face was masked. That's right. It's him. Fang Heng. Identical. Just an hour ago, they had received a photo of Fang Heng, labeled as an S-level dangerous individual in the company's internal database. The team captain was shocked, staring at Fang Heng with a look of disbelief in his eyes. How was this possible? Chairman Ji had just seen him more than 2 hours ago. Chairman Ji Hating could return here through spatial jumping ability. But how did this person manage to find this place? The 2 locations were far apart, a drive of over 10 hours. How did he manage to catch up so quickly? You. Fang Heng? Hearing his name being called out, Fang Heng involuntarily nodded slightly and pointed forward. What? Seeing Fang Heng pointing at himself, the team captain was astonished, feeling an extreme sense of unease. Next moment, white dots of light appeared surrounding the horde of feeders gathered at the passage entrance. What was that? Under the envelopment of the white dots of light, the forms of the feeders gradually merged into the surrounding space until they completely disappeared. Disappeared? What's going on? Before the Psyche team behind the psychic barrier could understand the situation, the next moment, they suddenly felt a chill down their spines, sensing something behind them. Turning back, they saw small white dots of light congregating behind them. Oh no! The team captain felt a sudden dread, suddenly realizing what was happening, shouting, "Quick! Retreat!" However, it was already too late. The spatial force emitted by the starry dots of light quickly spread out. Feeders emerged from the secondary spatial projections one after another, instantly pouncing on the 20-odd members of the psychic modification team. Psychic modification users excelled at maintaining distance for ranged battles. Once engaged in close combat, their weaknesses of fragile bodies and slow movement speed would be completely exposed and magnify. Doom. In desperation, the team captain forcibly used his psychic bursting ability to repel the feeders rushing towards him. However, before he could catch his breath, several feeders from both sides came at him. In the narrow passage, there was no way for them to escape. At this time, Mojawe and his group also returned to the Community Activity Center with Glen Non. Glen Non, aware of his mistake, lowered his head and stammered, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Ure. I was just worried about the situation of the relics, so Mojawe stepped forward to explain. It's not Glen Non's fault. We were inspired by nature and found some anomalies in the relic area, so we asked Glen Non to take us there to investigate. Forget it. It's not your fault. I didn't want you to go there because I was afraid you would conflict with the World Spirit Technology Company and suffer. Since you have already gone, then you must have seen it. The World Spirit Technology Company has taken control of the entire relic area," Ure said with a sigh, continuing, "It's good that you're back. The people from the World Spirit Technology Company didn't harm you, did they?" "No, they didn't." Mojawe thought for a moment and nodded. "Actually, we had a brief exchange with the World Spirit Company." Ure was surprised to hear this and asked, "What did you say?" Mojawe recounted what happened after entering the relic cave. Upon hearing the World Spirit Company's explanation, Yura's face showed anger. These scammers, don't be fooled by their words. They are actually destroying the relics, the traces left by the World Spirit Clan. They are trying to plunder the power of the World Spirit Clan, attempting to suppress the power of the World Spirit Clan again. I have seen the World Spirit Clan, and I know the truth of the matter. Mojave felt that Yura's anger was genuine. However, he still couldn't fully trust him. Despite deciding to follow the path of the Tree Speaker Alliance, they couldn't let the mission deceive them. They needed to listen to both sides to avoid pitfalls. At least for now, it felt like both sides were hiding something. Mojave nodded. Indeed. We also have reservations about their explanation, so we didn't agree to cooperate. Well, you made the right choice, Yura said, taking a deep breath to calm his anger, then continued. So what happened next? Mojave explained that they tried to observe the withered branches of the divine tree. Upon hearing Mojawe's account, Yura suddenly heard something crucial. His eyes widened as he asked urgently, wait, did you really sense the magic array patterns from the branches of the relic divine tree? Mojave looked at Clevia, who was next to Gu Chengju, and nodded, yes. Yura's expression became excited, and he turned to Clevia. Can you replicate the sensed magic array patterns? Clevia was nervous, took a step back, and nodded timidly. It's true. We can really do it. Could it be the call of the nature god? Yura was incredulous, muttering softly. Mojave and the others exchanged glances. Obviously, Yura had been hiding something. After a moment, Yura seemed to have made a decision. He looked at Mojave and said, all right, I'll be straight with you. The levers in nature. I need your help. Mojave knew a mission was coming and said solemnly, please speak. If it is the will of the nature god, we will do our best. Yura looked at them and nodded. The Tree Spirit Clan told me that this world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. In the understanding of the Tree Spirit Clan, our world is divided into two kinds, the surface world and the inner world. Humans have always existed in the surface world, while the Tree Spirit Clan has mostly been active in the inner world. The difference is that the Tree Spirit Clan can freely shuttle between the surface world and the inner world, while humans are only allowed to stay in the surface world. Since the Tree Spirit Clan encountered an unknown crisis, the passage to the inner world also disappeared, and the Tree Spirit Clan that remained in the surface world at that time completely lost their way back home. Surface world and inner world. Mojave furrowed his brows listening to this and tried to understand before asking, is the so-called inner world in our understanding a separate spatial world opened up to connect with each other through a teleportation channel? Yes, that's one way to understand it. The divine tree branch we found in the relic cave is said to be a world passage left by the Tree Spirit Clan a long time ago. Yura nodded, adding, later on, the divine tree branch lost its teleportation ability and gradually withered with time. However, the Tree Spirit Clan did not give up. They have been looking for ways to return to the inner world. Yura paused and looked at Mojave and the others again, asking, if you can really reproduce the magic array, perhaps we can use the power of the magic array to enter the inner world together and find out the truth of the Tree Spirit Clan's downfall. It's not that easy. The magic array left on the withered divine tree branch is missing a large part. We are already trying to collect withered branches of divine trees from around the world, then collect various remaining patterns. Mojave didn't want to oversimplify things and warned in advance, even if everything goes smoothly, we still need to restore the magic array. We can only say there is a chance. I see. I know this is very difficult. Regardless, we must try. I have some information about the relics in the Northern Federation. I will go and confirm the information to help you search together. Yura sighed softly and shook his head. Achieving this won't be easy. The World Spirit Technology Company has always tightly sealed off information about the Tree Spirit Clan. Whenever there is related information leaked outside, they immediately send people to occupy Tree Spirit Clan relics worldwide. And some relics have even been transplanted into the World Spirit Technology Company Research Institute. Ha ha. Isn't this a coincidence? Mojave nodded immediately and said, Fang Heng has just gone to the Research Institute in the northern division of the Wanling Technology Company. It would be best if we could find the hidden remnants of the sacred tree branches there. We can try to retrieve them all. Then we can improve the embedded magic array. Yura was shocked by Mojawe's boldness. He actually dared to go directly to the branch of the Research Institute and expect to retrieve the sacred tree branches. Is he really risking his life? What? He went to the Research Institute in the North Division of Wanling Technology Company. Stop him. Don't worry. We are followers of the gods of nature, and we have some abilities. The people at Wanling Technology Company can't stop us. If you don't believe it, ask Glennon. Glennon had just witnessed the abilities of Fang Heng and his group, and nodded repeatedly in response. Ure looked extremely serious and shook his head. It's different. Wanling Technology Company has deep cooperation with the federal government. The Research Institute, in the Technology Park, is next to the Federal Special Mechanized Arms Factory. Fang Heng is in a very dangerous situation now. Hint: the current main NAND branch mission for players has changed. Current mission: Passage to the Inner World. Mission name: Passage to the Inner World. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: you have learned from the Tree Speaker Alliance that in the concept of the tree spirits, the world is divided into the inner world and the outer world. The magic array runes remaining in the withered branches of the sacred tree could possibly be the passage to the inner world. If you can collect more sacred tree branches to find more clues, you may be able to recreate a teleportation passage into the Tree Spirit Clan's inner world. Unfortunately, many sacred tree branches have been occupied by Wanling Technology Company. Mission requirement: you learn from Mr. Ure that Wanling Technology Company had collected some sacred tree branches and sent them to the company's North Division Research Institute. Players can go there to find the sacred tree branches or find them through other means to complete the inner world passage. Mission reward: subsequent missions, Tree Speaker Alliance friendship level. Current player main mission progress, 1.3%. In the underground second floor of the research building, Fang Heng followed the group of lickers slowly advancing forward. He suddenly saw a game prompt floating in his game retina, which made him curious. How coincidental is this? He originally came to talk to Ji-Hating to get some information, and also to look for information about other sacred tree branches. Unexpectedly, Wanling Company had already collected and arranged the sacred tree branches for him, and they were left in the institute. This trip was really worth it. Fang Heng stepped forward and continued to follow. Suddenly, a group of guards in metal armor appeared from behind the corridor. The guards were heavily armored, with a green energy core at the heart of the armor. Their emblem on the chest was the Federation. Federation soldiers, charge, charge, charge. The lickers didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards the Federation soldiers. The soldiers were prepared for the oncoming lickers, raising their hands. Charge, charge. The soldiers' metal arm guards rose, revealing several black gun muzzles, firing a dense barrage of energy beams ahead. The narrow passage was filled with energy beams, forcing the lickers back. Energy beam weapons. The energy cannons were perfectly integrated into the armor. Fang Heng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Thus, several waves of energy beams drove the lickers back in the passage, and the soldiers extended their hands forward, manifesting to visible blue beam short blades. The soldiers held the beam short blades and charged forward toward the oncoming lickers. Close quarters combat. The azure beam sliced through the air. Slash. Limbs were severed. The beam short blades cut through the lickers like cutting through butter. The hall was filled with flying limbs and arms. Fang Heng frowned as he observed. Half-mechanical body modifications? He had seen some introductions on a short video platform before. These were the latest elite half-mechanized soldiers developed by the Federation. After being transformed into half-mechanical soldiers, their bodies were significantly enhanced with additional carrying capacity and external super-alloy metal armor. The thick armor almost completely resisted the lickers' claw attacks. Coupled with the limb-severing effect of the beam short blades, the half-mechanized soldiers had become a humanoid blade. Interesting. Fang Heng couldn't help but smirk. Despite the lickers' ability to regenerate severed limbs and their strong self-recovery ability, they were still suppressed by the half-mechanized soldiers. Forest of 1,000 Realms. Initially, he thought it was a natural world. Then it seemed like a world mastering the psychology of the mind. Now it looked like a special world of mechanized modifications. Fang Heng suddenly noticed something and looked behind the soldiers. There he was, Ji-Hating. Behind the half-mechanized soldiers, Ji-Hating, surrounded by a group of guards, looked extremely serious. Those terrifying climbing creatures. Even the high-energy beam weapons couldn't completely destroy them. For the first time, Ji-Hating was deeply shocked by these unfamiliar creatures. After undergoing a half-mechanical transformation, the soldiers had their bodies enhanced with alloy metal armor, increasing their resistance to injuries. Nevertheless, they couldn't handle so many mutated creatures. Who was manipulating them from behind? And that strange infection ability, capable of resurrecting zombies from dead bodies, was a terrifying power. The moral impact was fatal. Ji-Hating's expression turned serious as the danger level of these creatures reached the highest level. Extremely dangerous. If a similar virus were to spread, the entire world could be destroyed. The natural power of the Tree Spirit Clan doesn't seem like it. Humans, actually humans. Upon hearing this, Ji-Hating was momentarily stunned, then muttered to himself. When he raised his head again, a look of extreme joy appeared on his face. Great. Very good. Ji-Hating nudged the guard next to him with his mouth. Proceed with Lev capture. I want to know more precise biological information. Understood. Director G. The guard team immediately stepped forward and, using their psychic powers, lifted a Licker, who was battling a mechanized warrior, into the air. The Licker lost balance, flailing its limbs in the air. Ji-Hating watched as the Licker, whose arms had been cut off by the semi-mechanical warrior with high crystalline short blades, quickly grew new limbs in midair. His eyes sparkled with extreme excitement and anticipation. The active power of genetic modification. Sizzle. Sizzle. A dark golden spiritual net gradually coalesced around the Licker, firmly trapping it in the center. The trapped Licker struggled continuously, but couldn't break free from the mental cage. 3 psychic manipulators controlled the net cage, slowly suspending it backward, completing the capture. Director G. Can we prepare for retreat now? Not yet. Ji-Hating was not in a hurry, continuing to observe the Licker's battle situation and its terrifying self-recovery ability from a distance. Until he saw a figure walking out from behind the Licker group. Ji-Hating's eyelids twitched slightly, his eyes revealing a great deal of surprise. Fang Heng, how did you? Oh, Mr. G. Hello. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Fang Heng looked at Ji-Hating, nodding in greeting. Last time you left too quickly. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. Fang Heng, you really surprised me. After the initial surprise, Ji-Hating quickly composed himself. The organisms you control possess powerful life forces. I guess they are genetically modified. This powerful genetic self-recovery ability far surpasses that of mechanized beings. I've investigated your background. You are different from those self-proclaimed natural guardians, different from them. Ji-Hating looked at Fang Heng with admiration, nodding. My judgment has always been good. I knew the first time I saw you that you are a capable person. We can cooperate. Just like my initial idea, active gene modification combined with special psychic modification, we can create the future together. Hint. Special character. Ji-Hating expresses his admiration for you and invites the player to join the cooperation. If you agree, the player will join the relevant camp of Wanling Technology Company. Is that so? Fang Heng looked at the game prompt, shaking his head. Unfortunately, we can't cooperate. Why? You are not honest enough. Ji-Hating was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Ha ha. Fang Heng. Honesty is relative. There are indeed some things that are not convenient to say, but you will know in the future. Besides, do you think the people of the Arboreal Union are very honest with you? At least I have always been generous with my friends. You can inquire about that. Indeed, but your timing is off. Ha. Ji-Hating's expression suddenly changed as Fang Heng's figure quickly twisted in the air, gradually disappearing. Spatial fluctuations? Not good. Ji-Hating's heart tightened. Suddenly, Fang Heng's figure reappeared right in front of him, just a half-meter away. Sizzle. Sizzle. Fleeting sparks of electricity continually emanated from Ji-Hating's body. Fang Heng felt a force separating him, preventing him from getting any closer to Ji-Hating. Crackle. Crackle. The semi-mechanized guards around them all aimed their guns at Fang Heng, while Ji-Hating's psychic guards locked onto him firmly with their mental powers. Stop. Put your weapons down. Do not disrespect Mr. Fang. Ji-Hating signaled for everyone to stop and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, we don't need to escalate this. Really? What is it that you want by coming here? I heard that Wanling Company has been collecting remnants of the Divine Tree branches. I want to find them. And your reasons? That's not convenient to disclose. Is that so? It seems there is still a lack of trust between us. Ji-Hating sighed softly in his heart, shaking his head. We can still cooperate. I will always leave a chance for you. If you understand, you can contact me at any time. As a final reminder, people from the Federation outside won't let you off easily. Your genetically modified beings are indeed strong, but but we are not ignorant about genetic modifications outside. Goodbye, Fang Heng. I have never believed in the inheritance and faith of the DRIZZLE. I believe all forms of power, including mechanized modifications, genetic ultimate modifications, extension of psychic powers, activation of spiritual power, and even the so-called natural power of the DRIZZLE are just manifestations of power. Those who adhere to so-called beliefs are only weak and foolish. As he spoke, faint spatial fluctuations reappeared around Ji Hating's body. Suddenly, Ji Hating and over a dozen psychic guards who had undergone mental modifications disappeared through spatial teleportation once again. Another spatial teleportation ability. And that electrical barrier. Trouble. Fang Heng frowned. In the next moment, the mechanized guards around him all aimed their weapons at Fang Heng and pulled the triggers. Whoosh! Whoosh! A barrage of electric attacks once again rained down on Fang Heng. He stepped forward, entering a secondary spatial projection to evade the beam weapons assault, then quickly reappeared behind the semi-mechanized soldiers. Let's end this quickly. With a click, a divine giant sword materialized in Fang Heng's hand. In the instant when the guard locked eyes with Fang Heng, he immediately felt an intense palpitation. His heart started pounding violently. It felt like it was about to explode. He felt his blood boiling rapidly, to the point where he couldn't control his body. Dang! Within the thick outer armor, the guard's body could no longer contain the explosion. Watching the armored mechanical body in front of him slowly collapse, Fang Heng shook his head in disappointment. The so-called mechanized warrior, implanted with mechanical parts in the body, enhancing certain attributes, was able to withstand such a thick layer of heavy armor from the outside. In reality, their physical strength was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. The power of the Vampire King was able to easily trigger an explosion of their blood. In simple terms, it directly pierced the outer armor to cause damage to the body. The other 20 or so half-mechanized modified soldiers around had no idea what had happened, why their companions would scream in pain on the communication channel and then fall down. The unknown death of their companions made them momentarily frightened, looking at Fang Heng with fearful eyes, slowly retreating back. HMPH. Fang Heng snorted lightly. In the high-level game world, it was difficult to dominate solely with the liquors. Regardless of whether Ji Hating had said that external federal support would find it challenging to deal with this situation, it was unnecessary to waste time here. Swift victory. Fang Heng once again shifted his gaze to another fully armed mechanized armored warrior. Under Fang Heng's gaze, the body of the semi-mechanized modified soldier within the armor could no longer contain the explosion, bursting into a mass of flesh and blood. Losing control of the armor, it swayed and fell down. The remaining half-mechanized modified soldiers were dumbfounded. What is going on? Without any close contact, they were directly taken down with just a look from the other side. How did this happen? The outer layer of alloy metal armor that could have provided them with an immense sense of security now felt as fragile as paper. What kind of special ability is this? The team leader of the half-mechanized warriors broke into a cold sweat on his forehead, quickly shouting, "Charge! Don't give him a chance to use his abilities." The remaining dozen or so soldiers immediately rushed towards Fang Heng. However, they quickly realized that Fang Heng's speed of action was much faster than theirs. The heavy armored suit truly affected their mobility. It made them feel even more helpless in this cramped space. In a short moment, the corridor was left with uncontrolled suits of armor. Fang Heng quickly eliminated the remaining 10+ half-mechanized modified soldiers in the corridor, once again using the vampire power to sense. This time, Ji Hating had already teleported to a farther place, making his perception very weak. There were still quite a few fluctuations in vital energy remaining inside the research institute. Regardless, he needed to find the sacred tree branches and information collected by the Universal Corporation first. The rest could come later. With that in mind, Fang Heng swiftly locked onto the weaker vital energy positions in a certain room of the research building through his senses and continued walking forward. Universal Technology Group's North District headquarters. Ji Hating and his team of mind power-enhanced individuals had returned to the safe zone via teleportation after 2 consecutive high-intensity transfers. Stepping out of the teleportation device, Ji Hating's face was somewhat pale. His body had been greatly affected by the continuous intense transfers. Without time to rest, Ji Hating immediately ordered, immediately conduct a detection on the unknown organisms. I want to know all of their information. Understood. At the same time, Outside the North District Research Institute of Universal Technology Company, the federal military support had arrived 10 minutes ago. The Research Institute is facing an S-level crisis event. Some infectious sources have been discovered, which may pose a problem in handling them. We have initiated isolation and evacuation of external personnel. As Polis listened to the report from his subordinates, he glanced at the area that had already been sealed not far away, issuing orders to the first batch of federal crisis response teams that had arrived. Currently, the Research Institute will be taken over by our military. I need you to cooperate in setting up perimeter barricades and prevent any unrelated persons from entering. Several leaders of the federal crisis response team glanced at each other. They had no idea what was going on, to the extent that even the military was directly involved. Without further ado, they quickly left. Polis had barely dismissed the federal crisis response team with lower combat capabilities when one of his subordinates hurriedly approached, quietly reporting, "Sir, our personnel are attempting to access the Research Institute from the area entrance, but they are encountering resistance from unknown organisms." Unknown organisms? Polis furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The crisis this time was rated as the highest level. When he received the news, Polis's initial reaction was that it might have been the actions of the Tree Spirit Clan organization, or perhaps an unrest caused by a spy or a failed experiment. However, there were no traces of the Tree Spirit Clan at the moment. And what was the deal with the attack from unknown organisms? Assemble the personnel to guard the external area. Do not let anyone approach. Take me in to have a look. Understood. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had already made his way to the underground research laboratory area of the Research Institute. Dealing with a few guards at the entrance, Feng Heng followed his vital energy perception into a research room. As soon as the door was opened, gunshots rang out instantly. Hiding in the research room, over a dozen researchers aimed their guns at Feng Heng and opened fire. Sensing the opponents, Feng Heng did not move but stood in place. Puff, puff, puff. Even at close range, the untrained researcher's aim was poor, and only a few faint green laser attacks landed on Feng Heng, leaving bloody holes all over his body. Under the astonished gazes of the researchers, the blood holes pierced by the laser weapons on Feng Heng's body rapidly healed in a visible manner. "A very nice welcome ceremony," Feng Heng said, closing the large door behind him and glancing at the game prompt. Coincidentally, a row of information flashed on the screen again. Reminder: your zombie incarnation liquor modified body was hit by laser attacks. Reminder: your zombie incarnation liquor modified body received 3,225 damage from the cutting attack, entering a crippled state. It seemed that reinforcements had arrived outside. He would need to speed up the process. I know they are placed in the V12 research lab, right next door. Among the researchers, a young man raised his hand when he heard this, saying, "I am the one who placed them. They are in the special experimental lab environment of the V12 research lab." "Very good. I appreciate your courage and honesty. Now, you can take me there," Feng Heng said as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the remaining researchers all felt a tightening in their hearts, followed by a flush on their faces and a painful expression, one by one falling down. Only the young man who raised his hand remained. Seeing his companions fall, he was immediately pale with fear, looking at Feng Heng with a pleading gaze. "Don't be nervous, they just passed out temporarily. Of course, if you lie to me, no one will have it easy, including you." The researcher nodded quickly. I won't, I'll take you there right now." "That's best. Lead the way." The researcher quickly brought Feng Heng to the opposite laboratory. Approaching the door, the researcher pressed his fingerprint to unlock it. Click. Verification successful. The door opened with a sound. Feng Heng stepped into the laboratory. Immediately, the sensor lights in the laboratory lit up. A large laboratory, with a huge tempered glass wall facing the entrance. Inside the glass wall, an artificial cave environment was simulated, with 12 divine tree branches planted in the artificial setting. "Very nice," Feng Heng muttered to himself. However, these divine tree branches are rather large. How can he figure out a way to take them away? Feng Heng looked at the researcher next to him and said, "Open it." "I can't do that." The researcher looked helpless, explaining, "The interior of the simulation space is sealed, and it requires the director of the institute or higher authority to open it." Feng Heng glanced at the tempered glass in front of him and walked over. Swish! A sacred giant sword appeared in his hand. The giant sword swung, then slammed heavily against the tempered glass. Dang. Intense impact. Under the astonished gaze of the researchers, the sturdy tempered glass wall instantly shattered. Fang Heng stepped over the broken glass and entered the simulated cave environment, coming to one of the dry divine tree branches. He reached out and touched the tree trunk. Hint. Player discovers unknown tree. Hint. Advanced nature studies trigger. Discovered that this tree once possessed powerful energy, but it has now completely dissipated. Hint. Player lacks relevant skills and cannot obtain more useful information. Hint. This item cannot be directly placed in the backpack. Players can choose to cut it into pieces and place it in the backpack. It's a bit troublesome. The whole dead tree can't be put directly into the backpack. Cutting it into pieces and stuffing it in the backpack will likely affect the magical array information hidden inside the divine tree branches. So, how can he take them all away? Fang Heng thought for a moment and turned to the researcher behind him. How are they now? We have tried many ways to awaken or revive the divine tree branches, even considering grafting, but there has been no progress. They are completely dead, he replied. Forget it. Let's do it the hard way. Fang Heng raised his head and began to control the external scavenger group. Hiss, hiss. In an instant, over a dozen scavengers rushed into the lab. The researchers quickly retreated to a corner, their faces showing fear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The scavengers quickly condensed into cocoons in place. Shortly after, the cocoons broke open. What is this? Are these like the zombie creatures seen in the movies? The zombie duplicates wobbled out of the broken cocoons and slowly walked into the shattered tempered glass. Under the astonished gaze of the researchers, the zombie creatures gathered in front of one of the divine tree branches and began to dig with their hands. The researchers were astounded. This could damage the roots of the divine tree branches. Don't worry, they are professionals, Fang Heng smirked. The zombie duplicates inherited all his academic skills, and for the purpose of transplanting plants, he even specially learned advanced plant cultivation skills. With the assistance of advanced nature studies, the digging would cause minimal harm to the plants. Besides, the divine tree branches had already withered to this state. What more damage could occur? Fang Heng looked at the researcher and continued. Also, I need the overall map of the institute. Okay. The researcher hesitated. It's right in the previous research lab. Take me there. Soon. Fang Heng returned to the previous lab. The researcher quickly displayed the internal map of the institute on the screen at the control desk. Fang Heng quickly observed the layout of the institute. Looks like we need to use that move again, Fang Heng muttered to himself. The sewer system. The institute had an independent sewer system, separated from most of the outside areas. However, there were some oversights. A few key points were connected to the external drainage areas. By doing a small amount of digging, with the zombie duplicates, he believed a passage to the outside world could be made through the sewer system soon. The only trouble was that for the withered divine tree branches, traveling through the underground passages might be a bit crowded. There would likely be bumps and scrapes along the way. Oh well, let's just go for it. After all, from the game hints, there were many mechanized soldiers from the Federation outside. Direct confrontation would pose too much risk, and the divine tree branches were more vulnerable to damage. Let's go through the sewers. Fang Heng made an immediate decision and turned to the researcher beside him. I have a question for you. Startled by Fang Heng's gaze, the researcher took 2 steps back. What? I was wondering if there are any digging tools here. Like a shovel? The researcher looked at Fang Heng with a strange expression. Did he hear that right? What does he need a shovel for? To dig a tunnel out of here. Meanwhile, at the North Division Research Institute of the Omnitech Corporation, almost every possible method has been tried. But these fleshlicker creatures are proving to be quite a challenge. Their self-healing abilities are simply terrifying. They huddle in the passageways in a group, blocking the way completely. The Federal soldiers can't think of a better solution and are forced to remain trapped in the Research Institute's main hall area. Commander, judging by the current situation, it seems almost impossible to force our way in. Polis watches the battle ahead and is also secretly alarmed. What kind of creature is this? How can it possess such terrifying strength? Besides the kin and the tree spirits, there are actually other power forms that he has never encountered before in this world. So, what are your thoughts? The passageway is too narrow for us to make a move. We could try blasting a hole in the outer perimeter of the research institute. No, that won't work. Polis shakes his head. There are many confidential files from the Spirit Technology Company and some of the data collected by the Federation in recent years stored temporarily inside the research institute. When I arrived, I was given orders by my superiors to ensure the integrity of the data within the institute, unless absolutely necessary. I see, that complicates things. The accompanying deputy commander says softly, then thinks for a moment and suggests, we have just detected that some of the spatial teleportation devices are still functioning. Could we teleport a group of people inside the research institute to observe? Polis raises an eyebrow, ponders for a moment, and says, no, there's no need. The soldier's state will be affected for a period of time after using the teleportation device, and it won't be effective once they go in. By the way, is the outer perimeter sealed off? It's currently being sealed off. Let's wait a bit longer. Polis stares ahead at the passageway, and with a serious tone, says, we just received a message from headquarters that they had uploaded some genetic samples of the unknown creatures for analysis. I believe we will have results soon. The deputy commander's expression freezes. Understood. 2 hours later. Report, Chairman. There's an urgent situation report. In the northern region headquarters of the Spirit Technology Company, the head of the laboratory rushes into G. Hiding's office, looking somewhat flustered. Seeing that there are others in G. Hiding's office, he hesitates. G. Hiding rarely sees the laboratory head in such distress, nods to his subordinates to stand aside since they are talking, and gestures for the head to continue, asking, what's the latest news from the Research Institute branch? No, it's not that. The laboratory head shakes his head, opens the materials in his hand, approaches G. Hiding, and continues, a while ago, we uploaded the genetic information of the unknown creatures we captured to the psychic mainframe network. Just now, the feedback information has returned, confirming that the creature is a species called fleshlickers. These creatures have been genetically modified and may not belong to our realm. They are an extraterrestrial species. Fleshlickers. G. Hiding mutters to himself, a life form from another realm, artificially cultivated. G. Hiding becomes cautiously alert. It seems that there might be a significant force behind Fang Hen. The laboratory head places the files on the table and continues, these creatures are products of a specific virus mutation, with remarkable combat strength, agility, and virus infection capabilities. The fleshlickers we encountered have undergone intense modifications, greatly enhancing their vitality and attack strength. Even after modification, the fleshlickers' infection capabilities differ significantly from the regular ones. Moreover, the abnormal self-healing ability is something that basic fleshlickers do not possess. G. Hiding nods slightly. Continue. The laboratory head takes a deep breath, looking solemn, and says, it's related to Europoros. G. Hiding's pupils suddenly contract, staring intensely at the laboratory head. What did you say? According to the feedback we received from the psychic network, they detected a tiny part of the genetic sequence related to Europoros in the fleshlickers. G. Hiding's expression instantly becomes extremely serious. Europoros, the eternal calamity. Is it related to that young man? G. Hiding falls into deep thought. The race that even the kin fear. It has unexpectedly appeared in their world. The psychic network has transmitted the corresponding data and provided the formula for the antidote. Injecting this antidote into the fleshlickers can greatly suppress their self-healing abilities. However, currently, we lack several primary ingredients, and the production yield is relatively low. Seeing that G. Hiding is silent in deep thought, the laboratory head doesn't dare to speak too much and stands on the side cautiously. After a moment, G. Hiding looks up and says, well, start producing the antidote immediately. Once it's produced, take all the antidotes to Polis. Also, who else knows about Europoros? I rushed over to report to you immediately after receiving the feedback. Only my 2 subordinates know the exact information and ... The laboratory head spoke, then stopped, looking at the remaining 2 people in the room. All right, this matter is of the highest confidentiality level. Let it stop here. No one else is allowed to know about it. Understand? Yes, understood. G. Hiding looks at the laboratory head remaining somewhat hesitant, and asks, is there anything else? Chairman, just now when we were comparing the data of the fleshlickers we uploaded, it triggered an alert from the psychic network. We have just received feedback from the psychic network inquiring about the specific situation. The laboratory head pauses, then asks, how should we respond? Ji-Hiding purses his lips, thinks for a moment, and says, find a way to deceive them. All right, I will reply that it was a data error, but according to the established procedures, the kin may send someone to inspect. Ji-Hiding waves his hand. Go. Find a way to handle this as soon as possible and keep it concealed. Okay. The laboratory head nods, hurries off to work. Ji-Hiding then frowns. Trouble. He did not expect that Fang Eng's sudden appearance would attract the kin here. Ji-Hiding ponders, and his expression darkens a little more. Note. Player. Zombie clone mutation, infected entity, has gained research intel on the tree spirit race during investigations. For the purpose of protection, the floor is also partially constructed with metal, reinforced with highly condensed steel-reinforced concrete below. After the zombie horde had been digging continuously for over an hour, Fang Heng heard a thud. When he turned around, he saw that the zombie horde had finally managed to dig a hole through the floor. Success! Fang Heng walked up to the hole to take a look. Below the hole, there was a direct connection to the drainage pipe. This was just the first step. After entering the drainage pipe, there would still be a need to open up to more underground passages connecting to the outside. The good news was that the Federal Army and Wanling Corporation guards had not successfully invaded the lower levels of the Research Institute, still stuck in the first level area, slowly clearing out the scattered groups of lickers along the way. Fang Heng made a quick estimation. Given this efficiency, it would probably take the Federal forces another 3 hours to reach the third underground level. And this was under the assumption that he remained logged in. No rush, take it slow. Fang Heng muttered softly, controlling the zombie avatars for the next phase of operation. The zombie avatars carried dried tree branches wrapped in white cloth from the corner of the hallway outside the room, dropping them down the hole in the floor and into the drainage pipe below. Several fused tyrants awaited below, ready to receive the branches. They continued to transport the branches further into the drain. Once all 12 branches had been transferred, Fang Heng leapt into the drainage pipe. According to the map, he needed to advance another 500 meters and then break through the right wall, dig a few more meters ahead, and then could connect to the external network via the drainage system. At that point, he would be able to escape completely. The drainage system is as reliable as ever. Fang Heng sighed to himself, continuing to control the zombie avatars to proceed with the excavation. Just as he was about to let them continue working, Fang Heng suddenly furrowed his brows. What was going on? Why did several reports of liquor deaths suddenly show up just minutes ago? The speed of their deaths had multiplied several times over. Clearly, something was amiss. Fang Heng's mind raced, immediately opening the game log and swiftly inspecting each report. Soon, he found the anomaly. Warning. Player zombie avatar liquor form affected by unknown injection. Warning. Zombie avatar undead body effect reduced by 90%. Remaining recovery time 30 minutes. What's going on? The undead body ability inherited from the liquor suddenly no longer worked. Was it due to the effects of some special mixed drug? Fang Heng's heart sank. The undead body skill was his biggest trump card. It was this skill that allowed the zombie avatar group to unleash its terrifying power. But now, its effect had suddenly ceased. Was it the doing of Wanling Corporation or the Federal forces? To be able to develop targeted technology in such a short time was extremely peculiar. He had experienced high-level game worlds before, and even Vaz did not pull things like this. Fang Heng's brow furrowed. He vaguely sensed that the issue with the drought might not be as simple as it seemed. In any case, with most of the undead body effect disrupted by Wanling Corporation's drug, the zombie avatar group blocking the external entrance was starting to die at an accelerated rate. First, he needed to find a way to break open an escape route. Moving his gaze away from the game alerts, Fang Heng walked up to the rock wall in front of him and clenched his fist, striking forward with a punch. Doom. A loud sound reverberated. The entire wall trembled violently for several seconds under the punch. Crack, crack, crack. The wall above instantly filled with layers of cracks. Diffused tyrants following Fang Heng also stepped forward, one by one, raising their fists and starting to smash the wall. Not good. Fang Heng estimated the speed of the excavation in front of him and the rate of liquor deaths. At this pace, time was running short. It would probably be difficult to safely escort all 12 tree branches back intact. It seemed like he would have to go back and engage with them again. Just as well, he could see what special drug the enemies had obtained. Fang Heng made up his mind, leaving the zombie avatar group to continue digging the passage as he returned alone to the rear passage. Wanling Corporation's Northern Research Institute, first floor. The mechanized warriors were now equipped with targeted drugs provided by Wanling Corporation. After successfully using the dart injection gun against the lickers, their healing abilities and limb regeneration capabilities significantly decreased. However, even so, the liquor horde still possessed a formidable life force. Polis stood at the rear of the team, coldly watching as the mechanized warriors gradually gained control of the situation, gradually clearing out the lickers encountered along the way and advancing deeper into the institute. It seemed that Wanling Corporation had done well. Suddenly, Polis' brow furrowed. Looking forward, he saw a figure at the entrance of the hallway. It's him. A soldier who had been involved in mental reprogramming recognized Fang Heng and immediately shouted, "He's the one who just invaded the research institute." Swiftly, almost everyone turned their gaze towards Fang Heng, the other end of the corridor. The intruder. Polis stared intently at Fang Heng. "Who sent you?" Fang Heng stood at the entrance, coldly staring at the others. "HMPH. Polis huffed heavily and gestured. "Get him." The half-mechanized soldiers immediately raised their beam weapons and lined up, advancing towards Fang Heng. "What?" Fang Heng slowly raised his hand forward. A book emitting a dark golden light floated in front of him. Swiftly. In an instant, a dense burst of dark golden light overflowed from the book and ruthlessly surged towards a half-mechanized soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the golden stream of light struck the soldiers, triggering intense explosions one after another. The explosion caused by the vow of the Sacred Covenant chapter to instantly knock the half-mechanized soldiers to the ground. As the liquor horde took advantage of the chaos, they sprinted out to the other side of the hall. Polis stared fiercely at Fang Heng, his temples throbbing. "Stop him!" Polis roared, forming a mark with his hands. Mental pierce. Fang Heng instantly felt a prickling sensation invading his sea of consciousness. Thanks to the backlash from the pollution source in the sea of consciousness earlier, Fang Heng had long been accustomed to the pain when the sea of consciousness was under attack. Compared to the almost collapsing pain of the sea of consciousness back then, this slight stinging sensation was hardly worth mentioning. Polis was unaware of all this, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes as he glanced at Fang Heng. The spiritual piercing was completely ineffective. Fang Heng glanced at Polis from afar, chuckled lightly, and immediately retreated towards the right passage. Trying to run. Chase after him. Seeing Fang Heng trying to escape, Polis felt underestimated, frowned, and immediately pursued Fang Heng. Federal soldiers and some Mindtech company guard with partial mental modification also immediately followed Polis in pursuit. Fang Heng's speed in escaping was even faster than they had expected. With both of them pursuing each other, they followed towards the right area of the first floor of the research institute. Polis frowned as he looked at the direction Fang Heng was running towards. That path was a dead end. What was he trying to do? Was he panicking? As Fang Heng gradually got pushed forward by the pursuing federal half-mechanically modified soldiers, he showed no intention of slowing down. Polis's heart sank, and he shouted, "That's a dead end over there. Be careful to surround him." Dang. Just as the words fell, Fang Heng wielded a huge sword in his hand. What? Polis's pupils shrunk suddenly. Fang Heng showed no sign of slowing down, heading straight towards the wall at the end of the passageway, gripping the divine longsword with both hands. Dang. The longsword fiercely struck the wall, creating a large hole in it. Fang Heng passed through the wall of the research institute. The outside of the research institute had already been surrounded by the Federal Emergency Response Team. However, no one expected the research institute to be forcefully broken through a large hole in the wall. Almost all the guns were aimed at Fang Heng simultaneously. The team leader shouted, "Don't move. Raise your hands." Fang Heng didn't hear it and took a step forward, quickly escaping to the right. Shoot. Dang. Dang bang. Almost instantly, hundreds of guards at the periphery fired their weapons in unison. Fang Heng swiftly moved to avoid most of the bullet impacts. Even if the remaining bullets hit him, they merely pierced his skin, causing little to no actual harm. Useless. Polis was the first to chase after Fang Heng through the hole he had made. Feeling frustrated at how ineffective the Federal Crisis Response Team was, unable even to impede Fang Heng's escape. He quickly accelerated to catch up. Under Fang Heng's conscious control, the distance between him and Polis behind gradually diminished. Polis did not know that Fang Heng was deliberately luring them away to buy time for the creatures in the sewer, feeling that he was just a hair's breadth away from catching Fang Heng, naturally unwilling to give up easily and sticking closely behind him. Fang Heng was speeding through the urban outskirts. After nearly half an hour of running, about to turn a corner, he couldn't help but feel a movement in his heart. Ahead, there were already over 20 Mindtech company guards dressed in mental modification outfits. They were surrounded. Fang Heng halted, turned slowly, and looked back at his pursuers, while also glancing at the game prompt. It was almost time. His zombie decos had already completed digging the final section in the sewer, and the remaining time was enough for them to evacuate from the sewer area. Polis and his subordinates caught up with Fang Heng, surrounding him in the center, blocking his retreat. A series of spiritual barriers, invisible to the naked eye, were rapidly constructed, trapping Fang Heng in the center in a very short time. Hundreds of guns were pointed at Fang Heng simultaneously. The federal soldiers did not dare to relax in the slightest. "You're quite capable, being able to block my path in advance like this," Fang Heng shrugged, looking at Polis. "Well, now that you've found me, before you act, could you satisfy my curiosity and answer a few questions from me?" Polis stared at Fang Heng, solemnly stating, "I'm afraid you do not have the qualifications to negotiate conditions with me. Don't be so confident. We can exchange one question for one question." Polis looked coldly at Fang Heng. "Is that so? I already know your answers. It's a pity," Fang Heng said, as a red light instantly appeared in his pupils. Polis's heart jumped. What was that? Dang. Suddenly, the white cloth that had been draped over Fang Heng burst open behind him. A strong smell of blood emanated from the cloth. Blood. Everyone saw clearly. The white cloth that had been covering Fang Heng's back was actually a large sword completely made of blood. Doom. The gigantic sword exploded. In midair, it rapidly expanded and condensed into sharp spikes, flying towards the front. Dang, dang, bang. The dense spikes hit the spiritual barriers, erupting in continuous and intense explosions. Instantly, the crowd's faces changed drastically. Several Mindtech-modified individuals who were controlling the spiritual barriers could not withstand the backlash effect and blood flow from their facial features, clearly suffering major consequences. Unable to hold on for half a minute, the spiritual barrier immediately shattered. Polis stared at Fang Heng, his expression extremely serious.